Chapter 1. My connection with the apocalypse through dreams. Dear, stop wearing it. I want to have your child. Aren't you afraid that that useless Xiao Chen will find out? What do I have to fear? Once he brings the betrothal gifts, I'll break up with him and serve young Master Gu well from then on. Ha ha, that's great. I can't wait. Young Master Gu, be gentle, you're hurting me. Hearing the conversation from inside the room, Xiao Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, that he never expected that the girlfriend he had cherished for 3 years not only cheated on him, but also intended to swindle him out of his family fortune. She even wanted him to become an accidental father. Fortunately, the delivery he made today was from this neighborhood, so he stopped by to take a look. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If that's the case, then this venomous woman can be left to that Gu guy. He would cut ties with her completely. Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and turned to leave the upscale community. He didn't say the saying about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. He was just an ordinary person, born in the countryside. No background, no money. Forget about 30 years. Even if he had 300 years, he couldn't reach the height of young Master Gu. After all, young Master Gu's family was in construction. They made a fortune during the booming real estate era. When they were in school, young Master Gu drove a car worth hundreds of thousands. Now that he has graduated, he has taken over a company. Its market value is over 100 million. And what about Xiao Chen? After graduating, he found a 9-to-5 job, earning only 4,000 yuan a month. It wasn't even enough to pay the rent. Moreover, he also had to support his girlfriend Chen Rong. He could only quit his job, deliver food during the day, and drive at night, barely covering Chen Rong's expenses. When it came to discussing marriage, Chen Rong demanded a betrothal gift of 300,000 yuan. Xiao Chen couldn't come up with that amount. It was only after his parents begged relatives and friends that they barely managed to scrape it together. Today, Xiao Chen had planned to give the betrothal money to Chen Rong and discuss wedding arrangements. He never expected this to happen. Fortunately, the money was still in his card. He hadn't been swindled by this venomous woman. This brought Xiao Chen some comfort. Of course, the pain he felt was still very real. Knowing that he couldn't go back to delivering food, Xiao Chen took a leave of absence, bought 2 bottles of Ergo-2, and went to find his childhood friend Su Cheng. Su Cheng was a chef. He started work at 5:30, so during this gap, he cooked 2 dishes for Xiao Chen. After listening to Xiao Chen's woes, Su Cheng left him the keys to his rental apartment. As the alcohol kicked in, Xiao Chen stumbled onto the bed. Time is sleep. When he woke up, it would be a new day. But as he closed his eyes, Xiao Chen entered that dream again. A nightmare. In the dream, it was the year 2074. A fog descended, enveloping the globe. Humanity had mutated. Zombies appeared. It was like the end of the world. Only a small portion of people were still alive. But even they were falling one after another due to the lack of water and food. If Xiao Chen hadn't been at the supermarket when the incident happened, having stocked up on a few barrels of water and some biscuits and instant noodles, he wouldn't have lasted. Until now. Now, looking at the remaining bit of water and a bag of biscuits, Xiao Chen did not hesitate. He chewed eagerly, finishing the water right after. He picked up the kitchen knife and strode out. In reality, he couldn't become someone powerful. Could he not dominate in his dreams? A mere zombie dares to stop him from searching for food? Kill. His confidence soared. But as soon as he stepped outside, he encountered a zombie, and he shrank back in fright, retreating immediately. The zombie seemed to have seen him and came over to bang on the door. After researching for some time, Xiao Chen had a certain understanding of zombies. They had no perception, felt no pain, but their strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. Xiao Chen had seen from above that a zombie had violently ripped the head off a living person searching for food. This was a killing machine. Xiao Chen braced against the door, his face turning pale with fear. He prayed that the zombie wouldn't break the door and would leave on its own. However, after just 3 bangs, the door frame shook. Xiao Chen dared not hold the door any longer. Instead, he hid to the side, tightly gripping the kitchen knife. Bang! 5 bangs. The door fell with a crash. The zombie stepped in. Xiao Chen swung the knife, striking its neck. It continued to howl. This is my dream. I am the protagonist, and I will kill you. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. With a successful sneak attack, Xiao Chen struck the zombie's neck 9 times before finally severing it. No blood flowed. The zombie's body did not fall. Instead, it turned into mist, dissipating into the surroundings. Phew! Xiao Chen slumped to the ground, exhaling deeply. Zombies were truly not something an ordinary person could deal with. killing one had almost exhausted all his strength. Of course, this was also because he was weak. After all, since the fog descended, he hadn't had a single proper meal. He was just hanging on by a thread. He still needed to become an awakened one and possess superpowers. Unfortunately, it had been nearly a month, and Xiao Chen showed no signs of awakening. Forget it. Let's go find food. Surviving is the only hope. Struggling to get up, Xiao Chen was about to leave when he noticed a pill emitting a milky white glow at the spot where the zombie had been standing. It was about the size of a painkiller. But Xiao Chen didn't remember stocking up on any medicine. Where did it come from? Could it have fallen from a zombie? Like in a video game, monsters drop equipment when killed. Can it be eaten? As soon as he thought that, Xiao Chen heard his stomach growling. The key was that the pill had a fragrant aroma that made his mouth water. Forget it. After all, this is my dream. Even if it kills me, there will be another dream. Xiao Chen grabbed the pill and threw it into his mouth, swallowing it whole without chewing. Then Xiao Chen's eyes widened. He felt a domineering force emanating from the pill, constantly impacting his limbs and bones. The pain made Xiao Chen roll on the ground, screaming continuously. It took a full hour for the pain to gradually subside. Xiao Chen vowed that if he ever ate that kind of pill again, he wouldn't be human. Even in a dream, he didn't want to endure that inhumane torment again. However, the next moment, the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth curled up. I've awakened. Just like in the novels, he had gained spiritual awareness and could clearly see the back of his head. He didn't even need to use his eyes within a 5-meter radius. He could see everything. Not only that, but his strength had also increased. Xiao Chen felt that he could now punch a vicious dog to death. Moreover, a cubic meter of space had appeared in his mind. Is this a spatial ability? Xiao Chen was thrilled. In this apocalyptic environment, having space meant he could store food. Much safer than keeping it at home. Gurgle. Before Xiao Chen's smile could spread, his stomach grumbled again. He was even hungrier. If he didn't eat soon, Xiao Chen felt he would starve to death. Reluctantly, he picked up the kitchen knife and went out again. Worried about encountering zombies again, he didn't dare to go to the supermarket. Instead, he decided to sweep the buildings, running from house to house. Some homes were locked, and Xiao Chen couldn't get in, so he had to move on to the next one. Some homes, even if the doors were open, had no leftover food. After a day of searching, he had only managed to sweep 2 buildings that he ended up with 6 steamed buns, 2 bottles of mineral water, 18 pieces of biscuits, and 2 boxes of instant noodles. A bountiful harvest. Xiao Chen felt he was getting a bit cocky. After finishing the 6 hard buns, drinking the 2 bottles of mineral water, and munching through half a box of instant noodles and 10 biscuits, he finally felt full. Xiao Chen stored the remaining items in his space that he planned to have a good sleep and continue his scavenging tomorrow that he lay in bed, just closing his eyes, while on the other side, in Su Cheng's bedroom, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 2. The first encounter with an awakened one. After drinking so much, he had spent the night in a nightmare. Xiao Chen felt a throbbing pain in his head. Shaking his head, he planned to get up. Then Xiao Chen's mouth dropped open in shock. He realized that there were suddenly many things in his head. For instance, a box and a half of instant noodles, 8 pieces of biscuits, a kitchen knife, and several sets of clean clothes. If he remembered correctly, these were all things Xiao Chen had stored in his dream. Could it be that it wasn't a dream? With just a thought, Xiao Chen took the items out of his mind. Following another thought, he stuffed them back in. This is a golden finger. He could actually connect to the apocalypse. The good things obtained over there could be sent through his mind. For example, gold and silver jewelry. In the dream, those things were trash. No one would even pick them up if thrown on the ground. What was lacking in the dream? Clean water, delicious food. If he could send things into the dream and exchange them for gold and silver jewelry, wouldn't he become rich overnight? The more he thought about it, the more excited Xiao Chen became. His eyes sparkled with fierce light. Was Xiao Chen wrong? Just wait. However, Xiao Chen quickly concealed this hatred. He knew that even with a golden finger, he was still just a small fry. To take down Guo Xiao, there was still a long way to go. Moreover, the dream was set in the apocalypse. With a lack of water and food, and zombies everywhere, how long could that Xiao Chen survive? If he died, would he die too? No, he had to prepare enough food and water for him. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay. Quickly tidied up, said hello to Su Cheng, and went out. Hey, Su Cheng looked at Xiao Chen's hurried figure and couldn't help but sigh. It's all forced by life. Deceived, cheated on, 3 years of feelings fed to the dogs. His childhood friend didn't cry or make a fuss. He just drank a few cups, slept, and then went back to life as if nothing had happened. The only thing he could do for him was to give him a key. Let him treat this place as home. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen climbed into bed to sleep. He had curled up on the sofa all night last night, and his lumbar disc was almost herniated. He needed to catch up on sleep quickly. He had to go to work later. After Xiao Chen went out, the cold wind blew, and his mind instantly became much clearer. He couldn't quit his job. If the dream shattered and he had no job, how would he make a living? It was better to wait until tonight to experiment before deciding. Xiao Chen put on his helmet, rode his little electric scooter, showed up at the company to clock in, and started a busy day. It wasn't until 9 o'clock that Xiao Chen got off work. Normally, he would drive a rented car to do ride-hailing until around 1 o'clock in the morning before going home to rest. But right now, he urgently needed to verify the authenticity of the golden finger. Xiao Chen didn't waste any more time. Switched to a car, bought 5 large barrels of mineral water, over 30 boxes of self-heating hot pot, ordered more than 20 takeout meals, as well as bread, ham, and other items. Until he filled that cubic meter of space in his mind to the brim, Xiao Chen finally stopped. It was just a bit expensive. The money he earned from delivering food all day wasn't even enough to buy food and drink for his dream self. He had to pick up more gold while dreaming tonight. Otherwise, he really couldn't afford to support himself. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chen returned to Su Cheng's rented apartment. Seeing him, Su Cheng was a bit surprised. "Aren't you going to drive tonight?" Taking a few days off, Xiao Chen replied, "It's time to rest." Su Cheng nodded. He would have to sleep on the sofa again tonight. However, considering it was his childhood friend, Su Cheng didn't hold it against him. Little did he know, after Xiao Chen finished washing up, he came out with a blanket. "I'll sleep on the sofa tonight," Xiao Chen said. "Tomorrow I'll go find a place. I can't keep staying here." "You still need to rent a place?" Su Cheng said with concern. "That's going to cost a few thousand. Why don't we just share a rental? After all, we only need a place to sleep at night. I'll buy a bunk bed, and this one-bedroom apartment will be enough for both of us." "Does Lin Xiaoqing mind?" Xiao Chen said, "Even if she really doesn't mind, I can't be a third wheel." Su Cheng didn't press further. Lin Xiaoqing was his girlfriend, working as a waitress in a hotel. They had already confirmed their relationship and planned to get married after the new year. Whenever she had time, she would come over to snuggle for a while. Xiao Chen living here would indeed be inconvenient. Su Cheng turned and went to the bedroom, and after a while, he came out with an envelope in hand. He handed it to Xiao Chen, saying, "Aiken, here, 5,000 yuan, take it and use it for now." "Thank you." Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony. If he refused, it might upset his childhood friend. Moreover, he really needed the money. After all, his salary card was with Chen Rong. The savings he had were simply not enough to rent a place. Thinking of Chen Rong, her call came in. Before Xiao Chen could speak, Chen Rong started scolding him. "Xiao Chen, where have you been? It's been 2 days you haven't come home or called. Do you still see me as your girlfriend? Do you want to starve me to death? Also, what did you buy today? How did you spend 200 yuan? Let's break up." After saying this, Xiao Chen hung up the phone with a snap. Then he turned off his phone. Go home. Was it even his home? Thinking about how his girlfriend, whom he had spoiled for 3 years, was with someone else, Xiao Chen felt disgusted, let alone going home to cook for her. "Go eat shit." Su Cheng didn't try to persuade him, but silently took out a bottle of Dream Blue. Xiao Chen's eyes brightened. Over 500 bottled his childhood friend really spent big to comfort him. But Xiao Chen shook his head in refusal. "Chengzi, I'm fine that it would be a waste to drink such good wine. You should save it for your future father-in-law. Get some sleep, you have to go to work tomorrow." Xiao Chen sent Su Cheng away, wrapped himself in the blanket, and lay on the sofa. As soon as he closed his eyes, dreams came. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and felt a spasm in his stomach. The hunger was unbearable. Xiao Chen hurriedly checked the space in his mind. It was filled with takeout, self-heating hot pot, mineral water, ham, and so on, stuffed to the brim. Reality and dreams could indeed connect. Xiao Chen took out a box of rice from the space. It was still warm. He quickly finished it in a few bites. Then he took out a second box, a third. He finished 6 boxes in one go, then drank over 2 gin of water before burping contentedly. How could he eat so much? Xiao Chen was a bit dazed. In the past, he could endure hunger by nibbling on a biscuit and drinking a few sips of water for an entire day. Last night, he had eaten 6 steamed buns and half a box of instant noodles. After his sleep, he felt like a starving ghost. Was it related to the space in his mind? Xiao Chen couldn't figure it out, so he stopped thinking about it. After all, this was his dream. It It could combine with reality. With that Xiao Chen continuously providing food, he wouldn't have to worry about starving. The key was to make money. The real Xiao Chen was impoverished and had been cheated on. His life was very miserable. If he didn't earn some money, it seemed both of them could starve to death. Xiao Chen remembered that when he was sweeping the building yesterday, he saw a lot of money and scattered jewelry. Here, that was all unwanted trash. Holding a kitchen knife, Xiao Chen cautiously stepped outside. Familiar with the area, he swept through quickly. He completed the workload of an entire day in just one morning. Received over 100,000 in cash, several pieces of gold and silver jewelry, and even encountered 2 gold bars. The harvest was quite abundant. Just as Xiao Chen was planning to take a break and have something to eat, a looping loudspeaker announcement came from outside. Are there any survivors in the Green Garden community? I am Wu Guei, the property manager of our community, a strength type, level 2 awakened. I can provide shelter for you. Everyone come down. Now that the apocalypse has arrived, we can only survive by working together and keeping warm in groups. Chapter 3 Shelter Property Manager Wu Guei. Xiao Chen had no impression of him. He had been in the dream for a short time, less than a month, and had hardly gone outside. He didn't even know how many buildings were in the community, let alone the property manager. Looking down through the window, Xiao Chen noticed a lean man below. He had a large loudspeaker hanging from his shoulder, which was playing a loop. He had several long swords strapped to his back, and 6 or 7 short knives on his waist, with a few daggers sticking out of a bag on his leg. The handles were all exposed, making him look like a hedgehog. In his hand, he was holding a canvas bag, which was bulging, and it was unclear what it contained. Wu Guei didn't care at all about his image as he wandered around the community. From time to time, zombies would rush towards him, but they were quickly dealt with by Wu Guei. He drew his sword, swung it, and sheathed it, executing the movements seamlessly as if he had practiced countless times. Without any pause, with a flash of sword light, a zombie's head was severed, and the corpse turned into mist and disappeared. Whenever he encountered a pill with a milky white halo, Wu Guei would pick it up and keep it close to himself. Under Xiao Chen's watch, Wu Guei killed 10 zombies and collected 3 pills before turning around a corner out of sight. There were so many zombies in just one community. How could he collect gold? Xiao Chen felt a bit anxious. It seemed he needed to join the group. But Wu Guei was a strength type, level 2 awakened. Would he rob those who sought refuge with him? If they really fought, who could escape from his hands? Wouldn't they all become his slaves? But if he didn't follow Wu Guei, how could he understand the situation in the apocalypse? Relying solely on himself in reality. What would happen if he encountered 3 or 5 zombies? He would be torn apart. He needed to grow stronger and have the ability to protect himself. Determined, Xiao Chen took out the items from his space and began to eat. He was hungry again. Only by filling his stomach could he proceed to the next step. After consuming 6 boxes of lunch and 2 pounds of water, Xiao Chen rubbed his belly and stood up, feeling satisfied. The loudspeaker outside continued, but the message had changed. Is anyone there? I will wait for another half an hour at most. If you don't come down in half an hour, we will leave, and you can wait to feed the zombies. Xiao Chen peeked out and saw that more than 30 people had gathered below. Each one looked pale and thin, barely resembling humans. Their eyes were hollow, but they sparkled briefly when Wu Guei killed the zombies. Wait, why can I see so clearly? Xiao Chen wondered. Although he wasn't nearsighted, he wasn't farsighted either. Standing on the 26th floor, how could he see the expressions and changes in the eyes of people below? Was this the benefit of awakening? Why was it specifically eyesight? What use was that? Xiao Chen was puzzled. This only strengthened his resolve to approach Wu Guei. However, he also needed to prepare in advance. Xiao Chen found a backpack, took out 3 bags of instant noodles, 2 sausages, 6 biscuits, and 2 loaves of bread from his space. He also poured out 2 bottles of mineral water and packed them in a backpack before slowly heading downstairs. As soon as half an hour was up, Wu Guei turned off the loudspeaker. He counted the number of people, 62. Another group of laborers. A trace of barely noticeable pride flashed across Wu Guei's face. Although it was subtle, Xiao Chen could see it clearly from a close distance. His heart sank slightly. This guy had issues. But Xiao Chen didn't show any signs of suspicion. He needed to gather more information from Wu Guei and couldn't expose him yet. If the situation turned out to be wrong, he could just run away. Wu Guei waved his hand and said, "Let's go." "Where to?" someone timidly asked. "To the shelter," Wu Guei replied. Shelter? Why haven't we heard about such a place? Someone raised a doubt. It might be established by the government. Our low status means we don't know much. That's normal. If there is a shelter, why didn't they inform us earlier? My wife starved to death because of this. Poor my half-year-old child, who didn't even survive 7 days, the man said, crying. His tears triggered a wave of emotion among the crowd, with many people shedding tears, especially the elderly and women. The tears flowed uncontrollably. Xiao Chen remained silent, observing the conditions of these people. Among the more than 60 people, there were men and women of all ages, but only 5 showed spirit and vigor, while the others appeared like walking corpses. More than 10 were carrying burdens, including the 5 spirited ones. Xiao Chen speculated that these 5 must have prepared sufficient food in advance or awakened their abilities. Choosing to follow Wu Gui at this time likely meant they were seeking solidarity in the face of adversity. He quietly memorized their appearances, planning to find an opportunity to talk to them and see if he could obtain useful information. If he gained something, he would distance himself from Wu Gui. Quiet. Wu Gui frowned and shouted, "Shut up. What's the use of crying when the apocalypse has arrived? The dead are gone. All we can do is unite to survive. Stay close. If we scatter too much and encounter zombies, I can't protect you all." Hearing Wu Gui's words, everyone hurriedly gathered around him, including the 5 spirited individuals. Xiao Chen squeezed into a safe position while carrying his backpack. Along the way, he kept looking around. The mist outside was much heavier than in the community. Taking a deep breath felt like it was scratching his throat. The streets were eerily quiet, with shops smashed beyond recognition. No living creatures were in sight, only some zombies, which Wu Gui easily dispatched when they came close, earning him 2 more pills. Xiao Chen felt a bit envious, but dared not act recklessly. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the shelter Wu Gui mentioned, the Xinhua bathhouse. Inside, there were 3 people, 2 women and 1 man. All were relatively thin, but their faces had a slight sheen, unlike the pale and emaciated people from the Green Garden community. After everyone entered the hall, the 3 people dispersed, positioning themselves to encircle the group. "What do you want?" Someone among the spirited individuals asked coldly. "To prevent you from escaping," Wu Gui said. "There are zombies outside. If you leave on your own, you probably won't survive. As I said, in this situation, we must unite. We need to concentrate resources and focus on nurturing high-level awakened ones to lead us into the light. Now, take out all the food you have." "I'm leaving," someone protested. "If you take our food, how will I survive?" Poof! Before the person finished speaking, Wu Gui's figure flashed past. A swift strike, and that person fell into a pool of blood dead. "In my group, those who defy orders will die without mercy. Hurry up, my patience is limited," Wu Gui coldly commanded. "Damn, this is a mess," Xiao Chen cursed inwardly. Wu Gui was not a good person. He was a ruthless killer. He had to find a way to escape. Chapter 4 Labor. The 5 spirited individuals also changed their expressions drastically. They clenched their fists, seemingly wanting to take action, but ultimately held back. With no one taking the lead, Xiao Chen didn't dare to act recklessly either. He could only obediently hand over his food and water like everyone else. Seeing the supplies Xiao Chen presented, Wu Gui's eyes lit up. He approached Xiao Chen, patted him on the shoulder, and praised, "You're not bad. I'll reward you with an extra awakening pill later." "What's an awakening pill?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "Did you see the zombies I killed?" Wu Gui explained. After their bodies disappear, the milky white pills that appear are called awakening pills. For ordinary people, taking them can help with awakening. For awakened individuals, they can enhance their strength. Now, I will distribute 1 awakening pill to each of you, and you will awaken on the spot. If you become a level 1 awakened, you will qualify to be our core members and will receive a larger share of the resources in the future. Of course, those who cannot awaken will not be abandoned. However, you'll have to help us with work. After hearing this, Xiao Chen gained a certain understanding of this organization. It is said to be a shelter, but is not officially sanctioned. Rather, it is spontaneously organized by awakened individuals. Wu Gui is a level 2 strength type awakened, with extraordinary combat power, and is recognized as the leader by them. The reason for recruiting living people is not to protect them, but to utilize them by giving them awakening pills. They can awaken if special abilities emerge, such as the ability to create water or possessing spatial abilities. Those individuals will be absorbed into the group and become true core members. Otherwise, they will be mere laborers, helping them to search for food. If you try to escape, you will lose protection and will eventually be killed by zombies. If you want to survive, you must obey their arrangements. Abilities also have levels. Those with extraordinary talents awakened during the spread of the fog and became level 1 awakened. Those without much talent need to take awakening pills to awaken. To become a level 2 awakened, at least 50 level 1 awakening pills must be consumed. At the critical moment, level 2 awakening pills are needed to forcibly break through. The level of awakening pills is classified according to the level of zombies. Level 1 zombies drop level 1 awakening pills when killed. Level 2 awakening pills require the killing of level 2 zombies. Not all zombies drop awakening pills upon being killed. It has a random nature. The most annoying part is that after awakening, one's appetite will also increase. A normal adult requires about 2 to 3 kilograms of food and about 1,500 to 2,000 milliliters of water per day. However, after becoming a level 1 awakened, these amounts double, or even more. If the intake of food and water is insufficient, it will affect the performance of their abilities. Level 2 awakened have even larger appetites. This is also the reason why Wu Gui keeps looking for laborers. He needs more people to help him search for food. Otherwise, he would starve to death. After Wu Gui finished explaining, the woman with a long ponytail who had just surrounded them stepped forward to distribute the level 1 awakening pills. 1 for each person, and 2 for Xiao Chen. It's like hitting someone with a stick and then giving them a sweet date. Wu Gui is well aware of this. He uses force to intimidate these ordinary people and then uses awakening pills to win their hearts. These people are still grateful. They understand that in this apocalyptic world, only by awakening to become superpowered can they have a glimmer of hope. So after receiving the awakening pills, they immediately take them. Some show no reaction at all, confirming they are mere mortals, standing aside in disappointment. Others are in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground and screaming. Some suddenly have their aura enhanced. For example, the 5 spirited individuals that Xiao Chen focused on. That aura was quickly suppressed by them. Xiao Chen also took one. After the awakening pill entered his stomach, a surge of power rushed through his meridians. However, it was too painful and was bearable. Soon, this power was absorbed by his limbs and bones. Xiao Chen felt his consciousness strengthen a bit, expanding from 5 meters to 6 meters. However, there was no change in space. Through his consciousness, Xiao Chen saw Wu Gui constantly watching him. He quickly feigned disappointment. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the other awakening pill. After absorbing the power, Xiao Chen shook his head, standing among those without talent, his face filled with extreme disappointment. Wu Gui also withdrew his gaze and focused on others. 3 hours later, the screams gradually ceased. Then someone exclaimed, "I feel like my whole body is filled with power. I could punch and kill a cow. Am I awakened? I'm awakened too. The sound in my ears is amplified countless times. Your breathing sounds like thunder." In an instant, those who had awakened began to describe their abilities. Even 5 spirited individuals joined in, trying hard to showcase themselves. Out of 61 people, including them, there were only 11 awakened. Wu Gui clapped his hands to quiet everyone down. He divided the 61 people into 6 teams based on the abilities of the awakened. The team leaders are all combat type awakened, and they are required to set off at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning to search for food outside. If they cannot find food, they will not be allowed to enter the shelter. The shelter is managed by a designated person. She is a barrier type awakened and can create a closed barrier. As long as they are within the barrier, zombies will not detect their presence, allowing them to sleep soundly. It was only at this point that Xiao Chen learned that zombies attack humans based on smell. As long as zombies cannot smell humans, they will not attack proactively. His previous lack of attack was indeed luck. It seems there is no way to escape. Even if he wants to escape, he has to take that barrier type awaken with him. However, Xiao Chen still doesn't know who she is. He decided to endure for now. After organizing the teams, Wu Gui began distributing food. Each awakened individual received half a moldy bun, while those who were not awakened could only drink water. The water was bath water. Even so, Everyone flocked to it. For the non-awakened, having a sip of water could last them a day or two. But for those awakened, half a moldy bun was simply insufficient, and their stomachs continued to rumble. They didn't dare to go looking for food at this time and could only rest. Fortunately, there were plenty of rooms in the bathing center, and each person still had enough space. Xiao Chen locked the door, took out a boxed meal from his space, and began to feast, also drinking several kilograms of water. After eating and drinking to his fill, Xiao Chen went to sleep. As he closed his eyes, another side of him opened his eyes. The first thing he did was check the space in his mind. Sure enough, there was over 100,000 in cash, gold and silver jewelry, and 2 gold bars. With just a thought, he could use them freely. Xiao Chen was so happy he could hardly close his mouth. This was the real golden finger. With that version of himself in the apocalypse helping him, how could he not become rich? Xiao Chen suppressed his excitement, washed up briefly, and then boldly left the rental house. Chapter 5. Never seen such shamelessness. Xiao Chen first found a breakfast shop, bought a steamer of buns and a bowl of millet porridge. When it was time to pay, he realized his phone was still off. Xiao Chen hurriedly turned it on and found over 10 missed calls, all from Chenrong. There were also text messages and WeChat notifications. The little red dots were countless. Xiao Chen didn't even look. Chenrong had betrayed their love vows. That was in the past. He was ready to embrace a new life. After paying, Xiao Chen happily enjoyed his breakfast. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was a call from Chenrong. Xiao Chen hesitated, but ultimately decided to answer. With such a toxic woman entangled with him, it would be hard to start a new life. He needed to completely sever ties. Xiao Chen, I agree to break up, but you need to compensate me for the losses over these 3 years. I don't want much. Just 300,000. As long as you give me 300,000, we can part peacefully and never contact each other again. As soon as the call was connected, he heard Chenrong's cold voice on the other end. Damn! Xiao Chen felt like cursing. He had seen shamelessness before, but never this level of shamelessness. Who is really delaying whose youth? And you want to compensate 30,000? Dream on. Slap. Xiao Chen hung up the phone again. The best way to deal with this toxic woman is to ignore her. Oh, Xiao Chen, you bastard, hung up on me again. Chenrong felt powerless and furious when she heard the blind tone on the phone, almost throwing her phone in anger. Oof. If you don't want to pay the compensation, fine. I've already hooked up with Xiao. Without you, Xiao Chen, this useless person, in my way, I can definitely soar and become a phoenix. But you can forget about taking this house away. It's mine, and the salary card is also in my hands. You have no money, sooner or later. You will come to me for it. By then, I will definitely humiliate you fiercely. After venting her anger, Chenrong called Guo. First, she acted cute, then stated her intentions. She wanted Guo to use his connections to blacklist Xiao Chen and drive him out of Jiang City. After Xiao Chen hung up the phone, he went to the bank. The salary card was in Chenrong's hands, limited to 200 day. He needed to buy supplies for the end of the world, and 200 was definitely not enough. It would be more convenient to get a new card. Just as he finished up, he received a call from the delivery department manager, Chun Chengyan. Xiao Chen, did you offend Guozong from Chiming Construction? Chun Chengyan went straight to the point without any pleasantries. He just called me and asked me to fire you. Otherwise, he would order the company's employees not to use our platform for food delivery anymore. That day would be thousands of orders. I had no choice but to agree to him. Xiao Chen, I am sorry. To compensate you, I've decided to give you an extra month's salary. I'll have the finance department settle it now and transfer it to your card. Brother Chun, thank you for telling me this. Xiao Chen smiled and said, there's no need to keep the position for me. I was planning to resign anyway. Also, my bank card is broken, and I've applied for a new one. I'll send it to you later so that the salary can be transferred to the new card. I'll treat you to a meal another day. After a brief chat, Xiao Chen hung up the phone, but his face revealed a fierce expression. You filthy bitch. If you had broken up peacefully, I might have actually let you off. Now you're getting Guo Qiming to mess with me. Just wait. I won't let you go bankrupt and beg for mercy. I don't deserve to be the male lead with a golden finger otherwise. Silently swearing in his heart, Xiao Chen went on to do the second thing, sell jewelry. The house he rented was occupied by that toxic woman, Chenrong. He couldn't squeeze into Su Cheng's small room. Finding a suitable rental house wouldn't be easy either. Buying a house would be more convenient. Besides, The real estate market isn't doing well right now, and the prices are quite reasonable. Buying a unit and moving in directly would save the hassle of moving around later. Even if the prices are reasonable, in Jiang City, even in more remote areas, the price per square meter would still be around 30 to 40,000. A 100 square meter house would require a down payment of 3 to 400,000. Xiao Chen didn't want to touch the betrothal gifts given by his parents. Therefore, he had to sell gold and silver jewelry. The gold brick is pure gold. Its value has been steadily rising, so it can be kept. Xiao Chen planned to sell the jewelry first. In his dream, when he picked up these pieces of jewelry, he had seen their prices. He took the most expensive diamond necklace, which should be a collectible, and it even had a price tag, 666,000. There happened to be a jewelry store nearby. Without any hesitation, he walked in. The salesperson greeted him with a smile. Asking what kind of jewelry he wanted to buy and for what purpose, she could make recommendations. "I'm here to sell a necklace," Xiao Chen said. "Are you out of your mind?" The salesperson's expression changed immediately. She looked at Xiao Chen as if he were an idiot and spoke harshly. "You came to our jewelry store to sell a necklace? Are you a lunatic?" Xiao Chen was momentarily speechless. He wanted to turn around and leave. But then he thought it was wrong. No matter how you look at it, he is the male lead with a golden finger. How could he be humiliated by a mere salesperson looking down on him? Moreover, he originally planned to sell this necklace worth 666,000 for 300,000. In this way, the jewelry store would also make a profit. He was essentially giving money to the jewelry store. So he had to fight back. Xiao Chen angrily said, "So what if it's a jewelry store? Don't you guys buy back necklaces? Even if you really don't buy back, you could just refuse directly. But you insult me as a lunatic? Is this how you treat customers?" Xiao Chen's voice was loud, filled with indignation. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the jewelry store who gathered to watch. The salesperson was also furious and argued with Xiao Chen. "What are you arguing about?" Just as they were quarreling, a cold shout came from outside the crowd. The assistant hurried to inquire and then came back to report to her. Zhuo Yingxian frowned deeply. Could it be that a competitor is intentionally trying to mess with her? Zhuo Yingxian wanted to explode. Business had been declining, and if they couldn't produce a decent piece this month, would their Yingxiang jewelry be able to survive? But what if? What if this person really is a customer here to sell jewelry? If she went up and started arguing, would it lead to the company's bankruptcy? Zhuo Yingxian didn't dare to gamble. Taking several deep breaths, she finally calmed the resentment in her chest. Then she stepped inside. "President Zhuo is here." Someone recognized Zhuo Yingxian. Surprised. "Since she's come to our Yingxiang jewelry store, then she's our customer." Zhuo Yingxian coldly said, "You insulted a customer as soon as you came in, which violates our store's policy. Now apologize to this gentleman, and I will let it go. Otherwise, you won't need to come to work anymore." The salesperson's expression changed, and after a moment of hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth and apologized to Xiao Chen. "This gentleman, I am Zhuo Yingxian, the president of Yingxiang Jewelry." Seeing that the situation had calmed down, Zhuo Yingxian turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Since you want to sell the necklace, please take it out. I will appraise it for you on the spot." Beautiful, commanding presence. So this is the beautiful president. Just like in novels, she is so cold. If only I could. What am I thinking? I'm just here to sell a necklace. Even with a golden finger, I'm not worthy of such a beautiful president. Xiao Chen didn't delay and quickly took out the necklace from his pocket. Chapter 6. The Beautiful Invitation. As soon as the necklace was taken out, it was snatched away by Zhuo Yingxian. She held it in her hands, examining it seriously, murmuring to herself, "Master Feng's work? No. Master Feng's works are more conservative. He would never design a necklace with so many diamonds. Could it be a work of Master Su from Jiangnan? That's not right either. The carving technique and craftsmanship are not something we can achieve domestically. Even abroad, it's impossible. Where did you get this necklace? Who designed it?" Faced with Zhuo Yingxian's questions, Xiao Chen felt his head was in a mess. "It's just a necklace, right? What do you mean, who designed it? Where did I get it? Are you checking my household registration?" Xiao Chen clearly felt a bit impatient and said indifferently, "Why do you care so much? Are you buying it or not? Do you really want to buy this necklace from me?" Zhuo Yingxian asked. "Of course," Xiao Chen replied speechlessly. "If I wasn't selling the necklace, why would I come to your store? Buy it. You must buy it." Zhuo Yingxian, fearing that Xiao Chen might back out, tightly clutched the necklace in her hands. Sir, please quote a price. I don't understand necklaces. You should quote a price. Xiao Chen said, I'll sell it if the price is right. If not, I'll go ask elsewhere. Zhua Yingxian didn't speak, but extended her slender hand. 500,000? Xiao Chen asked, puzzled. 500,000 is not worthy of this necklace. Zhua Yingxian said irritably, whether it's the design, materials, or carving craftsmanship, this necklace is something I've never seen in my life. I'm willing to offer 50 million to buy it. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it? What? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this thing priced at over 600,000? How did it increase by nearly 100 times? So Yingxian thought Xiao Chen found the offer too low and hurriedly explained, Sir, although this necklace could fetch a higher price at auction, our company has to bear the costs of various promotional operations. So 50 million is really the highest price I can offer. Before she could finish, Xiao Chen excitedly interrupted. I'll sell it. Here is my card. Transfer the 50 million to this card, and the necklace will be yours. Sir, the sale of a unique necklace requires a contract. Confirming that the other party wanted to sell, Zhua Yingxian sighed in relief and smiled as she explained, Let's go to my office to discuss. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded and followed Zhua Yingxian to her office, leaving the onlookers around them envious. After arriving at the office, Zhua Yingxian instructed her assistant to prepare the contract and then began to subtly inquire about the necklace's origin. However, she found that Xiao Chen was completely in the dark. Instead, Xiao Chen asked President Zhua, I also have some rings. Would you buy them? More? Zhua Yingxian was pleasantly surprised. Hurry and take them out. I'll buy all quality pieces. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and pulled out 2 rings from his pocket. Zhua Yingxian's eyes lit up as she snatched them from him. Examining them closely, the more she looked, the more excited she became, even unconsciously standing up and twirling around while holding the rings. Her curvy figure was fully displayed in front of Xiao Chen, making him unable to help but swallow hard. He couldn't help but sigh internally. I must have been blessed by my ancestors to marry such a beautiful wife. But he only cared about money and urged, President Zhua, you've seen them. What price can you offer for these 2 rings? Do you have any earrings? Zhua Yingxian asked. I do. Xiao Chen took out the earrings. This is a set. He didn't know how to sell them, so he took them out one by one. Upon seeing the earrings, Zhua Yingxian scrutinized them for a long time before lamenting, Mr. Xiao, such valuable items, and you just put them in your pocket. Didn't you think of getting a gift box? Aren't you afraid of damage? Xiao Chen scratched his head awkwardly. In a post-apocalyptic world, who cared about that? Moreover, the space he could connect to was only 1 cubic meter. Gift boxes would take up space. He smiled bitterly. President Zhua, just give me a price. Considering the previous necklace, 150 million. Zhua Yingxian thought for a moment and said, but I can't come up with that much cash right now. Can you give me some time? 150 million? Xiao Chen was almost dumbfounded. He could make so much money from just selling a set of jewelry. He had many more in his space. Wouldn't he instantly become a billionaire? Having a golden finger was indeed different. The speed of making money was faster than robbing a bank. Seeing Xiao Chen hesitate to respond, Zhua Yingxian thought he was unwilling and said, Mr. Xiao, if you don't believe me, I can offer something as collateral. I have a property in the half-mountain villa worth 100 million. Forget about collateral. Just sell me the house directly. Xiao Chen said, also, give me 50 million more, and we'll be even. That sounds good. Zhua Yingxian hesitated slightly, but agreed. Although she had the half-mountain villa, she had never lived there, and keeping was a waste. It was better to exchange it for these pieces of jewelry. As long as she could save Yingxiang jewelry, earning 2 more sets of villas would not be a problem. As the assistant arrived, Zhua Yingxian sent them to prepare the property transfer contract. At this moment, Xiao Chen looked at Zhua Yingxian not as a beautiful woman, but as a mountain of gold and silver. His gaze seemed to want to swallow her whole, causing Zhua Yingxian to frown repeatedly. Did he really think that selling a set of jewelry could bring him closer to her? Zhua Yingxian cleared her throat and said unhappily, Mr. Xiao, if there is nothing else, please wait in the conference room. After signing the contract, the finance department will transfer 50 million to you, and we'll be even. I have something. I still have some jewelry. I'll sell them to you. Xiao Chen hurriedly took out all the remaining jewelry from his space. Of course, he pulled them out from another pocket. It was rare to encounter such a generous investor. Wouldn't it be foolish not to take advantage of it? Seeing a dazzling array of jewelry on the desk, Zhuo Yingxian was almost dumbfounded. Although these pieces were not as outstanding as the previous set, they were still very classic. Especially the carving technique. As far as she knew, domestic and foreign carvers couldn't reach this level. Where did he get these from? Zhuo Yingxian began to wonder again. Could he have designed and carved them all himself? Thinking this, Zhuo Yingxuan's eyes became even brighter. If she could pull him into her camp, it would be hard for Yingxiang Jewelry to go bankrupt. They could even soar to become the most famous jewelry brand, both domestically and internationally, without exception. This time, Zhuo Yingxian looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a mountain of gold and silver, even making an unprecedented move by tightly grabbing Xiao Chen's hand and excitedly saying, "Mr. Xiao, may I invite you to joining Xiang Jewelry?" Chapter 7. Do you want to escape? Joining Xiang Jewelry? Xiao Chen was stunned. How would that work? By investing your jewelry. Zhuo Yingxian said, "I've seen the total value of your jewelry. It's about 200 million. Although Yingxiang Jewelry is on the decline, its market value still exceeds 10 billion. I can offer you 2% equity. You won't be involved in the company's management, but you'll receive dividends every year." Only 2%? Xiao Chen said with some disdain. That's too little. Besides, what if your company loses money? Wouldn't that mean no dividends for me? I'd rather leave the jewelry with you to sell. At least if one piece sells, I can get real cash. Though he said that, Xiao Chen had his own calculations in mind. How many pieces of jewelry were there now? And he could get 2% equity. If he could get hundreds or thousands of pieces, wouldn't he become the largest shareholder of Yingxiang Jewelry? With a high cold beauty like Zhuo Yingxian working for him. Just thinking about it was delightful. Okay, Zhuo Yingxian, not suspecting anything, agreed directly. Selling the jewelry in her store would not only help Yingxiang Jewelry gain fame, but also attract traffic. The key was that she wouldn't have to give up equity. It was a sure win. At this time, the assistant had also prepared the contract. Xiao Chen signed his name, and the finance department transferred 50 million to his card. As for the property contract, because Xiao Chen didn't bring his household registration booklet, it could only be handled another day. After finishing these tasks, it was just in time for lunch. Zhuo Yingxian generously invited Xiao Chen to eat. Xiao Chen didn't decline, as he would have to deal with Zhuo Yingxian in the future regarding selling jewelry. Getting to know her better would also deepen their understanding. They had lunch at Yunming Hotel, where Zhuo Yingxian generously ordered a large table of dishes. They were simply too much to finish, and Xiao Chen took all the leftovers home. In the afternoon, Zhuo Yingxian had something to attend to, so she handed Xiao Chen over to her assistant to help him inspect the villa. The first things Zhuo Yingxian did when she returned to the company was to investigate Xiao Chen. Although the jewelry Xiao Chen brought out could save Yingxiang Jewelry from its current crisis, what if he was an undercover agent sent by a rival? After all, it involved the survival of the company, and Zhuo Yingxian couldn't afford to gamble. She mobilized all her resources to thoroughly investigate Xiao Chen, until nightfall, when the assistant returned. The relevant information was finally gathered in Zhuo Yingxuan's hands. A true rural person, studied information computing engineering in university. After graduation, he made a living by delivering takeout and driving for Didi to support his girlfriend, Chunrong. As a result, Chunrong cheated on him. Looking at the messages in his hands, Zhuo Yingxuan's face was filled with disbelief. How could someone like this possess so many classic pieces of jewelry? She turned to the assistant and asked what Xiao Chen had done this afternoon. Shopping, the assistant replied, handing Zhuo Yingxian a list. 4-piece bedding set. 2 sets were bought. 6 sets of sportswear, 6 pairs of sneakers, a few pairs of underwear and toiletries. Then there were instant noodles, ham, bread, biscuits, spicy strips, mineral water, self-heating pots, etc. What surprised Zhuo Yingxian the most was that Xiao Chen actually bought 200 steam buns. In total, he only spent a few thousand yuan. Truly a rural person. Even with money, he didn't understand luxury. Quality is precious. Such a person must be completely bound to Yingxiang Jewelry. Otherwise, if taken away by competitors, Yingxiang Jewelry might be completely destroyed. But how to operate it? Zhuo Yingxian fell into hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Chen was already lying in bed. Tomorrow at 7. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen would have to get up to search for food, so he had to sleep early. Before 6 o'clock, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. First, he checked the supplies in his space. It was full. Xiao Chen took out the packed food from the hotel and ate his fill. After drinking 2 gin of water, he planned to go out. However, at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Xiao Chen checked with his spiritual sense. It was a frail girl, probably around 15 or 16 years old. Very thin. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she was skin and bones. The key was that this girl also showed obvious fatigue. Even knocking on the door seemed to take a lot of effort. However, her eyes were very bright, round, and seemingly able to speak. In another life, she would be a porcelain doll-like little princess, loved by many. But in the apocalypse, she was even worse off than a beggar. Xiao Chen didn't know this person and frowned slightly. But considering that this was inside a barrier with Wu Guei stationed, others should not dare to act recklessly. He still opened the door. Indifferently, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Big brother, I'm hungry. Can you give me some food?" The girl weakly asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. "The food that came has already been given to Manager Wu. I have nothing left," Xiao Chen replied. "You have," the girl said. "I just smelled a feast. It smells better than what I ate before the apocalypse." Swish. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. His hand had already gripped the knife handle. An innocent man bearing the burden of guilt. He had a space that hid an unknown amount of food. Before his strength reached a certain level, he couldn't let others know. He thought about killing her to silence her. The girl noticed this and anxiously said, "Big brother, don't kill me. Even if you don't give me food, I won't tell anyone. Please don't kill me." As she spoke, the girl knelt down before Xiao Chen. Seeing the fear and pity flickering in her eyes, Xiao Chen's heart softened. He pulled the girl into the room, slammed the door shut, and locked it. Then he picked up a kitchen knife and held it to the girl's neck. Coldly, he said, "Tell me, how did you know I have food?" "I smelled it." The girl said, "After the apocalypse began, I awakened my ability. I'm a barrier master. As long as something happens within my barrier, I can sense it, especially the smell of food, which I can smell clearly." "You are a barrier master?" Xiao Chen didn't believe it. Barrier masters were crucial to Wu Guei. "How could he let you starve like this?" "Crucial?" The girl scoffed bitterly. "I'm just his tool. Barrier masters can only create barriers, but have no combat power. If I encounter zombies, they'll definitely eat me. So I can only rely on Wu Guei. He gives me food every day, but it's only enough to keep me from starving to death. And I have to help him set up barriers every night. Big brother, can you give me some food? I haven't eaten anything delicious in a long time. Just one bite. I can trade you with awakening pills. I have a lot." As she spoke, the girl took out a small bottle from her pocket. The bottle was filled with awakening pills. It looked like they were all level 1, with at least 60 or 70 of them. Wait a minute. Xiao Chen suddenly realized. When he checked with his spiritual sense earlier, he hadn't detected any awakening pills. In fact, he hadn't even seen inside the girl's clothes. Could it be that she can shield her spiritual sense? This is a treasure. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He had to take her away. Just then, a loudspeaker sounded outside. It was already 6 o'clock. Everyone get up quickly. After getting ready, at 7, they would set off to search for supplies. Anyone who dares to slack off will be killed without mercy. It was Wu Gui's voice. He was waking everyone on each floor, urging them to help him find food. "Do you want to escape?" Xiao Chen asked the girl. "What did you say?" Zhou Qingyu was startled and quickly covered Xiao Chen's mouth, whispering a reminder. "How can you say such things? If Wu Gui hears you, he will definitely kill you." "What about you?" Xiao Chen asked. "Won't he kill you?" "No." Zhou Qingyu shook her head. "Barrier masters are very rare. Without my protection, they can't sleep peacefully at night. They need me." Confirmed. This girl indeed had no ill intentions towards him. She simply wanted to eat delicious food. Otherwise, just based on that earlier sentence about escaping, she could have reported it to Wu Gui and had him kill Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen then said seriously, "What I said is true. Wu Gui only sees you as a tool, not even giving you enough food to eat. Why not escape and follow me?" "You?" Zhou Qingyu shook her head again. "Forget it. You just arrived last night and took 2 awakening pills without awakening your ability. Following you, you'll surely be killed by zombies sooner or later. Even if by chance you don't encounter zombies, how long can your hidden food last to sustain me? In the end, wouldn't I just starve to death?" Xiao Chen said nothing, instead taking out a white steamed bun from his space. Space ability. Zhou Qingyu's mouth dropped open in shock. "You are actually a space ability user." "Eat," Xiao Chen said. "Do you believe me now?" While chewing on the steamed bun, Zhou Qingyu nodded, her eyes sparkling with stars. Space abilities can hide a lot of food, even for a level 1 awakened person. Plus, with the food they could search for in the building, they should be able to survive longer than with Wu Gui. After all, Wu Gui only gave her 1 piece of bread a day, but expected her to use her ability to protect the shelter every night. She would be drained sooner or later. It would be better to take a chance with this space ability user in front of her. Xiao Chen was also generous, taking out a portion of salmon, 2 steamed buns, a bag of spicy strips, and a bottle of mineral water. Zhou Qingyu, like a hungry wolf, dove in and ate with grease dripping from her mouth. Then the two began to discuss an escape plan. With just the 2 of them, even if they managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to deal with the zombies outside. So they needed to find another awakened person skilled in combat. Xiao Chen's team had 10 people, but only 2 awakened ones. One was the captain, Yubo, a combat type. The other was Cheng Haitao, a hearing type awakened person who could hear everything. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen took a deep breath. Wouldn't his conversation with Zhou Qingyu have already fallen into Cheng Haitao's ears? It seems that Xiao Chen understood Xiao Qingyu's thoughts. With a smile, she said, "Brother Xiao, I'm a level 2 barrier master. Our conversation is within the barrier, and outsiders cannot hear us unless their level is higher than mine." Xiao Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, this also taught him a lesson. In the apocalypse, the awakened abilities are varied and strange. He must be cautious in the future, or he might find himself in trouble. Of course, the most important thing is to improve his strength. In the face of absolute strength, any petty character will have no place to hide. Now, he has the 63 awakening pills given by Xiao Qingyu, but he has no time to consume them. Moreover, he does not have any level 2 awakening pills to raise his strength to level 2. He needs to hunt level 2 zombies or trade with others. All of this requires getting rid of Wu Gui, run away, and find someone to shelter him. He has returned to square one. Yubo is one of the 5 people Xiao Chen had focused on earlier. A male in his 30s, wearing glasses, looking quite refined. Yet he is clearly an awakened, one who suppressed himself in front of Wu Gui yesterday. He is quite cunning and should be hard to win over. He could try to win over Sister Yao. Xiao Qingyu said, "Although I have no combat power, I am very important to Wu Gui. He wouldn't want me to die outside. If I go out to relax, he will definitely send someone to protect me." Sister Yao's awakened ability is invisibility, which is very suitable for protection. In the past, I always went out with Sister Yao. This time should be no exception. Moreover, Sister Yao is very kind-hearted. She has long disapproved of Wu Gui's actions. She can only follow Wu Gui because she has no ability to protect herself. If she finds out you are a space ability user and have stored a lot of food, she will definitely follow you. Xiao Chen did not speak, but stared intently at Xiao Qingyu. Not only is she a barrier master, but her thinking is also so sharp. He really struck gold. "Brother Xiao, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have flowers on my face?" Xiao Qingyu felt a bit awkward under his gaze and touched her face to ask. "It's good to have you." Xiao Chen patted her shoulder and said, "Let's do as you said. I will go out first to meet Yubo and the others." "Good to have me? What does that mean? Could it be that Brother Xiao is infatuated with me at first sight? But I am not even an adult yet. However, it's not impossible. The apocalypse has already come. Who cares about laws? If I could experience being a real woman before I die, it wouldn't be in vain." Xiao Qingyu thought secretly. If Xiao Chen knew this girl's thoughts, he would definitely give her a scolding for being precocious. With Wu Gui's wake-up service, the team gathered very smoothly. By 6:30, everyone had appeared in the hall on the first floor. There were more than 100 of them. They stood neatly in teams. Xiao Chen noticed that besides the 61 people who had come yesterday, most of the others had injuries to varying degrees. The bandaging was very simple, just strips of cloth wrapped around them. Blood seeped through the cloth, adding a touch of ferocity. Moreover, other teams rarely had enough members. Most had 3 to 5 people. One team even had only 1 person, with bloodied bandages wrapped around his arms and legs, and a wound on his face that looked fierce. When Xiao Chen was sizing him up, the man seemed to sense it and turned to glare at Xiao Chen. His gaze was sharp, making Xiao Chen take an involuntary step back. Then the man turned his head away and ignored Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen secretly patted his chest. This person is ruthless. He needs to be avoided. At this moment, Wu Gui stepped forward and explained some rules. In fact, there was only one point. Each team must bring back 3 pounds of food. Otherwise, even if they returned, there would be no food to eat. Then he introduced Xiao Chen as an important person who needed protection while going out to relax. Any team that encounters her must do their utmost to ensure her safety. Those who contribute will be rewarded. Immediately, the older teams extended olive branches towards Xiao Chen, hoping she would join them. But Xiao Chen refused all of them and walked straight towards the team where Xiao Chen was. Yubo frowned slightly. Isn't this offending the older generation right after he arrived? But when he saw a man and a woman following Xiao Chen, he said nothing more. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, felt a bit bitter inside. Wasn't it agreed that only Sister Yao would be with him? Why was there an extra man? He didn't dare to guarantee a 100 success in winning over one person, let alone 2. But he also understood that this couldn't be blamed on Xiao Chen. It must be Wu Guwei who was worried about Xiao Chen's safety and deliberately strengthened her protection. He could only take it one step at a time. As Wu Guwei shouted to depart, the older teams rushed out of the bathing center, hurrying towards their destination. The newcomers, however, looked confused. Where should they go? Chapter 9. Targeted nearby buildings have been completely swept clean. Xiao Chen kindly reminded them, if you want to complete the task before dark, you need to go to a farther place. It takes at least half an hour to walk. Thank you, the leaders said and left with their teams. Yubo also joined them. After dispersing, he quietly asked, we are all from Green Garden Community, so we should have some understanding of the East District. Does anyone know where food might be stored? Xiao Chen, you go first. After all, you brought out the most food yesterday. You must have experience. When the apocalypse came, I happened to be in a supermarket and grabbed some food, Xiao Chen said lightly. Plus, I usually eat less, so I store more. After the fog descended, I haven't even left my house, so I don't know where there is food and can't be of much help. But if the team leader specifies a direction, I will do my best to search. Yubo clearly wanted to place the blame for not finding food on him, but Xiao Chen would not fall for it. Yubo looked deeply at Xiao Chen, but said nothing more. At this moment, others proposed, let's go to Chongning Street. There is a logistics warehouse there. The fog descended in the morning, and the goods had just arrived but had not been distributed. There might be a lot of food. Okay, let's go to Chongning Street. Yubo decided, not forgetting to say ominously, now we are all one unit. If one suffers, we all suffer, and if one thrives, we all thrive. Therefore, we must work together and cannot have selfishness. Otherwise, if I find out, I will not spare you. While saying this, Yubo glanced at Xiao Chen. In the apocalypse, food is more precious than silver. Everyone is not familiar with Wu Guwei. How could they possibly take all the food with them when they leave? Unless, for him, that food is just a drop in the bucket. This is a fat sheep. When the time comes, I will slaughter it as a courtesy. After deciding, everyone set off towards Chongning Street. Just after walking for more than 5 minutes, Deputy Captain Cheng Haitao stopped everyone. There are 3 zombies 50 meters ahead. Let's take a detour. How do you know? Someone asked. Even Yubo looked at Cheng Haitao. My awakened ability is wind listening, which allows me to hear sounds within a 50-meter radius, Cheng Haitao explained. Zombies do not breathe, but their footsteps are very heavy, and I can distinguish them. If we go south from here, there is a small road that also leads to Chongning Street, but it will take a bit more time. Xiao Chen was quite surprised. Wind listening can actually distinguish zombies. If he could absorb this person into his group, it would help avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Cheng Haitao continued, everyone, although I really want to help everyone detect the zombies' locations, I am also just a person. Yesterday, I awakened my abilities after eating just half a piece of moldy steam bun. I'm hungry. With my stamina, I can only scan once. To scan again, I must eat something. Does anyone have food they can share with me? Once we find more food, I will return what I took. Cheng Haitao looked at everyone, and everyone lowered their heads. After looking around, no one took out any food. Xiao Chen, give him a bag of instant noodles. Yuba finally ordered Xiao Chen to step up. I don't have any either, Xiao Chen said bitterly. I gave all my food to Manager Wu yesterday. Xiao Chen, Yuba raised his voice. I know you have food stashed away. When I passed by your room yesterday, I heard you sneaking food. We are a team now, and Cheng Haitao's abilities can help us avoid casualties. Besides, if you provide food now, we will return it to you once we find more. Why are you unwilling? Do you want to leave our group and go solo? If it weren't for my lack of strength, Xiao Chen would have wanted to slap him. Why does he always target me? He really does want to go solo. The key is that he hasn't found the right opportunity yet. After some consideration, Xiao Chen chose to protect himself. He slowly pulled a white steamed bun from his pocket and handed it to Cheng Haitao, then said to Yuba, "Captain, remember what you said? You must return it to me as soon as we find supplies." Of course, Yuba patted his shoulder in assurance. This guy is truly a fat sheep. Establish a good relationship first, then we can take advantage later. Thank you. Cheng Haitao bit into the steamed bun, his words unclear. Behind them, Wang Yao shook her head at the scene. Is this it? He can't even protect a steamed bun and still thinks he can win me over? What a big face. He can only fool a little girl like Qingyu. He needs to be taught a lesson. The others watched Cheng Haitao eat greedily, unable to help but swallow. Fortunately, Yuba said there was a large amount of food waiting for them ahead. A glimpse of hope shifted everyone's focus, making them rush forward like mad. With Cheng Haitao acting as a human radar, they indeed did not encounter any zombies along the way. Half an hour later, they arrived at Chongning Street and found a logistics warehouse. Yuba assigned tasks. As the captain and the only combat strength in the team, he was responsible for guarding the gate and fending off zombies, while everyone else went inside the warehouse to look for food. He even thoughtfully handed out a transparent plastic bag to each person for the convenient storage of supplies, as if he was afraid others wouldn't see through his ulterior motives. No one dared to voice any objections. Once inside the warehouse, they split up to search. The warehouse was very large, and even with so many people searching together, it would take half a day to go through it all. Xiao Chen planned to take the awakening pill during this opportunity. With the connection to his previous self, he would need to search for supplies. Improving his strength was the key. So, after entering, Xiao Chen headed straight for the office. No one would go there. However, just as he was about to close the door, he found that it seemed to be blocked by something, and he couldn't close it no matter what. The critical part was that when he looked down, he didn't see any objects. Not good. Xiao Chen thought of his invisibility ability, and all the hairs on his body stood on end. He quickly stepped back, but it was too late. A cold dagger was pressed against his throat. Following that, a cool voice came. "Don't move, or I'll kill you." As the voice spoke, a beautiful woman with a ponytail appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen recognized her. She was Wang Yao, the bodyguard of Zhou Qingyu. She was the one who gave him the awakening pill at the bath center lobby yesterday. "Wang Yao, I already promised to take Zhou Qingyu away. We are on the same side. Why are you treating me like this?" Xiao Chen questioned unhappily. "Oof." Wang Yao snorted. "You can fool Qingyu, but you won't fool me. How can someone who can't even protect their own bun expect us to serve you? I'll kill you today to prevent Qingyu from thinking of escaping. Although Wu Gui is a jerk, he can find food. If we follow him, we can survive for a long time." "Following you." Wang Yao couldn't finish her words. She looked to the side, her eyes nearly popping out. It was as if she had discovered a new world. She stood there in a daze, saliva dripping down her chin. "Do you still think I'm lying?" Xiao Chen had been paying attention to Wang Yao's changing expressions. Seeing that she was genuinely shocked, he straightened his chest and said proudly, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. The food stored in my space can last you 2 or 3 years without any problem." "How big is your space?" Wang Yao asked instinctively. "It's a secret," Xiao Chen replied. "Do you have any level 2 awakening pills?" "Give me one." "No," Wang Yao shook her head. "I'm not at the stage to break through yet, and Wu Gui wouldn't give me a level 2 awakening pill. Can it kill a level 2 zombie?" Xiao Chen asked again. "Very difficult," Wang Yao said bitterly. "What a waste." Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for Qingyu strongly recommending you, someone like you wouldn't even qualify to join me. Get out and find a way to get a level 2 awakening pill. Don't affect me here. "Yes," Wang Yao replied respectfully like a subordinate. Then she obediently exited the office, even closing the door behind her. However, after taking a few steps, Wang Yao felt something was off. No matter how I put it, I'm a level 1 invisibility awakener. Killing Xiao Chen would be easy. Why am I being ordered around by him? Is it because he has more supplies? It can't be. I'm doing this for Qingyu's sake. Why does Qingyu trust this bastard so much? Yes, that's it. I'm not coveting his steamed bun. I just need to figure out how to escape with Qingyu. Zhou Yunlong is Wu Gui's close buddy. They're as good as brothers. He would betray Wu Gui. Moreover, Zhou Yunlong's strength has reached the point of breaking through. Unless I attack him by surprise, I wouldn't stand a chance against him. Even if I did attack by surprise, I would only have one opportunity. If I missed, I would either be dead or injured. But I have never killed anyone with these delicate hands. What should I do? Wang Yao was in a dilemma. Little thing, I can't deal with you now. Xiao Chen felt smug in the office. Wang Yao's invisibility skill was incredibly effective. Even his spiritual sense couldn't detect her. In a confrontation, it would definitely be effective. With such an ally, the safety factor would increase significantly. Of course, the most important thing was still his own strength. So after locking the door, Xiao Chen took out the awakening pills. He directly threw one into his mouth. After digesting it, he followed with a second and a third. Xiao Chen consumed a total of 56 pills before touching the threshold for advancement. He could feel it. Continuing to take level 1 awakening pills would have no effect. To break through, he could only use level 2 awakening pills. Unfortunately, there were none available at the moment. But that's okay. After the upgrade, Xiao Chen's strength had increased significantly. First of all, his spiritual sense had expanded to 50 meters. Even sitting in the office, he could see everything around him clearly. Secondly, his strength. Xiao Chen hadn't compared himself with anyone, so he didn't know how strong he was. But he could feel it. Killing a cow was no different from killing a chicken before. However, his space hadn't increased at all. It seemed it would only expand after breaking through. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. With his previous self constantly providing supplies, it would be hard to starve him. Through his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen saw that everyone had searched the warehouse thoroughly. He didn't dare to slack off and quickly ate some food to replenish his energy. Then he took out 2 sausages, a bag of instant noodles, and 2 pieces of biscuits, putting them into a plastic bag. Only then did he open the door and swagger outside. At that moment, everyone had gathered at the entrance. Xiao Chen noticed the plastic bags in their hands, and the food looked pitifully scarce. Either they had crushed biscuits or moldy bread. Some even had a bun with bite marks all over it. It was clear that after finding food, everyone had eaten it themselves first. Yu Bo's face was as dark as coal, wishing he could kill all these people. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was thoughtful, bringing out so much food to at least fill their stomachs. Yu Bo snatched the food from Xiao Chen's hands. Just as he was about to eat, he was stopped by someone. "Shut up," Zhou Yunlong said coldly. "These are supplies from the shelter. If you dare to enjoy them privately, I'll kill you right now." While Yu Bo was stunned, Zhou Yunlong rushed forward, snatching the plastic bag away. He then took out the instant noodles, tore the bag open, and started eating. "Zhou Yunlong, what are you doing?" Wang Yao said incredulously. "This is the supply for Yu Bo's team. If you eat it, how will they report to Manager Wu? That's their own business. What does it have to do with me?" Zhou Yunlong said matter-of-factly, "Besides, I protected them all the way. Shouldn't they show me some respect?" "You." Wang Yao was so angry she laughed. Protection? They hadn't encountered a single zombie along the way, and he hadn't even lifted a finger. How could he claim protection? Moreover, he was protecting Qingyu. Xiao Chen sneered inwardly. It was just as he thought. People were selfish. Everyone found food to fill their stomachs first and only gave a little to the public afterward. Yu Bo wanted to gain something for nothing. Little did he know, while the mantis stalks the cicada, the oriole is behind. In the end, it benefited Zhou Yunlong, and Yu Bo ended up with nothing. If he stirred up some trouble, he might be able to create chaos. In murky waters, it's easy to catch fish. Resolving to act, Xiao Chen tugged at Yu Bo's sleeve. "Captain, Manager Wu said that if we don't find enough food before dark, we won't be allowed into the shelter. Without the barrier for protection, we'll all be eaten by zombies. Zhou Yunlong is not just stealing our rations, he's stealing our lives. Can you tolerate that? He's just a first-level awakener. With so many of us, can we not take him down? Anyway, he was in the wrong first. With Zhou, Qingyu, and the others as witnesses, even if we killed him, Manager Wu probably wouldn't say anything." Yu Bo glanced at Zhou Qingyu, and seeing her nod, he gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Zhou Yunlong, if you know what's good for you, return the food to us now. Otherwise, we'll take action." "Huh?" Xiao Yunlong sneered. "You think you can threaten me with just you lot? Go." Yu Bo shouted angrily, clenching his fists and charging forward. The others also rolled up their sleeves and moved forward. Protecting food was everyone's responsibility, and besides, they had the advantage in numbers, coupled with the newfound strength from eating. They felt emboldened. Xiao Chen quietly retreated a few steps and approached Wang Yao. He whispered, "Sister Yao, it's your turn to act. Kill Xiao Yunlong." Wang Yao hesitated. Xiao Chen then said seriously, "This is our only chance to escape. It's a matter of life and death. Don't mess it up." Wang Yao finally nodded. Using her abilities, she concealed her presence. Zhou Yunlong was indeed strong. Even facing 9 people, he still held his ground. In fact, if given another minute, he could win. Just then, a dagger appeared and pierced his thigh. "Ah!" Zhou Yunlong screamed and fell to the ground. "Wang Yao, you dare to sneak attack me?" Before he could finish his sentence, Yu Bo seized the opportunity of his fall and punched him in the face, silencing him. After snatching the food, he still felt unsatisfied and kicked Zhou Yunlong several times. Yu Bo was also a first-level strength-type awakener and fueled by his anger. His kicks broke 2 of Zhou Yunlong's ribs and 1 arm. Zhou Yunlong struggled to get up, pointing at Yu Bo and the others coldly. "Good. You all are very good. This matter isn't over. I will definitely tell Manager Wu and ask him to seek justice for me." After leaving that harsh word, Zhou Yunlong turned to leave. "Leave? Do you have my permission?" Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he gripped a kitchen knife and stealthily followed him. What is he going to do? Everyone was puzzled. Chapter 11. Leaving the team, Xiao Chen demonstrated the truth with his actions. As he approached Zhou Yunlong, he showed no hesitation and swung the knife at his neck. With a single stroke, he ended Zhou Yunlong's life. Zhou Yunlong struggled to turn his head, just managing to see Xiao Chen's true face. The corpse then fell to the ground, eyes wide open, unable to close them. How dare he? Yu Bo and the others gasped in shock. Even as the team leader and a first-level strength-type awakener, he wouldn't dare to actually kill someone. Xiao Chen, a mere ordinary person, how could he face death so calmly? Unfortunately, no one had the answer for him. Wang Yao was also shocked, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Chen. Wasn't this guy a space-type awakener? How could he be so strong? He actually killed the about-to-break-through Zhou Yunlong with 1 blow. He had been hiding his strength, Wang Yao concluded. But instead of panicking, she felt a bit delighted. The stronger Xiao Chen was, the greater their chance of surviving independently without Wu Gui. Xiao Chen put away the knife and rummaged through Zhou Yunlong's body, finding a bag of instant noodles, 2 biscuits, and a sausage. The rest of the good stuff was naturally stored in his space. Upon seeing the food, Yu Bo immediately showed a greedy expression. "Xiao Chen, these foods should be confiscated." "Confiscated?" Xiao Chen laughed coldly. "Captain Yu, I killed him, so why should it be confiscated? Do you want to take the blame for murder?" Yu Bo was momentarily speechless. Zhou Yunlong was sent to protect Zhou Qingyu, definitely a confidant of Wu Gui. He couldn't bear that responsibility. He could only snort coldly and say, "Xiao Chen, if you dare to kill Zhou Yunlong, be prepared to face Manager Wu's wrath. I hope you won't drag us down with you. After all, we're just taking back what originally belonged to us, while you're the real murderer. Don't worry. I will bear the consequences alone. I won't implicate you," Xiao Chen said dismissively. Facing Wu Gui's wrath? Would he be afraid? Until he had enough strength, he wouldn't return to the bath center. By the time Wu Gui found him, he might already be a 2nd-level awakener and even cultivate Wang Yao into a 2nd-level awakener. Who would ultimately prevail was still uncertain. Therefore, when Yu Bo ordered everyone to continue searching for food, Xiao Chen suggested, "Searching like this, even if we find food for 2 days, we won't be able to complete the task. I suggest we break down the task and assign it to individuals. A total of 3 pounds of food, divided among individuals, each only needs to find 3 taels of food. It's actually not too much, a bun with 2 biscuits. Let's split up now and gather here before dark. Anyone who doesn't find enough will be kicked out of the team." "No way." Before anyone else could speak, Yu Bo rejected it outright. What if someone found more food and ate it? It's better for everyone to search together. They would supervise each other, and no one would dare to steal food. Moreover, if they split up, they wouldn't be safe without my protection. How long would it take to find 3 pounds of food if they stayed concentrated together? Xiao Chen said helplessly, "No matter how you divide, I will still search alone. Once I find enough, I will complete today's task." After saying that, Xiao Chen turned and left. Sooner or later, he would have to escape, and this would be a chance to slip away without raising suspicion. However, Yu Bo did not comply with his wishes and called out to Cheng Haitao, Chung Haitao. Follow Xiao Chen. If he dares to hide things from Captain Yu. Even if he does, I can't beat him. Chung Haitao bitterly replied, you should follow him yourself. Follow what? How much food can he find alone? Naturally, it's better to find food with a group. Yu Bo said with a stern face. I didn't ask you to fight him. Just report back truthfully when you return. Fine. Chung Haitao had no choice but to follow Xiao Chen. Upon seeing Chung Haitao, Xiao Chen's lips curved into a smile. He was worried about how to recruit Chung Haitao, but unexpectedly, Yu Bo sent him right to his doorstep. What a stroke of luck. Xiao Chen instructed, Chung Haitao, check if Yu Bo and the others have gone far. Huh? Chung Haitao was taken aback. Xiao Chen, are you asking me to use my ability to detect Yu Bo? Isn't that a waste? We should be looking for food first. Just do as I say. Xiao Chen said, don't forget, you still owe me a bun. Oh, fine. Chung Haitao reluctantly agreed. After all, he had eaten Xiao Chen's bun. However, considering that using his abilities drained too much energy, Chung Haitao mustered the courage to say, Xiao Chen, I've used my abilities too many times today. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen handed him the food he had just taken from Zhou Yunlong. Eat. Is this for me? Chung Haitao was somewhat surprised. Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. Eat well to work hard. You're not bad. Chung Haitao smiled and said, in our team from now on, I'll take care of you. Seeing the food, Chung Haitao no longer hesitated and used his ability to monitor Yu Bo and the others. Xiao Chen, they have already left my monitoring range. Now let's search for zombies. Xiao Chen said, there are no zombies nearby. Chung Haitao replied, we can safely search for supplies now. What supplies? Xiao Chen said irritably. We're returning to the logistics warehouse to practice. Practice? Chung Haitao was stunned. Practice what? Naturally, to take the awakening pill to enhance our strength. Xiao Chen said, Sister Yao, you come first. We'll break through the barrier in one go, and then we'll go kill second-level zombies. Okay, Wang Yao nodded. Finally, they could enhance their strength without worrying about hunger. It seemed that following Xiao Chen was indeed a better choice. Xiao Chen then took Wang Yao and Zhou Qingyu back to the logistics warehouse, leaving Chung Haitao alone in confusion. Practice? Kill second-level zombies? What is all this? Chung Haitao was bewildered, but he was just a sound awakener, with no combat power, unable to protect himself. To survive, he had to follow Xiao Chen. Although he didn't know what ability Xiao Chen had awakened, he could kill Zhou Yunlong without blinking. One could assume his strength was not simple. Moreover, his task was to monitor Xiao Chen. If he returned to find Yu Bo now, he would at least get beaten up. Thinking of this, Chung Haitao shook his head and caught up with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen ignored him. Upon entering the warehouse, he found an unoccupied office. Xiao Chen directly took out 20 buns, a large bottle of mineral water, and 10 bags of spicy strips from his space. Sister Yao, after you enhance, eat these to replenish your energy. We'll protect you outside. Are these all for me? Even though Wang Yao had seen Xiao Chen's wealth, she was still shocked by this generosity. 20 buns. Even Wu Guwei, as the leader of the refuge, wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. I said it before. Xiao Chen said proudly, follow me, and I'll guarantee you have enough to eat at every meal. Without giving Wang Yao a chance to thank him, Xiao Chen took the others and left the office, sitting outside to guard. Big brother Xiao, can I have a spicy strip? Zhou Qingyu asked hopefully. Sure. Xiao Chen readily took out a bag of spicy strips and handed it to Zhou Qingyu. Zhou Qingyu was instantly overjoyed. She tore open the bag, took out one strip, looked at it for a long time, and just couldn't bear to eat it. She merely licked one end and then put it back in the bag. What are you doing? Xiao Chen said helplessly. Since you followed me, you'll have plenty to eat. Are you trying to make me look stingy? Really plenty? Zhou Qingyu couldn't believe it. Swish. Xiao Chen took out 10 more bags of spicy strips and handed them to Zhou Qingyu. Eat freely. If you want anything in the future, just tell me. Thank you, big brother Xiao. Zhou Qingyu could no longer contain her excitement and hugged Xiao Chen's neck, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Big brother Xiao, I want to eat too. Chung Haitao, suppressing the urge to rush forward and grab some, was drooling. Chapter 12. Hunting second-level zombies want to eat? Xiao Chen asked. Chung Haitao nodded frantically. Do you dare to eat? Xiao Chen sneered. Eating my stuff means you stand with me. And do you know what we are about to do? Chung Haitao was not a fool. On the contrary, He was very smart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately shown his abilities to ask for buns. Plus, with Xiao Chen publicly killing Zhou Yunlong, it didn't take long for him to figure it out. Xiao Chen was planning to go against Wu Guwei. Cheng Haitao immediately started calculating in his mind. There were pros and cons. Pros. First, Xiao Chen had food. Although he didn't know how much exactly or where it was hidden, the fact that he could casually give Wang Yao 20 buns, a large bucket of water, and 10 bags of spicy strips showed that Xiao Chen was very wealthy. Moreover, Xiao Chen's attitude was very confident, as if he had endless resources. Aligning with him should ensure he wouldn't starve to death. Second, Xiao Chen had won over Zhou Qingyu. She was a barrier master. With her around, they could sleep soundly at night. If one's abilities weren't strong, and they didn't eat well or rest properly, even if they weren't killed by zombies, their bodies would eventually break down. Cons, there was only one. Xiao Chen only had 2 people by his side. Seemingly only Wang Yao was a combat-type awakener. Whether facing Wu Guwei or zombies, they could only run away. If they were surrounded, it would be a dead end. Weighing the pros and cons, Cheng Haitao chose to align with Xiao Chen. His reasoning was very simple. Following Wu Guwei meant starving 3 meals a day and having to go out on missions, which was equally risky. And now, in the apocalypse, no one could guarantee how long they would live. He would rather be a full ghost than starve to death. Cheng Haitao admitted that he was conquered by the buns. Having made up his mind, Cheng Haitao solemnly said to Xiao Chen, "Big brother Xiao, as long as you don't mind me, I will follow you from now on. You tell me to go east, I will definitely not go west. What if I ask you to kill Wu Guwei?" Xiao Chen asked. "So it's really going against Wu Guwei?" Cheng Haitao bitterly replied, "Big brother Xiao, please don't make fun of me. Even if I had that intention, I don't have the strength." Xiao Chen didn't mind. The reason he asked was to make it clear to Cheng Haitao that he and Wu Guwei were not on the same side. Since Cheng Haitao had made a choice, Xiao Chen was not stingy. He handed him 3 buns and said, "This is a welcome gift. After you eat your fill, we will start working. I don't keep idle people here." "Work?" Cheng Haitao was taken aback, then showed a disappointed expression. But since he had already made a choice, he could only grit his teeth and say, "I understand. I'll go search for food now." "What do you need food for?" Xiao Chen said helplessly. "Your job is to spread out your abilities and monitor the surroundings. No matter what happens, you must report to me in a timely manner." "Is that all?" Cheng Haitao asked in surprise. "Just doing this. Can you manage my food and drink for a day?" "Of course not," Xiao Chen said. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Once on Xiao Chen's pirate ship, who knows how he would be mistreated. However, Xiao Chen continued, "Because your awakened ability is the listening ear, monitoring your surroundings is your primary job. If you do this well, I will provide you with 3 steamed buns a day. Moreover, I won't restrict your freedom. When the team doesn't need you to exert effort all the time, you can also look for supplies. Everything you find belongs to you. If you come across gold, silver, jewelry, or money, you can exchange them with me for food. 20,000 for a steamed bun, with no upper limit. Additionally, I will provide you with as many awakening pills as you need for promotion." This is not bragging. There are still some of the more than 60 awakening pills provided by Zhou Qingyu, and I just received over 100 from Zhou Yunlong. That's enough for Cheng Haitao. Furthermore, Wang Yao has nearly 100 first-level awakening pills. Once everyone's strength grows, we can go kill zombies and get even more awakening pills. In the apocalypse, this stuff is far cheaper than food. Brother Xiao is impressive. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's introduction, Cheng Haitao's eyes lit up. "Don't flatter me," Xiao Chen said seriously. "Keep a close watch on your surroundings and don't let anything go wrong." "Yes," Cheng Haitao nodded respectfully. He spread out his abilities, perked up his ears, and listened carefully. Xiao Chen also expanded his consciousness, monitoring any movements within a 50-meter radius. Double insurance. 2 hours later, the office door opened. Wang Yao walked out. Everyone turned around and was immediately stunned. Wang Yao was already good-looking and had a great figure. At this moment, she seemed to radiate a soft glow, appearing extremely divine. Of course, this was not what Xiao Chen was focused on. In the apocalypse, what good is a beautiful woman? The priority is to think about how to survive. Xiao Chen stood up and asked straightforwardly, "Sister Yao, how is it? Can you be promoted to 2nd level?" "No." Wang Yao shook her head. To upgrade to the second level, one must consume second-level awakening pills. I don't have any right now. However, my strength has improved a lot, especially the invisibility time, which has increased from half a minute to 2 minutes now. 2 minutes may not be long, but once Wang Yao becomes invisible, she can avoid detection and should easily be able to eliminate opponents of the same level. Even against Wu Gui, she could potentially kill him by surprise. One more means of self-preservation. But thinking of Wang Yao's mercy towards Zhou Yunlong, Xiao Chen frowned and reminded her, "Sister Yao, you are now the strongest fighter in our team. You must remember that your mercy not only harms your own interests, but can even lead to our deaths alongside you. I don't want to see another situation like Zhou Yunlong's." Yes, Wang Yao clenched her fist and said apologetically, "There one TB next time." Choosing Xiao Chen means Wu Gui is our enemy. We must not show mercy to enemies. Wang Yao silently vowed, her nails digging into her palm. Xiao Chen's consciousness picked up on this and quickly changed the subject. Now that Sister Yao and I have both touched the threshold, and Qingyu has already stepped into the second level, we all need second-level awakening pills. So, let us go hunt second-level zombies. Huh? Cheng Haitao was taken aback. Brother Xiao, can we take on second-level zombies? If there's only one, we should be able to handle it. Xiao Chen said, "If there are too many, we will have to retreat. Then let us go to the seafood market," Wang Yao suggested. "I heard that there are the most zombies at the seafood market. Let us check around there and see if we can encounter a lone second-level zombie." Good. With the directions set, Xiao Chen made the decision. The four of them headed towards the seafood market. Of course, they didn't forget to pick up items along the way. Food was hard to find, but they could still come across some gold, silver, jewelry, and cash. For example, Cheng Haitao found 3 necklaces, 10 rings, 20 pairs of earrings, and over 50,000 in cash. Xiao Chen and the others also picked up a few items. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and immediately set a price to exchange them for steamed buns and other food. Cheng Haitao was exceptionally excited as he ate and stored them away. Wang Yao, having just eaten her fill, stored her food with Xiao Chen for easy access. Zhou Qingyu followed suit. Xiao Chen had no objections. Occupying just a little space for such valuable items was simply like pulling off a heist. Only a fool wouldn't do it. The only issue with space was limited, just 1 cubic meter. He needed to quickly upgrade to the second level to expand his space. After walking and stopping for nearly 40 minutes, they finally arrived near the seafood market. "Brother Xiao, I found a second-level zombie." As soon as they got close, Cheng Haitao pointed ahead excitedly. "There's a second-level zombie in that shop along with 3 first-level zombies. Should we take action?" Chapter 13. Oh no, that zombie is leveling up. In fact, Xiao Chen had also seen it. Moreover, it was just 1 second-level zombie. But 2. From Wu Gui, Xiao Chen had gained some understanding of zombies. First-level zombies are the most common type, black all over and as hard as iron, hence named black iron zombies. Second-level zombies emit a yellowish copper glow, referred to as copper zombies. Third level are silver zombies, and fourth level are gold zombies. The fifth level is still unknown to Wu Gui. Through his consciousness, Xiao Chen saw the 3 black iron zombies and 1 copper zombie rummaging for food, grabbing rotten things and shoving them into their mouths. The other copper zombie was much quieter. It stood there, seemingly in a daze or deep in thought. Xiao Chen didn't give the order immediately, but turned to Cheng Haitao and asked, "How do you distinguish between black iron and copper zombies? Their footsteps sound different." Cheng Haitao replied, "Copper zombies are much heavier on their feet than black iron zombies. What if they don't move?" Cheng Haitao forced a smile. "If they don't move, they won't make any sound, and I naturally won't hear them." "Then you're responsible for monitoring this area." Xiao Chen thought for a moment and instructed, "If any zombies come for support, quickly relay the information to us, and we'll make a quick escape. Qingyu, set up a barrier. Envelop the area within 50 meters to prevent any sense from leaking out. Sister Yao, let's go kill the zombies." A few of them took their orders and got to work. The shop was a 3-story building. Cheng Haitao and Zhou Qingyu hid on the first floor. One listened carefully, while the other used hand seals to set up the barrier. The zombies were on the 3rd floor. When Xiao Chen led Wang Yao to the 2nd floor, he clarified, "Sister Yao, Cheng Haitao heard incorrectly. There are 2 copper zombies and 3 black iron zombies upstairs. Then why go up? Wang Yao exclaimed anxiously. We should escape quickly. Although I've touched the threshold, I haven't actually reached the 2nd level. With a surprise attack, I might be able to kill 1 copper zombie, but against 2, we simply can't win. Let us give it a try, Xiao Chen said. Now that it's the apocalypse, if we can't improve our strength, it will be very hard to survive. We've all touched the threshold of the 2nd level, just short of 2nd level awakening pills. There just happen to be 2 copper zombies here. If we kill them, we might drop 2 2nd level awakening pills. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Besides, you can become invisible. As long as you can kill 1 copper zombie in a single strike, the remaining 1, the 2 of us should be able to take down together. You're really crazy. Wang Yao glared at Xiao Chen. She was inclined to retreat. But thinking of their current situation, what good would retreating do? You couldn't just go back and continue to be manipulated by Wu Gui, right? If you were to break away from Wu Gui, relying on just her and Zhou Qingyu, they probably wouldn't last a few days. Xiao Chen was right. In the current situation, the only way to ensure survival was to continuously improve their strength. Anyway, there was enough food on Xiao Chen's side. So, it was time to take a gamble. After thinking for a while, Wang Yao made up her mind. But she didn't forget to remind him, Xiao Chen, if I can't kill the bronze zombie with 1 strike, you should quickly take Qingyu and escape. I will hold him off for you. Ayya, don't say such discouraging things. Xiao Chen said discontentedly. We are a team. We advance and retreat together. I will definitely not abandon you. Wait. Wang Yao suddenly realized something and stared at Xiao Chen, asking with confusion, how do you know there are 2 bronze zombies upstairs? Cheng Haitao said there was only 1. One of the zombies hasn't moved. Xiao Chen replied, how do you know this so clearly? It's almost as if you can see them. Wang Yao became even more suspicious. I can indeed see them. Xiao Chen smiled. Everything within 50 meters is in my sight. Wang Yao was taken aback, quickly stepping back and hugging her chest. Feeling insecure, she glared at Xiao Chen and said angrily, Xiao Chen, don't look at me like that. Xiao Chen was speechless. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Put away your filthy thoughts. We need to prepare for battle. Wang Yao wasn't sure whether Xiao Chen was that kind of person, but battle was necessary. If she didn't reach level 2, she would be no different from an ant in the apocalypse. Besides, she had been by Xiao Chen's side for a full day. Whatever she should or shouldn't have seen had probably already been seen by Xiao Chen. She didn't mind a few more glances anyway. It wasn't something she could control. After a brief discussion on how to deal with the zombies, they stepped onto the 3rd floor. The door was ajar. They could clearly see 5 zombies inside. 2 bronze zombies, one standing in the middle of the room, deep in thought, while another was rummaging through food, leading 3 level 1 black iron zombies. It had just flipped open the refrigerator, which contained a lot of rotten meat. The 4 zombies grabbed the meat and shoved it into their mouths. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted, waving a kitchen knife at the entrance. Wang Yao took the opportunity to conceal herself and quietly moved inside, her dagger tightly gripped in her hand, waiting for the right moment to strike. Xiao Chen's voice successfully attracted the attention of the zombies. The zombie that was dazed merely glanced at him before returning to its stupor. Only 1 black iron zombie that was searching for rotten meat began to approach him step by step. Xiao Chen was stunned. What was going on? Didn't the flesh of a living person smell better than rotten meat? Why was only 1 black iron zombie coming over? Did it look down on him? Xiao Chen's courage grew. He rushed in directly and swung the knife at the zombie's arm. Crack! The zombie's arm fell off with a sound. Everyone present, including the zombies, was dumbfounded. Even Xiao Chen himself was somewhat astonished. He remembered that when he killed the first zombie, he had to swing his knife 9 times before barely severing its neck, exhausting himself. Yet now, with just 1 strike, he had severed the zombie's arm. It seemed to be related to his touching the checkpoint. Xiao Chen's confidence grew a bit more. With a swift movement, Xiao Chen circled to the zombie's back and swung his knife at its neck. Crack! The zombie's head flew off, dissipating into mist within the room. Where it had been was now a level 2 awakening pill. Taking down a zombie in 2 moves boosted Xiao Chen's confidence even more. Just then, Wang Yao had already reached the bronze zombie that was lost in thought. The time had come. Xiao Chen shouted loudly, charging toward the other 3. successfully drawing the attention of the zombies. Even the contemplative zombie turned to look at him. Swish! Wang Yao struck. Her dagger flashed like lightning, stabbing deep into the neck of that zombie. Crack! There was a crisp sound, as if she had pierced solid iron. The dagger only went in halfway. Wang Yao's figure also became visible. She twisted the dagger, trying to sever the zombie's head. However, the dagger was obstructed. Wang Yao didn't dare to linger and quickly withdrew her dagger, stepping back a few paces. But the zombie remained there, still stroking its chin, unmoving. Oh no! This zombie is leveling up, Wang Yao exclaimed in shock. Leveling up? Xiao Chen, who had just dealt with the other two black iron zombies, was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Is there a problem? Although zombies cannot move while leveling up, the process is very quick. It can be completed in less than half an hour. Wang Yao explained. Right now, this zombie's neck has already turned a half-silver state. It will likely complete its leveling up in less than 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, we need to kill one bronze zombie and safely retreat. It's difficult to accomplish. I suggest we escape now. Bang! Just as she finished speaking, Wang Yao was struck in the chest by another bronze zombie. Her whole body flew up and crashed against the wall behind her before coming to a stop. Wang Yao couldn't hold it in and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her face turned pale as well. The zombie, having succeeded in its attack, seemed to have locked onto Wang Yao and continued its assault, moving in extremely fast speed. Trying to escape was likely impossible now. Chapter 14. We're having a feast. Wang Yao. Enter stealth mode. Xiao Chen shouted. You distract that bronze zombie while I deal with this one. Wang Yao understood and entered stealth mode again. The zombie rushed to the end, but found no one and was momentarily stunned. It looked left and right, sniffing hard. It still could not detect Wang Yao. The person seemed to have vanished into thin air, with no target in sight. The zombie had no choice but to turn back to confront Xiao Chen. Just as it turned around, Wang Yao appeared right beside it. At the same time, a dagger plunged deep into its neck. Just as she attempted to forcefully sever the zombie's head, the zombie raised its arm and swung towards Wang Yao's head. If they collided, both would surely suffer. No, it would be her severing half of its head while her own head would be smashed by the zombie's palm, causing her brain to splatter everywhere. The zombie could self-heal, and she would undoubtedly die. Wang Yao quickly ducked to avoid the blow and activated her ability to go invisible again. Seeing this, Xiao Chen felt temporarily relieved and focused on dealing with the zombie that was about to level up. Swinging his kitchen knife, Xiao Chen aimed at the zombie's neck, delivering a flurry of strikes. Thud, thud, thud. Even after more than 10 strikes, he still couldn't sever the zombie's neck. However, Xiao Chen also discovered a problem. As the zombie leveled up, it was undergoing a transformation from the bottom up, from the inside out. This meant that the head above still belonged to a level 2 bronze zombie. Xiao Chen changed his strategy. He jumped up and directly aimed to cleave the zombie's head from above. However, he only managed to cut through to the neck. Fortunately, he found the connection point. Xiao Chen continued to make horizontal slashes, trying different approaches. Finally, as the zombie was repairing its head, he managed to chop off both halves of its head. The zombie fell dead, transforming into mist and leaving behind a level 2 awakening pill that emitted a milky white glow. The reason he knew it was level 2 was that this awakening pill was much larger than the level 1 awakening pill he had obtained before, and it emitted a richer fragrance. However, Xiao Chen had no time to pick it up. He gripped the kitchen knife and charged towards the other bronze zombie. Wang Yao was strong, but her strength lay in stealth and surprise. Now, constantly using her ability made her weaker and her reaction sluggish. She had already been hit by zombies several times, spitting blood again and again. Even the stealth abilities can no longer be used. The situation is very dire. If I don't help her soon, she might die tragically at the hands of this zombie. Bang! Xiao Chen struck the back of the zombie with his sword, creating a gash. Successfully attracting the zombie's attention, it turned around to fight Xiao Chen. Relying on his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen could see the zombie's attacks and cleverly dodged, waiting for the right moment to strike. While dodging, he was also fighting, managing to hold his own. Xiao Chen, your movements are agile and your speed is fast. You can focus on one point, Wang Yao reminded. Aim for its neck and strike several times. You'll eventually sever it. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. Following Wang Yao's advice, he struck once, twice, 3 times, and after more than 20 strikes, he finally decapitated the zombie. As the corpse turned into mist, a second-level awakening pill dropped. It worked. Xiao Chen slumped to the ground and grinned foolishly at Wang Yao. "We need to leave quickly." Wang Yao struggled to stand up, worriedly saying, "We're too close to the seafood market. It's easy to attract other zombies. If another bronze zombie comes, our small team will be wiped out." "Right, let's go." Xiao Chen agreed, quickly putting away the awakening pill, and the two helped each other down the stairs. "Sister Yao, Brother Xiao, what happened to you two?" Zhou Qingyu asked worriedly upon seeing their condition. Before she could finish her question, Xiao Chen interrupted her. "Qingyu, support Sister Yao," he instructed. "At the same time, activate the barrier to protect us within 50 meters. Cheng Haitao, you support me. Don't turn off your abilities. Keep a close watch on the surroundings. We need to avoid both humans and zombies, as well as other creatures. From now on, we charge towards the Green Garden community. Although the Green Garden community is not far from the refuge, no one would expect them to return there. The most dangerous place is also the safest." The two didn't dare to delay or ask more questions. They supported Wang Yao and Xiao Chen, activated their abilities, and hurried off. With Cheng Haitao acting as a human radar, they faced no crises along the way and easily reached the Green Garden community. They found an empty room on the second floor, locked the door, and barricaded it before finally breathing a sigh of relief. Zhou Qingyu inquired about what had just happened. Wang Yao explained everything in detail. Upon learning that they had encountered 2 second-level zombies, one of which was close to advancing to 3rd level, her face turned pale with fear. "We almost got wiped out." Zhou Qingyu glared at Cheng Haitao. "Didn't you say there was only 1 second-level zombie inside? Why are there 2? Is your hearing not working?" Cheng Haitao's face turned red from the questioning, wanting to refute but unable to find a comeback. "Qingyu, don't blame him recklessly," Xiao Chen admonished. "Thanks to Haitao, we managed to eliminate those 2 second-level zombies. Of course, your contributions were also significant. So I decided that we should have a big feast." Saying that, Xiao Chen took out a table full of dishes from his space. Lobster sashimi, East Star grouper, Buddha jumps over the wall, red grouper, abalone, and royal chicken, among others. The dishes were still steaming as if just made. The three couldn't help but drool. Xiao Chen also took out 20 boxes of white rice. "Let us dig in." The group devoured the food like hungry wolves, disregarding their image. In no time, the entire table of food and white rice was finished. Xiao Chen took out 4 buckets of water, and each person drank 1 bucket. After eating and drinking their fill, Xiao Chen took out 2 second-level awakening pills and handed one to Wang Yao. "Sister Yao, let's upgrade first tonight." "No way," Wang Yao directly refused. "Xiao Chen, while it's true that you need to take the second-level awakening pill to upgrade, we can't be sure if 1 is enough. So you should keep both. If 1 isn't sufficient, you can take both. You are the breadwinner of our team, so you should focus on upgrading first. Once your strength reaches 2nd level, we can hunt 2nd-level zombies to further increase my strength. Besides, I just touched the threshold of 2nd level today and need to stabilize it." "All right." Xiao Chen didn't push back. He wanted to upgrade quickly and see if the space would increase as well. That was crucial for surviving in the apocalypse. If it didn't increase, he would have to change his strategy. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't forget about Cheng Haitao. He gave him 51st-level awakening pills and told him to find a room to upgrade by himself. Zhou Qingyu established the barrier, and Wang Yao acted as a protector. Xiao Chen chose a bedroom and began taking the 2nd-level awakening pill. As the pill entered his mouth, a violently powerful force swept through his entire body, causing him to writhe in pain on the ground. Last time, the pain was only in his meridians. This time, it hurt his blood, flesh, bones, and skin all at once. It was beyond description. After more than 4 hours, the pain gradually subsided. Xiao Chen shook his slightly dizzy head and began self-examination. Chapter 15. Using Zhua Yingxian as an assistant first, he checked the space. Just as he expected, upon upgrading to 2nd level, the space also increased. From 1 cubic meter, it expanded to 1,000 cubic meters, measuring 10 meters in length, width, and height. Wow, how much food can this hold? It would be no problem to sustain an army with daily supplies. Xiao Chen was almost so excited he could faint. Next, he noticed an increase in spiritual sense. Originally, it was 50 meters. Now, at second level, it could extend to a radius of 100 meters. However, using spiritual sense beyond 50 meters would consume physical strength. This means if Xiao Chen didn't intentionally use his abilities and stood still, he could see everything within a 50-meter radius. Moreover, this spiritual sense had a unique use. It could scan unidirectionally. At a width of 3 meters, it could see up to 500 meters away. However, it was particularly taxing on physical strength. Just a simple attempt nearly drained him. Terrified, he quickly stopped. In a state of hunger, he absolutely couldn't exert himself. Then came the strength. Xiao Chen could feel that his body was filled with power. If he encountered a bronze zombie again, he believed he could sever its head with a single strike. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with this upgrade, grinning from ear to ear, though his stomach growled. He quickly took out food to replenish himself. At this moment, he deliberately observed the surroundings. Cheng Haitao had completed his upgrade and successfully touched the threshold of second level, but how much his strength had increased remained unknown. Zhou Qingyu and Wang Yao were sitting in the living room. One was making hand seals to maintain the barrier, while the other was resting with closed eyes. Xiao Chen didn't disturb them. After eating and drinking enough, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. It was almost noon. After eating a box of instant noodles, he began checking the space again. This space had also become 1,000 cubic meters. Inside, there were scattered items, mainly gold, silver, and jewelry, totaling more than 60 pieces. I struck it rich. I wonder if giving these things to Zhou Yingxian would allow me to gain a say in the jewelry business. Xiao Chen was not in a hurry. It had only been a short while. In this apocalypse, he was already a second-level awakener, and picking up gold was just slightly harder than picking up trash. Taking over the entire jewelry business was only a matter of time. However, the small bottle containing the awakening pills in the space caught Xiao Chen's attention. In the apocalypse, taking awakening pills could enhance strength. But could it do the same in reality? Never mind. Let's give it a try first. The best outcome would be an increase. After all, he could now be considered a wealthy person, and security issues had to be addressed. Hiring a bodyguard with strong personal abilities is far safer than spending money. If one cannot improve themselves, it doesn't matter much. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate any longer, took out a pill, placed it in his mouth, and swallowed it directly. Instantly, he felt a powerful force spreading throughout his body, washing over his limbs and bones. The pain was excruciating. Xiao Chen rolled on the ground, but the pain didn't lessen at all. Fortunately, having experienced this twice in his dreams strengthened his willpower. Even so, he gritted his teeth and held on with all his might. It took more than an hour for the pain to finally subside. Had he awakened? He could actually awaken in reality. Xiao Chen hurriedly checked his status. First was the space, which had doubled in size to 20 meters, with a volume of 8,000 cubic meters. Next was his divine sense. He now possessed divine sense, able to perceive everything within a 5-meter radius. Then came his strength. Xiao Chen felt that with his current combat power, it would be easy to take down 10 adults. Following, there were changes to his body. Through self-examination with his divine sense, Xiao Chen discovered 6 different areas in his body. The lungs, liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen each had a circular shield protecting them. Then there was his abdomen, which had developed a dantian. Inside, it was a swirling vortex. What were all these? Why were they completely different from what he experienced in his dreams? Xiao Chen was puzzled. Not understanding, he didn't bother to think further. Anyway, it was a beneficial change. There were still plenty of awakening pills left in the space. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate and began swallowing them again. This time, the pain was much less. He could endure it. One after another, when he took the 5th pill, another swirling vortex appeared in his dantian. When he took the 18th pill, another vortex appeared again. He only stopped after consuming all the first-level awakening pills in the space. There was still one second-level awakening pill left, which Xiao Chen knew was meant for Wang Yao in his dream, so he didn't take it. At this point, he had 5 vortices in his dantian. His divine sense had increased to 10 meters. Both his strength and speed had increased significantly. However, since he hadn't fought anyone, Xiao Chen didn't know exactly how much he had improved, but he felt that he was more than twice as strong as before. Taking down 20 adults should be no problem. The joy was hard to express. Looking at the time, it was already after 4 in the afternoon. He hadn't expected that cultivation would take so long. He almost delayed important matters. Xiao Chen didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly called to order takeout. No, the Xiao Chen in his dream had sent himself so many treasures, making him rich overnight. How could he just reciprocate with takeout? That would be too ungrateful. He had to treat himself to a feast. However, Xiao Chen had never been to a high-end hotel before. The only chef he knew was a childhood friend, Su Cheng, who was just a cook at a small restaurant and likely had no connections in that area. Left with no choice, Xiao Chen had to contact Xiao. Xiao was reviewing reports. Yesterday, she had publicly acquired an unprecedented necklace for 50 million, and after a night of hype, the incident had shot to the local trending searches. This caused all her stores to be packed today, mostly to catch a glimpse of the necklace, especially from competitors. But this didn't hinder the flow of customers, leading to a very impressive report today. Sales had increased more than tenfold compared to yesterday. If things continued to operate smoothly, Yingxiang jewelry would definitely be revived. Xiao Chen was practically her lucky star. She wondered what he was doing today. Did he still have that quality jewelry? Yingxiang contacted her assistant to inquire about Xiao Chen's situation. She learned that Xiao Chen hadn't left home until now. He was probably just sleeping. Yingxiang almost couldn't help but throw her phone in frustration. Bastard. He actually wanted to sit back and enjoy the riches. Truly useless. Yingxiang cursed inwardly for a while. Just then, Xiao Chen's call came through. Yingxiang answered and said irritably, "What do you want? Don't you see what time it is? Do you still want to transfer the property? They're already off work." Transfer? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Only then did he remember that he had made an appointment with Yingxiang to transfer the villa property today. He had completely forgotten, but that was secondary. Xiao Chen hurriedly apologized. "The transfer isn't urgent. My household registration book is still at another place. I'll go get it later, and we can transfer it tomorrow. I'm calling you now to ask for a favor." "What favor?" Seeing that he had saved her business, Yingxiang patiently asked. "Help me order food." "What?" Yingxiang thought she had misheard. Her voice raised an octave. "Xiao Chen, what do you take me for? Your assistant?" "Paid." Xiao Chen knew it was a bit inappropriate to use such a beautiful CEO, but he had no other choice, as Yingxiang was the only person he knew in that elite circle. "Am I someone who lacks money? Even if it's paid, it still made Yingxiang quite angry. You may not lack money, but you lack jewelry." "What?" Yingxiang was startled and stood up abruptly. "Xiao Chen, are you saying you still have jewelry of the same quality as yesterday?" "Yes," Xiao Chen replied firmly, "and I have a lot continuously. What do you want to order?" Yingxiang immediately changed her tone, speaking sweetly like an assistant. "I'll go buy it for you right now and deliver it to you in person. Bring me 10 sets of the standard we had yesterday." Xiao Chen said, "I'm going to get my household registration book now, so I might not be home. The password hasn't been changed. Just leave the food in the living room. Also, please buy some snacks that girls like and 1,000 steamed buns. I'll transfer all the expenses to you once I get home." After finishing, Xiao Chen hung up the phone with a snap. Hearing the busy tone, Yingxiang couldn't help but curse again. "Bastard. Xiao Chen, you really treat me like an assistant. Just wait. If you can't produce that quality jewelry today, I'll make you pay for it." Chapter 16. Slapping Chen Rong after hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen took out a box of food from a space. He opened one box after another. He ate more than 10 boxes and drank 2 buckets of water before he felt full. Xiao Chen didn't wait for Yingxiang and directly drove back to his original neighborhood. All the way, Xiao Chen complained. Clearly 50 or 60 years old, yet still wearing a thong. Shameless. Ugh, what kind of man wears stockings? This flamboyant guy, damn, turned out to be a man, go die. Still a pure college student. Either pink or white. I'm just testing the usefulness of my divine sense, not trying to peek. It's just that these people involuntarily popped into my mind. It has nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen found an excuse for himself, feeling justified. To be honest, having divine sense was great. He could drive with his eyes closed without any accidents. Before long, Xiao Chen returned to the neighborhood. He parked the car and, from 50 meters away from home, everything in his house was in sight. The living room was littered with clothes. Guo Qiming and Chen Rong were passionately fighting on the sofa. Outside the door stood 4 burly men, each pressing their ears against the door, listening to the sounds inside with lewd grins. This left Xiao Chen stunned. How shameless. They started in broad daylight. Did they really treat him as heir? However, thinking that they had already broken up, Xiao Chen felt relieved. His feelings for Chen Rong had dissipated completely that day. Taking the elevator up, just as he was about to enter the door, he was stopped by the bodyguard at the entrance. What do you want? The bodyguard coldly questioned. Going home, Xiao Chen said, taking out his keys with a puzzled look. Isn't this my home? Who are you? What are you doing outside my house? The bodyguard was momentarily at a loss. The young master is still inside. He is currently bullying someone's wife. Now that the main person has returned, he's about to be caught red-handed. No way. I absolutely can't let this guy in. What do you mean this is your home? The bodyguard pushed Xiao Chen back and coldly said, You've got the wrong door. If you come here to cause trouble again, watch out for my fists. As he spoke, the bodyguard raised his fist that was as big as a sandbag. However, the next moment, Xiao Chen grabbed his fist. With a slight exertion, a cracking sound was heard, and the bodyguard's arm was broken. Following that, Xiao Chen lifted his foot and kicked him directly in the abdomen. Bang! The bodyguard was sent flying, crashing into the wall. Before he could scream in pain, Xiao Chen took a quick step forward. With a swift movement, he struck with a knife hand, knocking the bodyguard unconscious. The other three stood there in shock, completely forgetting to help. It wasn't until Xiao Chen dealt with one person that they finally reacted. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and with a series of knife hand strikes, he took down the three of them in an instant. Is this it? Still calling yourselves bodyguards? Xiao Chen looked at the several bodyguards lying on the ground with disdain. What bunch of useless trash. Without further delay, Xiao Chen opened the door with his keys. The scene on the sofa was right in front of him. Unfortunately, the two were still unaware, deeply engaged in their battle. At a critical moment, Xiao Chen felt a wicked urge and shouted loudly, What the hell are you doing? Guo Qiming jumped in fright and hurriedly crawled off Chen Rong. Looking down, he was shocked to see that things had gone awry. Chen Rong also turned pale with fright, wanting to find something to cover herself, but found that the floor of the living room was empty, and her clothes had mysteriously disappeared. Chen Rong, you actually cheated on me? Xiao Chen pointed at Chen Rong. Furious, Chen Rong was stunned by Xiao Chen's fierce gaze and could only tug at Guo Qiming, pleading for his help. With that tug, Guo Qiming cried out in pain. Where are you pulling? Guo Qiming slapped Chen Rong's hand away. Xiao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Chen Rong hurriedly apologized. Now that we've been caught by Xiao Chen, what should we do? What to do? Guo Qiming came back to his senses, not taking it seriously at all. Xiao Chen is just a useless guy. So what if he caught us? Can he really turn the world upside down? Besides, he already broke up with you. Now you two are like strangers. He can't do anything to you. It seemed to make sense. Chen Rong also remembered this, no longer afraid, and instead glared at Xiao Chen. Guo Qiming became even more arrogant, pointing at Xiao Chen and shouting, Useless, you just scared me. You must compensate me. I don't want much, just take out $1 million for this matter. Slap. Before Guo Qiming could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen stepped forward and slapped him across the face. In his own home, with his own girlfriend, and yet he wanted to ask for compensation, even demanding $1 million like a lion. He was really overstepping. If it had been the old Xiao Chen, he might really have been controlled like this. But times have changed. He could now connect to the apocalyptic world in his dreams and had assets worth over $100 million. His strength had also improved significantly, and he was not afraid of Guo Qiming at all. So he directly served him a slap. How dare you hit me? Guo Qiming covered his face and still wanted to shout. But he was met with another slap from Xiao Chen. Talk nicely. You bastard. Slap. You. Slap. After slapping him more than 10 times, turning Guo Qiming into a pig's head, Xiao Chen finally stopped. Chen Rong was dumbfounded. Is this still the useless person I know? Why is he so domineering? So manly? Her heart raced uncontrollably. But thinking of the benefits Guo Xiao could bring, Chen Rong threw aside those stray thoughts and pointed at Xiao Chen viciously. Xiao Chen, how dare you hit Guo Xiao? You are done for. Guo Xiao won't let you off. Slap. Xiao Chen also gave her a slap. You poisonous woman, aren't you nervous when you don't get hit? Just one slap caused Chen Rong's mouth to bleed. Covering her face, she dare not shout anymore. Remember, this is my home, Xiao Chen said coldly. If you appear in my home again, I will hit you every time I see you. Get lost. Someone, get rid of this useless person. Guo Qiming shouted at the door. But after waiting for a long time, no bodyguard came in. Those 4 useless guys have already been knocked down by me. Like dead dogs, they probably can't save you. Xiao Chen said coldly. I'll give you 3 minutes to leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. After dropping this sentence, Xiao Chen went to the bedroom to get the household register. What to do? Seeing him enter the bedroom, Chen Rong finally dared to speak. How would I know? Guo Qiming was extremely frustrated. The bodyguards he brought were all retired soldiers, yet they let Xiao Chen enter quietly, which showed how strong Xiao Chen's abilities were. This made Guo Qiming somewhat scared. At the same time, he was puzzled. Isn't Xiao Chen a useless person? How could he have such strong abilities? Or is someone helping him secretly? With Xiao, why don't we call the police? Chen Rong suggested. Xiao Chen beat us for no reason, causing us great harm. Let's have the police arrest him and lock him up. Call the police? Guo Qiming's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. I have a good relationship with people over there. As long as Xiao Chen goes in, won't he be at my mercy? Guo Qiming found his phone and contacted a familiar police officer. The other party happened to be patrolling nearby and could arrive within 2 minutes. When Xiao Chen found the household register and came out, he discovered that the 2 shameless people were still sitting on the sofa, wrapped in the sofa cover, but showed no intention of leaving. Why are you still lingering here? Xiao Chen said with a stern face. Haven't you had enough beating? Xiao Chen, you useless person. Just wait. Guo Qiming had just started to speak when he was slapped again by Xiao Chen. Stop. Just then, the police rushed in from outside. Seeing this, they immediately drew their guns and pointed them at Xiao Chen, shouting coldly. Police comrades, you finally came. Chen Rong seemed to have found a savior and immediately began to cry out. If you hadn't come, we would have been beaten to death by this useless person. Comrades, this is my rented house, Xiao Chen said. These 2 barged in without permission, and I suspect they are criminals. You should arrest them. Do I need you to tell me how to do my job? The leading police officer said sternly. Take them all back to the station for overnight interrogation. We must find the truth. Chapter 17. Quick money-making opportunities. Zhuo Yingxian was very upset. After Xiao Chen hung up the phone, she contacted the hotel chef to prepare meals for Xiao Chen. She went to the villa on the hillside to wait for him. As a result, after waiting for a long time, she did not see Xiao Chen's figure. Instead, she received a call from her assistant, saying that Xiao Chen had been arrested on the charge of assault. Zhuo Yingxian was very angry, but still used her connections to get Xiao Chen out. When she returned to the villa, Xiao Chen showed no signs of regret. The first thing he said was to ask her how he could beat Guo Qiming without getting caught. If it weren't for the need for Xiao Chen to produce high-grade gold and jewelry to save Yingxian jewelry, Zhuo Yingxian would have loved to slap Xiao Chen right then and there. But now, she still answered honestly. There are 3 ways. First, you do it very discreetly. Even if you killed Guo Qiming, the police wouldn't trace it back to you. Secondly, you join the Longhan organization. As long as you become a member of this organization, let alone beating Guo Qiming, even if you killed him, Guo Qiming's father wouldn't dare to say anything, and the police would actively erase the evidence for you. Moreover, Longhan would focus on investigating the Guo family. Given the actions of the Guo family over the years, their downfall is a sure thing. Thirdly, buy out the Guo family's business at a high price. Once you become the owner of the Guo family, Guo Qiming's father would take the initiative to bring Guo Qiming to you, begging you to beat him. The first option was directly ruled out by Xiao Chen. Although his current strength is strong, he isn't confident enough to kill someone without leaving any traces. As for joining the Longhan organization, Xiao Chen didn't dare to think about it. He had never even heard of such an organization. However, the third option has great potential. All he needs is for the Xiao Chen in his dreams to find some helpers and collect more gold, silver, and jewelry, which should be enough to acquire the Guo family. With this in mind, Xiao Chen took out all the jewelry he had in his space. Mr. Zhuo, take a look at these. How much are they worth? How far are we from acquiring the Guo family? Zhuo Yingxian was stunned and speechless when she saw the dazzling array of jewelry on the coffee table. Each piece here is exquisite. The craftsmanship and polishing techniques are very refined. It's a collection that modern craftsmanship can't even compare to. Is it enough for you to say a word? Xiao Chen urged when he saw Zhuo Yingxian in a daze. I don't know either. Zhuo Yingxian shook her head and said with a wry smile. These pieces of jewelry are all new. Although the market feedback is very good, I'm not particularly clear about what price they could sell for. We still need to test it at an auction. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and felt that this was indeed the case. After all, these things came from his dreams. Based on the years over there, it's 2074, which is 50 years ahead of now. It's normal that's what Xian couldn't appraise them. Xiao Chen could only change his question. What kind of business is the Guo family? What's its value? The leading real estate company in Jiangcheng, Rongjian Group, has a market value of nearly 10 billion, and the Guo family holds over 30% of the shares, is what Xian said. If you can come up with 50 billion, you should be able to acquire the shares from other shareholders, thus having absolute say in Rongjian Group. 50 billion? Xiao Chen murmured, that's not a lot. Mr. Zhua, please sell these pieces of jewelry as soon as possible. Even if the price is low, it's okay. I'll bring another batch tomorrow. I believe that in less than a month, we should be able to earn enough for 50 billion. Yesterday, he sold more than 10 pieces of jewelry and made over 100 million. Today, there are more than 60 pieces. Tomorrow, once he finds helpers, the jewelry he collects will only increase. As long as Xian can quickly sell these pieces, he will probably be able to save up 50 billion in less than half a month. Xian was so shocked that she didn't know what to say. That's 50 billion. How could it sound so simple in Xiao Chen's mouth, like earning 5,000? She had investigated him. Coming from a rural background, how did he manage to create these exquisite pieces of jewelry? It was what Xian couldn't figure it out, and she didn't want to think about it. After all, Xiao Chen was a friend, not an enemy. Otherwise, if he really collaborated with rival companies, Image Jewelry probably wouldn't survive this year. Since they were friends, she decided to help him a bit more. Making up her mind, so Xian said, Mr. Xiao, there's actually a faster way to make money. What way? Xiao Chen became interested but reminded her, I won't do anything illegal. Not illegal, is what Xian smiled, it's stone gambling. One cut can make you rich. One cut can make you poor. As long as you have the strength, one cut could earn you several billion or even tens of billions. Just in time, there's a stone gambling conference in Jiangcheng tomorrow night. Here's the invitation. I hope you can attend on time. Is what Xian handed Xiao Chen an invitation. The cover illustrated several stones, and the time and location were marked inside. Left Bank International, 6 to 10 in the evening. It seemed a bit late. By the time he finished his tasks, it would be at least past 10. But it didn't matter. In his dreams, besides fighting zombies and improving his strength, there didn't seem to be anything too important. Waking up later wasn't a big deal. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Chen agreed. Others were going to gamble on stones. He was going to collect money. It would be foolish not to take advantage of such a good opportunity. At this time, the assistant had also prepared the commission agreement for the more than 60 pieces of jewelry. After Xiao Chen signed, Xian took her leave. After sending her off, Xiao Chen hurriedly packed the meals and snacks into his space. Then he took out 2 portions for a late-night snack. After eating and cleaning up, he washed up and lay down on the bed. Sleep soon followed. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he found that the 3 people in the living room were already awake. However, they all looked a bit listless, especially Zhou Qingyu, who still had her hands marked, maintaining the operation of the barrier. Her head was drooping, and it seemed like she might faint at any moment. Cheng Haitao was the same. Reaching the 2nd-level threshold had drained all his energy. He was so hungry he could feel his stomach touching his back. If it weren't for Wang Yao's strong objections, he would have already run out to find food. At this moment, he was slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the door of Xiao Chen's bedroom, eagerly waiting for the other to wake up. Wang Yao was slightly better, but she was still injured and had been on high alert for so long that her body was showing signs of fatigue. Xiao Chen felt a bit guilty. In the future, he should let the Xiao Chen over their sleep more often to avoid affecting his partners. Checking the supplies in his space, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smack his forehead. Damn, he actually forgot to buy water. Now, there was only a large bucket of water left. 2 liters. It was nowhere near enough for 4 people to drink in a day. Next time, he needed to make a checklist to avoid forgetting anything again. Getting out of bed and dressing, Xiao Chen walked out of the bedroom. When Zhou Qingyu and the others saw him, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Cheng Haitao rushed up first, eagerly saying, Brother Xiao, is there anything to eat? Give me some. I'm about to starve to death. There is. Xiao Chen tossed him a few steamed buns. Chung Haitao grabbed them and stuffed them into his mouth. Wang Yao then asked expectantly, Xiao Chen, have you reached the second level? I have. Xiao Chen nodded. There is still one second-level awakening pill left. Sister Yao, should you cultivate now or eat first? Now. Before she could finish speaking, Wang Yao's stomach suddenly growled. Embarrassed, her face turned red. Sister Yao, just in time, I'm hungry too. Let's eat first, and then you can cultivate. Xiao Chen intervened, then turned to Zhou Qingyu. Qingyu, dispel the barrier and come eat with us. We have your favorite salmon. Saying that, Xiao Chen took out a set of hotel meals. Looking at the exquisite delicacies on the coffee table, and then at the steamed buns in his hand, Chung Haitao felt like crying. He had the feeling of being cheated. Chapter 18 Wang Yao's suggestion, of course, as his partner, Xiao Chen didn't really mistreat Chung Haitao. He invited him to join for breakfast. The four of them enjoyed their meal heartily, and in no time, they finished the entire set of dishes. Xiao Chen took out a bucket of water, but clearly stated, we didn't prepare much water today. There is only this one bucket left. Let's not drink too much at once. Save some. Tomorrow there will be enough water. Only 2 liters. That is nowhere near enough to drink, Chung Haitao complained. Brother Xiao, after eating so much, if we don't drink more water, it'll be easy to have indigestion. Brother Xiao, I can purify the water, Zhou Qingyu said. Purify water? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Aren't you a barrier master? How can you also purify water? After the barrier was set up, it could block the mist. Zhou Qingyu explained. Things inside the barrier will undergo reversible changes. For example, moldy buns will gradually return to their normal state. Contaminated water sources can also be restored. Is it time-consuming? Xiao Chen asked. Not really, Zhou Qingyu replied. As long as it's within my barrier for 72 hours, the contaminated water will automatically return to its original state. Silly girl, that means you will have to maintain the barrier continuously for 72 hours, Wang Yao said with concern. That is indeed not feasible. Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. You're still a child. Maintaining a barrier for that long will exhaust your body. You don't have to worry about the water issue. Today, due to a bit of rush, I only brought 2 liters. Starting tomorrow, I guarantee there will be plenty, Zhou Qingyu reassured them. Xiao Chen, I have a crucial question that you must answer truthfully, Wang Yao asked seriously. Go ahead, Xiao Chen smiled and said, as long as it doesn't involve confidential matters. I will definitely tell the truth. How much food do you have? Wang Yao asked. This put Xiao Chen in a difficult position. How should he answer? It involved a space connected to his previous life, which was a top secret. Not to mention Wang Yao. Even his own wife couldn't know a thing. Not much, Wang Yao said disappointedly. Since that is the case, let us pretend I never asked. We'll just take it one day at a time. No. Xiao Chen shook his head. Sister Yao, you've misunderstood me. I hesitated because this matter is too secretive to discuss with outsiders. However, I can assure you of one thing. There is plenty of food and water. Don't worry, even if there are only 4 of us now. I could feed 40 or 400 people. Are you sure? Wang Yao's eyes lit up. Absolutely, Xiao Chen confirmed. Wang Yao believed him. After the apocalypse, who could provide so much food? Moreover, the food Xiao Chen provided was still warm, which was even more precious. He must have his own channels. But those channels couldn't be leaked. Wang Yao understood this, so she suggested, Xiao Chen, since that is the case, I suggest you recruit more people. In the apocalypse, having food isn't enough, you also need a team. Otherwise, if we encounter a large number of zombies, we won't have anywhere to escape. Of course, recruiting isn't about doing it blindly. It needs to be purposeful. From what I know, for a team to survive long-term, you need at least 7 people. First, a food supplier. You fit this role, so no need to recruit more. Second, a barrier master. With a barrier master, we can sleep soundly. We only need 1 person like Qingyu in our team, so no need to look for more. Third, a berserk type awakened. This type of person can enter a frenzied state when using their abilities, allowing them to kill enemies beyond their level. A first-level awakened can kill second-level zombies. A second-level awakened can kill third-level zombies. We need someone like this in our team to help us fight zombies. Fourth, a water condenser. This type of person has a very singular ability, which is to continuously provide clean water. I've heard that a first-level water condenser can release 5 tons of water in a day. Fifth, a scout. We have Chung Haitao in our team, and he can take on this important role. Sister Yao, Brother Xiao, don't worry. Chung Haitao immediately patted his chest to assure them. As long as I get one full meal a day, I can monitor 100 meters around us at all times. I will definitely not let any zombies disturb us. By the way, Haitao, have you touched the threshold of second level? Has your ability changed? Xiao Chen worried that Chung Haitao might misunderstand, so he explained again. Haitao, don't think too much. I'm not trying to pry into your real strength. I just want to plan our next steps based on your current situation. Not much change, Chung Haitao replied with a bitter smile. The range of my monitoring has increased from 50 meters to 120 meters. My physical condition is somewhat stronger than before, but it's still quite limited. I should be fine as a scout, but I'm afraid I can't even defeat a first-level zombie in a fight. That is already good. Xiao Chen nodded affirmatively. With Chung Haitao around, he wouldn't need to use his abilities to scout further distances, which saved him some effort. It just meant they had one more person to take care of. Now that the interconnected space had increased to 8,000 cubic meters, Xiao Chen felt no pressure and let Wang Yao continue. Sixth, a healer, Wang Yao continued. If we want to increase our strength, we will inevitably have to fight zombies constantly. And in battles, injuries are unavoidable. Zombies have self-healing abilities, but we do not. If there is a healer to help us heal our wounds during a fight, we might be able to wear down the zombies. Even if we can't win, we want to die from injuries after escaping. Seventh, area attack personnel. Based on our research on zombies, we found that zombies are social creatures. Ants, though small, have the power to shake elephants. If the number of zombies is too great, we want to be able to kill them all with just us. We need someone who can deal area damage, who could take out dozens or even hundreds of lower-level zombies in one move. With these 7 types of people, our team can survive longer. Thank you for your guidance, Sister Yao. Hearing these words, Xiao Chen bowed deeply to Wang Yao. If it weren't for treating the team like family, who would be willing to offer such advice? Wang Yao was worthy of his respect. I'm just replicating Wu Gui's ideas. Wang Yao waved her hand and smiled bitterly. As for the truth, we still need to explore together. Xiao Chen, if there is nothing else, I'll go improve my cultivation now. Go ahead. I'll protect you, Xiao Chen nodded. Qingyu, you've been tired all night. Go rest. With Haitao and me here, nothing will go wrong. For hours later, Wang Yao came out of the room, looking even more stunning. She had the figure in the face. In front of her, she looked more eye-catching than the glamorous stars often seen on screen, especially since Wang Yao had changed into a black outfit, which highlighted her figure even more, making Xiao Chen a bit envious. Of course, he was just purely appreciating beauty. After all, in the apocalypse, everything was about survival. Beauty would only affect his speed of drawing the sword. Wang Yao successfully advanced to the second level and did not awaken any additional abilities. However, her invisibility duration increased to 10 minutes, and her strength and speed had also improved. According to her, she could now decapitate a zombie that was about to reach the third level with just a dagger. Zhou Qingyu also finished her rest. The 4 gathered together, and Xiao Chen began to arrange today as tasks. Chapter 19. Found a living person before working, they should have a hearty meal. The task was also very simple. Hunt zombies to obtain awakening pills. Along the way, they would collect supplies and recruit personnel. The target was still the seafood market, where there were more zombies. With Chung Haitao as the human detector, they could avoid encountering large groups of zombies. This time, since they were deliberately looking to hunt zombies, they didn't move quickly. Along the way, they killed nearly 100, most of which were first-level zombies, with only 5 second-level zombies killed. Their luck was quite poor, yielding only 2 second-level awakening pills. However, they picked up quite a few gold and silver jewelry items, especially when passing by a gold shop, where they looted all the valuable items inside. When they were about a kilometer away from the seafood market, they stopped. The number of zombies here had clearly increased. According to the plan, the main attacker would be Xiao Chen, with Wang Yao assisting. Zhou Qingyu activated a barrier to protect a radius of 50 meters. Chung Haitao listened intently, ready to alert Xiao Chen to evacuate if he detected a large number of zombies approaching. They fought like this until 6 in the evening before finally stopping. Without daring to linger, they returned to Liyuan community with their supplies. Only then did they begin to tally their gains. 43 level 2 awakening pills, 327 level 1 awakening pills, over 700 pieces of gold, silver, and jewelry, and more than 300,000 in cash. Given Xiao Chen's current worth, 300,000 was hardly significant. However, he had previously stated that a bun was worth 20,000. If they found tens of thousands in cash and didn't pick it up, it would raise other suspicions. So they picked it up, even if it was of no use to him. It could be given to the childhood friends of his past life, or used to buy buns and snacks, or for his past life as parents and relatives. Several 100,000 was not a small amount for them. Having received their kindness, it was only right to repay it. When distributing the supplies, Zhou Qingyu and Wang Yao did not take any. As they put it, without food, they would surely starve. Xiao Chen took care of their food and drink, so he couldn't take advantage of them. Moreover, Xiao Chen was their captain and had the strongest combat power, so it was natural to prioritize him for enhancement. If Xiao Chen advanced to level 3, he would obtain more level 2 awakening pills, and they could enhance later. Cheng Haitao wanted to be generous too, but his strength did not allow it. When Xiao Chen gave him 3 level 2 awakening pills, Cheng Haitao gladly accepted. After a hearty meal, he went to enhance himself. Zhou Qingyu took the snack Xiao Chen had brought out to catch up on sleep, while Wang Yao stood guard. Xiao Chen also went to the bedroom to start taking the level 2 awakening pills. He swallowed all 40 pills, and his spiritual sense only increased by 40 meters. His strength and speed also improved to some extent. As for how much he had enhanced, that remained to be verified. However, Xiao Chen could feel that if he were to fight the bronze zombies now, it should only be slightly more difficult than slicing watermelons. The space had not changed. It seemed he would have to wait until he reached level 3 for it to increase. That was fine. 8,000 cubic meters of space was already more than enough. Cheng Haitao hadn't finished enhancing yet, and Xiao Chen didn't want to stare at Wang Yao, so he went out to wander around. Liyuan community was his dream home and his current base. Security had to be ensured. When poor, one should focus on self-preservation. When wealthy, one should help others. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen could be considered a wealthy gentleman of the region. When possible, it was only right to help the neighbors in the community. So, Xiao Chen initiated a building sweep. When encountering zombies, he struck them down with a knife. Under the surveillance of his spiritual sense, if he found a house with people in it, he would leave a few buns outside their door. If no one was home, he would break in and collect the valuables inside. Some houses were locked, but the occupants had long since starved to death and turned into corpses. After praying a few words, he let the valuables in their homes continue to shine. While sweeping the 4th building, Xiao Chen came across a super-rich family. Inside were many gold, silver, and jade items. Some were finished products, looking exquisitely crafted, while others were semi-finished or raw materials. In other places, there were many barrels filled with water. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could discern that all of it was clean water, not contaminated. There was only one woman in the room. She held a carving knife in her hand, lying on the coffee table. It was unclear whether she was asleep or had starved to death. Regardless, he had to go in. If she was truly dead, Xiao Chen planned to claim the valuables inside for himself. If she was not dead, he would recruit her into his ranks. From the state of the house, it could be inferred that the other party was a jewelry carver with considerable skills. If she became his ally, the items she carved could be sent to his past life. Not to mention acquiring stunning jewelry, even if he established a jewelry company. It could quickly rise to prominence. Bang! With just one punch, Xiao Chen broke the door open. He first checked the woman's condition. No breath. Confirmed dead. Only then did Xiao Chen start gathering the jewelry. When leaving, he noticed the carving knife, thinking that since it could carve gold, silver, and jade, it must be very sturdy. It would definitely be helpful for Wang Yao to kill zombies. Xiao Chen said a quick apology, picked up the carving knife, and was about to leave when he felt a weight on his foot, as if something was holding him back, but he easily pulled free. His spiritual sense swept over, and Xiao Chen was taken aback. At some point, the woman had awakened. She had slipped off the coffee table, her hands stretched out in an embracing manner, looking up at him with round, pleading eyes. Xiao Chen was stunned. She was beautiful, just looking at her face. She could easily take first place among all the people he had seen, even prettier than Wang Yao and Xuanxin. It was as if she had been exquisitely carved by a sculptor. Although she looked somewhat emaciated from hunger, it couldn't hide her inherent beauty. "Help me," the woman said weakly. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen reached into his pocket and took out a white bun, handing it to her. She grabbed it and quickly devoured it. "Eat slowly. There are more buns," Xiao Chen said, feeling a bit sorry for her, and took out 2 more buns. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. Without saying much, she took the buns and continued to munch. In no time, she finished the 2 buns as well and grabbed a nearby water barrel, gulping down several mouthfuls. Only then did she regain some strength. She got up and gratefully said to Xiao Chen, "Thank you for saving me. I have many pieces of jewelry at home." Before she could finish her sentence, she fell silent, looking around and realizing there wasn't a single piece of jewelry in sight. "I'm sorry," Xiao Chen said awkwardly, blushing. "I thought you were dead, so I took all the yellow and white items. I'll return them to you now." As he spoke, Xiao Chen intended to take out the items from his space to return to her. "No need." The woman shook her head with a wry smile. "In the apocalypse, keeping those things is useless. Since you like them, just keep them. Consider my way of buying buns." "That won't do," Xiao Chen quickly replied. "The buns here are clearly priced at 20,000 each. You've eaten 3 of my buns, which is 60,000. But the jewelry I took is worth much more than that. Do you want the jewelry or the buns?" "What?" The woman stared blankly at Xiao Chen, as if she were looking at a fool. "Do you know how important buns are now? Selling for only 20,000 each. Do you have a lot?" "Yes, a lot." Xiao Chen nodded. "I don't know the price of those pieces of jewelry, but they should be valuable. However, this is the apocalypse, so I'll give you a discount, 10 million. That's 500 buns. If I give them to you, you won't have a place to store them. How about I keep them for you? Whenever you're hungry, I'll give them to you. If you don't mind, you can also follow me. I've established a team in our Liyuan community, and as long as you're willing to work hard, you'll have 3 meals a day. I'm willing." The woman agreed without any hesitation. Chapter 20. Xiao Chen, I'm willing to marry you. Considering the woman's weak condition, Xiao Chen decided not to continue sweeping the buildings but took her back to the base. "Who is she?" Wang Yao looked at the woman in confusion, glancing at Xiao Chen. "What awakening ability does she have?" "She is a sculptor. My name is Nangong Aoshue. I can condense clean water." Xiao Chen and Nangong Ao Shui spoke almost simultaneously. Xiao Chen's words were cut short by the shocking statement from Nangong Ao Shui. To his surprise, she casually picked up a water master. With such luck, it was no wonder he felt like the protagonist of his own dream, someone who naturally attracted fortune. "Are you really a water master?" Wang Yao asked excitedly. Nangong Ao Shui did not respond verbally, but instead proved her identity through action. She extended her delicate fingers and pointed forward. Clean water began to flow from the tip of her finger, seemingly emerging from within her finger. However, Xiao Chen, with his spiritual awareness, could see clearly that the water was still 3 millimeters away from her finger, appearing out of thin air. Wang Yao, unable to contain herself, grabbed Nangong Ao Shui's hand and tried to drink the water. She gulped down mouthful after mouthful. This scene made Xiao Chen unable to help but facepalm. "Yeah. Can you be a bit more composed? With me around, do you really lack water to drink? At the very least, couldn't you grab a bottle of mineral water and fill it up?" "Oh, right." Wang Yao finally realized, blushing as she went to get a water bottle. It wasn't long before she filled it up. Gulping it down, she rushed to fill another bottle. But before she could finish the second one, she saw Nangong Ao Shui stiffly fall to the ground, and the flow of water ceased. "What's going on?" Wang Yao panicked. "Xiao Chen, you were watching. I didn't do anything to her. She just fell on her own. You can't blame me." "Shut up," Xiao Chen said speechlessly. He had never seen Wang Yao so talkative before. As an assassin, shouldn't she be more reserved and act when necessary? This was totally out of character. Of course, Xiao Chen didn't have time to think about it. He laid Nangong Ao Shui flat and wanted to check on her condition, only to realize he wasn't a doctor and had no idea what to do. It was at that moment that Xiao Chen understood the importance of having a healer. When someone was injured or unconscious, only a healer could help. Otherwise, in this fog-covered era, there was a high chance of losing a life. What should I do? Xiao Chen panicked. It wasn't that he was anxious about the water master, but rather that he respected life and didn't want such a fragile girl to die in front of him for no reason. Wang Yao noticed his distress and patted his shoulder in comfort. Xiao Chen, you don't need to blame yourself. In this apocalypse, people die every day. It's something that can't be avoided. Nangong Ao Shui has survived until now, which is already luckier than many. Let's dig a hole and bury her, so her spirit can rest in peace. Xiao Chen felt something choking his throat, unable to speak. Just then, Cheng Hai Tao's door opened. He had successfully advanced to level 2. Before he could feel excited, he saw a beautiful woman lying on the ground. His Adam's apple moved involuntarily. Brother Xiao, where did this beauty come from? Wang Yao explained the situation to him, but Cheng Hai Tao frowned. She's not dead. Not dead? Wang Yao was stunned. Then why isn't she getting up? She must have fainted from hunger, Cheng Hai Tao said. Now that I have successfully reached level 2, I can hear people's heartbeats and pulses. Nangong Ao Shui's heart is still beating, and her pulse is present. She's not dead. Give her some water. Once she wakes up, we can give her something to eat, and she should be completely fine. Xiao Chen hurriedly followed his advice. Sure enough, not long after, Nangong Ao Shui opened her eyes. After understanding the situation, she apologized. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Don't speak yet. Eat something first, Xiao Chen said. Once you're feeling better, we can explain everything slowly. As he spoke, he took out a plate of easily digestible food. Nungong Shui Ate. Eat slowly. No one is trying to steal your food, Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. He added a few more dishes for her. Cheng Hai Tao was beside them, constantly swallowing saliva, hands poised as if to grab food. No one would believe him if he said he wasn't trying to steal it. You're too much, Xiao Chen said with annoyance, offering Cheng Hai Tao some food as well. Brother Xiao, from now on, you're not just my brother, you're my dad, Cheng Hai Tao said gratefully. Get lost. Xiao Chen kicked him. I haven't even married yet. Suddenly having a son this big, which girl would still want to marry me? Wang Yao raised her hand and said, I would like to marry you. Really? Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. To be honest, after Chun Rong's betrayal, Xiao Chen had never thought about dating again, let alone marriage. He had become numb, only wanting to live well and honor his parents. Now that he knew the dream realm could connect to the apocalypse, he had no distractions, only thoughts of how to survive longer and gain more benefits for his previous self. Dating? Not even a dog would consider it. If Wang Yao was willing to marry him, it seemed like it could be worth a try. After all, she had a good figure and face, and she was an assassin with exceptional strength. The combination of their strengths would complement each other perfectly. Beautiful to death. Wang Yao shot him a glance during the apocalypse. It's hard enough to survive. Who has the heart to find a husband? Great minds think alike. Xiao Chen shook hands with Wang Yao, not noticing the disappointment in the corner of her eyes. At this moment, Nangong Ao Shui had finished eating, her strength replenished, and began to explain her situation. She hadn't eaten for several days and was extremely hungry. The recent use of her ability to summon water had caused her to faint. After confirming she was fine, Xiao Chen asked about Cheng Hai Tao's ability upgrade. His hearing had greatly improved from the original 120 meters to now 250 meters. The key was that his ability to discern sounds had increased. For example, he could distinguish footsteps, heartbeats, etc. Even if zombies were not moving, he could tell which ones were black iron zombies and which were bronze zombies. He even acquired an additional skill, shared hearing. As long as someone stood within 10 meters of him, Cheng Hai Tao could designate sharing, allowing that person to hear any sound he could hear. However, it consumed too much stamina. With Cheng Hai Tao's condition, he could only maintain it for 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, he would become exhausted. At this time, Zhou Qingyu also finished her nap. After getting to know each other, Xiao Chen began to arrange the night watch. Cheng Hai Tao had just eaten and was full of energy, so he would take the first half of the night. Zhou Qingyu would take over afterward. The others took the opportunity to rest. Since they had recruited Nangong Ao Shui, a water master, Xiao Chen was generous, giving her 60 level 1 awakening pills and 1 level 2 awakening pill to help her increase her strength. The level 2 awakening pill was one Cheng Hai Tao had left over. He also left a bunch of food for them to eat when hungry, without having to save it. Then he retreated to his bedroom to rest. In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, glanced at the time, and saw it was already 10:30. He wasn't in a hurry. After all, the Gambling Stone venue wouldn't open until 6. Arriving early would just mean waiting. In the dream, Xiao Chen had killed many zombies, leaving behind over 200 level 1 awakening pills and 1 level 2 awakening pill in the space. With nothing else to do, Xiao Chen continued taking awakening pills. 1, 2. He took a total of over 60 before stopping, as there were no more changes in his body. The energy vortex in his dantian had reached 9 and no longer increased. Taking more didn't even elicit any feeling. It was like drinking plain water. Xiao Chen understood that the power of the level 1 awakening pill had reached its limit. If he wanted to continue improving, he would have to take the level 2 awakening pill. But in the apocalypse, Xiao Chen had hunted too few level 2 zombies and didn't gain many. So he had to prioritize his own progress first. After washing up, Xiao Chen had a hearty meal before contacting Xiao. Chapter 21. Which color of jade is valuable? Xiao had been busy all night. Xiao got more than 60 pieces of top-quality jewelry from Xiao Chen and began to create buzz. She planned to hold an unprecedented auction to raise the hype, which would help sell the pieces at higher prices and deepen the impression of Yingxiang jewelry in people's minds. After staying up all night, she finally managed to formulate the plan. Just as she lay down to rest, she was awakened by a phone call. Xiao was extremely angry. Even upon seeing Xiao Chen's name, she still shouted, "Xiao Chen, why are you calling me? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll block you and never contact you again. Help me order some food," Xiao Chen said. "Are you trying to kill me?" Xiao retorted angrily. "I've been busy with your matters all night and just fell asleep, and you call me to order food. I'm not your employee. Do you think you can just use me like a servant? You think I won't dare to cut ties with you? I have new jewelry," Xiao Chen replied, ignoring her anger, promising that it was unprecedented and would leave her wanting more the moment she saw it. "Wait, I'm coming to find you now." Xuan's tone softened. The thought of cutting ties had already been thrown to the back of her mind. It wasn't just about the jewelry. It was about the company Yingxiang Jewelry. As long as she could revive Yingxiang Jewelry before the end of the year, she would prove her worth and have the right to return to her family. There were only 4 months left. All her hopes rested on Xiao Chen. Now that there were new types of jewelry, Xiao was willing to go without food or sleep. While waiting for Xiao Chen contacted his parents again. He transferred 1 million to them to help pay off their debts along with the interest. He also invited them to Jiangshang to enjoy life with him. "Son, where did you get so much money?" Zhao's mother asked worriedly. "You haven't done anything illegal, have you?" "Of course not," Xiao Chen lied. "I used my spare time to learn jewelry design, and someone noticed me and offered me a high salary. An annual salary of 5 million. 5 million? That high?" Zhao's mother exclaimed in surprise. "Son, you must repay them well. By the way, since you have money now, when are you getting married? Your dad and I need to prepare." Mentioning marriage left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. He could only continue to lie, "Mom, let's wait a bit longer. I'm in a rising phase of my career and can't take time off for marriage. Once things stabilize, we'll talk about marriage. Then we won't come to add to your troubles," Zhao's mother said. "Without a daughter-in-law to take care of, we don't know anyone there. It's more comfortable to stay in the countryside." After chatting a bit more about family matters, Xiao Chen hung up. For rural parents, they spend their entire lives working hard for their children, providing food, clothing, and education. After college, they worry about their son's career and marriage, getting married and having children. They also think about taking care of grandchildren. When they grow old, they don't want to be a burden to their children and would return to the countryside. Xiao Chen couldn't change their mindset. He could only give them more money to at least ensure they wouldn't worry about material needs. At that moment, Yingxian hurriedly arrived. She was still dressed in a black uniform, showcasing her curvy figure. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor was noticeable, especially her just-woken appearance, exuding a lazy beauty that was even more captivating. "Where's the jewelry?" Yingxian immediately asked upon arrival. Without further ado, Xiao Chen took out the jewelry he had picked up the day before. Yingxian pounced on it like a hungry wolf. The more she looked, the more astonished she became. At the same time, her inner doubts multiplied. Looking at the renowned sculptors, both domestically and internationally, none could complete a piece of fine jewelry in less than 10 days to half a month. Yet Xiao Chen, he could produce dozens or even hundreds of pieces in one night, and each one was a masterpiece. Could a person really accomplish this? But she had no choice but to believe it, as these pieces of jewelry were right in front of her. She had indeed struck gold. If Xiao Chen could continuously supply Yingxiang jewelry with her capabilities within 2 years, she could make Yingxiang jewelry renowned both domestically and internationally, becoming a leader in the jewelry industry. Can these pieces buy Yunming Hotel? Xiao Chen asked, ignoring Xuan's days. What? Yingxian was taken aback. You want to acquire Yunming Hotel? For what purpose? Of course, to have them cook for me. Xiao Chen said matter-of-factly. I can't keep asking you to order food every day. That would be too troublesome, considering the number of jewelry pieces. So what Yingxian really wanted to say was not troublesome, but she didn't have the courage to speak up. If Xiao Chen really treated her like an assistant, making her do nothing but order food, word of that would reach her family, and she might never be able to return. She could only swallow her words and change her tone. Do you have that much money? Although Yunming Hotel has been losing money, it's still a 5-star hotel. The acquisition price is at least 1 billion. Your jewelry, while valuable, takes time to sell. Xiao Chen was at a loss. He really didn't have cash. Only gold, silver, and jewelry. But these couldn't be used as cash. You should sell them as soon as possible, even if at a lower price. I can afford the loss. Xiao Chen urged Yingxian. Please bear with me for a couple of days and continue helping me order food. Let's order 20 sets today. Can you finish that much? Yingxian couldn't help but ask. I can finish it, Xiao Chen said. I have a big appetite. One person can eat as much as 30 to 50 people. You should have seen that I haven't wasted a single bit of the food you've ordered every day. This was indeed true. Ever since collaborating with Xiao Chen, Yingxian had sent an assistant to monitor Xiao Chen's every move at the villa. His trash can was always empty, without a trace of waste. Yingxian could only helplessly follow Xiao Chen's request and help him order food. Then she sent her assistant to help purchase supplies. Adding everything up, she spent over 2 million. In total, she had given Xiao Chen 50 million in cash, and he had already spent a tenth of it in just a few days. If the jewelry didn't sell soon, and if the dreamy Xiao Chen needed to recruit more staff, he really wouldn't be able to afford it. I need to make money. I must make money quickly. But Xiao Chen also understood that gold and silver jewelry were luxury items with few buyers. They weren't easy to sell. In other words, he was holding mountains of gold, yet couldn't eat them. He could only look for shortcuts, like tonight's gambling stone event. Everything was ready, and it was almost 6 o'clock. Xiao Chen got in his Yingxian's car and headed to Left Bank International. Upon arriving at the hotel, Xiao Chen saw luxury cars parked outside. Yingxian's Maserati was nothing compared to them. This excited Xiao Chen. The more expensive the cars, the wealthier their owners were. When it came time to buy jade stones, they would be more generous, and he would earn more. Once they entered, the venue was already packed with people. There were pleasantries exchanged, cold stares, and compliments flying around. The myriad of human experiences was vividly displayed. Yingxian greeted familiar faces, and Xiao Chen followed behind her like a little assistant, often being teased as a pretty boy. But Xiao Chen didn't mind at all. At 6 o'clock sharp, the Gambling Stone event officially began. The host stood on stage to introduce the rules, which were quite simple. Buy stones with money. If the stone contained jade, it was a win. If it was just a regular stone, they would lose everything. The venue had 2 floors. The first floor was for transparent bids. The stones have price tags attached. If you like one, you can buy it. The prices are relatively cheaper, but the probability of finding jade is also significantly lower. The second floor is for blind bidding. Next to the stones, there will be a box where if you're interested in a particular piece of material, you write your desired price on a note, include your name, and drop into the box. After the event ends, the highest bidder wins. After the introduction, everyone starts rushing towards the stones. Some bring well-known figures in the stone gambling world to help them evaluate. One by one, they examine the stones with magnifying glasses from every angle. Almost wanted to break open the stones to see what's inside. Which color of jade is the most valuable? Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to their actions. Instead, he asked Yingxian. Just now, he had already used his spiritual sense to scan all the stones here. With 9 vortices in his dantian, his spiritual sense can now extend to a radius of about 100 meters. Standing in the middle, he could see all the stones in the venue. He discovered that some of the stones contained jade, while others were just stones. However, Xiao Chen was just an ordinary rural person and had never come into contact with jade, so he had no idea of its value. He could only ask Zhuo Yingxian, is yellow valuable? Or is transparent more valuable? What about green, black, red, and so on, which can sell for a good price? Chapter 22. I am here to make a fortune, huh? Zhuo Yingxian was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Can you see what's inside these stones? Naturally, he cannot. Xiao Chen shook his head. When it comes to matters involving spiritual sense, he wouldn't dare to leak any information. What if he was turned into a research subject and dissected? He would end up dead before he could achieve anything. But I often deal with jade, so I can sense a bit, he added with a chuckle. Zhuo Yingxian scoffed disdainfully. You can sense jade inside the stones just by dealing with jade? Who would believe you? Besides, if you really dealt with jade often, how would you not know its price? It was clear she was unwilling to disclose more. Zhuo Yingxian patiently explained the prices of jade according to color. Xiao Chen was left in a fog, but he understood one thing. The purer the color, the higher the value, especially for imperial green, which could reach tens of thousands or even over 100,000 per gram. Xiao Chen had seen a piece in the blind bidding area on the second floor that contained dozens of kilograms of imperial green. It just didn't look very good, and the imperial green was hidden in a corner. There were very few bidders. The highest bid was only 2,130,000. If he bought it, it would definitely be a huge profit, faster than robbing money. Zhuo Yingxian had also invited a big shot from the stone gambling world, who similarly needed to buy some raw materials to process jade and contribute to Yingxiang jewelry. She let Xiao Chen wander alone, repeatedly reminding him to be careful and not to lose all his earnings right after making some money. Xiao Chen smiled and didn't respond. Losing money? He was here to make a fortune. After Zhuo Yingxian left, Xiao Chen wandered around the first floor. He discovered some promising stones and, without hesitation, bought them directly. Fortunately, the stones on the first floor weren't very expensive. The highest price was just 1 million, with most being in the tens of thousands, and some even just a few thousand. After a round of shopping, he bought 6 stones for a total of over 3 million. To verify whether what his spiritual sense saw was true, he took out a piece for on-site processing. Who is this young fool? It hasn't even been half an hour since the event started, and he wants to process a stone. There was nothing surprising about it. Such people just wanted to attract attention. The person he just saw seemed to have come with Zhuo General from Yingxiang Jewelry and was probably a kept man as Zhuo General. No wonder he looked like he had never seen the world before. People were discussing among themselves, but no one went to watch the processing. They continued selecting stones they thought might have jade inside. Xiao Chen didn't mind, personally drew the lines, and instructed the staff to cut according to his requirements. Once the staff made the cut, they cleaned and dried it. Their eyes widened in shock. It's a hit. This piece has increased in value. Ice jade, incredibly valuable. This statement immediately drew everyone's attention, and curious gazes turned towards him. It really was ice jade. Moreover, this piece was not small. It contained at least 3 pounds of jade. I just checked this piece, and it was priced at only 130,000. 3 pounds of ice jade is worth at least over 1 million. Young man, are you selling this piece of jade? I'm willing to offer 1 million to buy it. Someone had already started bidding. Of course, he would sell it. Xiao Chen smiled and said, but I need to process it all first, and then you can bid. The highest bidder gets it. Young man, you should just sell it. Others advised, this is just one cut. No one can guarantee there's more jade inside. If it turns out to have a fault, you won't even recover your cost, let alone 1 million. Take advantage of the fact that someone is offering 1 million now. You've only made a good profit. Hurry up and sell. It's fine. I'm not short on money, Xiao Chen replied. The persuader was at a loss for words and could only look towards Zhuo Yingxian, who was walking over. Xiao Chen, you should really sell it. Zhuo Yingxian advised, you don't understand stone gambling. What if there's nothing inside? Xiao Chen didn't wait for her to finish speaking and ordered the staff to continue. Zhuo Yingxian sighed helplessly. Since Xiao Chen wasn't short on money, she decided to let him be, as long as he was happy. But Xiao Chen's plans to deal with the Guo family would likely be delayed for a while. However, there was no rush. After her jewelry auction ended, the income would definitely be enough to acquire the Guo family's assets, and there would still be plenty left over. The staff followed Xiao Chen's drawn lines, cutting and trimming until the stone was completely processed. After cleaning and polishing, their eyes nearly went blind from the brightness. It was all ice jade. Moreover, every face adhered to the lines Xiao Chen had drawn, with not a single bit wasted. The weight reached dozens of pounds. It was a huge increase. The audience erupted in excitement, with bids coming in one after another. "Brother, if you sell this jade to me, I'm willing to offer 5 million. Only 5 million? Are you dreaming? This jade hasn't been weighed, but it must weigh over 30 pounds. Even at cost price, it's at least 1,000 per gram, which means 15 million. Someone exclaimed, "Are you trying to take advantage of General not knowing jade?" The person awkwardly laughed, but didn't get angry. Instead, he raised the price to 15 million. "I'll offer 18 million, 20 million, 20 million, and 200,000. The subsequent price increases became smaller and smaller. Ultimately, it settled at 21,110,000. Xiao Chen nodded and sold the jade. The buyer was extremely grateful. Being able to obtain such a piece of jade at today's gambling event meant it was not a wasted trip. At the very least, it would keep their stores running for a while. It was only at this moment that Xian realized what had happened and felt a bit regretful, saying, "Xiao Chen, what do you mean? You processed such a large piece of jade, and you didn't prioritize selling it to me. Do you still consider me a friend?" "Mainly because you can't come up with that much cash," Xiao Chen replied bluntly. His words left Xian speechless, and her face flushed with embarrassment. The president of a 100 billion enterprise couldn't even come up with 20 million. It would be embarrassing if this got out. But the fact was, that was how it was. Xiao Chen also knew his words were a bit harsh and added, "General, you don't have to worry. I will supply the jewelry for Yingxiang Jewelry, ensuring quality and quantity." Who is this person? How can one person supply an entire Yingxiang Jewelry sales? I just heard General call him Xiao Chen, and I remembered him. He is the one who brought out the newly styled jewelry. The first necklace was taken by General, making a profit of 50 million. So it's him. He really can provide, after all. I've heard that the auction for Yingxiang Jewelry will feature all the accessories supplied by him. After explanations from insiders, everyone finally understood Xiao Chen. They realized that this guy is not just a pretty face, but a genuine master sculptor. The gold, silver, and gemstone jewelry he carves are considered leaders in the industry, unmatched by anyone. Even those renowned masters from home and abroad have to continuously praise him, feeling inferior. This bastard is also good at understanding women. It's making my eyes feel sandy. Zhuang Xian was moved and secretly wiped her eyes. It wasn't in vain that she had worked hard to serve him these past few days. "Ugh, I'm a person. What do you mean by cattle and horses? It's just a helping hand between friends. But are they really friends? There's always a sense of a superior-subordinate relationship. But in the end, it's a good thing. With a powerful sculptor like Xiao Chen backing Yingxiang Jewelry, it would be hard for it not to soar." So what Yingxian couldn't help but smile again. "You look much better when you smile than when your face is cold. You should smile more," Xiao Chen suggested. "You." Zhuang Yingxuan's pretty face flushed with embarrassment. She wanted to scold him a bit, but found that Xiao Chen had already continued to wander around. Many people followed him. Some wanted to share in his luck, while others wanted to read his expressions and intercept him early. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen only looked at 2 or 3 pieces of stone and then went to the rest area to eat and drink. At first, there were people paying attention, but as the time approached 10 o'clock, those people no longer looked at Xiao Chen and began to fight over the stones. It was at this moment that Xiao Chen moved. Chapter 23. The most outstanding one in the venue, he ran to the second floor and started with the first piece of stone. He filled in a number for each piece and threw into the dark box. After verifying the stones just now, Xiao Chen was sure that his divine sense could indeed penetrate these stones and see their essence. And he was spot on. Therefore, the prices Xiao Chen put into the dark box varied. For those with hidden treasures, Xiao Chen would bid 3 to 5,000 or even tens of thousands more than the original highest bid. For plain stones, Xiao Chen would place an extremely low bid. Initially, when some people saw Xiao Chen move, they followed him and placed a bid or 2. But when they saw Xiao Chen continuously putting bids into the dark box without missing a single one, those people gave up. This guy was clearly playing tricks. You could never guess which piece of stone he had his eyes on. When Xiao Chen finished bidding on all the stones on the second floor, the time was exactly 10 o'clock. The host announced the end and started arranging for people to count the prices in the dark box one by one. The first piece was won by a boss, who thanked everyone with a smile and a bow. After paying, the raw stone was his. The staff asked if he wanted to reveal the stone. The man shook his head. The staff then moved on to the next piece. The second piece's owner chose to reveal the stone on site, but ended up losing. Frustrated, he slapped his thigh until it was bruised. But no one comforted him. On the contrary, there was plenty of ridicule and mockery. Some even demanded he return the money, completely cutting ties. This really opened Xiao Chen's eyes. Having never been exposed to this circle before, he always thought that the wealthy, high and mighty, must have a great perspective. But today, seeing it for himself, it was nothing special. The selfishness they had was just as strong. The sixth stone was Xiao Chen's, priced at $3,560,000. It was more than 30,000 higher than the second place. Xiao Chen chose to reveal the stone on site and personally drew the line. There were many who bet on stones to increase, and plenty who increased more than Xiao Chen. But the key was that Xiao Chen's stone turned out to be over 10 kilograms of ice jade. It was almost as if the jade was wrapped in a layer of stone skin. This also led to many onlookers. When they heard he was going to reveal the stone, even the staff stopped opening the dark box. All eyes were glued to the screen. There! The stone-revealing staff was carefully operating the machine according to the line drawn by Xiao Chen for cutting. As the first cut was made, the stone-revealing staff exclaimed in surprise. It's increased. With the cleaning, the cut surface appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as black as ink. It was ink jade. The onlookers all started bidding. However, Xiao Chen didn't bite and continued to let them reveal the stone. By the time everything was out, it weighed over 20 kilograms. In the end, it was bought for $800 million. 300,000 turned into 800 million in a flash. There was no faster way to make money. At the same time, it created a wealthy individual with over $1 billion in liquid assets. Flatterers were coming and going. Xiao Chen accepted them all, pocketing their business cards. As a return gift, Xiao Chen also wanted to give them his card. Unfortunately, he was just a struggling loser who hadn't fully integrated into the wealthy circle and had no business cards to give. He could only rely on Zhuo Yingxian to help. If someone wanted to contact him, they had to contact Zhuo Yingxian first. He really treated Zhuo Yingxian as his secretary. Zhuo Yingxian wasn't angry. On the contrary, she was very willing to serve. The better Xiao Chen performed, the more valuable he became to these wealthy people. And, as the intermediary, she could also take the opportunity to gain some benefits. However, some who knew Zhuo Yingxian's identity were somewhat shocked. How could a prominent young lady from Beijing end up as someone's secretary in Jiang City? If this got back to old Master Zhuo, who knows if he would be so angry he'd spit blood and die. They each thought secretly, and some even decided to test it out. If they could really make old Master Zhuo angry to death, with the tree fallen, the monkeys would scatter, and maybe they would have a chance to rise. The staff continued to reveal stones. Some were betting on increases, but the increases were not high. However, the raw stones purchased by Xiao Chen, 9 pieces, 6 of which skyrocketed. There was even a piece of imperial green jade weighing dozens of kilograms, which sold directly for over $3 billion. One family couldn't handle it alone. It took several families teaming up to gather enough cash. Up to this point, Xiao Chen was undoubtedly the brightest star in the entire venue, spending tens of millions. He earned over $6 billion. Everyone called him the Stone God. The cheers rose higher and higher until the staff approached the Stone King, and the cheers finally stopped. The Stone King was the highlight of this auction. Not only was it large, but it also had a window. Looking through the window, it was entirely green, and the possibility of jade was extremely high. Therefore, the price was also very high. It started at $1 billion, with no upper limit. As the staff revealed it, the highest bid in the dark box reached $364 million. Xiao Chen was also among them, although he was slightly over $100 million less than the first place, Gu Jinyu. Confirming that he had won the Stone King, Gu Jinyu was so excited he danced. He was the heir of Gu Jewelry, and also the spokesperson for Gu Jewelry at this auction. Winning the Stone King would showcase their financial power. After returning, no one would dare to speak against him. Instead, everyone would support him. Moreover, the fact that Xiao Chen was also competing for the Stone King showed that with Xiao Chen's keen eye, he had recognized that the Stone King would definitely increase. And it would be a significant increase. Gu Jinyu had already revealed 2 pieces of stone today, both of which contained stones. He was feeling a bit down. Now, he could finally hold his head high. He even bowed to Xiao Chen and thanked him. Xiao Chen, thank you for your mercy, allowing me to win the Stone King. Don't worry, if it increases, I will reward you a few million. Xiao Chen gave a faint smile, not responding. Increase. Be careful not to lose your pants. While everyone was focused on the Stone King, Xiao Chen pulled Zhua Yingxuan's arm, urging her to leave. Leaving now? Pushing through the crowd, Zhua Yingxian frowned and said, but this is the Stone King. What's there to see? Xiao Chen said bluntly. It's just a piece of waste. Waste? Zhua Yingxian was shocked. Otherwise? Xiao Chen said, if it really can rise sharply, how could it be Gu Jinyu's turn? Do you have a grudge against Gu Jinyu? Zhua Yingxian asked curiously. No, I don't even know him. Xiao Chen shook his head. But competitors are enemies. Their Gu family jewelry and your Yingxiang jewelry definitely don't get along. Taking advantage of them can also help you vent your anger. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chen. You're simply too good to me. Zhua Yingxian couldn't help but step forward to give Xiao Chen a hug. However, she was stopped by Xiao Chen. Stop right there. I saw my art, not my body. Huh. Zhua Yingxian blushed and spat. A dog-s mouth can't spit out ivory. However, after Xiao Chen's teasing, Zhua Yingxian realized she had acted impulsively. How could a dignified young lady of the Zhua family throw herself at a man she had only known for a few days? Moreover, this man came from a rural background, with no connections or power. Even if it came to love, he was not worthy of her. Of course, these were family views. In Zhua Yingxuan's mind, it was she who was not worthy of Xiao Chen. After thinking for a moment, Zhua Yingxian playfully said, Xiao Chen, can you promise me one thing? What is it? Xiao Chen asked. Don't leave me, Zhua Yingxian said. What? Xiao Chen was taken aback and couldn't help but say, are you offering yourself to me? What are you thinking? Zhua Yingxian shot him an annoyed glance. It's just that I rely too much on you right now. If one day you leave me, I and Yingxiang jewelry might not be able to hold on. I see. Xiao Chen sighed in relief. Although Zhua Yingxian was very beautiful, with a great figure and likely a complicated background, Xiao Chen had no thoughts in that direction. He needed to make money to survive in this apocalypse. He didn't have time to date. Why are you sighing? Zhua Yingxian keenly caught this point and pinched Xiao Chen's ear. Angrily, she said, do you think I'm not pretty? Am I being unfair to you by being your wife? No, Ms. Zhua, it's that I'm not worthy of you. Xiao Chen corrected. If you want me not to leave you, then you have to not leave me first. For example, you should listen to what I say. You really think of me as your secretary? Huh? Zhua Yingxian was even angrier. The two of them joked and teased as they returned to the villa at Half Mountain No. 9. They were oblivious to the outside world, focused solely on driving fast. This was the current state of the assistant. Chapter 24. I have X-ray vision. When Xiao Chen returned to the villa, news about the Stone King also reached Zhua Yingxuan's phone. Just as Xiao Chen had guessed, the Stone King was a huge joke. He indeed found some jade, but only a thin layer on the window part. Scraping it all off wouldn't even be worth 20,000 yuan. He was so broke that he had nothing left. Gu Jinyu was furious, cursing everyone he caught. He even claimed that Xiao Chen had set him up and vowed to make Xiao Chen lose everything. Zhua Yingxian didn't tell Xiao Chen about this. Want to make Xiao Chen go bankrupt? No way. After all, Xiao Chen didn't have any assets. His money was real money, which could be spent at any time. So, Zhua Yingxian asked another question. Xiao Chen, tell me honestly, how did you see through those stones? I have X-ray vision, Xiao Chen said, staring at Zhua Yingxian. Zhua Yingxian exclaimed, jumping up to hide behind the sofa. What good does hiding there do? Xiao Chen said helplessly, X-ray vision can see through sofas and clothes. I don't believe you. Zhua Yingxian stood up, annoyed. If you don't want to say, then fine. X-ray vision? Why don't you say you're an immortal cultivator? That might actually be possible, Xiao Chen laughed. After Zhua Yingxuan's reminder, Xiao Chen felt it really could be possible. The awakening pills Xiao Chen sent over in the apocalypse were spirit stones. Taking spirit stones leads to cultivation. Qi whirlpools represent levels. Right now, he should be at the 9th level of Qi cultivation. Further progress would lead to foundation establishment. Of course, all of this was Xiao Chen's imagination. Whether it was true or not remained to be seen. After joking around for a while, Zhua Yingxian got to the main topic and asked Xiao Chen, what are your plans next? Sleep, Xiao Chen said. So Xian was taken aback and said gloomily, I meant, after you earn money, how do you plan to spend it? Oh, that's simple, Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. You help me. First, acquire the Gu family. When I go to deal with Gu Qiming, no one should dare to stop me. Ideally, let his father, Gu Sihai, personally bring Gu Qiming to me for a beating. Second, acquire the Yunming Hotel. I might not have enough money, so hurry up and sell those jewelry pieces. Don't delay my important business. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Zhuo Xian glared at him. Jewelry of that grade can only sell for corresponding value at an auction. It's fine. Xiao Chen waved his hand. I have plenty of jewelry. Saying this, he took out some more. These were all intricately carved by Nangong Aoshua, with her unique mark of a snowflake on them. The level of craftsmanship was several grades higher than what he had shown before. Just one glance, and Zhuo Xian was captivated. The more she looked, the more she liked it, and the more shocked she became. I'll take out 2 sets of this jewelry first. You handle it, and it should sell for a good price, Xiao Chen said. Okay, I'm going to sleep now. Are you going back or staying here? I should clarify in advance. There are no extra. Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Zhuo Xian had already run into the bedroom, took a blanket from the closet, and threw it onto the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa. Zhuo Xian said, since we're tied together, we should be closer, ready to respond at any time. This way, I 1T annoy you, Mr. Xiao, and you 1T want to leave me. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about me. Zhuo Xian pulled out a pair of scissors from somewhere and snipped a few times. The sound made Xiao Chen's legs feel cold. Hee hee. Xiao Chen gave an awkward smile, but didn't want to argue. He might as well get some sleep. It was already past midnight. If he didn't sleep, Xiao Chen in the dream might get angry. With one eye closed and another opened, Xiao Chen first used his spiritual sense to check the surroundings. Everyone was awake. They were all sitting on the sofa, eagerly looking at the door of his bedroom. Cheng Haitao even perked up his ears. As soon as Xiao Chen got up, Cheng Haitao jumped up and shouted, He is awake. Brother Xiao is awake. We want to go hungry. Xiao Chen was quite speechless. He had left a lot of food before going to sleep yesterday. 10 people could not finish it all. Now, there were only 4 people, yet they had eaten so little and were already complaining of hunger. Were they all reincarnated hungry ghosts? As soon as this thought came to him, Xiao Chen heard his stomach rumble. Xiao Chen wanted to cry, but had no tears. He also understood why Wu Gui's team only had Wu Gui as a level 2 awakener. It was really true that the stronger the strength, the bigger the appetite. If they didn't eat enough, their body functions would be depleted. It wasn't that they couldn't improve their strength. They were just afraid to advance. There wasn't enough food. Forcing to level up to level 2 would only lead to starvation. After all, they were his partners. And Xiao Chen didn't want them to suffer. After going out, he immediately brought out 3 sets of meals. Cheng Haitao was the first to grab his chopsticks and eat heartily. Wang Yao and Zhou Qingyu followed closely. However, Nangong Aoshue just stared at the food in a daze. She wanted to eat, but felt a bit hesitant. Nangong Aoshue, do you want to join us? Xiao Chen noticed this and asked proactively. Nangong Aoshue nodded. The last time Wu Gui came to gather the team at the Green Garden community, she wanted to join. Unfortunately, she had just finished carving a set of jewelry. Exhausted to the point of collapse, she didn't even have the strength to go downstairs, and thus missed her chance. Nangong Aoshue understood clearly that in today's apocalyptic era, relying on oneself to survive was incredibly difficult. Only by joining an organization and huddling together could there be a chance of survival. Additionally, with Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu, and Cheng Haitao constantly praising Xiao Chen, Nangong Aoshue became even more eager to join this organization. So when Xiao Chen asked her, she agreed without hesitation. The primary condition for joining us is to obey. Xiao Chen continued, Now I order you to eat and drink well like they do. Only then will you have the strength to work. Only then did Nangong Aoshue relax her guard and began to eat and drink heartily, imitating Wang Yao. During the meal, Xiao Chen asked about Nangong Aoshue's advancement. She had successfully reached level 2, able to condense 20 tons of water daily, with her appetite increasing exponentially. There was nothing more to report. For Xiao Chen, such abilities were purely useless. However, he couldn't bear to drive Nangong Aoshue away. Having one more person was manageable for him. During work, he took Nangong Aoshue along as well. The so-called work involved hunting zombies, primarily targeting level 2 zombies, while level 1 zombies were merely dealt with as a bonus. They returned at 6 o'clock sharp, counted supplies, ate, and slept. That day, the main focus was on Wang Yao. Xiao Chen's kitchen knife finally couldn't withstand the hardness of the bronze zombie and broke into two. Wang Yao's dagger was not much better. In the end, they had to use Nangong Aoshue's carving knife. Wang Yao could turn invisible and was an assassin, using the carving knife with ease, killing level 2 zombies as if they were dogs. Xiao Chen, however, couldn't do that. He could only confront them head-on, and after driving them back, he would take the opportunity to finish them off with the carving knife. Thus, he was much slower. That day, they only obtained 36 level 2 awakening pills and 178 level 1 awakening pills. The level 2 awakening pills were still prioritized for Xiao Chen's improvement. After consuming 30 of them, seeing no significant change, Xiao Chen stopped. He then gathered everyone for a late-night snack. After arranging the night shift, Xiao Chen fell asleep. Meanwhile, at the Xinyue bathhouse, Wu Gue was furious, smashing many things and issuing a final ultimatum. It was now confirmed that Zhou Qingyu had escaped, and Wang Yao and Xiao Chen had betrayed them. I give you 3 days to find their whereabouts. Otherwise, I'll go out on my own. You can fend for yourselves. Chapter 25. Only merrier back, it was past 10 in the morning when Xiao Chen finally woke up. Extending his senses, he saw Zhou Yingxian still busy in the living room. She was either on the phone or writing documents, not resting for a moment. The blanket on the couch looked the same as when it was put down, proving that Zhou Yingxian hadn't slept all night. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she looked very haggard, making Xiao Chen feel a bit heartbroken. He resolved to give her some gold and silver jewelry, making Yingxiang Jewelry the most influential company in the industry. Then he took out a level 2 awakening pill and began to consume it. Once it entered his stomach, he immediately felt an immense force washing over his limbs and torso, causing him excruciating pain that made him roll on the ground and scream loudly. What's going on? Zhou Yingxian, who was on the phone, heard the noise and quickly hung up, worriedly asking, Xiao Chen, what happened? No one answered. Zhou Yingxian grew more anxious. If you don't speak, I'm going to break in. Still no response. Not daring to delay, Zhou Yingxian quickly found the key and opened the door. Then she saw Xiao Chen rolling on the ground, continuously screaming, but his eyes were already shut. What happened? Zhou Yingxian didn't understand medicine and didn't know what illness Xiao Chen had. She took out her phone to call for emergency help. Now, Xiao Chen's well-being was crucial to Yingxiang Jewelry's survival. Nothing could go wrong. Even if he had wandered into death's door, he had to be saved. Just then, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Seeing Zhou Yingxian, his eyes sparkled. Zhou Yingxian, you're awake? Do you feel unwell? I'll call the doctor right now. Before she finished speaking, her arm was grabbed by Xiao Chen, and she felt an immense force pulling her, making it impossible for her to resist. Her phone fell to the ground in the struggle. Help me, Zhou Yingxian cried out, but unfortunately, no one responded. The villa was personally supervised by her during the renovations, using good materials, and the soundproofing was excellent. If it weren't for the gap under the door, she wouldn't have heard Xiao Chen's screams at all. Now, there were only the two of them in the villa. Even if she screamed her throat raw, no one would come to help. She couldn't make the call either, and with Xiao Chen's arm around her, she had to go along with it. As the saying goes, if you can't resist, just enjoy it. An hour later, the battle ended, and Xiao Chen fully regained his senses. He glanced at the battlefield and saw Zhou Yingxian hiding under the blanket. Xiao Chen felt guilty and said, Zhou, I'm sorry. I lost consciousness just now. Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for what happened. Who needs you to take responsibility? Zhou Yingxian replied coldly. Get out. I want to take a shower. Oh, okay. Xiao Chen quickly exited, thoughtfully closing the door behind him. In the living room, Xiao Chen was restless, pacing back and forth, trying to think of a solution. But what could he do? He had already done something inappropriate. The only solution was to marry her, but with his own conditions. Would Zhou Yingxian marry him? Zhou Yingxian was also contemplating. For her, there were only 2 ways to handle the situation. First, she could marry Xiao Chen. However, given his identity and background, the old stubborns in his family would definitely disagree. Her fiancé would also cause trouble. At that time, rumors would spread throughout the capital. If it reached the old man's ears, it might worsen his condition. For the Zhua family, if something happened to the old man, the loss would be immeasurable. It would also bring disaster to Xiao Chen. This option was not feasible. Second, she could pretend nothing happened. After all, the door was closed, and no one knew what had happened between them. This would only benefit that scoundrel Xiao Chen. If he left her in the future, he would truly be a heartless wolf. Having made up her mind, Zhua Yingxian got out of bed. She still felt a bit weak in her legs, and a wave of pain shot through her body, causing her to furrow her brows. Beast, it was my first time, and you didn't even care a little. However, at that moment, Zhua Yingxian realized why Xiao Chen had such a reaction. He had seemed to be in a state of convulsion, as if his life was in danger. But after it was over, he was as lively as ever, showing no signs of illness. Was he pretending? Zhua Yingxian shook her head. It didn't seem like it. At that time, Xiao Chen was sweating profusely, soaking his clothes. You couldn't fake that. Since it wasn't an act, why was there such a drastic change? Could it be, at that moment, Zhua Yingxian recalled scenarios often depicted in TV dramas? Was it a case of going too far in practicing martial arts? Xiao Chen was practicing an extremely powerful martial art. This was the conclusion Zhua Yingxian reached. Then she remembered Xiao Chen's stunning performance at the Stone Gambling Conference. Could it be that he really had X-ray vision? The thought shocked her, and she gasped. Endure. You must endure it. Just act as if you know nothing and that nothing happened. Continue to interact as usual. After taking a shower, drying her hair, and changing into a new outfit, Zhua Yingxian finally walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Zhua Yingxian, Xiao Chen once again mentioned what had just happened, full of apologies. He even took out his bank card, planning to hand over the financial power after marriage to Zhua Yingxian. What was he thinking? Zhua Yingxian replied irritably, "What I just did was to save your life. Our relationship is that of a doctor and a patient. I cured you, and you helped me stabilize Yingxiang jewelry. We owe each other nothing. Let's not bring this up again. No need for me to take responsibility?" Xiao Chen said in shock. Responsibility for what? Marrying me? Zhua Yingxian said somewhat disdainfully. With the way you are now, you don't have the qualifications to marry me. You've already taken advantage of me, so don't try to push your luck further. Hurry up and tell me what work there is to do today. If there's none, I should return to the company. There is still a lot waiting for me there. Ordering food, buying things, Xiao Chen replied. But you were exhausted just now. Let your assistant handle this. I don't trust the assistant, Zhua Yingxian said and hurriedly left. She felt that if she delayed any longer, she might really become soft-hearted and let Xiao Chen take responsibility. After all, Xiao Chen wasn't bad-looking, and he was quite nice. The key was his strong abilities. Compared to the rich young fiancé arranged by her family, Xiao Chen was definitely the best choice. Having received so many benefits from him, she absolutely couldn't drag him down. That would be repaying kindness with enmity. It was better to leave first. Why did she feel like a hungry wolf made her afraid? Watching Zhuang Xuan's back, Xiao Chen touched his jaw, puzzled. But that was fine. Just consider it a dream. When the dream ends, one must accept reality. At most, he could just compensate her a little more. Xiao Chen shook his head, throwing those mixed thoughts aside, and began to check the changes in his body. After taking the second-level awakening pill, the space around him expanded directly by twice, becoming 40 meters, with a volume of 64,000 cubic meters. His spiritual sense also enhanced to 500 meters. The most important change was in the Dantian. The 9 Qi whirlpools had disappeared, replaced by a round base. The base looked like a small basin, filled with swirling mist. The mist moved freely within his body, flowing through the meridians and limbs, and then converging back into the base, as if completing a cycle. It was spontaneous. Automatic cultivation was quite something, wasn't it? Xiao Chen tried to exert some strength, and he saw the mist inside the base rush toward one spot, finally condensing at his fist. He didn't dare to release it, but he could feel that with his punch, he could probably smash a huge hole in a reinforced concrete wall. Just then his phone rang. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his strength and saw that it was his childhood friend Su Cheng calling. Without hesitation, he answered. Then he heard a cold voice on the other end. Xiao Chen, you have half an hour to get to the abandoned factory in the north of the city, or you'll have to pick up their corpses. Xiao Chen, don't come. Woo woo. The two voices behind were a man and a woman. The man was undoubtedly his childhood friend Su Cheng, while the woman was likely Su Cheng's fiancée, Lin Xiaoqing. They were in trouble. Chapter 26. Sorry. I couldn't control my strength. After the call ended, Xiao Chen's face turned extremely gloomy. This was clearly a trap. Xiao Chen immediately thought of calling the police. But then he shook his head. The other party had the audacity to call him directly, which showed they were quite confident. Reporting to the police probably wouldn't solve the problem and might even lead to Su Cheng being killed. Su Cheng was not only his childhood friend, but also helped him in times of crisis. Especially just now, Su Cheng would rather die than let him go save him, which showed his loyalty. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. So Xiao Chen chose to go alone, given his current situation. As long as the other side didn't have too many people, he could handle it calmly. Moreover, Xiao Chen wanted to see how strong his combat power had truly become. Without informing anyone, Xiao Chen drove to the north of the city. Just after leaving the community, he noticed he was being followed. Xiao Chen saw clearly that there were 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men were in a car, closely following behind him, while the woman was on a motorcycle, riding parallel to him. Of course, it could just be a coincidence. However, since Su Cheng had been captured, the enemy must have investigated him. They wouldn't dare cause trouble at the villa. So they captured Su Cheng to lure him to the abandoned factory in the north of the city. These were probably there to monitor him, afraid he would escape. Originally, Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention, but after passing several streets, he found that the 4 were still following him, which made him uneasy. Should he deal with them first, or wait until he reached the abandoned factory to deal with them together? Xiao Chen hesitated a bit and chose the latter. Firstly, these 4 were likely in cahoots with the kidnappers. If he dealt with them now and angered the kidnappers, it would be bad if they harmed Su Cheng first. Secondly, even if these 4 weren't related to the kidnappers, dealing with them would certainly take some time, especially since they were all armed. If the police were alerted, the situation would become even more uncontrollable. Therefore, Xiao Chen acted as if he hadn't seen them, driving straight ahead. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the designated location. His spiritual sense had already scanned the area. There were a total of 16 people, each wearing masks to cover their faces. But Xiao Chen could see clearly. He didn't recognize any of them. Among these people, 2 had guns at their waists, 6 were holding long knives, and 8 were merely carrying batons. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were tied to a pillar on the 2nd floor. Both had finger marks on their faces and shoe prints on their bodies, indicating they had been tortured. Fortunately, their lives were not in danger. Even with their mouths gagged, they were still struggling, making muffled sounds. 2 people were guarding outside the door. When they saw Xiao Chen, they immediately stepped forward to search him. Xiao Chen stretched out his arms and let them search. After searching 3 times, they found nothing and had to let Xiao Chen in. "I'm here. You can release them now, right?" Xiao Chen said indifferently. Swish. The leader drew a knife from his waist and pressed it against Su Cheng's neck. Then he ordered, "Xiao Chen, I know you can fight, but Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing's lives are in my hands. I hope you will behave and let my men tie you up. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to kill them right now." The man waved his hand to his subordinates. Understanding the signal, the subordinates took out ropes and slowly approached Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not resist and even actively extended his arms to let them bind him. It was just a rope. It couldn't restrain him at all. With a little effort, he could break the rope. For now, he needed to stabilize the situation and take the opportunity to rescue Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing. After they finished tying him up, Xiao Chen once again suggested that they release the hostages. Release them? The leader sneered. "Xiao Chen, are you really an idiot? Although this guy isn't the target, his organs are valuable. Once we have something, why would we return it? And this girl, while she may not be a stunner, she is not bad either. Young and fresh. We have to let the brothers have a taste, right? After enjoying themselves, we can sell her organs for another income. I'm a person. Why would I go against money?" Woo. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing struggled even harder. But it was of no use, especially Su Cheng, who glared at Xiao Chen with eyes full of anger, seemingly blaming him for coming. If they fell into the enemy's trap, all 3 of them would likely lose their lives here. "You're looking for death," Xiao Chen said coldly. "Haha." The enemy seemed to have heard a huge joke, laughing uncontrollably. "It's you who's looking for death, right? First, break his legs. Let them watch us enjoy it together." Yes. Someone took the order, holding a baton as he walked step by step towards Xiao Chen. Bang! However, at that moment, a gunshot rang out. The person approaching Xiao Chen was shot directly in the forehead, his body falling stiffly to the ground, blood pouring out from the bullet hole. Everything happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, there was an extra corpse on the scene. The bandits were terrified, their faces changing drastically as they hurriedly crouched down to find cover. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were a bit overwhelmed and fainted from fright. After hiding, the bandit leader coldly said to Xiao Chen, I didn't expect you to call the police. Aren't you afraid of me tearing up the ticket? As he spoke, he drew a pistol from his waist and pointed it at Su Cheng. Call the police? Xiao Chen was taken aback. He hurriedly explained, No, I didn't call the police. The gunfire was from people outside. They have been following me since I left the villa. I thought it was you. Bang! Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, another gunshot rang out. The bandit leader let out a scream, dropping his handgun. He clutched his wrist, blood flowing from his fingers. What? Xiao Chen was also taken aback. Could it be that the four people outside were not in cahoots with the ones inside? Were they protecting themselves? But why? Xiao Chen couldn't figure it out. What could a poor guy like him have that was worth protecting? However, Xiao Chen wouldn't miss this opportunity. Confirming that the people outside were not with the ones inside, he mobilized the power within his dantian. With a bang, he broke the ropes. His figure flashed and appeared in front of another bandit who had just drawn his gun. With a swift chop, there was a cracking sound. The opponent's head drooped down, becoming a corpse. Sorry, I didn't control my strength well, Xiao Chen muttered apologetically, but his actions were not delayed. In just a moment, he knocked down all the more than 10 people present. Even Xiao Chen himself was shocked. The cyclone in the dantian disappeared, turning into a base platform, and both strength and speed were increased several times. He had ascended to another level of cultivation. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate. Quickly untied Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing and woke them up. Chen, what happened? Su Cheng asked in panic, seeing the bandits lying on the ground. The police are here, Xiao Chen said. They saved us. You guys should hurry and go home, take a shower, sleep peacefully as if it were a dream, and forget about this. Tomorrow is a new day. Patting Su Cheng on the shoulder, Xiao Chen forcibly pushed the two out of the factory. Su Cheng originally wanted to stay and face it with Xiao Chen, but was pulled away by Lin Xiaoqing. Why? After walking a little further, Su Cheng shook off Lin Xiaoqing's hand and said angrily, Chen is my childhood friend. He showed up here to save me. We can't just leave. Can't you see? Lin Xiaoqing said helplessly. Brother Xiao is not an ordinary person. What do you mean? Whether facing gunfire or death, Brother Xiao can remain calm. Look at us. We fainted from fright. He wants us to leave, so we won't hold him back. I see now. Su Cheng realized and followed Lin Xiaoqing away. Come out. Seeing them walk far away, Xiao Chen called out loudly to the nearby, unfinished building and the big tree. Let's sit down and have a good talk. Why are you following me? And why did you shoot those bandits? Chapter 27. The invitation from Long Hun. You actually know our hiding place? The woman spoke up, jumping down from the tree branch, playing with a dagger in her hand. What about the other three? Xiao Chen ignored her and continued to look at the unfinished building. Aren't you coming out? After all, you helped me today. I should thank you properly. No need for thanks. 3 people walked out from the unfinished building. They were the 4 who had followed him from the villa. Although they were dressed casually, Xiao Chen could see that they were all armed with guns. There was even a sniper rifle, although it had been disassembled and packed in a box. In addition to the guns, there were also daggers, short knives, ropes, and other equipment. The man in a suit seemed to be the leader, walking at the front, and said to Xiao Chen, to stay away from Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian? Xiao Chen was taken aback, then thought of Zhua Yingxian, his expression turning cold. Are you suitors of President Zhua? No. The man in the suit shook his head. I am her cousin, Li Yanan. Although you've made quite a bit of money recently and have a unique perspective on gold and silver jewelry design, you are simply not worthy of Xiao Xian. Leaving her is for your own good. What if I say no? Xiao Chen said indifferently. Before today, if someone had spoken to him like this while holding a gun, he might have backed down. After all, Xiao Chen just wanted to live a stable life and didn't want to provoke trouble. But after what happened today, even if Zhua Yingxian didn't want to have anything to do with Xiao Chen, in his eyes, Zhua Yingxian was still his woman. Even if they couldn't marry due to their identities, he would still stand by her side and make up for the harm done to her. Leaving? Xiao Chen couldn't do that. Then let's see the real skills under our hands. Li Yanin didn't bother with pleasantries. If you win against me, not only will I take back what I just said, but I will also fully support you being with Xiao Xian. I might even invite you to join us. But if you lose, I'll kill you today to eliminate future troubles. After all, you encountered these desperate criminals today, so it will be said that you died at their hands. Xiao Xian won't blame me. Join you? Xiao Chen asked, what organization are you? If you win against me, I will tell you, Li Yanin said. Do you dare? Fighting is no problem. Xiao Chen wanted to test his own abilities, but something still needed to be made clear beforehand. But I won't gamble with you. President Zhua is a person, not an object. Her life should be decided by herself, and outsiders shouldn't interfere. Ha! Li Yanin shuklad legally. No wonder you can charm Xiao Xian so much that she is willing to be your secretary. It turns out you really understand a woman's heart. I hope your strength can match your tongue. Watch out. As he spoke, Li Yanin had already made his move. He didn't use a weapon, but his speed was fast. The fists he threw carried the sound of wind. It was obvious he was skilled. The three beside him looked nervous. Li Yanin was their captain and had extraordinary strength. This move, although not his strongest attack, at least used 80% of his power. He intended to seriously injure Xiao Chen. They thought about dissuading him, but remembering Li Yanin's level of affection for Zhua Yingxian, they gave up on that thought. A mere country bumpkin dared to covet the daughter of the Zhua family. If he got hurt, so be it. No one would blame Li Yanin. However, they were soon taken aback, because Xiao Chen also moved. Xiao Chen's speed was even faster, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Li Yanin. He raised his hand and grabbed Li Yanin's wrist, then executed a shoulder throw, slamming Li Yanin heavily onto the ground. Bang! Dust flew everywhere. This doesn't count. Let's do it again. Li Yanin got up from the ground, spat out some dust, and said with a red face, I wasn't ready just now. Oh, so you weren't ready. The other three felt relieved. But wait, it was clearly the captain who struck first. If anyone should say they weren't ready, it should be Xiao Chen. Could it be that Xiao Chen's strength was even stronger than the captain's? As soon as the thought emerged, it was confirmed by Xiao Chen. Li Yanin was defeated again. Before he could rush to Xiao Chen, he was kicked away. He got up and charged again, only to be knocked down once more. As he tried to get up, Xiao Chen was already pressing his foot on Li Yanin's chest, saying indifferently, still not admitting defeat, do you want me to kill you? Li Yanin's face turned red and his neck thickened, but he had to admit that Xiao Chen was far stronger than he was. He could only dejectedly say, I admit defeat. Now, can we talk about what organization you belong to? Xiao Chen released his foot and helped Li Yanin up. Dragon Soul, Li Yanin said. My word still counts. Do you want to join us? Li Yanin extended the invitation. In the Dragon Soul organization, apart from the special recruits from the Ministry of Defense each year, every team leader has the right to recruit members for their own team. Of course, there's still a review process. Normally, each team consists of 5 people. One of Li Yanin's team members had sacrificed himself during a mission, and they had not yet recovered from the pain. Therefore, they had not recruited new members for the time being. But now, having witnessed Xiao Chen's strength, Li Yanin was tempted and took the initiative to extend the olive branch. The other 3, having seen Xiao Chen's strength, also looked expectant. With such a strong ally, the success rate of future missions will be much higher. If I join you, can I beat Gu Qiming at will? Xiao Chen asked. Beat Gu Qiming? Li Yanin was stunned. If he remembered correctly, Gu Qiming was the one who had betrayed Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's purpose in joining the Dragon Soul was actually to deal with Gu Qiming. How petty. But thinking it over, he understood. No man would let others betray him, right? Keeping a low profile was just waiting for the right moment. Once the opportunity arose, he would retaliate fiercely. Xiao Chen's approach was very much to Li Yanin's liking. So he smiled and nodded, sure, no problem at all. Don't mention just beating Gu Qiming. Even if you beat Gu Sihai, he wouldn't dare make sound. If you're still not satisfied, we can use our resources to thoroughly investigate the Gu family. I believe that with Gu Sihai's character, he definitely won't withstand the scrutiny. It's a sure thing that he'll end up in prison. If I join you, will I be very busy? Xiao Chen continued to ask. Busy? Li Yanin was taken aback again. Anyone who understood the Dragon Soul would never hesitate if they received an invitation. But Xiao Chen? He actually asked if it would be busy. Didn't he know that joining the Dragon Soul was a great opportunity? But considering Xiao Chen's strength, Li Yanin patiently explained. Of course it will be busy. We are the nation's sharp blade. We are either on a mission or on our way to one. Even when there are no missions, we still have to train. Throughout the year, the only time we have off is during the few days we go home to visit family. Forget it, too busy. I want to join. Before Li Yanin could finish, Xiao Chen rejected the offer. Come on, if it's that busy, how can I support the apocalypse, Xiao Chen? Without that Xiao Chen bringing me the awakening pills, how can I improve my strength? Without strength, how can I protect myself? Although Xiao Chen also has a patriotic heart, he knows better. The greater the strength, the greater the impact he can have. His task is to grow stronger and then stronger again. Huh? Li Yanin couldn't believe it. You actually refused? The three others beside him were equally astonished. They never expected Xiao Chen to refuse to join the Dragon Soul organization. Otherwise, Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. I'm used to freedom. I don't like being constrained. What about Xiao Xian? Li Yanin raised his voice sharply, questioning, without the Dragon Soul's background as a nobody. You won't be able to marry Xiao Xian for the rest of your life. Do you want to watch your beloved woman fall into someone else's arms? With me around, no one can take Zhuozong away. Xiao Chen said firmly, she is destined to be my woman. So domineering. Li Yanin couldn't help but praise. It's a pity that such a person was unwilling to join them. Li Yanin felt helpless, but chose to respect Xiao Chen's decision. Since he was defeated, he kept his word and did not bring up the matter of breaking up couples again. Instead, he changed the subject to inquire about the situation with the criminals. I don't know either. Xiao Chen shook his head. I just woke up, and I received a call from a Cheng, then hurried over. Shall we interrogate them? Chapter 28. Xiao Chen. How do you plan to handle this? After saying that, Xiao Chen took the lead and went upstairs. He woke each person up one by one and took the opportunity to collect their weapons into his space. He didn't dare to take everything, just took 3 batons, 4 long knives, 1 gun, and more than 10 bullets. At that moment, Li Yanin and the other 4 came upstairs. 4 guns were pointed at the people who had just woken up. Li Yanin coldly said, Speak. Why did you capture Su Cheng? And why did you want to kill Xiao Chen? No one answered. Li Yanin then threatened them with gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots disabled the legs of 3 of them. I'll give you time to think. If you don't answer in 1 minute, I'll shoot one of your legs. 16 people. 32 legs that can last half an hour. If I still don't get the answer I want after half an hour, then I'll start shooting arms. After the arms, it's the heart. I'll talk. As soon as Li Yanin finished speaking, someone couldn't bear the pressure and revealed the truth. It was Gu Qiming. As the heir of Rongjin Group, when has he ever been slapped in the face? And it was continuous slaps. Gu Qiming held a grudge. After investigating, he found out that Xiao Chen was backed by that woman Zhuo Yingxian and even lived in a villa area halfway up the mountain. Gu Qiming had no way to take action, so he could only hire someone to kill. He had to make sure Xiao Chen disappeared from this world without delay. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were just collateral. Xiao Chen, how do you plan to handle this? Li Yanin asked Xiao Chen. Me? Xiao Chen quickly shook his head. I'm just a common citizen. I have no qualifications to deal with them. Besides, they're all desperate criminals. It's better to leave them to you. What about Gu Qiming? Li Yanin asked again. Are you planning to let him go? What do you mean? Xiao Chen's gaze sharpened. Gu Qiming hired someone to kill. Can he escape the punishment of the law? Naturally not, Li Yanin explained. But the Gu family has a certain influence in Jiang City, and they're all desperate criminals. Their words cannot be used as evidence. If the police investigate thoroughly, it will definitely alert the snake. If Gu Sihai takes Gu Qiming abroad, it won't be easy for you to find trouble with him. That makes sense. Xiao Chen stroked his chin, thought for a while, then shook his head and said, Brother Li, why not just forget it? I'll deal with Gu Qiming myself. As expected of someone I have my eye on, if you have a grudge, you should seek revenge yourself. That's the most satisfying. Li Yanin patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said with satisfaction, But remember, do it quickly. I will stay in Jiang City for half a month. When I leave, I must hand this matter over to the local official forces. That means you only have half a month. That's enough. Xiao Chen smiled and nodded. Now he had already earned over 6 billion. Within half a month, he should be able to acquire more than half of the shares of Rongjin Group. For the rest, Xiao Chen couldn't interfere, so he bid farewell and left. Li Yanin kindly exchanged phone numbers with Xiao Chen, telling him to contact him if he encountered anything he couldn't handle. After leaving, Xiao Chen saw that it was still early, so he went to find Su Cheng. Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing were both in the rental house. The two were packing their things, planning to escape. When they saw Xiao Chen, they were both taken aback. Chen, you're okay? That's really great. Su Cheng looked at Xiao Chen, confirming that he was fine, and immediately felt relieved. I knew you were a good person. Good people have blessings from heaven. However, Jiang City is too dangerous. We should escape quickly and go back home. I'll open a farmhouse, you can feed pigs, and then we can also contract a fish pond. Xiaoqing can grow grapes and raise some poultry. Although we won't earn much, it will be enough to support ourselves. It's better than living in fear in Jiang City, right? In Su Cheng's view, Xiao Chen must have offended someone he shouldn't have, even attracting criminals. If they continued to stay in Jiang City, they would eventually be toyed with and killed. It was safer to return home. Lin Xiaoqing didn't say anything but hugged Su Cheng's arm, clearly united in thought. Supporting each other, Xiao Chen said lightly, "You all know the situation in our village. The young people have all gone out to work. Only some old, weak, sick, and disabled people are left at home to look after children. Even if your skills are great, I'm afraid there won't be many customers. Don't go back home. Stay here and work with me." "Work with you?" Su Cheng was stunned. "What for? Delivering takeout?" Xiao Chen replied, "I'm planning to acquire Yunming Hotel, and I'm short of a helper. You can stay and help me manage the hotel." "What?" Su Cheng thought he misheard. He stepped forward to touch Xiao Chen's forehead. Puzzled, "You're not feverish. Why are you talking nonsense? Yunming Hotel is one of the few five-star hotels in Jiang City, worth over $1 billion. How are you going to acquire it? With just your mouth? Or by dreaming?" It turned out to be by dreaming. However, Xiao Chen didn't say this explicitly. Instead, he directly transferred 400,000 to Su Cheng. Salary is paid monthly, and it's prepaid. You can manage it as a shareholder, holding 5 of the shares. And there will be dividends at the end of the year. Then he looked at Lin Xiaoqing and asked, "Xiaoqing, do you want to manage the hotel with Chengzi, or do you want to be my assistant? If you follow Chengzi, the monthly salary is only 100,000. If you follow me, it's 300,000. I want to follow you." Lin Xiaoqing made her choice without hesitation. Su Cheng's expression turned ugly as he stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Chen's collar, coldly saying, "Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Are you trying to buy Xiao Qing with money? Do you believe I?" While speaking, Su Cheng had already raised his fist, but he was pushed away by Xiao Chen. "What are you thinking, Qingzi? Am I that kind of person? If it weren't for Misters were being busy with something, I wouldn't need Xiao Qing's help. If you really don't trust me, you can follow Xiao Qing during this time. Once the hotel paperwork is done, you can take over the hotel." Su Cheng finally released Xiao Chen, but insisted on following Lin Xiaoqing to prevent Xiao Chen from doing anything that would harm their friendship. Xiao Chen didn't mind. He transferred another 300,000 to Lin Xiaoqing and then took them to the villa in the hillside. Upon seeing Xiao Chen swipe his face to enter Building 9 and seeing Zhua Yingxian in the living room, Su Cheng's inner worries were completely dispelled. With such a beautiful wife like Zhua Yingxian, how could Xiao Chen have any thoughts about Lin Xiaoqing? Besides, Xiao Chen was living in a villa worth over 100 million. With Lin Xiaoqing's looks, she probably wouldn't catch his eye anyway. However, he still felt puzzled. Just a few days ago, wasn't Xiao Chen worried about the 300,000 betrothal gift? How did he become a rich man now? Did he win the lottery? But he hadn't heard of anyone in Jiang City winning a few hundred million recently. After introducing himself, Xiao Chen began to arrange tasks. Lin Xiaoqing followed Zhua Yingxian to familiarize herself with the acquisition process. After all, now that she could earn money, she couldn't let it sit in the bank collecting dust. She had to get moving. Investment was essential. Xiao Chen wanted Lin Xiaoqing to learn more to take over in the future. The meal ordering task was assigned to Su Cheng. He was to find a new house that didn't need renovation, just by an iron frame. The ordered meals and necessary supplies would all be placed in that house. For the takeout part, Xiao Chen contacted the former manager, Chen Qingyin, to take over. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Chen sent everyone away. After a hearty meal, storing today as supplies into the space, Xiao Chen washed up and lay down to fall into a deep sleep. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 29, Berserker Type Awaken 1. First, have a good meal, then go kill zombies. They were still near the seafood market. After killing for several days, they were getting closer to the seafood market, now less than 100 meters away. Xiao Chen could see some situations inside the seafood market. There were many zombies there. Just the perimeter had thousands of zombies, most of which were second-level zombies. Xiao Chen even spotted more than a dozen silver zombies. They were simply unbeatable. Xiao Chen immediately led the team to retreat. However, not far from their location, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense caught sight of a familiar face. Following Wu Gui. On the first day of working hard, he was a one-man team. He had wounds on him, wrapped in blood-stained cloth, but his eyes were very sharp, making people afraid to look directly at him. Later, Xiao Chen asked Wang Yao and learned that the person was Ao Zhan, a strong fighter who was highly trusted by Wu Gui and was intended for special training. At that moment, within Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness, Ao Zhan was fighting against a bronze zombie, clearly at a disadvantage. He was injured in several places, blood flowing continuously. But Ao Zhan showed no signs of retreating. With the agility of his body and the long knife in his hand, he managed to avoid being killed directly. However, behind the bronze zombie were more than 30 first-level zombies. Even if Ao Zhan killed the bronze zombie, escaping wouldn't be easy. Xiao Chen planned to lend a hand, so he led the team in that direction. Along the way, Xiao Chen sensed Ao Zhan biting his own tongue and swallowing a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, his aura surged dramatically. Ao Zhan let out a roar, his eyes turning red as he charged at the bronze zombie, delivering blow after blow to its neck. After more than 10 strikes, he finally decapitated the bronze zombie. The corpse dissipated, leaving behind a second-level awakening pill. Ao Zhan hurriedly picked it up and hid it close to him like a treasure. At that moment, the first-level zombies rushed over. Ao Zhan swung his knife to meet them, barely managing to kill 7 of them before collapsing to the ground, exhausted. His knife dropped. The zombies seized the opportunity and rushed to Ao Zhan. Just as Ao Zhan was about to be torn to pieces by the zombies, Xiao Chen arrived. In a flash, he rushed to Ao Zhan's side, using fists and feet to drive the zombies away. It's Ao Zhan. Wang Yao also recognized the fallen person and hurriedly joined the battle. Dealing with first-level zombies, Wang Yao didn't even need to go invisible. Within moments, he had slaughtered all 20 or so zombies, collecting 13 awakening pills. He was indeed a berserker-type awakened one. Seeing Xiao Chen checking on Ao Zhan's condition, Wang Yao reminded him, using his own blood can greatly increase his combat power, but only for a short time, lasting just a minute. The after effects are severe. After a minute, he will faint from exhaustion. Even if he wakes up, his combat power will be reduced and will need at least 2 days of rest to recover. Let us give him some water first. Once he wakes up, we can give him something to eat, and he'll be fine. Xiao Chen, do you want to recruit him? Yes. Xiao Chen did not shy away and stated directly, our team may all be second-level awakened ones, but our combat power is indeed a bit low. When facing silver zombies, we can only run away. So we need a berserker-type awakened one. Once he levels up to second level, we can hunt silver zombies. That might not be easy. Wang Yao sighed. Wu Gui intends to focus on training Ao Zhan, making him a trusted confidant. Is this really how you train someone? Xiao Chen scoffed and said, if we hadn't come, he would have died today. Moreover, a couple of days ago, when we were on a mission, Ao Zhan was also on a mission. If he were really being prioritized for training, why would it be like this? Let's give it a try first. If it really doesn't work, we'll think of other ways. While speaking, Xiao Chen had already taken out water and personally fed it to Ao Zhan. Sure enough, in just a moment, Ao Zhan became conscious. He opened his eyes and saw Xiao Chen's handsome face. He had a bit of an impression. This guy had been constantly sizing him up as soon as he arrived at the bathing center. If it weren't for his slight handsomeness, Ao Zhan wouldn't have remembered him at all. Is it you? Ao Zhan struggled to sit up and respectfully said, thank you for saving me. Then he saw Wang Yao and Zhou Qingyu surrounding him. Why are you all together? Alzon asked, so me vat puzlet. Then he thought of something and suddenly exclaimed, you betrayed Manager Wu. How are you still alive? Huh? Xiao Chen was speechless. We just saved you. And you're already wishing for us to die as soon as you open your eyes? That's not what I meant. Ao Zhan realized he had misspoken and quickly corrected himself. You have no food, no water, and not much fighting power. It's quite an accomplishment to have survived this long after leaving Manager Wu. Ugh, Xiao Chen could see that this guy was just a thick-headed fool. A good person could be talked to death by him. Xiao Chen didn't want to waste more words and said directly, Ao Zhan, I want to invite you to join my team. Are you willing? Your team? Ao Zhan glanced at Xiao Chen's 5 people and shook his head to refuse. You have too few people. In the apocalypse, you can't survive like this. Zhou Qingyu, Wang Yao, you should come back too. You have the ability. Manager Wu might just scold you a bit, but won't do anything to you. Xiao Chen, you should leave. Since you just saved me, I'll pretend I haven't seen you and won't report you to Manager Wu. Slap. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen slapped him. What the hell? I just saved your life, and you want to dig your own grave? How dare you hit me? Ao Zhan glared at Xiao Chen, looking as if he wanted to swallow him whole. What's wrong with hitting you? Xiao Chen picked up Ao Zhan's long knife and held it against his neck, disdainfully saying, Even if I kill you, no one will say anything. Ao Zhan was choked up, but still held his head high and said, Xiao Chen, you're taking advantage of me in my time of weakness. If I were at my peak, you wouldn't be my match at all. Is that so? Xiao Chen sneered, even more disdainful. However, he didn't kill Ao Zhan directly. Instead, he thought of a new way to recruit him. Someone like Ao Zhan, who was strong in combat, but a bit simple-minded, would definitely increase the chances of survival if added to his team. Moreover, the other party's character was quite good, willing to leave under the pressure of Wu Gui. After all, in today's apocalypse, who doesn't care for themselves? So, Xiao Chen recognized the other party and was willing to give him a chance. He continued, Then I'll give you a chance to fight me fairly. If you win, I'll personally cut off my head and let you take it to Wu Gui to claim the reward. If you lose, you will obediently follow me. How about it? I can't possibly lose. Before Ao Zhan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Xiao Chen. Hai Tao, tie him up and take him away. After he recovers, I'll fight him. He also took a rope from his space for Cheng Hai Tao. Cheng Hai Tao was more than happy to do this and quickly tied Ao Zhan up. Like leading a horse, he pulled Ao Zhan along. They were not heading back to the Green Garden community, but rather towards the urban village in the east of the city. Cheng Hai Tao had heard that there were also a large number of zombies there, and everyone was afraid to go search for supplies. Xiao Chen and the others hadn't killed many zombies today. They all needed level 2 awakening pills to enhance their strength. The number of zombies at the seafood market was too high, and their levels were also high, so Xiao Chen had to change his target. Is this going to the urban village? On the way, Ao Zhan realized Xiao Chen's intention and reminded him, there are a lot of zombies over there. Most of them are bronze zombies. Going there is no different from sending yourselves to your deaths. It's better to return to the bathing center. With Manager Wu's protection, at least you can survive for a while longer. Shut up. Xiao Chen couldn't stand his doomsaying and had Cheng Hai Tao take out a stinky sock to stuff in Ao Zhan's mouth. Only then did it quiet down. Not long after, they arrived at the urban village. Xiao Chen scanned the situation inside with his spiritual sense and became excited. Chapter 30. Just waiting to die, but Xiao Chen didn't speak. Instead, he looked at Cheng Hai Tao. After listening carefully, Cheng Hai Tao was overjoyed. We struck gold. Brother Xiao, we're going to get rich this time. There are over 700 zombies inside, and more than 400 of them are bronze zombies. There are no silver zombies. After this haul, you should be able to level up to level 3. Ugh. Ao Zhan, who was being dragged along, thought the group had gone mad. Over 700 zombies? They actually wanted to go in and fight. Did they have such guts? Wait, no. What did that guy just say? Xiao Chen is leveling up to level 3? Could it be that Xiao Chen is now a level 2 awakened? No way. When he first came to the bathing center a few days ago, he hadn't even awakened, right? How could it be so soon? Moreover, becoming an awakened requires a lot of food. With the current shortage of supplies and their small numbers, how could they possibly have enough food to fill their stomachs? If they can't eat enough, where would the strength to fight come from? Ao Zhan was utterly confused, but since his mouth was stuffed, he couldn't even ask. At this moment, the zombies also caught the scent and came out. Xiao Chen did not slack off and continued to use the original formation. He and Wang Yao were the main attackers. Cheng Hai Tao was in charge of supervision. Zhou Qingyu set up barriers to protect Cheng Hai Tao and Nangong Aoshue. Xiao Chen took out 2 knives from his space and threw one to Wang Yao. The two of them spread their bodies and rushed towards the zombie horde, swinging their knives to slash. Crack. According to past experiences, A single strike would definitely send the heads of these black iron zombies flying. But now, the zombies' heads remained intact, while the knives broke into two pieces. The knife in Wang Yao's hand was the same, split in half. The two of them were stunned at the same time, looking at each other in confusion. Xiao Chen, where did you get this knife? Why is it so brittle? Wang Yao asked. Xiao Chen had no idea how to explain. He couldn't just tell Wang Yao that these were knives from his previous life, right? He could only lie and say he picked them up. They're all junk. Xiao Chen discarded all those knives and fought the zombies barehanded. He had been cultivating for a while at level 2 and had gained a lot of strength. He could smash black iron zombies' heads with a single punch. But Wang Yao couldn't do that. Her ability was invisibility, and after entering level 2, she hadn't taken the level 2 awakening pill to cultivate, so her strength had weakened considerably. When she had a knife in her hand, she could easily kill black iron zombies, but without a weapon, it was difficult to take them down. Use my carving knife. Nangong Aoshu understood this point and threw her carving knife to Wang Yao. Wang Yao accepted it without hesitation and fought alongside Xiao Chen. Killing black iron zombies was no problem, but when they encountered bronze zombies, it became a bit challenging to kill them. The two of them worked together and barely managed to take down a bronze zombie. However, more and more zombies were closing in. Sister Yao, you should retreat to the barrier. Xiao Chen knew this wouldn't work, but he was reluctant to give up so many bronze zombies. He could only instruct. Throw A.O. Zhan's long knife to me, and I'll continue fighting. Xiao Chen, there are too many zombies. You can't kill them all by yourself. Wang Yao suggested. Why don't we retreat for now? We can come back to kill them once we find suitable weapons. No, Xiao Chen shook his head. Time is life. While we're leveling up, the zombies are also leveling up. If we are too slow, once the zombies' levels rise, we will only be at their mercy. Don't worry. I will know when to stop. Wang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. With her reminder, she believed Xiao Chen wouldn't act recklessly. She entered the barrier and threw A.O. Zhan's long knife to Xiao Chen. He caught the knife and began to frantically slaughter zombies. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. Xiao Chen lost count of how many he had killed. His arms were numb from the impact. He was in a frenzied state. In his eyes, these weren't zombies, but cultivation resources. The more he killed, the faster they would level up. A.O. Zhan was dumbfounded. How could he be so strong? At this moment, A.O. Zhan didn't even have the courage to compete with Xiao Chen. He had to use secret techniques to barely take down a copper zombie, while Xiao Chen slaughtered copper zombies like they were dogs. Nangong Aoshue also looked on in admiration. Big Brother Xiao is not only well-fed, but also strong in battle. Truly the backbone of this team. Zhou Qingyu, somewhat oblivious, was still munching on spicy strips. When it became too spicy, she took a couple of sips of water to ease the heat, completely unconcerned about Xiao Chen's battle. Wang Yao clenched her fists tightly. She secretly vowed to become stronger, to be able to fight alongside Xiao Chen and share his burdens. However, Cheng Haitao's ears were twitching constantly. Listening to the zombie's footsteps and heartbeats, his brows furrowed deeper. What's wrong? Wang Yao noticed his state and asked. It feels a bit off, Cheng Haitao said. The zombies in the village seem to be gathering towards us as if someone is commanding them. Isn't it normal for them to gather? We are food to the zombies. They will definitely come when they smell us, Wang Yao replied. It's not a direct gathering, Cheng Haitao explained. Instead, they are forming an encirclement. Besides the zombies confronting Big Brother Xiao directly, others are quietly slipping out from several other sides. Our escape route is now sealed. What? Wang Yao was shocked. Are there silver zombies inside? She had heard that silver zombies possessed intelligence. They want to trap us. Realizing this, Wang Yao shouted to Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, retreat quickly. There's a situation. Hearing the shout, Xiao Chen gradually regained his clarity and retreated into the barrier. Wang Yao shared her suspicions. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before ordering a retreat. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A large number of zombies surged out around the barrier, at least several hundred. Moreover, more zombies were continuously arriving. I was careless, Xiao Chen sighed inwardly. The zombies in the village were not just over 700. There were many more. Both his spiritual sense and Cheng Haitao's keen hearing had limited ranges. Indeed, within the range they knew, there were over 700 zombies. However, there were still zombies in places they were unaware of. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay and immediately ordered, I will charge in to clear the way for you. Qingyu, maintain the barrier and lead everyone to escape. Once we break through the zombies' encirclement, don't hesitate for a second. Immediately drop the barrier and flee with all your might. Understood. Zhou Qingyu nodded seriously. Xiao Chen charged out again, swinging his knife as he fought the zombies. With each strike, he killed a zombie. However, it seemed as if the zombies knew his strategy, all crowding towards him. For everyone he killed, 2, 3, or even 5 came at him. He simply couldn't finish them off. After killing over 100, Xiao Chen's arms felt sore. Looking at the zombies, there were even more. Kill. Xiao Chen didn't dare to hesitate and continued to swing his knife. This won't do. If this continues, Xiao Chen will definitely exhaust himself, and none of us will be able to escape, Wang Yao said, worried as she noticed Xiao Chen's state. Sister Yao, do you have any ideas? Zhou Qingyu asked. Wang Yao shook her head. I'll go help. I will too. Cheng Haitao stood up as well. Together with Wang Yao, they stepped out of the barrier to fight the zombies. Wang Yao was in slightly better condition since she had reached the 2nd level and had a carving knife in hand, allowing her to kill some zombies. Cheng Haitao, however, was much weaker. Barehanded, he could barely contend with black iron zombies. When he encountered a copper zombie, his arm was directly severed by the zombie. He gritted his teeth in pain, but did not back down and continued to fight. Unfortunately, he was knocked back into the barrier by a black iron zombie's headbutt and would have fallen if not for Ao Zhan catching him. Also, Cheng Haitao suddenly realized that there was still a fighter inside the barrier. He hurriedly pulled the stinky sock out of Ao Zhan's mouth and asked Ao Zhan, "You've been with Manager Wu for a long time. You have experience. Can you think of a way to break the situation?" "No way," Ao Zhan replied, feeling despondent. The state of these zombies clearly indicated that someone was commanding them. The lowest level intelligent zombie would be at least silver rank or even higher. If we could kill the commanding zombie, we might be able to slip away under the protection of the barrier from the copper zombie's eyes. Unfortunately, none of us have that strength. We can only wait to die. Chapter 31. That is a silver zombie thud. Cheng Haitao slumped onto the ground. What should we do? He pounded his thigh in frustration. It's all my fault. My strength is weak, and my scouting range is limited. If I had known there were silver zombies inside, I would never have let Big Brother Xiao charge in. I'm so useless. Big Brother Cheng, stop dazing off and hurry to save Big Brother Xiao. Nangong Aoshua urged as she pushed Cheng Haitao. Look at Big Brother Xiao. He got hit by a zombie. Cheng Haitao looked over and indeed saw Xiao Chen being struck in the chest by a copper zombie. He staggered back several steps and fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Cheng Haitao was startled and quickly rushed out to drag Xiao Chen back into the barrier. Sister Yao, you should also come back. Let's discuss a countermeasure. Seeing that the situation on Wang Yao's side was equally grim, Xiao Chen called her back as well. Everyone returned to the barrier and looked at Xiao Chen. I don't have any good ideas either, Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. Let's eat first. Even if we die, we should at least die with full stomachs. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out several meals from his space. Ao Zhan was once again stunned. A space-type ability user? No wonder he dared to leave Manager Wu's team. But something didn't add up. Since Xiao Chen was a space-type ability user, why was his combat strength still so strong? Could it be that he had dual abilities? Unfortunately, no one answered him. Everyone gathered around the dining table and began to eat heartily. Gulp! Ao Zhan couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes nearly popping out in greed. Following Wu Gue, there hadn't been a single meal where he could eat his fill. After just consuming blood essence and activating his berserk combat ability, he had exhausted himself to the point of unconsciousness. Now his stomach was growling nonstop. Seeing delicious food, he could no longer hold back, saliva flowing like rain. Xiao Chen noticed him and hurried over to untie him, apologizing. Ao Zhan, I'm sorry. I initially wanted to recruit you into our team, but now, just enjoy a full meal. In a moment, I will charge out again to attract the zombies' attention, and you should try to escape as much as possible. If you truly can't escape, it just means your life is meant to end. And you all, the same goes for you. Try to escape as much as possible. In the next life, I will apologize to you again. Big Brother Xiao, you don't need to apologize. I have never blamed you. Zhou Qingyu was the first to speak, still wearing a smile. Having enjoyed so much delicious food in the apocalypse, it was worth dying for. Brother Xiao, I don't blame you. Nangong Aoshua followed up. If it weren't for your help, I would have starved to death long ago. Wang Yao said nothing, quickly stuffing food into her mouth. Cheng Haitao did the same. Both had already made up their minds that even if they were to die, they would eat their fill and have the strength to fight. Even if they died in battle, they would carve a bloody path for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, you don't need to apologize to me. Ao Zhan shook his head and said, if you hadn't saved me just now, I would have already died at the hands of those zombies. Moreover, we might still have a chance to escape. What do you mean? Xiao Chen raised his voice suddenly. Do you have a way? No, Ao Zhan continued shaking his head. But we can try. These zombies understand the tactic of encirclement, and they should be under the command of the silver zombie. As long as we can kill the silver zombie, they will be like a scattered sand. We have a barrier master. Perhaps we can avoid the bronze zombies and successfully escape. But that S.A. silver zombie, Xiao Chen said dejectedly, I am the highest level among us. But I'm still quite far from level 3. How can I possibly kill a silver zombie? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at Ao Zhan. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. Xiao Chen, why are you staring at me? Ao Zhan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, putting distance between himself and Xiao Chen. I'll tell you, my orientation is very normal. Even if your strength is greater than mine, you can't force me. I would rather die than submit. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked him away and said speechlessly, what are you thinking? My orientation is even more normal than yours. The reason I'm looking at you is to ask if you can defeat the silver zombie if you reach level 2. I should be able to. Ao Zhan thought for a moment and said, after I swallow the essence blood, my combat power can increase by 1 level. At level 2, I can unleash level 3 combat power. But I haven't even touched the threshold of level 2 yet, and I only have 1 level 2 awakening pill. It's very hard to improve. Furthermore, upgrading takes time. We probably don't have much time left. As Ao Zhan spoke, he looked outside the barrier. There, whether it was bronze zombies or black iron zombies, they were all frantically rushing towards the barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies kept crashing into the barrier, making a dull sound. What? Xiao Chen was stunned. The barrier could actually block the zombies as if it were a solid object? Xiao Chen asked Zhou Qingyu. Yes. Zhou Qingyu said, not only can it block zombies, but it can also block people. Then before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Zhou Qingyu spoke again. As long as I am willing, I can make it so that you can enter a place without anyone. Good, very good, Xiao Chen said excitedly. With the barrier to block, we will have enough time. Ao Zhan, you need to level up quickly. Here are a level 1 awakening pill, a level 2 awakening pill, as well as food and water. Right now, only if you reach level 2 do we have hope of breaking out. Ao Zhan was stunned again, staring blankly at Xiao Chen, murmuring, Xiao Chen, are these all for me? What else with all the nonsense? Xiao Chen urged, hurry up and cultivate. Improve your strength as much as possible. Escaping is the key. Oh, okay. Ao Zhan didn't hesitate any longer and stuffed the awakening pill into his mouth. 1, 2. Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to him anymore. Then he took out all the level 2 awakening pills from his space and distributed them for everyone to cultivate. But everyone was very conscious, like Cheng Haitao and Nangong Aoshua, who were both vigilantly watching their surroundings. Their abilities were quite special, even if they took the awakening pills. As long as they didn't step into level 3, it shouldn't bring about too much change. So it was better to leave them for those who could use them, like Wang Yao and Xiao Chen. However, after Wang Yao took 6 pills, she stopped. With a wry smile, she said, my improvement is too slow. Xiao Chen, just focus on yourself. Xiao Chen didn't stand on ceremony and took the pills directly. 1, 2. When he was taking the 23rd pill, Zhou Qingyu spat out blood. With a gasp, she spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and her face turned pale. Qingyu, what is wrong? Xiao Chen hurriedly stopped and asked worriedly. There are too many zombies outside, and most of them are bronze zombies. Zhou Qingyu said with a bitter smile. They're hitting the barrier together, and I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out much longer. How much longer can you hold on? Xiao Chen asked. According to the current situation, at most 1 hour. Zhou Qingyu added in her heart. After 1 hour, I will be a corpse. Only 1 hour? Xiao Chen glanced at Ao Zhan beside him, who was gritting his teeth to improve but hadn't even touched the threshold of level 2 yet. Even if he touched it, he would still need to take the level 2 awakening pill to level up. It would take at least 3 hours to upgrade. There simply wasn't enough time. I'll go kill some zombies to relieve the pressure on the barrier. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chen made a decision and strode out. As soon as he stepped outside the barrier, zombies surrounded him. Xiao Chen swung his machete, charging left and right. Unfortunately, there were too many zombies, and he couldn't break through. The zombies crashing into the barrier showed no signs of stopping. However, misfortune struck. At that moment, a loud roar came from a distance. Roar. Accompanied by the roar, a zombie radiating silver light came rushing over at a rapid pace. That was a level 3 zombie. Whether it was Xiao Chen, who was cultivating, or the others inside the barrier, they all stood up, looking at the silver zombie with serious expressions. Xiao Chen, don't just stand there. Keep leveling up. Xiao Chen scolded. I'll hold this silver zombie back, trying to prevent it from reaching the barrier. If a bronze zombie can make Xiao Chen spit blood by hitting the barrier, what if the silver zombie also attacks? She might just die on the spot. She was the one he tricked out from Wu Gui, so he should protect her at all costs. Even if he died, he would rather die in front of her. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen charged at the silver zombie. But there were too many zombies around, and he simply couldn't break through. He saw the silver zombie getting closer and closer to the barrier. In a moment of desperation, Xiao Chen thought of the handgun. He had snatched a handgun from a criminal, along with more than 10 bullets. It could be used for ranged attacks. Xiao Chen quickly took it out, loaded a bullet, and fired at the silver zombie. Bang! The bullet shot out from the chamber, hitting the silver zombie in the chest. But it only sparked and bounced off, leaving no mark at all. The good thing was that it made the silver zombie pause for a moment. That was somewhat useful. Holding the gun, Xiao Chen kept shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots in a row, all hitting the zombie's head. Although there were no wounds, it seemed to cause the zombie some pain. Do zombies feel pain? Xiao Chen had no time to think. He noticed that the silver zombie was charging towards him. Xiao Chen hurriedly prepared to confront it. But halfway through its charge, Wang Yao appeared. She used her invisibility ability to quietly step out of the barrier and blocked the zombie's path. She swung a dagger towards the silver zombie's neck. Zing! A piercing sound rang out. The dagger couldn't cut through the zombie's neck, leaving only a white mark, which was quickly restored. Failing to land a hit, Wang Yao immediately went back into invisibility. Unfortunately, it was too late. The silver zombie landed a punch on Wang Yao's chest. Crack! Her ribs must have broken in several places. She was sent flying and crashed near the barrier. If it weren't for Cheng Haitao's quick reflexes dragging her back, she would have already been torn to pieces by the zombie. Roar! The silver zombie let out another roar. The black iron and brass zombies quickly made way for it, allowing it to charge towards Xiao Chen without any obstruction. Xiao Chen forced a bitter smile, preparing himself for battle. With his agile movements, he could barely evade the silver zombie. However, there were too many zombies around. He could dodge the silver zombie's attacks, but couldn't avoid those from the brass zombies. With just a slight mistake, he would get hit. In just a few minutes, Xiao Chen had already taken 6 or 7 hits, breaking 2 of his bones. The pain made him break out in a cold sweat, but he could only grit his teeth and endure it. Xiao Chen, give me the knife, let me handle it. At that moment, Xiao Chen burst out from the barrier, shouting, You've advanced to level 2? Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Not yet. Xiao Chen shook his head. I've just touched the threshold of level 2. Advancing would take too much time. I don't have the opportunity. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. It was mainly about time. If he had a little more time to grow, it still seemed impossible to kill the silver zombie. Damn it, what kind of dream is this? Why can't I kill zombies of a higher level? Dream? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's mind became much clearer. The apocalypse here was just his dream. In the dream, he was the protagonist. With a halo, he should be invincible. Then let us fight. Even if it costs him his life, he would take down this silver zombie. After all, with the halo, he wouldn't die? Resolute, Xiao Chen threw the long knife to Xiao Chen and fought barehanded. It was almost an exchange of injuries. His injuries were real, while the zombie's wounds healed in an instant. It was a lonely exchange. However, there was also an advantage. Under Xiao Chen's desperate distraction, Xiao Chen managed to slash the silver zombie's neck several times, actually creating a notch. Although it was healing, it didn't heal faster than it was cut. If they kept slashing dozens or hundreds of times, they should be able to cut off the zombie's head. This gave Xiao Chen hope. Alas. However, Ao Zhan sighed. If only there was a psychic master here. Psychic master? Xiao Chen was taken aback. What kind of ability was that? I've heard that psychic masters can control zombies with their mental power, Ao Zhan explained while fighting. I'm not entirely sure, but I heard from Wu Gui that some silver zombies have developed intelligence, which is equivalent to having human-like thinking. As long as we can influence its thinking with mental power, we can turn it back into an ordinary zombie. Right now, our attacks are almost all being blocked by it. Without intelligence, our strikes would definitely hit it. After slashing a few dozen times, I believe we can cut off its head. Mental power? Xiao Chen caught the key point. Could it be the consciousness? Just like in some Xinxiang novels where they often write about controlling fire, refining pills, attacking the sea of consciousness, etc. Never mind, let's try it first. Xiao Chen realized this and told Ao Zhan to keep distracting the silver zombie while he retreated back into the barrier. Roar! The silver zombie roared again, seemingly unwilling to let Xiao Chen leave, as if giving orders. In any case, with this roar, its attacks became even more ferocious. Ao Zhan couldn't withstand it and was hit several times in a row. The surrounding brass and black iron zombies also stopped surrounding Ao Zhan and rushed towards the barrier. Bang! 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 They swung their arms, continuously striking the barrier. Puffed. Zhou Qingyu spat out another mouthful of blood. Her face grew even paler, and her breath became weak, as if she could die at any moment. Xiao Chen wanted to persuade her not to hold on, but he couldn't find the words. Given the current situation, once Zhou Qingyu dispersed the barrier, it was unlikely that anyone present would survive. Endure. Xiao Chen bit his tongue to keep himself calm and try to mobilize his consciousness. But how could he disrupt the silver zombie's thinking? Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. He remembered that when he stepped into level 2, he had once tried the miraculous use of consciousness. Within a 3-meter range, he could scan even farther. If he condensed his consciousness into a knife and struck at the silver zombie's head, would it turn it into a fool? Oh wait, this guy was already a fool. No time to waste. If it doesn't work, I'll think of something else. Xiao Chen focused his consciousness and truly condensed it into a knife. But the knife was very small, about the size of Nangong Aoshue's carving knife. Could this thing even hurt someone? Xiao Chen was speechless. What? Wang Yao asked, puzzled. Do you have a new weapon? A consciousness knife, Xiao Chen replied. Wang Yao paused for a moment and quickly thought of something. She exclaimed, Xiao Chen, you're actually a psychic master? Right, you are. When we first killed the brass zombies, you didn't enter the house, but discovered 2 brass zombies inside. Psychic masters are the nemesis of high-level zombies with intelligence. Hurry up and kill it. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. Kill it? How do I do that? He wasn't even sure if he was a psychic master and didn't know how to use his consciousness. He could only try his luck. Controlling the consciousness knife, he swung it down at the silver zombie's head, then pierced through its body and landed on the ground. Chapter 33. Is this Xiao Chen? Thud. It wasn't the zombie that fell, but Ao Zhan. With the silver zombie giving orders, both the brass and black iron zombies rushed towards the barrier with wild abandon, crashing against it. The silver zombie wanted a duel, Ao Zhan. Ao Zhan knew he was no match, but Xiao Chen had just instructed him to keep the silver zombie occupied to prevent it from attacking the barrier. So Ao Zhan didn't retreat. Instead, he bit his tongue again and consumed more of his blood essence to keep his combat strength at its peak. Of course, the cost was high. Normally, the first burst of his berserk ability could last a minute. The second burst could only last 20 seconds. After 20 seconds, he would faint. Now that he had touched the threshold of level 2, it had slightly increased. The first burst could last 3 minutes, and the second burst could last 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, he would also fall unconscious. Xiao Chen needed time. Even an extra half-minute would be good. So Ao Zhan didn't hesitate, planning to face the silver zombie in his peak state. He really found an opportunity. Swinging his knife with all his strength, he struck fiercely at the silver zombie's neck. But the zombie vanished. He swung empty, making intimate contact with the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. He also completely fainted. Where did the zombie go? Chung Haitao was the first to react, puzzled. Could it be that Ao Zhan killed it? But Wang Yao had already jumped up and rushed outside, quickly dragging Ao Zhan back. Then she glanced around and indeed found no trace of the silver zombie. Could it really be dead? Wang Yao muttered softly. It's definitely dead, Cheng Haitao said excitedly. I don't hear the silver zombie's heartbeat. It's been killed. We are saved. Yi. We. Cheng Haitao intended to share the good news with Xiao Chen, but when he looked at Xiao Chen, he hurriedly stopped his voice. Taking a quick step, he rushed to Xiao Chen's side. Uneasy, Xiao Go, what happened to you? Everyone was drawn to his voice and turned to look. They saw Xiao Chen lying on the ground. His once black hair had turned white without them noticing. His eye sockets were sunken, and his handsome face had not only turned pale as paper, but also developed layers of wrinkles, resembling a frail old man in his 70s or 80s. Most importantly, his aura was extremely weak. If it weren't for Cheng Haitao still being able to hear his heartbeat, he would probably be treated as a corpse. Nangong Aoshua wanted to push Xiao Chen to wake him up, but was stopped by Wang Yao, who said not to move recklessly. Xiao Chen is injured, and we are not doctors. Moving him carelessly might worsen his injuries. That silver zombie, just now, was likely killed by him, at the cost of his own age. His body organs must have deteriorated significantly by now. If the injuries worsen, he might really not survive. What should we do? Nangong Aoshua was anxious. Brother Xiao has sacrificed so much for us. We can't just watch him die, can we? Although the silver zombie is dead, there are still many bronze zombies and black iron zombies outside, and we can't break out at all. Wang Yao sighed and said, we can't even get a doctor for him. Right now, we can only take care of him as best as we can. Nangong Aoshua, you give him some water to drink first. Just then, Zhou Qingyu spat out a mouthful of blood. Her consciousness was a bit hazy, but she shook her head and bit her tongue, forcing herself to stay awake and maintain the barrier. Qingyu. Wang Yao was alarmed and rushed to support her. She wanted Zhou Qingyu to drop the barrier, but seeing the zombies outside constantly hitting against it, Wang Yao closed her mouth again. She gently hugged Zhou Qingyu. Filled with concern, Wang Yao whispered, it will all pass. Everything will pass. It was unclear whether she was comforting Zhou Qingyu or herself, but her eyes had unknowingly filled with tears. Cough, cough. At that moment, Ao Zhan coughed a few times and opened his eyes. While Wang Yao and Nangong Aoshua were attending to Xiao Chen, Cheng Haitao was looking after Ao Zhan. Although this guy wasn't his own team member, he had contributed significantly during the attack on the silver zombie. Without Ao Zhan's distraction, their team wouldn't have lasted that long, and they might have already been completely wiped out by now. One must not forget gratitude. So Cheng Haitao fed Ao Zhan some water and some easily digestible food, which helped him regain consciousness. The first question Ao Zhan asked upon opening his eyes was, where are the zombies? Where is the silver zombie? It was right in front of me. How did it disappear? It was killed by Brother Xiao, Cheng Haitao replied. How do you feel? If you're fine, take care of yourself. I need to go take care of Brother Xiao. Without giving Ao Zhan another chance to speak, Cheng Haitao left and gathered around Xiao Chen. Nangong Aoshua was feeding Xiao Chen water, and he used his sleeve to wipe the water that spilled from the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth. His movements were extremely gentle. Afraid of hurting Xiao Chen. This is Xiao Chen. Ao Zhan was shocked at Xiao Chen's state. How'd he end up like this? And Zhou Qingyu, how'd you get hurt too? Ao Zhan didn't finish his sentence because he saw zombies outside crazily hitting the barrier. He was completely dumbfounded. The silver zombie was killed, but the other zombies were still there. Xiao Chen was lying down, and the barrier master was seriously injured. How could they escape? Ao Zhan muttered, it's over. This time it's really over. Once the barrier is breached, he suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, Zhou Qingyu, try to shrink the barrier a bit. Huh? Zhou Qingyu was taken aback. She was a level 2 barrier master. The barrier she set up had to be at least 30 cubic meters. How could she shrink it? The zombies outside were attacking the barrier under the orders of the silver zombie, Ao Zhan explained. Now that the silver zombie is dead, the orders are still there. Once the barrier shrinks, those zombies will lose their target. They probably won't attack the barrier anymore. How do I shrink the barrier? Zhou Qingyu asked, voicing her confusion. She could make the barrier bigger, but she truly didn't know how to shrink it. How would I know? Ao Zhan rolled his eyes. He was a barrier master. Just give it a try, Wang Yao suggested, setting up a barrier consumes otherworldly energy. Just use less of it. Xiao Chen nodded, and when she tried, it really worked. The barrier shrank to 20 meters, and the consumption of also decreased. It really works. Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise. The zombies outside really can't find a target anymore. They're like headless flies. As long as we stay inside the barrier, they can't hurt us. But this is not a long-term solution, Wang Yao sighed. We can't stay like this forever. You're a human, not a machine. How long can you hold on? Moreover, Xiao Chen was severely injured and needed treatment urgently. I'll raise my power as soon as possible, Ao Zhan said. Once I reach level 2, I can take you all out. We can then find Manager Wu. There are healers in his team who should be able to save Xiao Chen. That's the only way, Wang Yao nodded in agreement. After all, the stronger they were, the greater their chances of escaping. Moreover, they had just killed so many level 2 zombies, and over 100 level 2 awakening pills had dropped. That was enough for them to use. Even Cheng Haitao joined the team to level up. Only Nangong Aoshue continued to carefully take care of Xiao Chen. In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Thinking about what happened in the dream, he couldn't help but complain, what a broken dream. It almost ruined me. If that Xiao Chen really died, would I have to go along with him? Damn, this golden finger is a bit of a scam. Complaints aside, work still needed to be done. But after thinking for a while, it seemed like there was nothing to do. Ordering food was handled by Su Cheng. Acquiring his enterprise was left to Zhou Yingxian and Lin Xiaoqing. He had become a bystander. Should he go to a club? Bah, it's not ancient times. Where'd he find a club? But although there were no clubs, there were clubs. Since he had become a wealthy person, he should enjoy himself, right? With that decision made, Xiao Chen searched online, found a well-reviewed club, and drove over. Chapter 34. He wants to be an ancestor. The Zijin Club is located in the western suburbs. It's a large venue that integrates leisure and entertainment, ranking in the top 3 in the entire Jiang City. Nestled against the mountains and by the water, the environment is elegant. When Xiao Chen drove here, he felt it was different. It seemed like there was a barrier here that isolated the murky atmosphere from the outside. Just taking a breath made one feel refreshed. No wonder wealthy people like to come to places like this. It really allows for relaxation. Xiao Chen felt that this trip was worth it. After finding the parking lot and parking his car, just as Xiao Chen was about to head to the lobby, his consciousness unexpectedly scanned a familiar face. A member of the Dragon Soul, an Ai Wei, the one who used a sniper rifle beside Li Yanan. However, at this moment, he was carrying his gun and was only armed with a dagger hidden at his waist. He was dressed very stylishly, all in brand-name clothes. His hair was slicked back and shiny. His car was a Maybach. He looked like a rich young master. If he stood next to Xiao Chen, it would be easy to tell who was wealthy and who was poor at a glance. Xiao Chen was a bit puzzled. According to Li Yanan, the Dragon Soul organization is the nation's sharp weapon and hardly ever has holidays. Why did an Ai Wei come to such a place to relax? Could it be that he was fired? That should be the case. Otherwise, a member of the system dressed like this would be openly telling others that he was corrupt. Not investigating him would be a disservice to the public's eyes. Even so, Xiao Chen didn't let his guard down. After all, an Ai Wei was close to Li Yanan. He had just assured Li Yanan that he would take good care of Zhou Yingxian, and now he was at the Zijin Club. Who knew what Li Yanan would think? To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen crawled back into the car. He planned to wait until an Ai Wei left before heading to the club for a massage and foot rub. However, to his shock, an Ai Wei's Maybach actually stopped right next to him with a screech of brakes. Startled, Xiao Chen shrank his neck, hurriedly reclined the chair, held his breath, and lay back. An Ai Wei didn't get out of the car, but was on the phone, speaking in a pleading tone. Captain, why not let someone else take my place? I really can't pretend to be a rich second generation. Who else is there? A voice came from the phone. It was Captain Li Yanan. Sister Hong is a woman and can't enter the club, and San Guzi has already shown his face. Among us, only you can establish a connection with Zhou Heihu and trace back to the mastermind. We can ask for outside help. An Ai Wei stubbornly replied. That Xiao Chen is quite good. Not only is he handsome, but he is also strong. He is more suitable than me. He doesn't have much strength. Li Yanan countered. During yesterday's test, I held back and didn't use ancient martial arts power, which is why he was slightly better. For my judgment, Xiao Chen has just touched the threshold of a martial artist. Zhou Heihu is a yellow-grade martial artist. Xiao Chen is not his opponent. Besides, Xiao Chen is the man that Xiao Chen is interested in. If something goes wrong because of my orders, how can I face this wolf family? Stop stalling. Once this task is completed, all the rewards will belong to you. Is that okay? Captain, you said this. No backing out. No backing out. Only then did Wei hang up the phone and swagger into the club. Xiao Chen was speechless. It was hard to come to the club once, and he encountered such a situation. However, this piqued Xiao Chen's interest. After the apocalypse connection, Xiao Chen took the awakening pill, which not only enhanced his power, but also caused various changes in his body. He could confirm that he had stepped into the path of cultivation. However, the previous Xiao Chen was just a poor loser who couldn't get in touch with his field except through reading novels. He had no idea about the classification of cultivation levels. Martial artist? Or yellow grade? What exactly was this level? Was he stronger than himself? Xiao Chen planned to explore this further, so he quietly followed inside. In the real world, those with money are the masters, those with power are the ancestors, and those with strength are the forefathers. Xiao Chen understood this principle well. In their village, those who went out to work earned money, and became bosses would return during festivals to treat local officials to meals, give gifts, and build connections. The village head would always bow and scrape when meeting local rascals, smiling and flattering. When suitable policies came up, they would also be prioritized. Therefore, Xiao Chen needed strength. He wanted to become an ancestor. Otherwise, he would embarrass the male protagonists with golden fingers. To enhance his strength, he needed to understand his own situation. He couldn't just mess around blindly. Last time, if he hadn't taken the second-level awakening pill impulsively, he might have ended up dead if Xian hadn't timely intervened. He had to be cautious. Wei's lead was good, as long as he helped them complete the task and didn't take the reward. He should be able to learn some secrets of cultivation. Spending $1 million to get a membership card, Xiao Chen smoothly entered the private room next to Wei's. The technician, wearing a slightly smaller qipao, came over with a fragrant breeze to wash her feet. Bending over, she presented an alluring side. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was not interested in that. He half lay back, closed his eyes, and spread out his consciousness. First, he scanned everything that should and shouldn't be seen, then focused on the adjacent room. There, Wei had ordered 7 technicians. Some were massaging shoulders, some were pounding legs, some were pouring drinks, while others were acting as backrests, fully embodying the image of a wealthy young master. If it weren't for hearing that conversation in the car, Xiao Chen might have thought he was some young heir from a rich family who had just been found and was indulging in extravagant spending. It seemed wanton, but in reality, Wei's ears were always perked up. He was eavesdropping, just like Cheng Haitao in the apocalypse who listened intently to sounds. As for which private room he was monitoring, Xiao Chen's consciousness swept over, and he quickly got the gist. After all, it was daytime, and there were few customers in the club. There were only 3 people in the private rooms getting massages and foot washes, himself, Wei, and the one next to Wei, who should be Zhou Heihu. Zhou was thin, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was skin and bones. Very much like someone from the apocalypse. He was very indulgent. In the private room, there were 8 well-built women serving him. Xiao Chen didn't want to see such an unseemly scene. However, when his consciousness swept over, he discovered something inexplicable was flowing out of these women-esque bodies, quietly slipping into a black gourd in the room. It was very discreet. If not for his consciousness, he wouldn't have caught any trace of it. What was he doing? Xiao Chen became even more curious. He didn't dare let his consciousness relax for a moment, keeping a close watch on Zhou Heihu until he had harmed all 8 women. After sending the women away, Zhou Heihu simply cleaned himself up and carefully put the black gourd into his arms before walking out of the private room. His steps were a bit unsteady, needing to lean against the wall to walk, moving rather slowly. Hearing the door sound, Wei hurriedly pushed away the woman beside him and followed quickly. Xiao Chen also wanted to follow, but his consciousness suddenly noticed that Zhou Heihu had not left. Instead, he had sneaked into another empty private room. Did he sense someone was following him? How did he notice? Xiao Chen stopped in his tracks. Since Wei hadn't completed the task, he would take his place to finish it. He would seek out Li Yanin for a reward later. However, Xiao Chen soon found that Zhou Heihu was actually sleeping. Xiao Chen was helpless and could only continue waiting. Until 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Heihu finally woke up. Xiao Chen thought he was about to take action, but this guy ordered another 8 women, different from the previous ones, and continued to indulge in them. As he did, mysterious things continued to flow out from the women and into the black gourd. Xiao Chen could only keep waiting. His back was already sore from being rubbed, until his phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoqing calling. Her voice was urgent. "Brother Xiao, it's not good. Xian Jie is in trouble." Chapter 35. Zhua Yingxian was drugged Xiaoqing. "Don't panic. Take your time and tell me what happened." Xiao Chen soothed her while walking. As for monitoring Zhou Heihu, Xiao Chen had already thrown that thought to the back of his mind. No matter how importantly Yanan's matters were, they couldn't compare to Zhua Yingxian's life. By the time he reached the parking lot, Xiao Chen already understood the truth. Recently, Zhua Yingxian had been worried about acquiring the Rongjin group from the Guo family, which had become common knowledge in the circle. Guo Sihai had invited Zhua Yingxian, claiming it was to discuss the acquisition, but in reality, it was to test the waters and make other plans. Perhaps he had already thought of a strategy and planned to take action against Zhua Yingxian. Zhua Yingxian was also aware of this, which is why she told Lin Xiaoqing that if she didn't come out after an hour, she should contact Xiao Chen. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen drove to the Wana Hotel. Outside, he ran into Lin Xiaoqing. "Brother Xiao, you finally came." Lin Xiaoqing rushed over. Just as she was about to speak, Xiao Chen waved his hand and walked straight inside. The security guard tried to stop him, but with a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, he sent the guard flying 3 meters away. His consciousness had already scanned that Zhua Yingxian was in the peony hall on the 3rd floor. She was lying on the sofa, her complexion flushed, and beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. Her consciousness was somewhat muddled. She tried to tear at her clothes, but gritted her teeth, forcing her hands to stop. It was very torturous. Xiao Chen took a glance and guessed that she had been drugged. Inside the peony hall, there was a bald man in his 50s setting up a camera, his face full of lewd smiles. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed over. Outside the door stood 2 bodyguards in black. But before they could speak, they were kicked unconscious by Xiao Chen. Bang! After dealing with the bodyguards, Xiao Chen kicked the door open. "Didn't I tell you? Don't bother me, get out." Guo Sihai shouted angrily, and when he turned around, he found that the person who came in was not a bodyguard, but a strange young man. "Who are you? Who let you in?" "Bodyguards? Where did they die? Hurry up and get this brat." Before Guo Sihai could finish his sentence, Xiao Chen kicked him in the stomach. Bang! Guo Sihai fell to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, holding his stomach, tears streaming down from the pain. He raised his hand to point at Xiao Chen and gritted his teeth. "Do you know who I am?" Xiao Chen ignored him and rushed to the sofa to check on Zhua Yingxian's condition. But he wasn't a doctor and couldn't find out anything. At that moment, the hotel manager rushed over with security. Before he could say anything, he heard Xiao Chen coldly say, "My friend has been drugged in your hotel. If anything happens to her, the person in charge of your hotel will have to pay for it." The manager glanced at Guo Sihai and then at Zhua Yingxian. He knew both of them and couldn't afford to offend either, so he quietly reported the situation to his boss. However, he didn't leave. Instead, he maintained order at the scene, keeping bystanders out. Xiao Chen didn't pay him any mind and walked straight towards Guo Sihai. "Take out the antidote," Xiao Chen said coldly. "Hee." Guo Sihai sneered and contemptuously said, "In Jiang City, no one." Slap. Xiao Chen didn't let him continue and directly slapped him. He asked again, "Where's the antidote?" Xiao Chen controlled his strength and didn't completely incapacitate Guo Sihai, just enough to hurt a little. But it was humiliating. The chairman of Rongjin Group was actually slapped in the face by a young brat. His face bore the red and swollen fingerprints from the slap. This was a great humiliation. Guo Sihai roared, "I." Slap. Another loud slap followed, accompanied by Xiao Chen's voice. "If I don't get the answer I want, your head will become a pig's head." Slap. "I." Slap. After taking more than 10 slaps, Guo Sihai's face turned green. He had to submit. At this point, his bodyguards still hadn't come in. They must have been dealt with already. Moreover, the young brat in front of him didn't care about the situation or background and just kept slapping. Guo Sihai realized the situation and explained, "This is a party drug. It won't kill anyone. There's no antidote. As long as you have relations with her, she won't feel unwell." Xiao Chen had thought about this too. After all, He had read novels where the male lead often used this kind of plot to get close to the female lead. Beating Guisihai was just to verify this point. Now that he had the accurate answer, Xiao Chen no longer hesitated and picked up Zhuo Yingxian. He turned to the manager stationed outside and said, "You are the manager here, right? Now, find me an empty room. Come with me." The manager didn't dare to be negligent and led Xiao Chen to an empty room. "Remember, without my permission, no one is allowed to come in." After Xiao Chen entered the room, he threatened the manager, "Otherwise, don't blame me for going on a killing spree." The manager nodded in agreement. Both sides involved were people he couldn't afford to offend, so he could only wait for the boss to come and handle the situation. As long as the person didn't leave the hotel, it wouldn't count as his dereliction of duty. The manager kindly left a few security guards outside the door before returning to the peony hall. There, Guisihai got up from the ground, furious. After venting his anger, he called for help. "Master Zhou, where are you?" Guisihai repressed his anger and changed to a flattering tone, carefully saying, "I found a stunning beauty here. Can you come take a look? Don't worry, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up the phone, the gloom on Guisihai's face resurfaced. He didn't make another call, but sat on the sofa waiting. He believed that with Master Zhou's capabilities, he could easily eliminate Xiao Chen. After all, the other party was a martial artist, much stronger than the bodyguards he had hired. On the other side, Xiao Chen locked the door, carrying Zhuo Yingxian into the bedroom. Under the influence of the drug, Zhuo Yingxian's clothes had been torn open, revealing large patches of snow-white skin. Seemingly sensing the masculine aura, she began to tear at Xiao Chen's clothes. Xiao Chen didn't stop her. Last time, he had been unconscious and taken advantage of by Zhuo Yingxian, not experiencing the taste of it at all. This time, it was his turn. Not to mention, it was quite mystical and addictive. So in just half an hour, Xiao Chen was defeated. Zhuo Yingxian also regained consciousness. After a moment of hesitation, she figured out what had happened. With a flushed face, she said, "Xiao Chen, yesterday I risked my life to save you, and today you risked your life for me. We're even now. You haven't even lifted my skirt, and you want to deny it?" Xiao Chen said speechlessly. "You." Zhuo Yingxian was left with a bright red face. She knew in her heart that there was no way to clear the relationship with Xiao Chen now. What happened yesterday was unknown to anyone, but today, under the public eye, this kind of thing happened. Even a fool could guess. The news would definitely reach the Zhuo family. Xiao Chen would either become her husband or be silently killed. If she wanted to live, she had to have enough capital. Simply acquiring Rongjin Group wasn't enough. She also needed to quickly arrange a jewelry auction to help Xiao Chen earn enough money. As long as Xiao Chen had a cash flow of 10 billion, he would catch the eye of his Zhuo family. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yingxian asked, "Don't talk about useless things. What's the situation outside now? Has Guisihai left?" Not yet. Although Xiao Chen was engaged in an indescribable activity, his awareness was still monitoring the situation outside. Guisihai made a phone call and then sat on the sofa applying ice to his face. Additionally, a woman in her 40s came in. Judging by the manager's attitude towards her, she should be the hotel owner, inquiring about what had happened. "President Zhuo, do you want revenge? I can help you." Xiao Chen continued. Chapter 36. Mess with my woman, face won't work. Revenge? Zhuo Yingxian glared at Xiao Chen. "Guisihai drugged me. He can't stand. This is our best opportunity to acquire his shares. We can't miss it. Xiao Chen, step aside. As soon as I get dressed, we'll go sign the share transfer contract." It's not like we haven't. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, he was kicked hard by Zhuo Yingxian. Ouch. Xiao Chen rolled out of the bedroom and kindly closed the door. Then his expression darkened because he saw another man entering the hotel, rushing to the peony hall. The key was that he recognized him. It was Zhou He who, the target in Ai Wei, was monitoring at the Zijin Club. Xiao Chen didn't know who Zhou He who was, but what he did today gave Xiao Chen a rough impression. He specialized in extracting something from women. Guisihai drugging Zhuo Yingxian was probably also to provide her to Zhou He who. This was touching his reverse scale. "Let's go. We need to find Guisihai." Zhuo Yingxian got ready and took Xiao Chen out of the room. They happened to run into the woman outside. "Why is she here?" Zhuo Yingxian was stunned, still not recovering her senses. The other party patted her shoulder and apologized. "Xiao Xian, I'm really sorry that something like this happened on my turf. I will seek justice for you." "Sister Xia," she quickly replied, "there's no need. I can handle it myself. Handle it? June Luoxiao looked at Xiao Chen strangely and shook her head, saying, I'm afraid that won't be easy. This guy almost killed Guo Sihai. Guo Sihai has already called for backup. It's impossible for you to acquire the shares from the Guo family now. You hit Guo Sihai? Left Yingxian was shocked. Looking at Xiao Chen. Yeah, Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't give you the antidote, so I gave him a beating. Left Yingxian really didn't know what to say to Xiao Chen. Such a good opportunity was ruined by his few punches and kicks. Xiao Chen noticed Left Yingxian's worries. Stepped forward, took her small hand, and patted the back of her hand to comfort her. President Left, don't worry, let's go sign the contract. If Guo Sihai dares to act up again, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Without giving Left Yingxian a chance to respond, Xiao Chen strode toward the peony hall. Xiao Xian, is this guy your boyfriend? June Luoxia said with a strange expression. Yes, quite a character. Yes, my boss. Left Yingxian replied. What? June Luoxia was taken aback. But Left Yingxian had already caught up with Xiao Chen and entered the peony hall. Your boss? No, that is not right. ISNT Yingxiang jewelry solely owned by Left Yingxian? When did a boss appear? Of course, none of this mattered. What mattered was how Xiao Chen would deal with Sihai. So June Luoxia, as a bystander, naturally entered the peony hall. Master Zhou, it's him. As soon as Xiao Chen entered, he was pointed at by Guo Sihai, who shouted, I've already drugged Left Yingxian, just waiting for you to come. But this country bumpkin actually carried her away and beat me. Master Zhou, you need to teach him a lesson. Make him obediently send Left Yingxian to your bed. Slap. Before Guo Sihai finished speaking, Xiao Chen slapped him across the face. Zhou Heihu saw this and tried to intervene, but he was a beat too slow. He couldn't stop it. His already dark face turned even darker. You dare to hit me. Guo Sihai got up and shouted. Hitting me in front of Master Zhou is not just hitting me, it's hitting Master Zhou's face. Slap. Another slap. Zhou Heihu saw clearly and reacted in time to intervene. But just as he grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, he was pushed back by a tremendous force. If he hadn't been holding onto the sofa, he would have certainly fallen. Buzz. Zhou Heihu felt his head buzzing. A master. He was probably beyond the yellow level. Guo Sihai still wanted to shout, but he was frightened into silence by Zhou Heihu's glare. Zhou Heihu cupped his hands and smiled. Young friend, may I ask who your master is? I'm a disciple of President Huang. Perhaps your master is friends with my master. Why don't we sit down and talk? Otherwise, it would be like a flood washing away the Dragon King Temple and a family not recognizing its own. I have no master. Xiao Chen shook his head. And who is President Huang? Is he that influential? If he offends my woman, his influence won't help. By now, Left Yingxian and June Luoxia had already entered the peony hall and clearly heard the conversation between Xiao Chen and Zhou Heihu. Their reactions were different. June Luoxia still smiled at everyone, completely acting like a bystander. Left Yingxian's expression changed slightly. She quietly tugged at Xiao Chen's clothes and softly explained. President Huang is the head of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce, controlling the entire economic lifeline of Jiangxing. Offending him means you can't stay in Jiangxing. Even I would have to retreat. Let's just let this matter go. After all, I haven't been harmed. Left Yingxian was scared, not because she was afraid of President Huang causing trouble for him, but because she was worried that due to President Huang's interference, Xiao Chen wouldn't be able to make more money in Jiangcheng, leading to the Left family neglecting him. Without the support of the Left family, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly die. Even though Left Yingxian knew Xiao Chen might have some extraordinary abilities, he was just one person facing a complex web of forces, easily at the mercy of others. Kid, just for what you said, I can make it so you can't stay in Jiangxing. Zhou Heihu gained confidence by mentioning President Huang's name, arrogantly saying, but my master always emphasizes harmony. Guo Sihai drugged this beautiful lady, and you've beaten him up, the anger has vented. Let it go. I can treat it as if nothing happened. Bang! Before Zhou Heihu could finish speaking, Xiao Chen kicked him. Zhou Heihu's face changed dramatically, and he hurriedly dodged. But he was still a beat too slow and got kicked solidly. He crashed into the wall behind him, shaking it several times. Puffed. Zhou Heihu fell down and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. But he didn't care about wiping the blood. Instead, he looked at Xiao Chen in fear, unable to believe, You're actually a Xian-level martial artist? How is that possible? How old are you? Even if you started practicing martial arts in the womb, you couldn't have reached this level. Who exactly are you? Someone you can't afford to offend, Xiao Chen said proudly. What level is a Xian-level martial artist? Xiao Chen had no idea, but when he hit Zhou Heihu just now, he didn't even use the power from his dantian. It was pure physical strength. Even so, he had held back his strength, fearing he might kick Zhou Heihu to death. After all, this was someone Li Yanin wanted to find. The implications could be broad, and it was more valuable to keep him alive than dead. As for losing, Xiao Chen didn't even consider that. Last time he sparred with Li Yanin, he also didn't use the power from his dantian, and had completely dominated her. Li Yanin's strength was definitely stronger than Zhou Heihu's. So Xiao Chen didn't take Zhou Heihu seriously at all. He continued, now call your master over. Let me see just how great his influence is. Xiao Chen, Lefting Xian wanted to persuade him, but Xiao Chen stopped her. President Left, don't worry. No matter how powerful his master is, if he dares to covet you, I will make him pay the price. Lefting Xuan's eyes became somewhat moist with emotion. But she didn't stop him anymore. President Huang was powerful, but that was only in Jiangqing. In front of the Left family, he would have to kneel and beg for mercy. If he really dared to lay a hand on Xiao Chen, Lefting Xian would rather pay everything to make him understand why the flowers are so red. Nonsense. This is simply nonsense. Just then, an angry roar came from outside. An Ai Wei walked in, pushed Xiao Chen, and angrily said, President Huang is a Xian-level martial artist. How can a country bumpkin like you deal with him? From now on, this matter will be taken over by our dragon soul. Xiao Chen, you should go back. This has nothing to do with you. Jun Luoxia also recognized an Ai Wei. She stopped being a bystander and quietly sent a text message. Chapter 37. Breaking his arms, wasting his limbs, Xiao Chen saw everything clearly through his divine sense. Recipient, Xiao Zheng. Content, Xiao Chen knows an Ai Wei from Dragon Soul, and he may have gained the favor of the Left family. Take care of yourself. Who is Xiao Zheng? Why does it imply that after he knows someone from Dragon Soul, he should take care of himself? Could he be an enemy? Xiao Chen didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he quietly noted this and began to size up Zhou Heihu. Because when Ai Wei revealed his identity, Zhou Heihu clearly showed some panic. After hesitating for a while, he nervously asked, Are you from Dragon Soul? Absolutely, Ai Wei said proudly. You are a Huang-level martial artist. You should have heard of Dragon Soul's name. Now I advise you to surrender and expose the mastermind behind this. Otherwise, I want to hesitate to, without waiting for Ai Wei to finish speaking. Zhou Heihu took out his phone and dialed number. In front of everyone, he said, Master, I've been blocked by the Dragon Soul people at the Peony Hall of the Wana Hotel. Got it. The other party pondered for a moment before speaking. You hold them steady for now. I'll bring Captain Li over shortly. With just that one sentence, the other party hung up. Zhou Heihu shouted, Master, could it be President Huang? Good. Saves me from having to find him myself, Xiao Chen thought. Why aren't you leaving yet? Ai Wei noticed Xiao Chen and frowned, saying, The matters here no longer involve you. Xiao Xian, take Xiao Chen away. Sister Xia, go help clear the scene. No one is allowed to approach the Wana Hotel except for necessary personnel. Understood. Jun Luoxia nodded respectfully and immediately took the manager to handle this matter. Sister Xia, who are these people? How can you just clear the scene like that? What about the losses? Before the manager could finish, Jun Luoxia darkened her face and said, Don't ask what you shouldn't. If you dare say another word, you can pack your things and leave. The manager was so frightened that he pulled his neck back, swallowing the rest of his words. Having followed Jun Luoxia for so long, it was the first time he saw her so serious. It was evident that this matter had gone beyond the boss's control. Knowing the gravity of the situation, the manager persuaded the people to leave and personally guarded the entrance. Even though he was curious about what was happening in the Peony Hall, he didn't dare to watch. Zhou Yingxian was also very obedient. She pulled Xiao Chen to leave, but was shaken off by Xiao Chen. He coldly said to Ai Wei, I can ignore Zhou Heihu's matters, but Guisihai must pay for what he has done today. Ai Wei frowned. He had come with Zhou Heihu. During the day, he hadn't been able to catch up with Zhou Heihu at the Zijing Club and was planning to leave when he received a call from the captain, informing him that Zhou Heihu hadn't left and was hiding in the Zijing Club. Ai Wei had no choice but to hide in the car and monitor. As a result, He ended up waiting until nightfall without even having a bite to eat. Fortunately, Zhou Heihu left around 8 o'clock, and Wei followed him here. Hearing Xiao Chen's arrogant words, he finally spoke up to stop him. He really didn't know what had specifically happened. Unable to hold back, he asked, "What did Guisihai do?" He drugged President Zhou, intending to do something immoral. Before Xiao Chen could finish his sentence, Wei dashed in front of Guisihai and slapped him hard across the face. Angrily, he shouted, "What the hell are you? How dare you drug Xiao Xian? Do you want to die?" Slap, slap, slap. Wei delivered a series of slaps, making Guisihai see stars. He could only call for Zhou Heihu, Master Zhou. "Save me. He is President Huang's man." Zhou Heihu's face darkened as he said, "Even if your captain comes, he wouldn't dare to hit him casually." "Oomph." Wei snorted coldly, disdainfully saying, "I'm just here to give him a beating. If our captain came, he would probably be a dead body by now." However, Wei really didn't strike again. A lesson was enough to vent his anger. If he went too far, he would be causing trouble for the captain. Until the mission was completed, it was crucial to avoid complications. But that didn't prevent him from calling the captain over. However, when he tried to call, Li Yanan's phone was always busy. At that moment, Xiao Chen walked over and grabbed Guisihai's arm. With a crack, he exerted a little force and heard a crisp sound. Guisihai's arm was broken. "Ah!" He screamed in pain, nearly fainting. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing?" Wei was startled. He wanted to step in to stop Xiao Chen, but found that Zhou Heihu had already acted first. Zhou Heihu clenched his fist, channeling his ancient martial arts power, and swung at the back of Xiao Chen's head. "Be careful," Wei warned, simultaneously shouting, "Zhou Heihu, if you dare to hurt him, you will definitely die." However, the result shocked Wei greatly. It seemed as if Xiao Chen had eyes on his back, just as Zhou Heihu attacked. Xiao Chen suddenly sidestepped and avoided the blow. That wasn't all. Xiao Chen extended his arm, grabbing Zhou Heihu's wrist, then lowered his body and thrust his shoulder forward, solidly crashing into Zhou Heihu's chest. At the same time, Xiao Chen let go. Zhou Heihu staggered back 2 or 3 steps, with an obvious dent in his chest and at least 6 ribs broken. Then Xiao Chen spoke. "I'm a very reasonable person. You treat me well, and I treat you well. You mess with me, and I'll take you down. Today, Guisihai drugged President Zhou, completely enraging me. So, I'm going to break his arms and cripple him. No one can stop me." Xiao Chen spoke very firmly, as if there was a momentum of killing gods if they blocked him and killing Buddhas if they obstructed him. Even Wei was intimidated. Zhou Heihu was a Huang-level martial artist, yet he was easily injured by Xiao Chen. Could it be that Xiao Chen was even stronger? Was he an Earth-level martial artist? No, Earth-level martial artists couldn't achieve this level. Could he be a Xian-level martial artist? How could that be? Xiao Chen was only in his 20s, a dirt-poor kid from the mountains. According to the captain's investigation, he had never been exposed to martial arts. How could he suddenly reach the level of a Xian-level martial artist? Wei couldn't make sense of it. He stared blankly at Xiao Chen, filled with confusion. Zhou Yingxian was also staring blankly at Xiao Chen. She noticed that at this moment, Xiao Chen seemed to be radiating light, dazzling her to the point where she couldn't open her eyes. A thick layer of mist enveloped her. There was no emotional connection between her and Xiao Chen, and even love was a muddled confusion. If there were any ties, it might be that Xiao Chen had always treated her as an assistant to use. However, at this moment, emotions filled her heart. The corners of her mouth quietly curled up, forming a faint smile. Marrying such a man is worth it. Xiao Chen didn't care what others thought. After saying that, he grabbed Guisihai's other arm. With a little force, there was another crack. Guisihai's other arm also broke and fell limp. "Xiao Chen, please spare me." Guisihai saw that even Zhou Heihu was a match for Xiao Chen and no longer dared to be arrogant. He knelt down and started banging his head to beg for mercy. "Didn't President Zhou want the shares of Rongjian Group in my hand? I'll sign it. Bring the contract over, and I'll sign it right now." "It's too late." Xiao Chen kicked Guisihai down and then stepped on his legs. With a crack, the sound of something breaking echoed. The men present couldn't help but clamp their legs together, feeling a chill emanating from there. Guisihai screamed in agony and fainted on the spot. Zhou Heihu, You were called over by Guo Hai. You should have his son Guo Qiming's number, right? Xiao Chen asked Zhou Heihu. Seeing Zhou Heihu nod, Xiao Chen continued. Now call Guo Qiming and have a bring Chen Rong here. Huh? Zhou Heihu was taken aback. ISNT this hitting me first and then hitting my son? ISNT this backwards? But Zhou Heihu didn't dare to delay and immediately took out his phone to contact Guo Qiming. At this moment, N.I. Wei's call finally got through. Captain, it's bad. Something big has happened. Chapter 38. How to catch the eye of his family. What big event? Li Yanin couldn't help but ask. I followed Zhou Heihu to the Wanha Hotel. N.I. Wei briefly recounted the events, leaving Li Yanin with a headache. No wonder Huang Dingbao had just invited him to eat at the Wanha Hotel. Eating was a pretense. Watching a show was the truth. Or rather, Huang Dingbao wanted to support Zhou Heihu and Guo Hai. Damn, it even involves the president of the Jiangxing Chamber of Commerce. It is indeed a bit tricky. Should I tell my uncle? The thought just popped up, but Li Yanin quickly extinguished it. The situation is not yet clear. Recklessly alarming my uncle would only make those above think I am incompetent. Moreover, this matter also involves Xiao Chen. Li Yanin admitas Xiao Chen. However, this kid is still a bit young. Before he has fully developed his abilities, it is better not to expose him to the Zhuo family's attention. Having made up her mind, Li Yanin drove with 2 team members to Wanha Hotel. Jun Luoxiao arranged for the hotel staff and returned to the Peony Hall, just in time to hear N.I. Wei's report. Her gaze swept back and forth between Xiao Chen and Zhuo Yingxian to have a clear idea. Then she stepped forward to mediate. Since everyone has found their backers, why don't we sit down for tea and wait patiently? N.I. Wei glanced at Zhou Heihu. The other party had blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, his chest caved in, and he was severely injured. Under her watch, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. So, she decided to give Jun Luoxia some face and was the first to sit down on the sofa. Xiao Chen was waiting for Guo Qiming. Standing was not a good option, so he pulled Zhuo Yingxian to sit on the sofa together and asked Jun Luoxia to prepare tea. Xiao Chen, you beat Guo Hai. It will be a bit difficult to acquire Rongjin Group now, Zhuo Yingxian said worriedly as they sat down. It's fine, Xiao. Chen shook his head. Whether or not to acquire it doesn't matter. Of course, there was something Xiao Chen didn't say. Beating Guo Hai was nothing. He still wanted to deal with that President Huang. As long as he taught President Huang a lesson, Guo Hai would definitely obediently hand over the transfer contract. This is the advantage of having absolute strength. Xiao Chen dared to provoke trouble like this because he wanted to see where his limits were. He wanted to explore the specifics of martial artist cultivation. Even if he lost, he could just take some awakening pills. He didn't believe that with his enhanced abilities, he could still be manipulated by others. Don't you want to beat Guo Qiming? Zhuo Yingxian asked in confusion. I do want to, Xiao Chen said, and I'll be able to soon. Besides, beating Guo Qiming was not as important as avenging you. Xiao Chen, thank you. It was only at this moment that Zhuo Yingxian said these 3 words. Why be so polite between us? Xiao Chen smiled and said, if you really want to thank me, sell those pieces of jewelry for me earlier. I'm in urgent need of money. Zhuo Yingxian was speechless. Is this the time to talk business? Besides, do you lack money? After going to the Gambling Stone Conference, you raked in dozens of billions. That's real cash flow. Xiao Chen knew she didn't believe him, but couldn't explain. He couldn't tell Zhuo Yingxian that he had supported many people in the apocalypse, and those people ate a lot. Especially after reaching the 2nd level. One person could eat as much as 10 or 20. The key was that Xiao Chen prepared only the best for them, like lobsters and abalones, all from the 5-star Hotel Yunmeng. Just the daily meal expenses alone were over $1 million. And this was only for the 5 of them. What if he hired more people? Dozens of billions would hardly be enough. What did you say? On the side, Jun Luoxiao was stunned and hurriedly rushed to Zhuo Yingxian, excitedly asking, Xiao Xian, are the auction items you were about to hold all from Xiao Chen? Yes, Zhuo Yingxian nodded. Jun Luoxiao then turned to Xiao Chen and said, Brother, don't let those pieces of jewelry go to the auction. Just sell them directly to me. Can you afford it? Xiao Chen asked. Ha ha ha. Yun Luoxia left, Xiaoxuing. You tell him if I can afford it. She can afford it, is what Yingxian said with a gloomy expression. Xiao Chen, if you really need money, I could go to the company now to get those pieces of jewelry back and sell them directly to Sister Xia. No need. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen shook his head. I still have some here. Saying this, he took out a piece of jewelry from his pocket. June Luoxia snatched it away. After carefully examining it, she was enamored and directly put it into her pocket. Finding it inappropriate, she took it out again, found a beautiful jewelry box, and carefully placed it inside. Then she put it back into her pocket. Xiao Chen just watched her with an increasingly dark expression. What are you looking at? I'm paying for it. June Luoxia complained first. The craftsmanship and design of this jewelry are very novel. I'll give you 2 billion for it. How about that? No problem. Xiao Chen finally smiled. This thing was just junk carved by Nangong Aoshua. It wasn't even worthy of being in a box. He didn't expect to sell it for 2 billion. Finding Nangong Aoshua was like finding a treasure. Living in the apocalypse, he could still make money in modern times. Xiao Chen provided his car number, and June Luoxia immediately transferred 2 billion. After receiving the money, Xiao Chen took out another piece. 150 million. June Luoxia bought it again. Then another piece. 300 million. 200 million. 180 million. When Xiao Chen took out the 23rd piece of jewelry, June Luoxia's transfer failed. It showed insufficient balance. She was short on money. I told you, you can't afford it. Xiao Chen made over 5 billion from June Luoxia, but that didn't stop him from mocking her. I still have many pieces more exquisite than these. What? June Luoxia was stumped. But thinking about how she could earn more money with these pieces, she felt a bit tempted. Gritting her teeth, she continued, Xiao Chen, wait for me. I'll go raise money now to try to buy more. How about an equivalent exchange? Xiao Chen asked. What equivalent exchange? June Luoxia was stunned. I'll exchange a set of jewelry for your Wanha hotel. How about that? Xiao Chen spoke frankly. First, let me see the jewelry. June Luoxia didn't agree immediately. She wanted to verify the goods first. Xiao Chen didn't mind. He took out a set of jewelry from his pocket. This time it was in a box. Its exquisite quality was far beyond those before. Just a glance at it captivated June Luoxia completely, and she snatched it away to examine it seriously. I'll exchange. After a moment, June Luoxia made up her mind to swap with Xiao Chen. She contacted her lawyer to prepare the transfer contract. Then she asked Xiao Chen, do you have more jewelry of this quality? Yes, Xiao Chen said, but I can't sell it to you anymore. Why? June Luoxia became anxious. I have money. Really have money. I can pay a premium. It's not a money issue. Xiao Chen still refused. I promised Sua that I would help her make the Yining jewelry. If too many pieces of the same quality are leaked outside, who would participate in her auction? You're doing this for me? Zhua Yingxian asked in disbelief. Of course. Xiao Chen smiled and said, if I promise you something, I'll naturally do it. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Zhua Yingxian expressed her gratitude again, but then shook her head to explain, actually, there's no need. I no longer plan to run Yining jewelry. Why? Xiao Chen hurriedly asked. Because of you, June Luoxia explained. Even if today's matter is handled promptly, the news will inevitably reach the ears of those with ulterior motives. Once old masters will learn of this, Xiao Xian will only have 2 paths to take. 1. Marry you. 2. Be called back home to reflect on her actions. But you've just started to emerge. You probably won't catch this with family's eye. Therefore, Xiao Xian will likely be called back home. Is it a lack of strength? Xiao Chen clenched his fist and asked June Luoxia, Sister Xia, for the sake of me selling you so many pieces of jewelry, could you tell me how to catch this with family's eye? Chapter 39. Your dad is waiting for you to walk the road of the underworld together. It's very simple. June Luoxia smiled and said, having money, power, background, and strength is enough. Isn't that the same as saying nothing? Seeing Xiao Chen's face darken, June Luoxia quickly stopped teasing and said seriously, I can't guarantee how to catch the eye of the left family. If old master left doesn't set any conditions, I can't promise anything. But if you can create a top family in the capital, I believe old master left would agree to marry Xiao Xian to you. A top family in the capital? Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. He knew that Zhua Yingxian should have a certain identity and background, but he didn't expect it to be so strong that it required a top family in the capital to match. Although Xiao Chen didn't know exactly what a top family in the capital was, he had heard a saying, in the capital, if you throw a brick, you could hit a section chief. Xiao Chen didn't know what level a section chief was, but he was clear that in their village, whenever a section chief came, regardless of whether it was the village chief or local ruffians, they had to behave like a dog, flattering him. Just how powerful could a top family in the capital be? Xiao Chen didn't dare to imagine it. Don't listen to her nonsense. However, at that moment, another voice came from outside the door. 3 people walked in, including Li Yanin and his team members. Li Yanin first shot a glare at Jun Luoxia, then continued. Xiao Chen, as long as you can become the captain of the Dragon Soul team, at my level, you will have the qualifications to marry Xiao Xian. Li Yanin, what do you think a marriage contract is? Jun Luoxia looked at Li Yanin with dissatisfaction and asked. Li Yanin, however, responded without holding back. Even though the left family is on the decline, they don't need to rely on Xiao Xian's happiness to save themselves. If your Jun family dares to play tricks, don't blame me for using the power of the Li family. Jun Luoxia's face turned red with anger, but she didn't refute anymore. Li Yanin was the legitimate eldest son of the Li family and the captain of the Dragon Soul team. He could represent the Li family. Once the Li family and the left family joined forces, the Jun family really wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Now it all depended on how long Old Master Left could hold on. Cousin, seeing Li Yanin, Zhou Yingxian rushed over. Tears could no longer be controlled, rolling down her cheeks. Xiao Xian, don't be afraid. Li Yanin patted her shoulder and said with concern, Brother is here. Everything will be decided by brother. Whoever dares to bully you, brother will make them pay. Captain Li, I want to ask, on what basis do you plan to support Zhou Yingxian? At that moment, another voice sounded from outside. A man in a Tang suit walked in. He looked to be in his 50s but referred to himself as Old Man, which piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Is it in your capacity as the captain of the Dragon Soul team? Or as the legitimate eldest son of the Li family? President Huang, upon seeing the newcomer, Jun Luoxia hurriedly greeted him. It turned out he was Zhou Heihu's master. With a kind and benevolent appearance, he didn't seem like a bad person. But Xiao Chen understood that bad people wouldn't label themselves as such. Some bad people even present themselves as gentlemen while secretly doing despicable things, like wolves in human skin. Therefore, Xiao Chen paid close attention to President Huang's every move to avoid being deceived by this old rogue. Li Yanin was rendered speechless, his face reddening with anger. As the captain of the Dragon Soul team, his duty was to carry out the tasks assigned from above. He couldn't use his power to interfere in business matters. If he violated this, he could be expelled from Dragon Soul or even imprisoned for life. If he were to support Zhou Yingxian as the legitimate eldest son of the Li family, he would undoubtedly lose his position as the captain of Dragon Soul. Without this protective charm, the Li family's development in the capital would face obstacles everywhere, making it difficult to recover. Li Yanin's team members were all tense, their fists clenching repeatedly. No matter which path the captain chose, they would stand with him. Huang Dingbao didn't say much but walked towards Zhou Heihu, quietly inquiring about the situation. Meanwhile, he secretly snatched the black gourd from Zhou Heihu's arms. Then, bang! Huang Dingbao punched Zhou Heihu in the chest. With just one punch, Zhou Heihu was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth like a red rainbow. By the time he landed, he had completely lost his life. One hit, and he was dead. Li Yanin's expression became even uglier. This was murder to silence him. He had received intelligence that Zhou Heihu had been specifically targeting young women in Jiangcheng, extracting their essence and selling it, without sparing even fallen girls, causing many to suffer greatly. His task was to trace the roots and find the person behind Zhou Heihu, then wipe out this evil organization. Now that Zhou Heihu was dead, the clue was severed. His task could not be completed. Although he knew Huang Dingbao was involved, without evidence, he couldn't touch Huang Dingbao, given the halo he wore. The 3 team members were all staring at Li Yanin, poised to act. They were just waiting for his order to take down Huang Dingbao. However, Huang Dingbao seemed unfazed as he looked deeply at Xiao Chen. Then he turned to Li Yanin and said, Captain Li, I have understood the situation clearly. Guo Sihai drugged Zhou Yingxian, attempting to commit unspeakable acts. He was taught a lesson by Xiao Chen and sought Zhou Heihu's help. Now, Guo Sihai has lost 2 arms and is crippled in the 3rd, and I have killed Zhou Heihu. Shouldn't that be an explanation for you? Why not let this end here? Let's sit down and have a good cup of tea. I've heard that the Jun family has a lot of tribute tea. Since we're here, wouldn't it be a pity not to taste it? Saying this, Huang Dingbao actually pulled up a chair and sat down leisurely. Li Yanin's fists were cracking with tension, but he still hadn't made up his mind. Just as he hesitated, more people arrived outside. It was Guo Qiming and Chen Rong, both wearing smiles. Guo Qiming knew Master Zhou's preferences. Now, it was almost 10 o'clock, and Master Zhou had actively contacted him, especially asking for Chen Rong to accompany him, which was probably a sign that he wanted this woman. If Chen Rong served Master Zhou well, he would be like a buddy with Master Zhou in the future. It would be easy for him to ask Master Zhou to teach Xiao Chen a lesson, just a matter of a word. So he smiled very smugly, as if he could already see the scene of Master Zhou beating Xiao Chen down to the ground like a dead dog begging for mercy. Chen Rong smiled because Guo Qiming said he would take her to meet important figures from the Guo family. This was a signal that he planned to marry her. Becoming the young mistress of the Guo family was not far off. Guo Qiming first saw Jun Luoxia, who stood at the outermost edge. Beautiful, although she was slightly older, her charm remained. Such a woman is the most flavorful. Guo Qiming couldn't help but lick his lips. Master Zhou really knows how to play. Are they going to exchange soon? Jun Luoxia felt uncomfortable under his naked gaze, turned her head away, and a shadow passed over her face. Where did this reckless young man come from, not knowing how to die? Guo Qiming found it uninteresting. His gaze shifted, and he was once again astonished. This woman was even more attractive, tall and fit. Guo Qiming seemed to foresee himself being ravaged, and couldn't help but grin. Li Yanen's team member Lu Yuhong felt the heated gaze, and turned to look, immediately raising her fist. Guo Qiming was startled, and quickly averted his gaze. But he was still full of praise in his heart. Quite the taste. He would try her out first. However, when he clearly saw the next person's face, his legs went weak, and he knelt down. President Huang, why are you here? Who are you? Huang Dingbao asked in confusion. My name is Guo Qiming. I am Guo Sihai's. Slap. Before he finished speaking, a shadow flashed by, and a loud slap landed on Guo Qiming's face. Guo Qiming was knocked to the ground, rolling to Guo Sihai's side. President Huang, I don't know where I offended you. Please point it out, and I will change immediately. Guo Qiming remained on his knees, not daring to lift his head, only knowing to beg for mercy. You have offended me, Xiao Chen said coldly. It's you? Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Guo Qiming finally dared to look up. He quickly realized the fact and hurriedly bowed to Huang Dingbao again. President Huang, this Xiao Chen is extremely arrogant, claiming he will kill my dad. I beg you to punish him severely, preferably kill him to eliminate future troubles. Your dad is not dead. He is lying right next to you. Xiao Chen reminded him. He is waiting for you to walk the road to the underworld together. Chapter 40. If you flee, you will die today. Guo Qiming turned his head to look. Indeed, he saw his father with Sihai lying nearby, just opening his eyes at that moment. Dad, what happened to you? Guo Qiming became anxious. Guo Sihai did not answer him, but looked around before finally locking eyes on Huang Dingbao. President, save me. Guo Sihai crawled to Huang Dingbao's side, grabbing his pant leg as if it were a lifeline, pleading desperately. Huang Dingbao frowned. But before he could speak, Xiao Chen cut in. He can't save you. As his words fell, Xiao Chen moved, kicking Guo Sihai to the ground. He then stepped forward, standing on Guo Sihai's chest, and asked indifferently, Do you still have the kind of drug you gave to General Zhua? Captain Li, what do you mean by this? Huang Dingbao did not look at Xiao Chen, but instead fixed his gaze on Li Yanen, questioning him. Is what I just said not clear enough? Do you want to continue probing? If it weren't for the lack of evidence, Li Yanen would have already thrown a punch. But after much hesitation, he chose to endure. Let's retreat first, then find the clues. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Chen, let's go. Li Yanen, why should I go with you? Xiao Chen scoffed. Are you my superior? Or do you plan to use your power to pressure me? Li Yanen was momentarily speechless. This fool. Can't he see that I'm trying to save him? Truly a good-hearted person being treated like a donkey's liver and lungs. He didn't know where Xiao Xian found this gem. Really straightforward. Li Yanen cursed in his heart, but darkly scolded. Xiao Chen, stop messing around. This matter ends here. I'm not messing around. Xiao Chen said coldly. General Zhua is my woman. She was drugged. I will definitely get to the bottom of this. If you're worried about being implicated, you should leave early. I'm just a mudleg. There's nothing to be afraid of. Li Yanen was choked and couldn't speak. He wasn't afraid. However, he felt a deep frustration inside. Ha. Huang Dingbao laughed loudly. Since that's the case, then I will see how you will pursue this. First, Xiao Chen raised a finger. The person who drugged her has joint responsibility. I have crippled Guo Sihai's arms plus his third leg. Now it's Guo Qiming's turn. He then raised another finger. Second, whoever obstructs me, I will beat. Zhou Heihu has already been killed by you. Fortunately, I had beaten him before, so let him die peacefully. You are his master and also the reinforcements he called. So I will also beat you. Huh? Huang Dingbao was stunned. He looked at Li Yanin. Unable to believe. He wants to beat me? Is this true? President Huang, you must have misheard. Li Yanin explained with a forced smile. Just as Xiao Chen's words fell, Guo Qiming cried out urgently. President Huang, you didn't mishear. Xiao Chen really wants to beat you. Hurry up and call someone to kill him. Huang Dingbao snorted coldly. He stomped his foot lightly, and a very strong aura suddenly emanated from him, filling the entire peony hall with pressure. Li Yanin, who was closest, couldn't help but take a step back. N.I. Wei and the others retreated 2 or 3 steps. Guo Sihai and Guo Qiming crawled even lower, their heads pressed so low they couldn't lift them. Zhua Yingxian and Jun Luoxiao were directly pushed to the door. As for Chen Rong, who came with Guo Qiming, she was also pushed back by this aura, falling to the ground, her body trembling continuously. President Huang, this matter, and Li Yanin wanted to speak, but Huang Dingbao moved. His figure flashed and rushed to Xiao Chen. His fist had already swung out. Li Yanin did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly rushed forward to block with a punch. Xiao Chen is Zhua Yingxuan's chosen boyfriend. He absolutely cannot be killed by Huang Dingbao. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound, Li Yanin staggered back several steps, hitting the wall before stopping. Looking at his right arm, it was already broken. Captain! N.I. Wei and the others exclaimed, wanting to rush forward to help, but were stopped by Li Yanin. Stop! This is an order. Why? N.I. Wei said unwillingly. Li Yanin did not answer him, but looked to Huang Dingbao. Shocked. So President Huang has already stepped into the realm of Earth-level martial artists. Now, take your people and get lost. Huang Dingbao said coldly. Retreat. Li Yanin nodded and was about to leave with N.I. Wei. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen spoke again. Guo Sihai, since you won't answer me, then I will come to find you myself. Saying this, Xiao Chen reached into Guo Sihai's pocket and pulled out a bag of powdered medicine. He didn't even smell it. Of course, he couldn't smell it, but he confidently said, this should be the drug you gave to General Zhua. Xiao Chen leave. Li Yanin was anxious, but Xiao Chen seemed to not hear and poured the powder into the teapot. Xiao Chen, cousin has already spoken. Hurry and leave. Zhua Yingxian urged anxiously. Even Jun Luoxia followed to persuade. Xiao Chen, you should leave quickly. Although you are very rich, you can't compete with President Huang in Jiang City. No one to stop. Xiao Chen still did not speak, instead pouring a cup of tea and handing it to Guo Sihai's mouth, shouting loudly, drink. Since you want to seek death, then I will fulfill you. Huang Dingbao finally couldn't hold back anymore. He swung his fist and attacked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, be careful. He is an Earth-level martial artist. You are not his opponent. Li Yanin was shocked and wanted to intervene, but he had just been heavily injured by Huang Dingbao. And the opponent was an Earth-level martial artist. As a profound-level martial artist, he couldn't stop it in time. Noise! Xiao Chen lightly waved his arm. Before he even touched Huang Dingbao, he saw Huang Dingbao's face turn red, and he was stepping back. If it weren't for the ground being trampled into deep pits, Li Yanin would even suspect Huang Dingbao was acting. He looked at Xiao Chen in shock, his face full of disbelief. To be able to knock Huang Dingbao back with one move, he must at least be an Earth-level martial artist. A young Earth-level martial artist, simply unheard of. Even if the task cannot be completed, as long as this genius like Xiao Chen is absorbed into the team, it would be a great achievement. I haven't beaten you yet. You cannot escape. Xiao Chen didn't even look at Huang Dingbao, but said indifferently, if you flee, you will die today. Previously, he was not arrogant because Xiao Chen did not know his specific strength. But after yesterday's verification, combined with what he heard today, he had a preliminary understanding of his strength. At least, the few people in the room were not his opponents. Moreover, he still had awakening pills in his space. He was completely unafraid. Guo Sihai was shocked, mouth agape, and Xiao Chen took the opportunity to pour that cup of tea into his mouth. Then he poured another cup and fed it to Guo Qiming. It feels quite troublesome. Xiao Chen directly picked up the teapot and poured it back and forth into the mouths of the two people until the entire pot of tea was emptied. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen kicked the two of them into the private room inside. Then he walked to the door and grabbed Chun Rong by the neck, lifting her up like a small chick. Xiao Chen, I was wrong. Please spare me. Chun Rong's survival instinct was extremely strong, and she begged flatteringly. As long as you forgive me, I will marry you right now, and I don't need a bride price. We can live a good life together in the future, and I promise to give you a big fat son every year. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen completely ignored her and threw her into the private room, closing the door behind him. After doing all this, Xiao Chen let out a long breath. The past was finally coming to an end. Next, he had to bravely move forward. Xiao Chen waved to Huang Dingbao and said, President Huang, come here. Xiao Chen, I don't know anything about what Gui Sihai did, and it has nothing to do with me, Huang Dingbao hurriedly explained. But Xiao Chen sneered, it has nothing to do with Gui Sihai. But that black ore in your arms, I want it. I wonder if President Huang can part with it? Chapter 41. I am the Thai myself. Boom! Those words hit Huang Dingbao's mind like thunder, leaving him stunned for a long time. How did he know about the Qian Kuan Duo Mingord? This was his secret. Could be Zhou Heihu, but he felt it was impossible. Zhou Heihu was not only his disciple, but he also had the lives of Zhou's entire family in his hands, so he wouldn't dare to betray him. What? President Huang is unwilling? Xiao Chen said indifferently. You came to trouble me, and you think you can just let it go without compensating for something? Is that too much to look down on me? I heard you want to acquire shares in the Rongjin Group. I can make the decision to give you the transfer contract, Huang Dingbao said. Faced with a ground-level martial artist, he could only respond cautiously. The Gui family father and son are already like that. Do you think I still need it? Xiao Chen sneered. I'll give you 3 counts to consider. 3, 2, 1. Xiao Chen counted very quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in front of Huang Dingbao and threw a punch. Huang Dingbao dared not hesitate and hurriedly mobilized his ancient martial power to resist with all his might. Bang! The two fists collided. Xiao Chen remained motionless, while Huang Dingbao was sent flying, crashing into the corridor outside the door. Huang Dingbao spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he lost in one move, there was not a trace of unease on Huang Dingbao's face. Instead, a smile appeared. He confirmed that Xiao Chen was indeed a peak ground-level martial artist, infinitely close to a heavenly-level martial artist. Otherwise, if he had truly stepped into the threshold of a heavenly-level martial artist, that punch would have taken half of his life, rather than just causing a light injury. And he could step into the ranks of true heavenly-level martial artists. Huang Dingbao took out the Qian Kuan Duo Mingord, opened the lid, brought it to his nose, and took a deep breath. Others couldn't see anything, but Xiao Chen had spiritual awareness and could vaguely capture a trace of trajectory. Huang Dingbao was consuming the things Zhou Heihu had collected from those women. Xiao Chen couldn't understand exactly what it was, but he noticed that after inhaling those things, Huang Dingbao's aura was continuously rising. Guiying Gong, Duo Mingord. Li Yanin suddenly exclaimed, Xiao Chen, hurry and stop him. He is evil and is consuming the female's primordial yin energy to become stronger. He is now a ground-level martial artist, and one step further is a heavenly-level martial artist. He cannot be resisted except by a master. Xiao Chen, stop being dazed. It's too late. At this moment, Huang Dingbao put away the Qian Kuan Duo Mingord and sneered, rushing toward Xiao Chen. Hey! Li Yanin couldn't help but sigh. It was hard to find such a good martial talent like Xiao Chen, only to see him perish young. He didn't even dare to open his eyes. Zhua Yingxian anxiously shouted, Huang Dingbao, if you dare to kill Xiao Chen, I will risk my life to drag you down with him. Jun Luoxia also couldn't help but shake his head. However, what everyone didn't expect was that Xiao Chen merely raised his palm, and Huang Dingbao, who charged towards him, stood still, just 10 centimeters away from him, unable to move. His fist was extended but could never reach Xiao Chen. In fact, Huang Dingbao's body was continuously shrinking down, creating a deep pit in the floor, sinking to his ankles. Large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, soaking the ground. His face was flushed red, as if a red balloon was being continuously inflated, ready to explode at any moment. He was trying hard to endure. Everyone watching held their breath, their eyes full of shock. What is going on? Li Yanin was puzzled. Half a minute had passed, but there was no sound of battle. Could it be that Xiao Chen had already been incapacitated? Li Yanin opened his eyes, and he too was shocked, his mouth agape at the scene before him. Huang Dingbao, who had stepped into the heavenly level martial artist realm, still couldn't withstand a single move from Xiao Chen. How strong must Xiao Chen be? Li Yanin didn't dare to imagine. However, realizing the situation, he hurriedly intervened. Xiao Chen, leave him a way out and just cripple his dantian. Cripple his dantian? How to cripple it? Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness could see Huang Dingbao's dantian. There was only one small vortex inside, but it was very small, about the size of a saucer. It should be noted that after Xiao Chen took the awakening pill, the vortex in his dantian was as large as a basin. Now it had turned into a foundation that was several times larger than a grinding wheel. Although Xiao Chen did not understand the cultivation system, he was clear that the strength was definitely related to the vortex in the dantian. Then he would destroy his vortex. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen moved his palm down and pressed it against Huang Dingbao's lower abdomen, delivering a strike. The mist in the foundation transformed into strands of force that flowed through his palm into Huang Dingbao's dantian, surrounding that vortex. In an instant, Huang Dingbao's vortex was shattered. Puffed. Huang Dingbao spat out a mouthful of blood. When Xiao Chen withdrew his palm, Huang Dingbao collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his face pale as paper, as if he had suffered a severe internal injury. After a while, Huang Dingbao regained some composure and stared at Xiao Chen in shock. You are actually a martial arts master. How is this possible? Throughout the history of the Huaxia nation, there has never been such a young martial arts master. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen ignored him. After all, a life filled with advantages does not need explanations. He walked to Zhua Yingxian and asked President Zhua, "Are you satisfied with this handling result? Why are you still calling her President Zhua?" Li Yanin frowned and said, "Aren't you and Xiao Xin dating? Shouldn't you call her that?" "Oh, I remember now. You young people like this kind of tone. I meddled too much. You two continue." Zhuang Xuan's face turned bright red. Even though Xiao Chen had trained to have a thick skin in his dreams, he also felt a bit warm at this moment. Annoyed, he said, "Captain Li, the mastermind behind Zhou Heihu is President Huang. Shouldn't you be cleaning up the aftermath now? And your arm, doesn't it hurt? You should get treated sooner." Li Yanin chuckled awkwardly, but ignored his injury, throwing an olive branch at Xiao Chen again. "Xiao Chen, no. Chengge, why don't you join the Dragon Soul organization? With your strength, you can definitely become a captain. Then you can marry Xiao Xian." "Not interested." Xiao Chen once again refused without hesitation. In front of the golden finger, Dragon Soul is nothing. As long as he nurtures the Xiao Chen in the dream, he can have a continuous source of wealth and cultivation resources. He doesn't need to rely on any forces. He himself is the thigh. Of course, developing low-key is the way to go. So Xiao Chen reminded, "Captain Li, remember, today's incident was caused by your Dragon Soul organization and has nothing to do with me. Don't you want the credit?" Li Yanin asked curiously. "What can credit do?" Xiao Chen replied, "It can elevate your status in exchange for money. I'm not a member of Dragon Soul. Status is useless to me, but money. How much can you give me?" "About 2 million, I guess." "That's too little. You can keep it." Xiao Chen waved his hand in disdain. "Just 2 million. Not worth exposing myself." However, he was very interested in the martial artists of this world. So he said, "Captain Li, when you're done, remember to find me. I need to ask you about some things." "No problem." Li Yanin nodded. Xiao Chen didn't linger and left holding Zhuang Xuan's hand. Of course, before leaving, he reminded Jun Luoxia to bring the reporters to the Peony Hall tomorrow morning. He wanted to expose the Guo family scandal. This was the price for provoking his woman. Yun Luoxia guests. Once again, she sent a message to Xiao Zheng, warning him not to provoke Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sensed it, but didn't pay attention. It was already 11:50. He needed to go home and sleep. In his dream, Xiao Chen had turned the tide and killed a level 3 silver zombie. But he was exhausted. He didn't know if Wang Yao, Ao Zhan, and Cheng Haitao had taken him out of the zombie encirclement. He needed to wake up early to solve problems and restore combat power for himself. Ugh. It was about working hand in hand for win-win cooperation. However, when Xiao Chen returned to the villa and lay on the bed, he couldn't sleep at all. What was going on? Could it be that the Xiao Chen in his dream had died? Had his golden finger disappeared? Chapter 42. What is a martial artist? Impossible. Following Xiao Chen, he dismissed his own thoughts. That was his lifeline. As the male lead, how could he lose his golden finger? Xiao Chen firmly believed that the self in his dream was definitely still alive. Maybe it was just too much consumption and he hadn't fully recovered yet. When he opened his eyes, he would definitely need to replenish a lot of food. He was injured and also needed to prepare medicine. As for weapons, everything he had was trash. In the apocalypse, they couldn't even kill a black iron zombie. So he wouldn't prepare any. Killing a silver zombie and obtaining a level 3 awakening pill was something to be thankful for. Maybe you should get a few bottles of champagne to celebrate. Beer and hot pot. Let us arrange everything. After all, the space can isolate from the outside world. Whatever is put in is the same when taken out. It can keep warm or cold, truly remarkable. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chen got up and planned to leave. As he stepped out, he saw Xian still busy in the living room. She had just taken a shower, wearing pajamas, and her hair was still damp. Of course, that was not what Xiao Chen was focused on. Seeing Xian so dedicated to her work, he was somewhat mesmerized. They say serious working men are handsome, but women who are fully immersed in their work are even more charming. Every move was full of allure. However, seeing that Xian was still busy with the auction, Xiao Chen felt a bit heartbroken and lost his desire to admire the scenery. He spoke up, "Director Zhua, it's so late. Why are you still busy?" "I'm heading back to Beijing." Xian didn't even lift her head, saying why. Xiao Chen was puzzled. Is it because the old master Zwen knows about our relationship? That shouldn't be the case. Li Yanan is your cousin. He should report my strength honestly to your grandfather. Is my ability not enough to marry you? Aren't the Zhua family's requirements too high? Seeing Xiao Chen's anxious look, Xian couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "What's wrong with having high standards? I'm a Zhua family's daughter. Are you scared?" "Not scared." Xiao Chen shook his head. "I will work twice as hard to get into your Zhua family's good graces as soon as possible." Seeing him so serious, Xian stopped teasing and said bitterly, "My grandfather's condition has worsened. The doctor said he probably only has half a month left to live. So I need to auction off the gold, silver, and jewelry I have stored here as soon as possible, and then return to Beijing to accompany my grandfather for his last journey. Don't auction it off. I'm not in a hurry for money." Xiao Chen said, "You should rest for a night and head back to Beijing tomorrow morning." "Trying to drive me away?" Xian said with a hint of sadness. No, Xiao Chen quickly explained. "I was just thinking you have a good relationship with your grandfather. What if?" "I understand." Xian took over, "But I believe in seeing things through to the end. Since I've decided to hold the auction, I can't give up halfway. Moreover, Inxiang Jewelry relies on this auction to come back to life and become a well-known enterprise at home and abroad. I want to return to the Zhua family with results. Otherwise, once my grandfather passes, it will be difficult for me in the Zhua family." Sigh. Xiao Chen sighed. Life and death are natural, besides saying a word of condolence. It seemed he couldn't help much. If only the Xiao Chen of the apocalypse could get some elixir for longevity. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He didn't have an elixir, but he had awakening pills. Since this thing can enhance strength, it should also be able to change one's constitution, like washing marrow and cutting hair. Of course, whether it really works, Xiao Chen didn't know. He could only treat a dead horse as a live horse. Taking out a level 1 awakening pill from his space, Xiao Chen handed it to Xian. "What is this?" Xian asked curiously. "It looks like a pill, but why does it have a fragrance?" "Awakening pill." Xiao Chen said, "I'm not sure what it's specifically for. Just treat it as a miraculous medicine. If your grandfather really can't hold on anymore, let him take this. Maybe there will be a miracle." Xiao Chen didn't elaborate too much. After all, only he had taken this thing in modern times, and no one could guarantee its effectiveness. Moreover, taking the awakening pill would involve a lot of painful suffering. Xuan's grandfather was at least 70 or 80 years old. Whether his body could endure, it was also a question. So Xiao Chen was vague in his words. "Thank you." Xian carefully put away the awakening pill and continued to work. Xiao Chen, knowing when to stop, didn't disturb her anymore and drove out of the villa area. First, he contacted his childhood friend Su Cheng. After being kidnapped by the bandits that Guo Qiming sent last time, Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing no longer dare to stay in the rental house. Luckily, Xiao Chen had prepaid them a high salary, so they moved into a hotel. Lin Xiaoqing, returning from Wanhua Hotel, reminded Su Cheng of one thing. No matter what happens, he must firmly stand on Xiao Chen's side without doubt. As for why, Lin Xiaoqing didn't say, and Su Cheng didn't ask further. So when he heard Xiao Chen asking him to order food overnight, Su Cheng immediately got to work without hesitation. Xiao Chen also contacted Jun Luoxia, asking Wanhua Hotel to work overtime to prepare meals. He didn't choose overly luxurious dishes, but opted for large quantities to fill everyone up, letting them prepare as much as possible. Then Xiao Chen went to a 24-hour supermarket to shop. In one night, he spent over 2 million. Xiao Chen felt a bit pained, but for his future, he had to continue. During the day, he spent another 3 million. The next day continued the same. Day and night, Xiao Chen was busy shopping without a moment's rest until the fourth day when he completely filled the 64,000 cubic meters of space before he had to stop. At this time, Li Yanin also came to find him, giving him a car and 2 million in cash. What is this for? Xiao Chen said speechlessly, didn't I tell you? I'm not willing to join the Dragon Soul organization. So don't waste your efforts on me. This is the reward from above. Li Yanin said, Huang Dingbao is a city-level warrior. After taking the women's Yuan Yin, he becomes a heavenly-level warrior, unbeatable except by master. With our team's abilities, it's impossible to hurt him. So I had to reveal your situation to our superior. The superior then told me to give you the rewards you deserve. Oh, fine. Free money. Not taking would be foolish. Just right. He also needs a luxury car. But Xiao Chen still had some concerns and asked, Cousin, tell me the truth. Is your superior planning to dissect me for research? In order to get to the bottom of it, Xiao Chen even called him cousin. This earned him a round of eye rolls from Ni Wei and the others. What are you thinking? Li Yanin also glared, saying unhappily, You are a young master, a martial arts genius. The higher-ups are fond of you. How could they possibly dissect you? You've probably read too many rumors online. Haha, that's good. Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although Xiao Chen was very confident in his strength, he wasn't arrogant enough to oppose a country. Moreover, this was the place that raised him. How could he turn against the country that had nurtured him? Xiao Chen, you asked me to find you after I finished my work, saying you had something to consult me about. What exactly is it? Li Yanin then got to the point and asked, What is a warrior? Xiao Chen said bluntly. Huh? Li Yanin was taken aback. Ni Wei even clenched his fist. Consulting is one thing, but how can you insult people? If he weren't aware of his own inferiority, he might have already punched Xiao Chen in the face. Cousin, don't misunderstand. Xiao Chen realized he had misspoken, giving a sheepish smile, and explained, I'm a latecomer, and I don't have a master to guide me, so I'm not very familiar with the warrior system. Can you tell me about it in detail? Chapter 43. A request from the leader. What did you say? Li Yanin's voice suddenly rose, his eyes nearly popping out. This was too unbelievable. Practicing martial arts halfway, with no guidance and not understanding martial arts. What the hell does that mean? Sleep for a while, have a dream, and become a martial arts master? Li Yanin could even hear the hint of boastfulness. If he weren't afraid of losing, he would have wanted to beat the other party up. This is so infuriating. However, for now, he still explained his understanding of martial arts honestly. Martial arts is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Beyond that is the martial arts master. There are certainly stronger beings above the master, but with Li Yanin's current status and strength, he couldn't access that knowledge, so he couldn't tell Xiao Chen. There are also 2 ways to become a warrior. No, now it's 3. The first way is to practice martial arts by strengthening one's meridians and flesh through moves. One gradually cultivates qi. When a trace of qi appears in the dantian, it represents stepping into the threshold of a warrior, becoming the lowest yellow-level warrior. The second way is through breathing techniques. By absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and expelling impurities from a body, one can also cultivate that trace of qi. The third way, and the most special, is being a divine favored one, like Xiao Chen, inexplicably stepping into the path of a warrior, making others envious and jealous. As the warrior continues to cultivate, that trace of qi in the dantian gradually increases. Eventually, when it surrounds itself and becomes the size of a yellow bean, It represents stepping into the mysterious level warrior. The size of a bottle mouth represents a city-level warrior. The size of a dish represents a heavenly level warrior. The chi of a martial arts master is about the size of a basketball. Xiao Chen was also using his spiritual sense to verify this. The chi in Ni Wei, Su San, and Lu Yuhong's Dantian was like fishing line, thin and long. Li Yanen's chi was already infinitely close to the size of a bottle mouth. Xiao Chen remembered checking Huang Dingbao's Dantian a few days ago. His chi was originally the size of a bottle mouth. Later, when he inhaled the women's yuanin, it increased to the size of a dish. Xiao Chen had never seen a martial arts master, so he couldn't verify that. But all of this was different from his situation. He could only continue asking, "Cousin, is there anyone whose Dantian has many chi vortices? And each one is the size of a mouth?" Huh? Li Yanen was taken aback. Is there such a warrior? Why have I never heard of it? Could it be you? No wonder you could easily crush Huang Dingbao. It turns out you have many more chi vortices than him. Wait, no. Your situation is too special. I must report it to the higher-ups. Finally, Li Yanen regained his composure and advised, "Xiao Chen, be prepared to be interrogated by the superiors." Huh? This time it was Xiao Chen's turn to be shocked. Are they still going to dissect me? No. Li Yanen shook his head, speechless. Do you really want to be dissected that much? No, it's just that I just stepped into the path of martial arts, and I'm a bit worried. Xiao Chen explained awkwardly with a smile. Of course, even if they really wanted to dissect him, Xiao Chen wouldn't be afraid. From Li Yanen's mouth, Xiao Chen learned that there were only about tens of thousands of warriors in the entire Huaxia country. The strongest ones were martial arts masters. The chi in their Dantian was only about the size of a basketball. Compared to his own millstone-sized base, it was far from enough. Not to mention crushing them with one move, the opponent was definitely not his match. Moreover, he still had the awakening pills in his space. If he really couldn't win, he could escape, find a hidden place to take the awakening pills, and wait for his strength to increase before seeking revenge. In short, with the Xiao Chen from his dreams helping him, he could walk sideways. However, he still didn't feel any drowsiness, which made Xiao Chen somewhat worried. The higher-ups just want to be aware, Li Yanen then explained. After all, the strength of warriors is too extraordinary, already distinguishing them from ordinary people. If you violate laws, we can find the target immediately to minimize losses. However, if you join the Dragon Soul organization, these problems will no longer be issues. I need freedom. Xiao Chen emphasized again. Li Yanen was also helpless and talked to Xiao Chen about some situations in the martial arts world before taking his leave. As soon as he left, Xiao Chen welcomed an unexpected guest, Zhang Jingtai, the leader of Jiang City. Xiao Chen had only seen him on the screen before and didn't expect to see him up close today. He was dressed in a proper suit, had a flat-top haircut, and wore leather shoes. He looked very capable. Of course, that wasn't what Xiao Chen was focused on, because he had learned about martial arts. The first thing Xiao Chen looked at was Zhang Jingtai's Dantian. To his surprise, there was a chi vortex the size of a yellow bean. A mysterious level warrior. Xiao Chen was shocked. He never expected that the leader of Jiang City was also a warrior and a mysterious level one. Stronger than Ni Wei and the other Dragon Soul members. No wonder he didn't bring bodyguards when he went out. Truly fearless. Mr. Zhang, this is Xiao Chen, my boyfriend. Introduced Yingxian, who was beside Zhang Jingtai. Xiao Chen, this is our Jiang City's leader, Mr. Zhang Jingtai. Xiao Chen hurriedly invited him into the room, pouring tea and water. It was his first time meeting such a high-ranking official, and Xiao Chen felt a bit nervous. Xiao Chen, stop being so busy. I'm here today to ask you for a favor, Zhang Jingtai said with a smile. Huh? A favor? Xiao Chen was completely taken aback. A leader like him couldn't handle something, and I could? So what Yingxian explained. Xiao Chen, Huang Dingbao has been escorted back to Beijing, causing economic turmoil in Jiang City. We need someone to step up and turn the tide, so I recommended you to the teacher. Recommended me? Xiao Chen was even more confused, pointing to his own nose. He said incredulously, You want me to be the president of the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce? Zwa, you should know me. I'm not cut out for that. I know. Zwa Yingxian said. Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Did it have to be so bluntly piercing? So I didn't plan to let you become the president of the Chamber of Commerce, but I wanted to use your name for a bit. What name do I have? A mud leg? A college student without an employment contract? Or a delivery worker? Xiao Chen thought for a while, but couldn't find a title that Zhang Jingtai could borrow. A carving master is what Yingxian reminded. The real estate market is already declining. Our Jiang city needs to establish another pillar industry to replace the Guo family's position. Teacher Zhang chose jade. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. How could he carve? He was just picking up garbage that others didn't want. But he couldn't say that outright. Besides, Zhuo Yingxian spoke with such conviction, even having planned how to develop it further. She even claimed that as long as he agreed, he would likely take over the position of Chamber of Commerce president in the future. Once that was confirmed, the Zhuo family would no longer obstruct his marriage with Zhuo Yingxian. Sigh. Xiao Chen sighed silently. To find a wife, he even had to engage in such underhanded dealings. Was it easy for him? Of course. Xiao Chen also raised his doubts. I am indeed a sculptor, but my works have only been sold to you, and I have no reputation at all. Can I really help Teacher Zhang? Not before, but definitely after tonight, is what Yingxian smiled and said. Because our auction is being held today, I have contacted many well-known figures in the jewelry industry in the past few days, and they have already arrived in Jiang City. As long as you show up at the scene and publicly carve a piece of jewelry, proving that those gold and silver jewelry pieces are indeed from your hands, your reputation will definitely shock the entire jewelry industry. Publicly carving? I can't do that. Xiao Chen was quite speechless. Moreover, he was a low-key person who didn't want to become famous. But seeing Zhuo Yingxian so excited, he couldn't bear to refuse. Then I'll just be high-profile once. After all, being just a jewelry sculptor wouldn't have much impact. As for publicly carving, Xiao Chen didn't plan to pay attention to that. He had plenty of ways to prove that the jewelry was made by him. However, Xiao Chen didn't agree immediately, but pretended to hesitate. After pondering for a long time, he turned to Zhang Jingtai and asked, Teacher Zhang, if I help you accomplish this, how do you plan to reward me? Chapter 44. I want the Zijing Club. Even with Zhang Jingtai's high level of cultivation, he was caught off guard by Xiao Chen's words. Want benefits? Isn't making you famous worldwide already a benefit? Isn't controlling the jade business in Jiang City a benefit? What more do you want? Zhang Jingtai's face darkened, so Ling Xuan's expression wasn't good either. She pushed Xiao Chen and quietly reminded him, Xiao Chen, what's wrong with you? Helping Teacher Zhang also boosts your own reputation. With a reputation, plus accumulating wealth from the jade business, becoming the president of Jiang City's Chamber of Commerce is just around the corner. How can you still think about asking for benefits? Isn't that too greedy? It's fine, let him ask. After calming down, Zhang Jingtai smiled and said, as long as I can do it, I'll try my best to satisfy him. I want the Zijing Club, Xiao Chen said. Huh? Zhang Jingtai was taken aback. He had heard of the Zijing Club, but it was just one of the better clubs in Jiang City. While it made a decent profit, it was definitely not as lucrative as the jade business. It might even be weaker than the Rongjin group. What did Xiao Chen want with the club? Could it be that he wanted? Thinking of this, Zhang Jingtai glanced meaningfully at Zhuo Yingxian. Zhuo Yingxian's walnut clip had already been placed at Xiao Chen's waist, making a full 360-degree spin. Hiss! Xiao Chen gasped in pain. Are you trying to murder your husband? Umph. Zhuo Yingxian snorted coldly. As soon as I started to make money, you began to have ulterior motives. Men are all big pig trotters. None of them are good. Zhuo, that's unfair. Xiao Chen protested. Then you tell me, what do you want the Zijing Club for? Zhuo Yingxian asked with a serious face. It's a secret. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Zhuo Yingxian's walnut clip came again. He hurriedly changed his tune. Wait until you come back from Beijing, and I'll tell you then. But I can assure you, it's definitely not because I covet the flashy things there. I doubt you would dare. Zhuo Yingxian shook her head and said to Zhang Jingtai, Teacher Zhang, Xiao Chen has just that one request. You should be able to satisfy him, right? I have no problem with that. Zhang Jingtai said with a bitter smile. But the Zijing Club is the property of the Guo family in the provincial capital, and it just opened not long ago. It's a golden goose that lays eggs. If you want to take it from them, it's likely to cost quite a bit. Guo family's property? Zhuo Yingxian was a bit surprised. Isn't the Guo family in the jewelry business? When did they also open a club? Xiao Chen didn't know anything about the Guo family. He only cared about the price and asked, how much would it cost? At least 1 billion, Zhang Jingtai said. It could even be 2 billion. I can only try my best to negotiate, but the final pricing power is in their hands. That's fine. Xiao Chen nodded, as long as it's within 3 billion. I can accept it. If it really can't be negotiated, just help me set up a meeting with their person in charge, and I'll talk to them personally. Okay, Zhang Jingtai nodded. He had also looked into Xiao Chen and knew that the other party had over 10 billion in liquid funds. So acquiring the Zijin Club was definitely not a problem. As for what Xiao Chen specifically wanted to do, that was beyond his consideration. As long as he could capture the jade market in Jiang City, Zhang Jingtai believed Xiao Chen could do it. After all, he was the one who had shone brightly at the last raw stone auction. Now, he learned from Zhuo Yingshuan's mouth that Xiao Chen was also a top-notch sculptor. With the support of dual identities, Xiao Chen wouldn't even need to do anything. People would come looking for him. Xiao Chen's insistence on acquiring the Zijin Club was because he was eyeing the environment there. He had asked Li Yanin if there were any barrier masters or formation masters in Huaxia, but the answer was negative. Of course, there might be some, but Li Yanin didn't have the qualifications to encounter them yet. Xiao Chen believed they existed, given that he could connect with dreams. It wouldn't be surprising if there were barrier masters in Huaxia. From the path of martial arts, Xiao Chen did not get the answers he wanted, so he wanted to explore other channels. He believed that the people behind the Zijin Club definitely knew something. However, considering that he had only recently connected with dreams and his strength was still insufficient, with only a foundation in his dantian, he didn't dare to act rashly. That's why he wanted to use Zhang Jingtai's hand to test the depth of the people behind the Zijin Club. After everything was agreed upon, Zhang Jingtai took his leave. Zhuo Yingxian then took Xiao Chen to attend the auction. As the host, Zhuo Yingxian was busy as soon as she entered the venue. Even Lin Xiaoqing, who was her assistant, was busy to the point of being dizzy, without even a chance to express her loyalty to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen enjoyed his leisure alone. He found a corner, sat down, ate the buffet, sipped free drinks, and relaxed. Until Jun Luoxiao walked in and broke this pleasant atmosphere. Xiao Chen, you're not being fair, Jun Luoxiao said resentfully. I called you so many times, asking you to sign the transfer contract for the Wana Hotel in person. You kept saying you were busy, had no time, and sent an assistant to brush me off. I didn't expect you to be hiding here, mooching off food. Do you look down on me? No. Xiao Chen hurriedly shook his head. After the last incident, Xiao Chen also understood Jun Luoxiao's identity. Her husband was a general with a star, commanding troops and guarding the border. Her family was a top family in the capital. Such a strong background was something Xiao Chen's consciousness might not even be able to see through. For someone like her, Xiao Chen chose to keep his distance. He smiled and explained, "It really is because I was busy. If it weren't for the auction hosted by Mr. Zhuo today, I would probably still be busy." I understand, Jun Luoxiao said with a smile that seemed to hide a smile. Sister, there's no one as close as a daughter-in-law. Ugh, Xiao Chen's face darkened, and he couldn't help but complain inwardly. How could someone with a background thicker than a city wall tease a small fry like me? Jun Luoxiao noticed Xiao Chen's impatience and secretly chuckled. Those with absolute strength are like tough meat, impervious to oil and salt, unless there's a benefit involved. All she could do was talk about things that interested Xiao Chen, such as the aftermath of the Guo family. The next day, when the reporters opened the door, they were met with a sight too horrific to bear. Two big men were embraced together, dead from battle. Beside them was a woman, draped in shreds of torn bed sheets, but her eyes were shining with brilliance, full of spirit. This incident was suppressed the moment it broke out. Only rumors circulated wildly. Xiao Chen had been busy procuring supplies and hadn't had time to pay attention to this. When he heard about it, he simply said 2 words, deserved it. He was also curious as to why Chenrong looked so vibrant under the attack of 2 big men. Before Xiao Chen could think it through, the auction had already begun. Zhuo Yingxian personally hosted the event, unveiling the legendary stories hidden behind each piece of gold, silver, and jewelry to give the pieces their charm. Over 20 pieces of jewelry sold for an astonishing 7.3 billion. Of course, this was also because these were items placed in boxes by Nangong Aoshua, which were quite valuable. Some pieces, seemingly picked up in a dream, were directly put on sale at high prices by Zhuo Yingxian. In the final stage, Zhuo Yingxian invited Xiao Chen up on stage, asking him to carve a piece of jewelry in front of everyone to prove his identity as a sculptor. Feeling uninspired that day, Xiao Chen couldn't carve anything. After he got on stage, he simply said one sentence, which immediately caused an uproar among the audience. Some even threw shoes at him, claiming Xiao was faking it and demanding refunds. However, I have finished products to showcase. To quell the audience's anger, Xiao Chen had no choice but to take out more than 10 pieces of jewelry from his space. All were the fine works of Nangong Aoshue, truly top-tier items. He only displayed them, not for sale. After all, he intended to use these items to stabilize his business in jade and stone. But he guaranteed that he would sell them 10 times. He would provide his own materials, and the highest bidder would win. Just as he finished saying this, a wave of drowsiness hit him. He knew that the Xiao Chen in the dream was about to wake up. He had to leave the matters here to Xiao and ran upstairs to find a room to lie down on the bed. In the dream, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 45. Bringing reinforcements in the dream. It was the first day after Xiao Chen's death. Zhan successfully stepped into level 2. After a hearty meal, he walked out of the boundary with a knife in hand. There were many zombies outside. Some were brass, some were black iron, but all were within 10 meters of the boundary. They were constantly swinging their fists, violently striking the air. Clearly, they were still following the orders of that silver zombie. Cheng Haitao counted and found over 1,300 of them. There were more than 700 brass zombies and nearly 600 black iron zombies. Zhan bit his tongue and swallowed his blood, unleashing his berserk combat ability. With one person and one knife, it was as if he had entered a realm without zombies. He killed until their heads broke and the awakening pills flowed. In 5 minutes, he pierced through the layer of zombies. However, more zombies began to gather outside, drawn by the scent. They rushed towards Zhan. He swung his knife and killed one, but there was another. Moreover, there were more zombies continuously rushing over from afar. Zhan fought for another 5 minutes, but still couldn't finish them off. He had no choice but to retreat back into the boundary. Collapsing to the ground, he gasped for breath. Zhan, now that you've reached level 2, how long can you sustain your berserk combat ability? Wang Yao asked. 10 minutes, Zhan replied. But the good news is that I won't immediately faint after 10 minutes. But I won't be able to fight anymore. I'll just be left with hunger and fatigue. Let's eat something to replenish, Wang Yao said. Zhan didn't hold back and quickly devoured the food on the ground. Half an hour later, he let out a satisfied burp. Picking up his knife, he was about to head out again to kill zombies. Wait, Wang Yao called out. Zhan, there are too many zombies outside. You can't kill them all by yourself. Besides, Xiao Chen's injuries can't be delayed. We must find a way to escape. How do we escape? Zhan said helplessly. You can see the situation outside. Besides those obedient zombies, many others are already drawn by the scent. I might be able to escape alone using my berserk combat ability, but I can't do it with you all. That's right. You should escape alone, Wang Yao said. Impossible. Zhan shook his head immediately. Brother Xiao is my savior. How can I abandon him in such a situation? Even if I die, I must protect him. Can't you speak? Wang Yao raised her eyebrows and scolded. We're all struggling to survive. How can we casually talk about death? And letting you escape doesn't mean abandoning us. It means bringing back reinforcements. Where can I find reinforcements? Zhan was speechless, but then suddenly widened his eyes. You all established a shelter? How many people are inside? How many awakened ones are there? How strong are their combat abilities? Zhan threw out a dozen questions in succession, leaving Wang Yao dumbfounded. Could he be a fool? If there really is a shelter with so many awakened ones, why would we have to rely on Wu Gui? Wang Yao coughed twice, intending to dismiss Zhan's wild imagination. Our team only has 5 people, all here. The reinforcements I'm talking about are Wu Gui. Wu Gui. Zhan was stunned. Wang Yao, you should know what kind of person Wu Gui is. Brother Xiao and you betrayed him. Do you think he would come to rescue you? Normally, he wouldn't. Wang Yao said, but they need food, they need level 3 awakening pills, and they need boundary masters. As long as you tell Wu Gui that we have a lot of food here, he will definitely come to rescue us. Even if he doesn't come, the people he brings will act for food. It seems to be the case. Zhan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Without waiting for his strength to fully recover, Zhan picked up his knife and went out of the boundary again. The path he had cleared earlier was now filled with zombies again. Zhan didn't dare to use his berserk combat ability again, but fought normally. He was also a combat-type awakened one, and with a sharp knife, killing brass zombies wasn't difficult. The difficulty lay in their overwhelming numbers. It took over half an hour to barely break out of the encirclement. Outside, the wandering zombies were drawn by the scent and began to converge. Ao Jean fought while escaping. After another half an hour, just before his strength was about to run out, he managed to escape. Phew! Cheng Haitao and the others had been watching Ao Jean's situation. Seeing him successfully escape, they all breathed a sigh of relief. But Wang Yao's face was grave. Cheng Haitao, it's your turn now. Me? Cheng Haitao was stunned. What can I do? Escape, Wang Yao said. We can't put all our hopes on Ao Jean. If Wu Gui isn't tempted, we will still face death. So, you need to escape too. Cheng Haitao looked at the layers of zombies surrounding them, trembling in fear. I will escort you out. Wang Yao understood what Cheng Haitao was worried about and continued. After you get out, try to find a healer. If you really can't find a healer, look for some medicines, especially healing ones. Bring back as many as you can. If Wu Gui doesn't come, whether the four of us can survive will depend on you. I won't let you down. Cheng Haitao patted his chest and promised. Although Wang Yao's combat power is not as strong as Ao Jean's, she is experienced. Plus, Ao Jean just cleared the way for her. The zombies responding to the command have not yet gathered together. Despite being injured, she successfully sent Cheng Haitao out. Sister Yao, what if neither of them comes back? What should we do? Nangong Aoshua asked worriedly when Wang Yao returned. Wait 3 days, Wang Yao said. If they don't come back by then, we'll think of another way. As she spoke, Wang Yao deliberately glanced at Xiao Chen, who was lying on the ground with white hair. She thought, Xiao Chen, these two are chosen by you. I hope they can live up to your training. If they betray you, Wang Yao made up her mind. On the second day after Xiao Chen's death, Ao Jean did not return with reinforcements, and Cheng Haitao also did not come back. On the third day, still no one arrived. As night fell, Wang Yao decided not to wait any longer. She stuffed a level 3 awakening pill into Xiao Chen's mouth, fed him water, and used her abilities to make the pill enter his stomach. By the morning of the fourth day, there were still no signs of Xiao Chen waking up. However, someone did arrive. It was Ao Jean. His clothes were tattered, as if they had been sliced into strips by sharp blades. Each strip had deep wounds, still bleeding and staining his clothes red. Ao Jean's face was pale, and his breath was weak. He looked like a death row inmate who had just walked out of an ancient prison, clearly having undergone severe torture. Behind him were Wu Gui and over 200 members from the Xinhua bathhouse shelter. It seemed that Wu Gui had recruited new people during this time. Wang Yao had no spiritual awareness and couldn't see whether these people had awakened abilities. But from her physical condition, she could tell that at least 60 were awakened. As for their levels, it was uncertain. However, based on Wu Gui's tendencies, he definitely wouldn't let these people reach level 2. After all, he himself was only at level 2, and the shelter's food was limited, which couldn't support too many level 2 awakened ones. Wu Gui also saw the situation inside the barrier. There were only Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu, and Nangong Aoshua. Cheng Haitao was missing. That traitor. Thanks to Xiao Chen taking care of his food and drink, he ended up betraying his own team. When he sees him again, he must be taught a lesson. However, Ao Jean was not angry at the moment. Instead, he suddenly knelt in front of Wu Gui and pleaded, Manager Wu, I didn't lie to you. Xiao Chen and the others really have a lot of food. Plus, the Nangong Aoshua is a water manipulator. If we rescue them, our team will be complete. Even if we can't fight against the people from the other 3 districts, being safe in one corner is enough. Rescue them? Wu Gui kicked Ao Jean away and said indifferently, Are you out of your mind? Don't you see how many zombies are over there? Most of them being copper zombies? How am I supposed to rescue them? Kill them? Ao Jean replied, as if it were obvious. You're a level 2 awakened one. And with so many of us, can't we kill these zombies? If we don't kill the zombies, we won't get any food. I have a plan. Wu Gui's lips curled into a sinister smile. Chapter 46. Wu Gui is also hiding his strength. With a flash, Wu Gui drew a long sword and held it against Ao Jean's neck. He shouted into the barrier, Wang Yao, throw the supplies out, or I will kill Ao Jean right now. Wu Gui, are you crazy? Wang Yao exclaimed angrily. Ao Jean is one of your recruited team members. You want to kill him in public for a little bit of supplies? Do you want your subordinates to rebel? Upon hearing Wang Yao's words, Yu Bo and others began to whisper to each other. They had been following Wu Gui for some time now. They were indeed better off than when they were alone in the Green Garden community, but they also had more work to do. Every day, they had to go out to find supplies, unsure of which day they would become zombie food. In short, Wu Gui treated them as tools. Most of the supplies they found ended up in his pockets, under the guise of enriching one person first. Only by becoming stronger could he protect everyone. Yu Bo and the others were already dissatisfied with him. However, as the number of zombies increased, it was too dangerous to escape alone. They could only hide under Wu Gui's roof and struggle to survive. Watching Wu Gui prepare to kill Xiao Chen, they felt a chill. They unconsciously took a step back, distancing themselves from Wu Gui. "What are you doing?" Wu Gui turned around and glared, scolding. "Can't you tell Wang Yao is trying to sow discord among us? In this apocalyptic era, only by sticking together can we have a glimmer of hope. But what about Xiao Chen and Wang Yao? They clearly have a lot of food, but are unwilling to share it with us. I treat them as teammates, but they betrayed us. Now I'm helping you get back what belongs to you. Don't you all want to eat and drink well?" Gurgle. When it came to food, their stomachs began to growl again. They looked at the delicious food inside the barrier, unable to resist drooling. It seemed reasonable. Following Wu Gui, at least they could eat something. If they oppose Wu Gui now, they might be killed. The group gathered their thoughts again and stood behind Wu Gui, choosing to support him. Seeing this, Wu Gui felt quite pleased. He pushed the sword a little closer. Xiao Zhan's neck was immediately cut, blood flowing out. The pain made him frown constantly. "Wang Yao, I'll count to 3. If you don't throw the food out, I'll cut off Xiao Zhan's head," Wu Gui said coldly. Wang Yao fell into contemplation. If she didn't give the food, Xiao Zhan could really die. But if she did give the food, what if Wu Gui turned around and left? If he killed Wu Gui as well, wouldn't she be losing both her husband and soldiers? 3. As Wang Yao hesitated, Wu Gui had already started counting. 2, 1, I'll give it. In the end, Wang Yao couldn't bear the pressure and chose to throw out the food. However, she threw out steam buns. Grabbing 2 at a time, she threw them out with force. Whoosh! The buns flew over Wu Gui's head and landed next to the group behind. 2 lucky ones caught them and immediately stuffed them into their mouths without any hesitation. "What are you doing?" Wu Gui shouted angrily. "These are public resources. Whoever dares to eat them, I will take their life. Zhou Kai, teach them a lesson and get the buns back. Wang Yao will throw more buns later, and you're responsible for catching them. Yuan Mingming, you guard those people. If anyone dares to move, kill them without mercy." "Yes." Immediately, 2 people stepped forward. Zhou Kai broke the legs of the 2 who were eating the buns and carefully packed the half-eaten buns into his backpack. He was a bit puzzled. Hasn't the apocalypse been going on for a long time? Why are the buns Wang Yao threw still soft, as if they were just steamed? Could it be that they steamed them themselves? How extravagant. Mixing flour with water and cooking it into a paste will be much better. It's more filling and can last a long time. Steaming buns? Don't they know it's shameful to waste? Yuan Mingming drew her dagger, keeping a vigilant eye on the surrounding people. Wang Yao had no choice but to take out more buns and continue throwing. This time she didn't throw them into the crowd, but aimed directly at Wu Gui. Bang, bang, bang. Although the buns had no weight and couldn't hurt Wu Gui at all, they could distract him. Especially when Zhou Kai was picking up the buns, he was extremely focused. He would snatch at the buns whenever they came his way. Whether it was intentional or not, at one point, he even scratched Wu Gui's face. The pain made Wu Gui frown, and he even kicked Zhou Kai. The opportunity had come. At that moment, Xiao Zhan suddenly bit his tongue and swallowed a mouthful of essence blood. His momentum surged dramatically. Xiao Zhan threw a punch directly at Wu Gui's lower regions. Wu Gui, frightened, hurriedly retreated. Xiao Zhan seized the opportunity to stand up and glared at Wu Gui, saying, "Wu Gui, even if you don't save anyone, you shouldn't add insult to injury. How can you expect to win people over like this?" "Win people over?" Wu Gui sneered. "As long as I can get more food, people will follow me without hesitation. As for you, what if you escape? You're just a first-level awakener. Do you really think you can defeat me? Even if you unleash your berserker abilities, you're still not my match. I advise you to surrender obediently to avoid suffering." "Then let's give it a try," Xiao Zhan said proudly. Wu Gui didn't waste words and launched an attack with a punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided, and Wu Gui stumbled back several steps, falling to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Ao Zhan in disbelief, he exclaimed, "You've reached second level? Your berserker skills are comparable to third level. I underestimated you. Let's fight again," Wu Gui said with a dark expression, adjusting his breath and charging forward once more. Ao Zhan chose to meet him head-on. If he could kill Wu Gui in front of everyone, he would earn the right to command the rest and lead them to rescue Xiao Chen and Wang Yao. As for losing, Ao Zhan hadn't considered that. Could his berserker abilities not even compete with a second-level awakener? However, in the clash, Ao Zhan found himself involuntarily stepping back several paces, his hands tingling from the impact. A wave of metallic sweetness surged up his throat, and if he hadn't held it back, he might have vomited blood. Third level. You've actually reached third level, Ao Zhan said in disbelief. Awakening abilities requires a massive amount of food for each level. Everyone basically had to suppress their advancement, fearing starvation. It seemed Wu Gui had managed to gather supplies during this time and had actually advanced to third level. "You've hidden your strength as well," Wu Gui said in shock. "In such a short time, you've reached second level. The food you ate must have belonged to Xiao Chen, right? And Xiao Chen's food is everyone's. You consumed everyone's food to enhance yourself, and today I will end your life for them." His anger grew as he spoke. Those weren't everyone's food, they were his. Wu Gui's, and now Ao Zhan had eaten them all. Wu Gui was furious. He mobilized all his abilities, intending to cripple Ao Zhan. This was simply pressing Ao Zhan into a fight. No way, Ao Zhan thought. At this rate, I will eventually be killed by Wu Gui. It doesn't matter if I die. The key is that Brother Xiao and Sister Yao are waiting for me to save them. That team only has me as a combat-type awakener. If I die, it means it's all over. Retreat to the barrier. Just then, Ao Zhan heard a voice in his ear. Who? Ao Zhan was startled. Before he could react, another voice came. Stay with Sister Yao. That's our best chance of winning. Ao Zhan recognized it was Cheng Haitao. Hadn't he betrayed Brother Xiao? Was that not the case? Moreover, wasn't this guy supposed to have keen hearing? How could he transmit sound across such a distance? Ao Zhan couldn't afford to be distracted. Wu Gui was simply too strong at third level. Even if he activated his berserker abilities, he would only be on the receiving end of the beating. The longer he delayed, the less hope he had. But how could he retreat to the barrier? Outside the barrier were zombies. He couldn't get through it all. Use the momentum. Cheng Haitao's voice came again. Use Wu Gui's attack to leap over the zombies. As long as you land inside the barrier, you'll be safe. Chapter 47. Don't you want food? This guy can actually read the battle situation. Ao Zhan was curious, but followed the plan. He jumped high, over 2 meters, channeling his abilities into his fists. He struck down with all his might. He actually dared to unleash all his strength. Wu Gui sneered. You dare to act arrogant before me with your forcibly enhanced realm? This time, I will at least break 2 of your arms. Wu Gui also struck with full power. Boom! Their fists collided. Ao Zhan quickly pulled back his strength, but he felt an exceptionally powerful force strike his arms. The fabric of his sleeves was shredded, exposing his arms, which twisted from Wu Gui's impact. He was sent flying, tracing a bloody arc in the air before crashing into the circle of zombies. Wu Gui struggled to get up but couldn't. Wang Yao hurriedly extended the barrier to pull him back. Are you all right, Ao Zhan? I won't die, Ao Zhan said with a bitter smile, but still suggested, Sister Yao, Brother Xiao is seriously injured and unconscious. We don't know when he'll wake up. Right now, this food is our last resource. We can't give it to Wu Gui any longer. He won't save us. I have my own plans. Wang Yao smiled mysteriously, telling Nangong Aoshue to take care of Ao Zhan. She stood up and shouted to the crowd outside. Most of you are ordinary people. With 1 bun, you can live an extra 2 or 3 days. Paired with water, you can survive even longer. The buns I threw earlier were meant for you. But your strength is too weak, and they were all taken by those robbers led by Wu Gui. So next, I'll throw you some more. Whether you can grab them depends on your ability. After speaking, Wang Yao threw more buns. However, due to the intimidation of Wu Gui, Yuan Mengmeng, and Zhou Kai, no one dared to move. All were collected by Zhou Kai. This couldn't go on. Wang Yao frowned. Why don't you resist? There are only a few core members in the shelter. At most, there are 20. But there are over 200 of you. Are you still afraid of them? If you don't resist, you'll always be oppressed. Think about your compatriots who entered the shelter with you. How many are still alive now? Sooner or later, you will die. Do you really want to become a starving ghost? People in the crowd began to change their expressions, whispering to each other, clearly showing signs of being moved. Following Wu Gui, as long as they completed their tasks, they could get food. Indeed, they wouldn't starve to death. But they wouldn't be full either. The key was that most of the food they risked their lives to find had been taken by Wu Gui. The more they thought, the more aggrieved they felt. Just as Wang Yao said, sooner or later, they would die. Why not resist? Wang Yao had thousands of buns. Even if they were divided equally, each person could get at least 5. That would allow them to survive a bit longer. Don't listen to her nonsense. Wu Gui said coldly. She just wants to sow discord among us. As the manager of the shelter, my goal is to lead everyone out of the fog and find a glimmer of hope. Collecting the buns is also to prevent you from wasting too much. After all, resources in this apocalypse are non-renewable. Using a little means less for the future. If I manage the distribution, you'll be able to live longer. Those words were reasonable. As Wang Yao threw buns again and again, some couldn't hold back their hunger and rushed to grab the buns. Once they got their hands on them, they stuffed them into their mouths. Puff! Yuan Mingming swiftly struck and killed that person. The bun was spat out, stained with blood. Even so, Yuan Mingming didn't mind the dirt. She picked it up and threw it to Zhou Kai. Looking around at the crowd, she coldly said, anyone who dares to move again will end up like him. Don't be afraid. Wang Yao began to incite again. Wu Gui relies on you to help him find supplies. He can't possibly kill all of you. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the many. As long as you dare to take the first step, there is hope for victory. Speaking, he began to throw steamed buns in rounds again. Grabbing 2 buns in one hand, he threw 4 at a time, slowly whetting the appetite of the people, until one person hurriedly ran to Wu Gui's side and reminded him, Manager Wu, it's bad, a large number of zombies are coming this way. We must retreat. How many zombies? Wu Gui asked. More than 30 have come this time, including 8 bronze zombies, the person said. But there are thousands of zombies in the entire urban village, and even a few silver zombies. Once they catch our scent, retreat. Without waiting for the person to finish, Wu Gui gave the order. Wang Yao quickly called to stop. Retreat? Wu Gui, have you forgotten the rules of a shelter? Every day you send everyone out to look for food. They're also risking being killed by zombies. The zombies haven't come yet, and you, the leader, want to run? Do you not want the food anymore? Moreover, you have already stepped into the ranks of level 3 awakeners, and you are a combat-type awakener. Even silver zombies are not your match. Or have you always been enjoying the results of others' hard work? Exactly. We go out every day to find food, and the risks are very high. Many companions have died. Some people immediately voiced their dissatisfaction, whispering, Manager Wu has already entered level 3. He is the strongest among us. He is not afraid of zombies. Let him deal with the zombies while we continue to get buns. Isn't that great? Manager Wu, let's wait a bit longer. If we can get more buns, we can eat a little more. Hearing these words, Wu Gui's face darkened, but he had to relent. Leaving now would be exactly what Wang Yao wanted. He could only grit his teeth and let Zhou Kai continue to pick up buns while preparing for battle. Sure enough, before long, zombies arrived, more than 30 of them, and there were 8 bronze zombies. Wu Gui could only draw the knife from his back and confront them. His strength was indeed extraordinary. He slaughtered the bronze zombies like dogs, and in less than 5 minutes, all 30 zombies were eliminated without a scratch. Wang Yao also followed suit, continuing to throw buns. Zhou Kai was still responsible for picking them up. Soon, a second wave came, and the number of zombies increased to over 50. Wu Gui spent another 10 minutes to eliminate all the zombies. Then came the third wave, 80 zombies. The fourth wave brought 130 zombies, and by the 7th wave, there were over 180 zombies, with nearly 600 being bronze zombies. Run! Wu Gui no longer dared to be strong, shouting loudly as he fled first. In fact, without him giving the order. The people around also saw the zombies, and no one dared to hesitate, turning and running. Sigh! Wang Yao couldn't help but let out a sigh. Even if Wu Gui had entered level 3, he didn't dare to face so many zombies. What should we do? Even if Xiao Chen steps into level 3, we probably won't be able to escape. Brother Xiao will definitely have a way, Nangong Aoshua said firmly. Yes, Brother Xiao will be fine, Ao Zhan also said. When he was at level 2, he could kill silver zombies. Once Brother Xiao steps into level 3, hey, Sister Yao, what did you say? Brother Xiao has stepped into level 3? Not yet, Wang Yao said, but I've already given him a level 3 awakening pill. And Cheng Haitao has also invited a healer. As long as the zombies outside retreat, we will go to meet them. Why would the zombies retreat? Ao Zhan asked curiously again. Because of the healer, Wang Yao smiled and said, she can brew a potion that emits a rotten smell, which can lure the zombies away. Sure enough, after Wu Guei and the others disappeared from sight, the zombies that were chasing them retreated quickly, vanishing without a trace in no time. At this moment, Cheng Haitao appeared in front of everyone with an elderly lady who was over 60 years old. After confirming that she was the healer, Wang Yao and Ao Zhan stepped out of the barrier to open a clear path for them to enter. Chapter 48, Just Because of You? Not worthy. The injuries were too severe, and the life force had drained away more than half. The healer, Gong Zimei, shook her head after diagnosing Xiao Chen, saying, I am powerless. Thud. Ao Zhan was the first to collapse onto the ground, followed by Nangong Aoshua, Wang Yao, Cheng Haitao, and others, all slumping down. Even Zhou Qingyu, who was maintaining the formation, was trembling. The formation shrank again. Dr. Gong, can life force be transferred? Finally, it was Nangong Aoshua who asked. I'm willing to give my life force to Brother Xiao. As long as he can be saved, I can die. I'm willing too, others echoed. It can indeed be transferred, Gong Zimei said bitterly, but the success rate of the transfer is very low, only 10%. For example, if you transfer 10 years of life force, only 1 year will reach him. Are you still willing? Willing. The few of them answered without hesitation. 10 years. 100 years. What does it matter? In this apocalypse, can we live safely until then? But Xiao Chen is different. He is a space-type ability user and has a lot of food. Only if he survives can we live well. If Xiao Chen is gone, we probably won't even be able to leave the urban village. All right, I will start the rescue now. Gong Zimei nodded. The first to provide life force was Nangong Aoshua. Cheng Haitao could listen in, Ao Zhan and Wang Yao could fight, and Zhou Qingyu was arranging the barrier. Although she could condense clean water, it seemed like the clean water in Brother Zhao's space was inexhaustible. Therefore, overall, she, as a water-condensing master, was the least useful. Gong Zimei formed hand seals, and strands of colorful threads flowed from her fingertips. One entered Nangong Aoshua's body, and the other entered Xiao Chen's body. Then Gong Zimei began to chant. Everyone was watching Gong Zimei, but noticed nothing unusual. However, Nangong Aoshua's already withered body gradually became even more emaciated. When Xiao Chen picked her up, she was about 80 pounds. Now, she looked even thinner, probably around 60 pounds. She appeared much more haggard, with white hair and wrinkles on her face. After more than 10 minutes, Gong Zimei exhaled a breath of turbid air. Before anyone could speak, she shook her head first. It's no use. Xiao Chen has lost too much life force. I took 30 years from her, and it's still not enough. We need to continue. The second was Cheng Haitao, who also had 30 years of life force taken, but it still wasn't enough. The third was Wang Yao, who also had 30 years taken. The fourth was Ao Zhan. Dr. Gong, take as much as you need until Brother Xiao wakes up, Ao Zhan said proudly. That will kill you, Gong Zimei reminded. Ha ha ha, also immediately. If it weren't for meeting Brother Xiao, I would have lost my life already. This is just returning the favor to him. Besides, if Brother Xiao can't wake up, even if I live, I won't last long and will starve to death sooner or later. Dr. Gong, please hurry. Okay. Gong Zimei said no more and continued to control the colorful threads to transfer life force. Not good, someone is approaching. At that moment, Cheng Haitao shouted. Then he lay down, pressing his ear to the ground, listening and saying, there are about 70 people with 26 ability users. One of them is a level 3 ability user and 25 are level 1 ability users. They are only 300 meters away from us. As soon as he finished speaking, they saw the newcomers. It was indeed Wu Guei and the others returning. Sure enough, you are scheming, Wu Guei said with a sneer upon seeing the situation inside the barrier. As Wu Guei was escaping, he noticed that those zombies only chased him for a short distance before retreating. This raised his suspicions, so he sent scouts to investigate. they discovered that Cheng Haitao had entered the barrier with an old lady. Wu Gui immediately thought of a possibility. They had been used as pawns by someone. Ao Zhan brought them here not to save Xiao Chen, but to make them kill zombies. Then Cheng Haitao would bring the healer over, and once Xiao Chen was resurrected, with their combat strength, they could easily break through the zombie encirclement. By then, they would have ample resources and their growth would be rapid. In a few days, they might even surpass the power of the shelter. Who would have the final say in the East District then? It was uncertain. The East District was his territory, and Wu Gui could not afford to lose it. So he turned back, first using food to sow discord among the members of the shelter, forcing them to help kill zombies, and then driving them away with zombies, allowing them to enjoy the spoils. Wang Yao, we have worked together, and I didn't expect you to be so cruel-hearted. Since you have no mercy, don't blame me for being ruthless. Gulme, break through the zombie encirclement and attack the barrier, Wu Gui ordered. The first to rush over can eat 3 steam buns today, under the promise of a great reward. Both the ability users and ordinary people rushed forward. After all, Wu Gui had said before that the zombies in the encirclement seemed cursed, only knowing to stand there and attack. As long as they avoided their attacks, they could successfully enter the encirclement. Those who rushed to the zombies began to climb. Surprisingly, the zombies really did not attack them. I have food. I will give you food, just don't attack. Wang Yao shouted in panic. She grabbed steam buns and threw them outside. After throwing a handful or two, all of them were picked up by Wu Gui and put into his backpack. Wang Yao had no choice but to change her strategy and threw the buns at the zombies. This time, those climbing on the zombies became restless. Seeing the buns flying over, they reached out to catch them. If they missed, they climbed down to pick them up. Those who caught them stuffed them into their mouths. This delay allowed the zombies to attack, and suddenly a few people were smashed into pulp by the zombies. Others saw this and retreated. Useless! All of you are useless! Wu Gui shouted angrily. Can food run away on its own? As long as we kill Wang Yao and the others, all of this will be ours. Are you so easily fooled by the enemy's tricks? Yuan Mingming, you guard these people. Zhou Kai, you pick up the buns. I will take action myself. With no other choice, Wu Gui had to take action himself. Of course, he only dared to say this because he saw that the zombies really wouldn't attack first. With a leap, Wu Gui jumped onto a zombie, stepping on its head to easily cross over. In the blink of an eye, he arrived outside the barrier. Wang Yao immediately entered a state of invisibility. Cheng Haitao clenched his fists, and even Nangong Aoshua stood up, holding a carving knife tightly, staring at Wu Gui. None of you are my match, Wu Gui said indifferently. Surrender now, and I can spare your lives. Stubborn. Swish. Before he finished speaking, Wang Yao already attacked. Unfortunately, Wu Gui reacted quickly, easily dodging while kicking Wang Yao back into the barrier. You're asking for it. Wu Gui's face darkened as he drew a knife from behind and struck hard at the barrier. With just one slash, he cut through the barrier. Zhou Qingyu also suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground, fainting. I'm going all out. Wang Yao, Cheng Haitao, and Nangong Aoshua charged at Wu Gui together. Unfortunately, they were no match for a level 3 awakener. With just one move, Wu Gui kicked them down, and they struggled to get back up. Wu Gui stepped toward Xiao Chen. Ao Zhan tried to stop him, but his arms hadn't recovered yet, and he was also kicked aside by Wu Gui. Gong Zimei was so scared that she hurriedly retreated. Wu Gui went straight to Xiao Chen, and the knife in his hand naturally fell on Xiao Chen's neck. What is wrong, Xiao Chen? Aren't you tough? Didn't you betray me? Why don't you get up? Fight me and show me how strong you are. You don't deserve it. Suddenly, Xiao Chen spoke. His eyes opened, glaring at Wu Gui with anger. Chapter 49. Kill Wu Gui. After Cheng Haitao infused him with life energy, Xiao Chen had already woken up. However, his eyes could not open completely. He was also very surprised to find that he had stepped in a level 3. His spiritual awareness had increased to 500 meters. The space-side length had expanded to 80 meters, and the volume was 51,200 cubic meters. Most importantly, he could feel his combat strength. Xiao Chen could sense that with his current power, killing a silver zombie should not be difficult. If coupled with spiritual awareness attacks, he could truly become invincible at the same level. Then Wang Yao began to supply him with life energy. Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness could clearly sense the life energy draining from Wang Yao's body. He screamed and roared desperately, but unfortunately, he couldn't make any sound. He could only watch as Wang Yao lost 30 years of her life. Then came Ao Zhan. At this moment, Wu Gui also rushed in with his people. Xiao Chen then realized that Cheng Haitao and the others had called for a healer to help him. They were hoping to save him at the cost of their own lives. Wait, that's not right. This healer is clearly a very beautiful woman. Why is she disguised as an elderly lady? Moreover, he had already awakened and didn't he need to recharge life energy? Why was she still going on? Most importantly, not all the life energy was entering his body. The vast majority had been siphoned away by her. She was taking advantage of the fire. Xiao Chen wanted to slap her to death. Unfortunately, his eyelids still wouldn't open, and he couldn't muster any strength. It wasn't until Wu Gui rushed into the barrier and injured everyone that Xiao Chen felt a warm sensation in his body. After the healer retreated, with Wu Gui's knife against his neck, he opened his eyes. The healer had a problem. This was Xiao Chen's first thought. But he didn't have time to deal with her. Instead, he raised his hand to grab the knife handle. So what if he was awake? Wu Gui was also startled by Xiao Chen suddenly opening his eyes. However, he, confident as a level 3 awakener, didn't take Xiao Chen seriously. He pressed the knife down hard, wanting to end Xiao Chen's life with one stroke. But the knife was as if clamped by pliers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't press it down at all. Get off! Xiao Chen shouted explosively, forcefully shaking off the knife resting on his neck. He then stood up. Taking advantage of Wu Gui's moment of distraction, Xiao Chen charged forward in a flash. With one kick, he struck Wu Gui in the chest. Bang! Crack! Along with the sound of breaking bones, Wu Gui stumbled back more than 10 meters, nearly falling into the zombie encirclement. Blood also spilled from the corner of his mouth. He propped himself up with the knife, staring coldly at Xiao Chen. In disbelief, he said, I didn't expect that in just a few days you would step into the ranks of level 3 awakeners. I really underestimated you. But so what? You have just stepped in while I have been at level 3 for a long time. I have taken far more level 3 awakening pills than you. Today, killing you will be like slaughtering a dog. While speaking, Wu Gui was also adjusting his breath. Once he recovered, he immediately swung his knife and charged forward. At this moment, Xiao Chen also took the carving knife from Nangong Aoshue and met him head-on. With the assistance of his spiritual awareness, Wu Gui's attacks seemed to slow down, allowing Xiao Chen to easily dodge while also landing a hit on Wu Gui. After several strikes, Wu Gui was already covered in wounds. The pain made him grit his teeth. His attack slowed down. He was caught off guard and was hit by Xiao Chen's punch. Crashing into the door, Wu Gui spat out a mouthful of blood-stained teeth, feeling a sense of dread. Both were level 3 awakeners, and Xiao Chen had just awakened, probably still not fully adapted to his own power. How could he be so strong in combat? Wu Gui already had the thought of retreating. However, the more timid he became, the more flaws he exposed. He was almost being beaten down by Xiao Chen, forced to defend passively. In just 2 minutes, Wu Gui was knocked down by Xiao Chen more than 3 times, and his injuries worsened. In the last instance, he couldn't get up anymore. Xiao Chen stepped on his chest, pressing a blade against his neck. Xiao Chen said coldly, Wu Gui, you might have provoked me, but you shouldn't have provoked my friends. They fought alongside me, risking their lives, and now they've been severely injured by you. Today, I will end your life to avenge them. After saying that, Xiao Chen killed Wu Gui. Wait, Wu Gui hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, you can't kill me. Why not? Xiao Chen asked curiously. The Xifang city is competing for supremacy, and without a level 3 awakener like me, it will be difficult for you to compete against the others, Wu Gui explained. You should know that other shelters usually have 2, 3, or even more level 3 awakeners. If you lose, you and your teammates will become their slaves. Spare my life, and I will willingly serve you, following your every command. I will even give you the Xianyu bathhouse. There is plenty of water there. As long as Zhou Qingyu casts the barrier for 3 days, the water will be purified and drinkable. Although you have plenty of food, you lack water. Before Wu Gui could finish, Xiao Chen stabbed his throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Wu Gui's eyes bulged out. He raised his hand to cover the wound, but his arms only lifted halfway before they fell down. He still died from the injury. Thud! Xiao Chen seemed to have exhausted all his strength, collapsing onto the ground. Gasping heavily, outside the zombie encirclement, Zhou Kai and Yuan Mengmeng exchanged glances, both able to see the shock in each other's eyes. The once high and mighty Wu Gui was actually killed by Xiao Chen. Does that mean Xiao Chen is stronger? Can they still take revenge? Of course. That wasn't the key point. The key was whether they could still claim the bonds they had picked up. For a moment, everyone was pondering in their hearts. Naturally, revenge was impossible. After all, Xiao Chen's strength was too overwhelming. Even if injured, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If they went up, they might just get cut down by him. Surrender? What if Xiao Chen doesn't accept? In fact, it was certain that he wouldn't accept. After all, even a level 3 ability user like Wu Gui could be directly killed by Xiao Chen, let alone them, the small fries. That left only the option to escape. After making the decision, those people grabbed the buns and turned to run, fearing that if they were a moment too late, they would be caught by Xiao Chen's people. Brother Xiao, are you okay? Nangong Aoxue, Cheng Haitao, Ao Zhan, and others looked at Xiao Chen with concern. I should be fine, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. Then turned to ask Gong Zime, are you a healer? Gong Zime nodded. Can you help me heal a bit? Xiao Chen said, don't worry. I won't shortchange you on the rewards. I don't want money, Gong Zime said. I want food. You just barely regained some vitality, and then you fought against a peer. The consumption is too great, and healing will be quite troublesome. So, the reward should be substantial. 1 ton of flour, 1 ton of rice, and 2 tons of water. How about that? If you can provide it, I'll treat you right now. If you can't, I won't make a move. Just that little bit? Xiao Chen said playfully. I can definitely provide it, but the key is how you will take it away. That's several tons. Where will you put it? Are you also a spatial ability user? You really have? Gong Zime was taken aback. She was just asking for a sky-high price, waiting for Xiao Chen to negotiate. The result was that he directly asked her how she would carry it. In the apocalypse, how could there be so many supplies? Even if they raided a supermarket, they couldn't stockpile that much, right? Moreover, with the mist descending, the speed at which supplies deteriorate and mold is very fast. Shouldn't the supplies have been depleted by now? There are, Xiao Chen affirmed, just treat me first. If you heal me, I will give you everything I promised. The premise is that you need to prepare a storage place. Otherwise, with so many things going bad, who knows how many lives will be lost. Okay, Gong Zime swallowed hard. If she really had that much, she could save many more people. Without hesitation, she stepped forward to take Xiao Chen's pulse. As soon as her hand touched Xiao Chen's wrist, he grabbed her hand and with a slight force, dislocated her arm. Then he kicked out, striking her knee. Gong Zime fell down with a cry. Xiao Chen then sat down on her, pulled out a rope from his space, and quickly tied her up. Xiao Chen, why are you tying me up? Gong Zime exclaimed in shock. Chapter 50. Do you know who she is? Xiao Chen ignored her and shouted toward the outside. If you are willing to surrender, stay there and don't run around. If you don't want to follow me, leave early to avoid me treating you as an enemy and killing you later. As for those who want to take revenge for Wu Gui, you can come in now. I am currently consuming a lot of energy. This is your best opportunity. Those outside who hadn't fled looked at each other, hesitating for a moment. But they only struggled for a moment before someone made a choice. I surrender. Once someone took the lead, others followed. Besides those who had escaped earlier, more than 30 others chose to surrender. Another 6 or 7 looked at the buns in their arms, then at Xiao Chen and his group, and ultimately turned to leave. Since you have surrendered, I will ask you some questions, Xiao Chen said calmly. What does Wu Gui mean by the competition for supremacy in Xifeng City? I know. Before those outside could speak, Gong Zime spoke up first. I've already tied you up, and you're still willing to tell me? Xiao Chen asked in surprise. I am willing, Gong Zime said sincerely. You tied me up because you don't trust me. This shows your vigilance, which is the mark of a leader. Also, your combat power is very strong. Being a spatial ability user, you must be carrying a lot of food. Therefore, I'm willing to help you. I hope that after your victory, you can re-establish the rules in Xifeng City and leave a way out for ordinary people. Playing the emotional card? Xiao Chen didn't believe her at all, unless this healer first revealed her true face. With Gong Zimei's explanation, Xiao Chen understood. The so-called competition for supremacy in Xifang City was literally what it meant. The city he was in was called Xifang City, divided into 5 areas: East, South, West, North, and Central. Each area had one or several teams. In the more than a month of the apocalypse, these teams had nearly scavenged all the resources within. To improve, they could only expand their territory. Then they would meet in the central urban area to confront each other. Whoever wins becomes the overlord of Xifang City, with the others as subordinates. How do you know this so clearly? Xiao Chen asked again. Just hearsay, Gong Zimei replied. Why haven't I heard about it? Perhaps it's because you were injured and stayed in the village the whole time, Gong Zimei said. As long as there are people outside, almost everyone is talking about this matter. She was right. Wu Gui had mentioned it more than once. Immediately, someone outside echoed. During this period, our workload has also increased, and the goal is to cultivate more secondary awakeners. Xiao Chen, now you become our big brother. What should we do next? Some people also expressed their doubts. Can you give us some instructions? Are there any barrier masters among you? Xiao Chen asked. The others shook their heads. Is there a way to divert the zombies? Xiao Chen asked again. The others shook their heads once more. In that case, you should retreat, Xiao Chen said, after a moment's thought. Zhou Qingyu is severely injured and unconscious, and cannot set up barriers for now. I'm also too weak to protect you. Soon, the zombies might come smelling the scent. You should return to the shelter. If I can escape, I will definitely meet you at the shelter. If I can't escape, then you'll have to find a way to survive. As a reward for your loyalty, I plan to give each of you 5 buns. Now, please line up to receive them at the edge of the zombies. After saying this, Xiao Chen turned to Wang Yao and Cheng Haitao and said, Sister Yao, Cheng Haitao, please help me distribute the buns. The two nodded and started working. Soon, they sent away those people at the periphery. During this time, with the help of Nangong Aoshue's feeding, Xiao Chen gradually regained some strength. He had not lied just now. After killing Wu Gui, he had almost exhausted all the strength he had just regained. He was also worried that Gong Zimei had ulterior motives, so he had tied her up to deter Wu Gui's subordinates outside. Now, it was finally stable. Xiao Chen stood up, pointed at Zhou Qingyu, and asked Gong Zimei, how's her injury? Not too serious, just exhausted and a bit bruised. She will be fine after resting for a while, Gong Zimei replied, not hiding what she had seen. If you're willing to spend some resources to feed her some nutritious food, she will recover faster. Of course, this was just a kind reminder from a healer. In her eyes, even if Xiao Chen had space, he couldn't possibly be hiding things like monkey head mushrooms or bird's nest. However, the next moment, her eyes nearly popped out. Xiao Chen casually waved his hand, and plates of delicacies appeared. Abalone, king crab, Australian lobster, and so on. These things would be hard to come by even before the apocalypse. Where did he get them? How could he be so wealthy? Xiao Chen did not explain and personally fed Zhou Qingyu. After eating 2 plates and drinking a cup of milk tea, Zhou Qingyu woke up. Seeing that Xiao Chen was fine, she immediately threw herself into his arms, sobbing. Big brother Xiao, it's so good that you're okay. I thought I would never see you again. Don't worry, I have great fortune and a strong life. Even the king of hell wouldn't dare to take me. Xiao Chen comforted her, patting her back. You've worked hard during this time. Next, let's have a hearty meal and then start killing zombies. When it came to eating, Zhou Qingyu put away her sadness. She always believed that wherever Xiao Chen was, she just needed to follow his arrangements without worrying about anything else. Xiao Chen gathered everyone together and took out plates of steaming food, instantly making everyone's mouths water. Gong Zimei was even more so. After the apocalypse, she had never seen so much delicious food. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva, and her longing was evident. Cheng Haitao noticed this and, feeling a bit sympathetic, suggested to Xiao Chen, Big brother Xiao, Dr. Gong has saved your life. Can we give her some food? Do you know who she is? Xiao Chen countered. Huh? Cheng Haitao was stunned but still explained. Her name is Gong Zimei, a healer. Before the apocalypse, she was the chief physician at the Central Hospital of Xifang City. Do you know her? Xiao Chen asked again. Cheng Haitao shook his head. Then you must have been deceived by her, Xiao Chen said with a smile. She should be around 20 years old. How could she be a chief physician? She probably hasn't even graduated from university. 20 years old. This time, Not only Cheng Haitao was confused, but everyone present was puzzled. They glanced at Gong Zime and then at Xiao Chen, not understanding. Even Zhou Qingyu reached out and touched Xiao Chen's forehead, questioning, Big Brother Xiao isn't feverish. Why is he talking nonsense? Dr. Gong clearly looks over 60. How can you say she's only around 20? She's wearing a mask, Xiao Chen said, then felt it was inappropriate and added, or she has the ability to change her appearance, which ordinary people can't see through. What you said is indeed true, Cheng Haitao agreed. Her pulse is very strong. She doesn't look like an old person at all. She's lying to us. Why? I want to know why too, Xiao Chen shrugged. But there's no rush right now. She will speak when she's ready. Let's eat first. Replenish our strength for the battle ahead. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, everyone really set aside the matter of Gong Zime and focused on eating. It was simply too delicious. If they were a moment late, the food might be taken by others. There's no need to rush. There is plenty of food, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. While eating himself, he used one hand to pick up food and feed Ao Zhan, who had lost both arms. Gong Zime, however, was like she had been struck by lightning, unable to come to her senses for a long time. How did Xiao Chen know her situation? Who exactly was he? Should she speak? If she spoke, it might bring her death. But if she didn't speak, being captured now would likely lead to starvation. Moreover, she really wanted to join Xiao Chen and enjoy the food. Gong Zime couldn't help but fall into a battle of thoughts. Of course, it was only for a moment before she made a decision and slowly began to speak. She simply couldn't resist the temptation of the food. Chapter 51. With you having Fu, my original name is Gong Xian, the daughter of the Lord of Sifang City. Gong Zime began to narrate slowly. After the apocalypse arrived, I awakened my abilities and gained healing powers. I also realized that awakeners have a greatly increased appetite. To ensure I could live well, my family reserved all their food for me, and they were starved to death. Especially my father, before he left, told me to protect the people of Sifang City. That was my father's last wish. How could I let him down? But how could I protect them? As a healer without any combat ability, I was just going to be killed by zombies. Just then, the overlord of the Central District found me. He wanted me to be his tool, helping him go out to find food. I saw everyone fighting for their lives, killing and robbing each other, ultimately benefiting the zombies. The district overlord not only did not stop this, but praised it greatly. He believed the apocalypse was a stage for selecting talent, survival of the fittest. Those who survive will surely become powerful figures. As for the dead, they're contributing to the survival of the race. I disagreed with him. So during one outing to find food, I quietly slipped away. I went to the next city district, and it was the same. I changed to another one, and it was pretty much the same. I realized that relying on others was not as good as relying on myself. So I studied my abilities diligently and finally discovered the wonderful use of healing powers. It can heal humans, but can also hunt zombies. As long as I concoct the corresponding poison, I can kill zombies on a large scale. I found awakening pills and enhanced my strength. As a healer, my sense of smell is particularly keen, and I can quickly find food, so I didn't starve to death. Thus, after several twists and turns, I encountered Cheng Haitao. He was starving and on the brink of death in the hospital in the Northern District. I couldn't bear to see him perish, so I intervened to save him. Then I learned about your situation from him, which led to my invitation to come here and save you. The rest you already know. As Gong Xian recalled and recounted, there were moments of gritting teeth, feelings of resentment, and heartache, culminating in her drooling over a pile of delicious food. It seemed that all those unhappy memories had been cast aside by her. Brother Xiao, Dr. Gong can be trusted. Just as Xiao Chen was hesitating, Cheng Haitao's voice reached his ears, causing him to startle. He scanned his surroundings, but found no sign of Cheng Haitao speaking. Then he heard again, Brother Xiao, I am Cheng Haitao. Under Dr. Gong's suggestion, I delved deeper into my abilities. I not only have acute hearing, but can also transmit sound over long distances. As long as it's within my hearing range, I can communicate directly. It's just that it consumes a lot of energy, and I feel exhausted every time I use it. When Dr. Gong found me, I still had food with me. If it were someone else, they might have resorted to murder and robbery. But Dr. Gong didn't. She not only saved my life, but also came here at my request to save you. She should be a trustworthy person. Xiao Chen did not answer him, but turned to Gong Xian and asked, Why did you extract our life force? To heal your injuries. Gong Xian replied matter-of-factly. Your life force was damaged, and your organs were failing. If I hadn't extracted some of their life forces to extend your life, you would likely have died. Is that so? Xiao Chen sneered. But clearly one person's life force could have kept me alive. Why did you extract the life forces of 4 people? Moreover, the majority of their life forces have entered your body. If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation today, no matter how beautifully you speak, I will kill you. As he spoke, Xiao Chen's eyes shot out 2 fierce glances. Gong Xian had no doubt that if she dared to lie, Xiao Chen would undoubtedly chop off her head without hesitation. She regretted saving him, realizing that this guy was so unreasonable. It was a miscalculation. Gong Xian silently lamented. She had been careful. Why had she fallen into his trap? Gong Xian would not believe it was due to the temptation of food. It must be Xiao Chen's excessive vigilance. It had to be that way. Otherwise, how could he have seen through the change in her appearance caused by her abilities? Gong Xian was even more frustrated. It was like escaping from a wolf pack only to fall into the jaws of a tiger. Because I need to increase my strength. Weighing her options, Gong Xian chose to be honest. The ability that therapists use the most is life force. The stronger the life force I possess, the greater the effectiveness of my healing techniques. To heal you, I extracted a portion of their life force. That is the cost of treatment. That seemed reasonable. Xiao Chen nodded internally. Having witnessed the formidable power of a therapist, he really did not want to kill Gong Xian. Instead, he wanted to recruit her into his team. But he was also somewhat afraid. Just as Gong Xian had said, therapists could not only heal but also poison and kill. If she were not genuinely relying on him, bringing her along would be like carrying a time bomb. One misstep could lead to disaster. Just as Xiao Chen was in a dilemma, he sensed something and suddenly looked up into the distance. At that moment, Cheng Haitao also reminded him, Brother Xiao, zombies are coming. What should we do? I will set up a barrier. Zhou Qingyu immediately sat cross-legged, forming hand seals to set up a barrier. Within the barrier, we are safe. Brother Xiao, take your time to think of a solution. No need to rush. Qingyu, you can rest. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly. There's a layer of zombies surrounding us outside. It's difficult for other zombies to break in. Even if 1 or 2 manage to get in, I can kill them. No need to worry. Our main task now is to increase our strength. There are no level 3 awakening pills at the moment, but there are plenty of level 2 awakening pills. That should be enough for all of you to reach the peak of level 2 and touch the threshold of level 3. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out a pile of awakening pills. These were what he had collected from killing zombies, amounting to several hundred. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement, especially Gong Xian, who nearly drooled. Unable to contain herself, she hurriedly said, Xiao Chen, Brother Xiao, let me go. I promise to listen to you from now on. And if I don't listen? Xiao Chen retorted, what if you poison me? I can't be on guard against you every day, can I? What then? Gong Xian was speechless. I have already made my stance clear, yet you still don't trust me. Are you really going to watch them grow weaker and weaker? Their life forces have diminished by decades. If not carefully adjusted, they won't last long. Let me go, and I will treat them first, okay? This can be my pledge to you. No. Xiao Chen refused without hesitation again. Unless you can come up with a way that makes me feel at ease, otherwise, you will forever be a puppet. Considering you healed me, I can spare your life. But I will never let you go. You could be my pet. After all, I have plenty of food. You. Gong Xian glared angrily. But she actually thought of a way and said with delight, Brother Xiao, you should go find the Overlord Yin Hongwu in the central city. He is a mental energy master. A mental energy master can imprint the soul. As long as I open my heart, let him take a drop of my soul blood and plant it in your sea of consciousness. You will be able to completely control me. Xiao Chen's mind stirred. A mental energy master? He was one himself, but he had no idea how to imprint the soul. However, he did not ask, and instead maintained a facade of indifference, saying lightly, you just said that the Four Direction City is competing for overlords. I should be considered an enemy of Yin Hongwu. Why would he help me? Because you have food. Gong Xian replied, I have traveled around the entire Four Direction City, and yours is the most abundant food. As long as you can provide Yin Hongwu with enough food, he will do whatever you ask. Can you tell me more about the soul imprinting? Xiao Chen finally got to the point. If I find this feasible, I will do it. If there are any risks, then I'm sorry. You can continue being a pet. Gong Xian clenched her teeth as if she was biting Xiao Chen. If her hands and feet weren't tied, she would have wanted to throw a packet of poison at him to end it all. But under the circumstances, she had no choice but to comply and began explaining. Chapter 52. Soul imprinting. The so-called soul imprinting is essentially about recognizing a master. A servant willingly gives their soul blood to the other party. With just a thought from the other party, the servant will die immediately. Furthermore, the servant cannot harbor any thoughts of betrayal. Otherwise, they will suffer backlash and die instantly. The servant must also go to great lengths to protect their master. Otherwise, if the master dies, the servant will perish as well. This is a good trick. The more Xiao Chen listened, the brighter his eyes became. He smiled and said, Gong Xian, now open your heart. What do you mean? Gong Xian was stunned. Is there a mental energy master among you? I am. Xiao Chen nodded. Gong Xian felt like she had shot herself in the foot. She had originally wanted to use Yin Hongwu to eliminate Xiao Chen and save herself. Now, it would seem she might not wait for that moment. But why was Xiao Chen so powerful? A space-type ability user with astonishing combat power who could also pry into her secrets and was simultaneously a mental energy master. But then she thought the stronger Xiao Chen was, the more beneficial it was for her. Perhaps she could use his power to fulfill her father's last wish. Resolving her thoughts, Gong Xian no longer hesitated and opened her heart for Xiao Chen to imprint her soul. Xiao Chen did not hold back, controlling his divine sense to take a drop of Gong Xian's soul blood and put it into his own sea of consciousness. As soon as it entered, that drop of soul blood was enveloped by his own spirit, like a group of special forces surrounding a kindergarten child. It directly frightened the child into trembling and made her obedient. Xiao Chen could also sense that with just a thought, he could make Gong Xian die. It felt quite stable. Xiao Chen stepped forward and untied Gong Xian's ropes, putting her into the space. As her hands and feet were freed, the poison immediately slipped into Gong Xian's hands. But right after that, a wave of malice invaded her sea of consciousness. Gong Xian could feel that as long as she dared to throw the poison at Xiao Chen, she would undoubtedly die. You still want to harm me? Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed. No, I want to poison the zombies. Gong Xian hurriedly smiled. At the same time, she threw the powder in her hand towards the surrounding zombies. The zombies showed no reaction. It seemed it wasn't poison. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Brother Xiao, can I eat those things now? Gong Xian asked. Not yet. Let's heal them first. Xiao Chen shook his head. Once they're healed, you can eat whatever you want. As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out several meals. Gong Xian's eyes sparkled as she hurried to check everyone's injuries and treated them one by one. To be honest, her healing skills were impressive. She waved her fingers and colorful threads emerged. Then everyone's injuries healed. Even Ao Zhan's broken bones were reconnected. The wounds on his body gradually healed, and before long, it was as if he had never been injured. Who? Gong Xian let out a heavy breath, looking eagerly at Xiao Chen. Eat. Feel free to eat. Xiao Chen nodded with satisfaction. Since you worked so hard, Xiao Chen couldn't shortchange her and took out an extra meal. Brother Xiao, although we're a team, people's hearts are different, and no one can guarantee they won't betray you for life. Nangong Aoshue was the first to speak up, just like Wu Gui's team just now. They could fight to the death over a little food. Therefore, I suggest we all give our soul blood to Brother Xiao. It won't have any impact and will prevent our team from having any second thoughts. Why not? Cheng Haitao's eyes lit up upon hearing this. What a miscalculation. I didn't think of it in advance. He felt overshadowed by Nangong Aoshue. He could only echo, Nangong Aoshue is right. It should be done this way. I'm willing to give my soul blood and follow Brother Zhao's orders. I'm willing too. The others also expressed their willingness. Gong Xian, who was eating, was dumbfounded. That was soul blood. To just hand it over so casually, weren't they afraid that someone would kill them with a thought? This was too childish. However, Gong Xian also felt a bit envious of Xiao Chen. Relying solely on personal charm, he made his subordinates willingly follow him, which was absolutely unique in the apocalypse. Gong Xian's expectations of him grew higher. Xiao Chen tried to refute, but couldn't resist the pleading of the five. They even drew weapons and pointed them at their own necks, saying that if Xiao Chen refused again, they would just slit their throats. Helpless, Xiao Chen could only accept their soul blood into his sea of consciousness. Just then, Cheng Haitao pointed outside in shock. Brother Xiao, look, those zombies. Actually, without him reminding, everyone had already seen it. A large group of zombies had disappeared, revealing a gap, but it was quickly filled again. That was the place where Gong Xian had thrown the powder. Poison, and it had a wide range of lethality. Xiao Chen's face immediately turned cold as he looked at Gong Xian. Gong Xian, no longer caring about eating, hurriedly explained, zombies are different from us humans. The poison is lethal to them, but for us, it's a healing miracle. Tentatively trusting her. After all, with her soul blood now in his possession, she wouldn't dare to betray him. Xiao Chen asked, what level of awakener are you to heal so quickly? I'm a level 3 healer, Gong Xian said. Healing someone of a lower level than me might be faster, but it takes longer for those of higher level or with severe injuries. Sometimes it even costs lifespan. How did you concoct those powders? Xiao Chen asked again. Awakening pills, Gong Xian said, combined with my supernatural ability. So simple? Xiao Chen exclaimed with joy. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly concoct more powder and poison all the zombies outside so we can get out. Okay. Gong Xian showed no hesitation and immediately took out the awakening pills to start concocting medicine. She sat cross-legged, forming hand seals, weaving colorful threads. Those threads wrapped around the awakening pills like sharp blades, quickly grinding the pills into powder. Brother Xiao, this is the powder to poison zombies. You can use it to kill them while I continue making more. Is it poisonous? It's harmless to humans. Xiao Chen nodded, grabbed it, and threw it directly into the zombie encirclement outside. In no time, another 30 or 40 zombies were poisoned and killed. This stuff is really useful. Xiao Chen couldn't help but show a smile. It could hunt in large areas. Didn't he consume physical strength and avoided casualties? Simply delightful. Wait, that's not right. Killing zombies this way indeed doesn't consume our physical strength, but it should consume Gong Xian's stamina, right? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Xiao Chen focused his divine sense on Gong Xian. He saw beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Her previously hidden beauty was gradually becoming haggard. Her breathing was becoming a bit rapid. At the same time, an inexplicable essence was slowly flowing out of her. It was vitality. Xiao Chen suddenly realized something. He hurriedly stopped her. Gong Xian, stop making the poison. Hurry and stop. Who? Gong Xian let out a heavy breath and began to breathe heavily. She even grabbed a nearby bun and started to eat. After taking a few sips of water, her condition eased a bit. Gong Xian, what's wrong with you? Xiao Chen frowned and said, I wanted you to make poison only within your capabilities, not to deplete your vitality. Brother Xiao, now I am your servant. Gong Xian explained with a bitter smile. I must unconditionally fulfill any of your orders. I'm not just depleting a bit of vitality, even if it costs my life. I wouldn't dare to disobey. Xiao Chen wanted to curse. He really didn't expect that after the soul imprint, she would be so obedient. Can the imprint be removed? Xiao Chen asked, feeling a bit compassionate. Gong Xian shook her head. Unless I die, once the soul imprint is successful, it cannot be removed for life. Of course, it might also be because our strength is insufficient, our experience is lacking, and we haven't encountered a way to remove it. So, Brother Xiao, in the future, please try not to use a commanding tone. Otherwise, who knows, we might lose our lives because of your orders. It doesn't matter if we die, but you would lose several loyal helpers. Ugh, Xiao Chen was even more speechless. If he had known that imprinting the soul would have so many effects, he shouldn't have accepted the soul blood of Wang Yao and the others. Just then, a loud roar came from outside. Following that, a silvery white zombie, shining with silver light, charged toward them with a large group of bronze and black iron zombies. Everyone quickly stopped eating and went on high alert. Chapter 53. Show off your abundance. Qingyu, you set up the barrier. A range of 5 meters is enough. Xiao Chen instructed. Wang Yao, Ao Zhan, you two go kill the bronze zombies and black iron zombies. Cheng Haitao, you go out too and kill the black iron zombies. If you can't fight them off, retreat quickly. Nangong, Ao Xue, keep an eye on the battlefield. If they encounter danger, rush out immediately to pull them back into the barrier. Gong Xian, get ready. If anyone gets injured, treat them right away. Fight hard. With Xiao Chen's command, everyone began to get busy. Fortunately, Wu Gui had died nearby, and he had brought a lot of weapons that could be picked up and used. Everyone grabbed suitable weapons and rushed out of the barrier to start killing zombies. After eating and drinking enough, their stamina was restored, and their injuries were treated by Gong Xian. The four of them, armed with weapons, were full of vitality. Chung Haitao swung his knife and chopped off a zombie's head, which dropped a level 1 awakening pill. He didn't even look at it and continued to swing his knife at the next one. Wang Yao was stronger than him, chopping off the head of a bronze zombie with one strike. Ao Zhan was not far behind either. With one swing, he not only chopped off a zombie's head, but also embedded his knife into a second zombie. Xiao Chen was even fiercer, swinging his knife horizontally and turning the heads of 3 bronze zombies in a mist. At this moment, zombies from outside charged in, led by the silver zombies. There were nearly 2,000 zombies, most of them bronze zombies. However, Xiao Chen and the others were not afraid at all and continued to fight. After all, with so many zombies surrounding them, it was hard for those outside to break in. Bang, 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 with the sound of sharp blades cutting through hard objects. One zombie's head after another turned into mist. In just a few minutes, Xiao Chen and the others had already killed over 100 zombies. Truly fierce. Seeing this, Gong Xian silently sighed. Although this team's numbers were few, their combat power was not lacking at all. Perhaps they could really unify the 4 cities. I need to recover my stamina quickly, prepare more poison for them, and contribute more to maximize my value. Only then can I have a certain say in this team and not just be a mere pet. Thinking this, Gong Xian buried her head in eating. Nangong Aoshua watched the battle outside, her small fists tightly clenched. She needed to become stronger. Only the strong could fight alongside Brother Xiao and help him share the pressure. Could a water manipulator not go to battle? Zhou Qingyu could set up barriers to provide everyone with a final refuge. Gong Xian was a healer once someone got injured. She could treat them in time to ensure everyone's safety. What about herself? Could she only provide some clean water? But Brother Xiao had space. Who knows how much clean water he stored? She felt the most useless. No, she was useful. Nangong Aoshua stubbornly thought. Gong Xian could poison zombies with her concocted poisons. Could she make water kill zombies? For example, forming a water arrow. Nangong Aoshua decided to give it a try. However, after several attempts, she couldn't form the water arrow and splashed a lot of water on Gong Xian instead. What are you doing? Gong Xian frowned and asked, "Are you showing off that you have a lot of water?" "No, I don't," Nangong Aoshua nervously explained. "I want to help Brother Xiao, but I'm just a water manipulator and have no combat power." "You want to condense a water arrow?" Gong Xian asked. Nangong Aoshua nodded eagerly. It seemed she had found a kindred spirit, her eyes sparkling. "It might be because your level is too low," Gong Xian comforted her. "This kind of thing can't be rushed. If level 2 doesn't work, wait until level 3 to try. If level 3 doesn't work, wait until level 4. After all, it's still a supernatural ability. It can't be completely useless." "Thank you." Nangong Aoshua stepped forward, holding Gong Xian's hand, tears of gratitude in her eyes. "I will improve my strength right now." Saying this, she took a level 2 awakening pill and threw it into her mouth. Her actions stimulated Gong Xian, making her feel a sense of urgency. She ate faster. Zhou Qingyu watched their state and couldn't help but pout. "The bystanders, that's you too, right?" Meanwhile, outside, a level 3 silver zombie had charged to the outer edge of the zombies, quickly clearing a path and rushing inside. Xiao Chen hurriedly went to meet it, swinging his knife for a hard hit. Bang! With just one strike, he directly chopped off the zombie's arm. Xiao Chen couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He remembered that when he fought against a level 3 zombie before, his knife couldn't hurt it at all. In the end, he had to rely on the mental knife to kill it. Why was it that this silver zombie could be easily injured? Could it be that after stepping into level 3, my strength has also increased? That would be great. If we could kill all the zombies in the city, my companions could successfully step into level 3 as well. The combat power of the entire team would significantly increase. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen's blood boil, charging in even more fiercely. With the combination of his mental power, his second strike chopped off the zombie's head, netting him a level 3 awakening pill. Wang Yao and the others noticed the situation and became even more energized in their attacks. After more than 10 minutes, Chung Haitao returned. Not because he was injured or exhausted, but because the black iron zombies had almost all been killed, even if there were any left. They were mixed in with the bronze zombies, making it impossible for him to act. Back inside the barrier, Gongxian hurriedly checked his injuries. He only had some scrapes and was fatigued. Gongxian applied some medicinal powder and let him rest. Then Wang Yao returned, followed by Ao Zhan. Both of them were not seriously injured, just somewhat drained, clearly exhausted. Finally, it was Xiao Chen, who had held on for half an hour. But he had reaped great rewards, killing several hundred zombies and obtaining many awakening pills. However, there was also a downside. The internal zombies had been greatly reduced due to the combined attacks from Xiao Chen and the zombies outside, resulting in gaps in the once impenetrable encirclement. Consequently, zombies drawn by the scent were able to charge in. Brother Xiao, the zombies outside are gathering more and more. What should we do next? Gongxian said anxiously. She had been wandering in the apocalypse for so long and had never seen so many zombies. The key was that most of them were bronze zombies, and there were even silver zombies. Could they handle that? Wait, Xiao Chen said. We have a barrier here, and the zombies can't smell us, so they won't attack us. Once they disperse, we will retreat immediately. During this time, we should focus on improving our strength. Although they were supposed to improve, only Nangong Aoshue, Wang Yao, Chung Haitao, and Ao Zhan were able to do so. Zhou Qingyu was setting up the barrier and couldn't consume awakening pills. Xiao Chen and Gongxian had already stepped into level 3, and there was only one level 3 awakening pill left, which would be a waste for them to use. 3 hours later, the four of them had all touched the threshold of level 3 and stopped cultivating. After a hearty meal, they planned to rush out again to kill zombies. However, once they got up and moved around a bit, they felt somewhat weak. They all felt a bit fatigued. Chung Haitao was the first to voice his doubts. Brother Xiao, this doesn't feel right. Normally, even when we are exhausted, as long as we eat and drink enough, we feel like we have endless energy. Why does it feel like we've been drained now? Xiao Chen felt the same way and involuntarily looked at Gongxian. You all have aged, Gongxian said with a bitter smile. To save Brother Xiao, each of you has lost 30 years of vitality. Your ages have now exceeded 50, so recovery is naturally slow. How can we replenish our vitality? Xiao Chen asked the crucial question. There are 2 ways, Gongxian said. First, food supplementation. Eating a lot of food every day, as well as a lot of awakening pills. If you exceed what you use to consume, your vitality can slowly recover. However, our team may not have that foundation to waste. So I suggest using the second method, taking longevity pills. Longevity pills? Xiao Chen was taken aback. What is that? Dan medicine. Gongxian said. Dan medicine? Xiao Chen was stunned again. Can you even refine pills? I should be able to. Gongxian said. I have already deduced the recipe. Just need to try it out. How long will it take to succeed? Not too sure after all. The ingredients needed are a bit much and hard to find. Let me take a look. Gongxian handed Xiao Chen a recipe, and upon seeing it, Xiao Chen frowned. The phrase hard to find really belittles this recipe. Chapter 54. Welcoming Brother Xiao, 500-year-old Ice Mountain Snow Lotus, 1,000-year-old Hisho Wu, 100-year-old Wild Mountain Ginseng. These are not even the worst. It actually requires living turtle blood. In the apocalypse, besides humans, are there any living creatures? No. As soon as Xiao Chen had this thought, he felt something was off. When the mist descends, humans can awaken abilities. What about animals? Can they also awaken abilities? Can they turn into spirits? Xiao Chen couldn't be sure. After all, he had been active in the Four Direction City and hadn't even been to the East District, so he had no idea what was happening outside. He could only ask, how many of the medicines on this list have you found? 2 are still missing. Gongxian said, the 100-year-old Wild Mountain Ginseng and living turtle blood have not been found. The rest have already been found. As she spoke, Gongxian took off her outer robe. Inside, there was a zipper, and when she opened it, it was filled with many medicinal materials. It weighed at least dozens of pounds. Everyone present was shocked. This is definitely a treasure pouch. Gongxian sighed. The mist is really annoying. I have been very careful, yet it still can't prevent the materials from deteriorating. If this continues, all these medicinal materials will turn into garbage. What should I do? Gongxian's eyes were a bit moist with anxiety. Use space. Xiao Chen suggested. We are a team, if you trust me. Brother Xiao, I definitely trust you. Before Xiao Chen could finish speaking, Gong Xian exclaimed joyfully. She hurriedly repackaged the medicinal materials and handed them to Xiao Chen. The remaining 2 medicinal materials are on me. Xiao Chen stored the materials in space and promised, within 3 days, I will definitely get them for you. Don't forget to refine the longevity pills for us then. Gong Xian nodded. At this moment, the zombies outside had almost retreated. Only a portion remained, and most of them were the ones that had followed the orders of that silver zombie to attack the barrier a few days ago. Like machines, they were still constantly waving their arms. Unwearied, taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiao Chen broke through a path and led everyone out of the encirclement. Along the way, Xiao Chen picked up several weapons. Seeing this, Gong Xian frowned. In the end, she couldn't help but ask, Brother Xiao, why are you picking up weapons all the time? To kill zombies. Xiao Chen explained. These zombies can't be killed unless you cut off their heads. The black iron zombies are a bit easier. With a few strikes, they don't really get dull. But the brass zombies and silver zombies are tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. After killing a few, the blade becomes unusable. If we don't collect more weapons, we can't possibly fight zombies in close combat, right? Don't you have weapon masters? Gong Xian was even more curious. Weapon masters? Xiao Chen was taken aback. There's such an ability? Although this dream has lasted over a month, Xiao Chen hasn't really been in contact with ability users for long. In total, it's only been about 10 days. Clearly a novice. His understanding is too one-sided. Yes, Gong Xian explained. Weapon masters specialize in forging weapons. Ordinary swords and knives used to kill zombies will dull or even break, but if they are reinforced by a weapon master's abilities, that won't happen. Even ordinary people wielding level 3 weapons forged by a weapon master can easily kill brass zombies. If we ability users wield them, our combat power can double. Hiss! Xiao Chen gasped. He nervously asked, Gong Xian, since you've walked all over Four Direction City, have you encountered a level 3 forger? I have. Gong Xian nodded. The overlord of the West District, Xiong Huahua, is a level 3 forger. How can we compete for the overlord then? Xiao Chen said gloomily. A level 3 forger. Equipped with their own forged weapons, their combat power could reach level 4. If everyone in their team has a weapon, who else can compete? Clearly the strongest overlord in Four Direction City. We might have to follow his orders in the future. Not necessarily, Gong Xian said. The competition for supremacy is set for 10 days later. We still have time, as long as we work hard. I believe Brother Xiao can step in a level 4 without a problem. Can level 4 win? Xiao Chen was somewhat skeptical. Can they not reach level 4? He still needed to be steady and not take risks, developing steadily. Xiao Chen said the latter part in his heart. Anyway, he had plenty of food and was not afraid of starving. As long as he hunted enough zombies, he could continuously level up. The longer the time drags on, the more beneficial it is for him. By the time they returned to the Xinyue bathhouse, which was the refuge created by Wu Gui, it was already dark. Zhou Kai stood outside with people. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, he immediately bowed and said, Welcome back, Brother Xiao, victorious. All the members of the refuge are here. Originally, there were 267 people, 43 core members, and the rest were tools recruited by Wu Gui, mainly to help find food. Now that Wu Gui has been killed, 27 core members have fled, leaving 16. 184 tool members have fled, leaving 40. A total of 56 people, 32 level 1 awakened, and 24 ordinary people. All present, welcoming the Big Brother. Welcome, Big Brother. As Zhou Kai's voice fell, the more than 50 people behind shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Xiao Chen felt extremely embarrassed. Why does the scene feel so awkward? Cough, cough. Xiao Chen cleared his throat and said indifferently, Since you have chosen to stay, then you are one of us from now on. I have always been very tolerant towards my own people. Let us give you some steamed buns to eat first. After saying that, Xiao Chen took out more than 100 steamed buns from his space and distributed 3 to each person. Thank you, Brother Xiao. The more than 50 people held the steamed buns, grateful to tears. They had not done any work, but were able to receive steamed buns. This Big Brother is a good person. Therefore, when Xiao Chen asked them what their specific abilities were, everyone answered honestly. The result left Xiao Chen greatly disappointed. Among the 32 awakened, 24 were Strength-type awakened, all level 1, and could only kill black iron zombies, which was of minimal use. 3 were vision awakened, with the same vision day and night. Also level 1, they could reach 1, 0 in a 200-meter vision test. But when looking at close objects, they were a bit blurry. In other words, they were farsighted. Also not very useful. 2 were music type awakened, excelling in singing, playing, and performing, all of which could be considered master-level standards. Unfortunately, they had no offensive power. Wu Gui kept them around just for searching for food. 1 person had awakened charm skills. Once activated, regardless of gender, they would fall under its spell. Unfortunately, it was only level 1, and the target could only be level 1 awakened. Once facing a level 2 awakened, it could easily backfire. But this thing is effective against humans, and seems to have no effect on zombies. Just that the person looks quite beautiful. A pebble-like face, a bee-like waist, plus long legs. Areas that should have flesh are tender, and areas that should be tight are very elastic. A golden ratio. However, during the apocalypse, Xiao Chen was focused on survival and didn't have much thought about beautiful women. He didn't pay much attention to it. With the awakening of his leg skills, he could run extremely fast. He could shorten a 100-meter sprint to 3 seconds. Moreover, his endurance was lasting. In his words, if he maintained a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, he could run for an hour. Of course, after running, he would be completely exhausted. A flying leg. Xiao Chen finally stumbled upon a treasure. If he could advance to level 2 or 3, wouldn't his speed be even faster? Walking zombies would be like walking dogs, right? There was also someone who awakened a hidden weapon ability, able to shoot 8 darts with both hands, hitting wherever they pointed. However, it lacked killing power and was somewhat useless. After understanding this, Xiao Chen made a mental note and ordered Zhou Kai to be responsible for dispatching these people to guard the shelter. He then took Wang Yao and others to a luxurious private room to eat and sleep. It was already 9:30, and it was time for his previous self to awaken. Chapter 55. Are you entertaining me? In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. With a sweep of his consciousness, he understood the situation around him clearly. First, there was a note pressed on the bedside table. It was left by Zhua Yingxian, telling him that the auction had ended perfectly and that she was returning to the capital to take care of her grandfather, asking Xiao Chen to take care of himself, and that she was waiting for him to come to the capital to marry her. Secondly, guarding outside the door were Lin Xiaoqing and Su Cheng. The 2 of them obviously hadn't slept all night and had dark circles under their eyes. Lastly, there was the situation in the hotel. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, but in the adjacent room, there were 10 bosses in the jewelry and jade industry, each with a piece of high-quality material beside them. It seemed to be for the promise he made yesterday to personally carve items for them. Even Jun Luoxia was there, pouring tea, explaining, apologizing, and smiling. She was clearly acting like the hostess here. Xiao Chen was a bit confused. What was this big sister trying to do? Ignoring her, Xiao Chen got up and washed up. He then called Lin Xiaoqing and Su Cheng in. He directly asked, "Do you want to become stronger? Do you want to have the strength to punch a cow to death?" Gulp. Upon hearing this, both of them couldn't help but swallow, especially Lin Xiaoqing, who had witnessed Xiao Chen's true abilities. Her eyes widened in astonishment, nodding like a chick pecking rice. Seeing Su Cheng still in a daze, Lin Xiaoqing couldn't help but tap him on the back of the head, angrily saying, "Brother Xiao is giving us a chance to turn our lives around. And you're still hesitating? Brother Xiao, you don't need to ask." Then Lin Xiaoqing turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Whatever you decide, no matter what it is, we won't hesitate at all. You just need to say it, and we will do our utmost to accomplish it." "Yes, yes, A Chen. Both Xiaoqing and I will listen to you." Su Chen quickly echoed. "Let me make it clear up front." Xiao Chen said seriously, "This is a new type of thing. I don't even know what it's specifically called. I have no idea what the side effects are. The only thing I can be sure of is that taking this can make a person stronger." While speaking, Xiao Chen took out the awakening pill. "If you're not afraid, then." "We are not afraid," Su Cheng and Lin Xiaoqing said in unison. One of them had witnessed Xiao Chen's power, while the other was a childhood friend of Xiao Chen, knowing him well. Seeing Xiao Chen transform from an ordinary person into a big shot with assets worth billions, living in a luxury villa and driving a luxury car, it was hard not to be envious. Su Cheng even dreamed of becoming someone like Xiao Chen. Now, that Xiao Chen openly admitted that it was this small pill that had completely changed him in just a few short days. Both of them didn't want to miss this opportunity. All right. Seeing this, Xiao Chen didn't say much more, but instructed, after taking this pill, you will go through a period of extreme pain. To avoid being discovered by outsiders, you should take it in this private room. I will handle some matters, and you can contact me after you regain consciousness. Understood. The two replied respectfully. After leaving the awakening pill, Xiao Chen went to the adjacent private room. When Jun Luoxia saw him, she let out a heavy sigh of relief and hurried over, smiling wryly. Brother, you finally woke up. If you had come any later, these people would have probably stripped me bare. Of course, she meant in terms of their gazes. If it weren't for such a beautiful woman accompanying her, those old men would have probably left long ago. However, they were only there for a fleeting glance. After all, they all mixed in the same circle. How could they not know Jun Luoxia's true identity? Who would dare to touch her? Not only would their hard-earned family business be at stake, but even their 9 generations could be wiped out. However, before they could speak, Xiao Chen coldly said, they dare. Anyone who disrespects Sister Xia will be the first to face my wrath. Regardless of Jun Luoxia's intentions, she was indeed helping him. Xiao Chen reluctantly regarded her as half of his own. How could he let others bully her? Xiao Chen, even if you were a carving master, isn't your attitude a bit too much? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, someone immediately expressed their discontent, speaking with sarcasm. We are seeking you to carve items. Although we have a request of you, if you can truly carve something that satisfies us, we will promote you as well. This is a win-win collaboration. You're treating us like we are insignificant old men. Xiao Chen didn't respond but scanned the room and asked indifferently, do you all think so too? Some didn't answer, but their attitudes were already very clear. Others smiled and said they didn't think so. If you don't want to carve, then get lost. I won't serve you. Xiao Chen said arrogantly, if you want to carve, leave the raw materials behind, and then tell me what you want to carve. Once the carving is done, I will contact you to collect the goods. No matter what you want to carve, I won't return any corner scraps. You have 2 minutes to consider. After saying this, Xiao Chen turned to Jun Luoxia and asked with a smile, Sister Xia, what do you plan to carve? Me? Jun Luoxia was taken aback. She was still immersed in the imposing way Xiao Chen stood up for her just now. It was quite manly, making her momentarily dazed. No wonder she could captivate Xiao Xian so much. He really did have the ability. Coming back to her senses, Jun Luoxia handed the prepared materials to Xiao Chen. Brother, just carve whatever you think is good. No matter what you carve, I will like it. All right. Xiao Chen nodded. At this time, the others present also made their choices. Only 3 were willing to provide materials for Xiao Chen to carve. The others were either observing or packing up to leave. After inquiring about what those 3 wanted to carve, Xiao Chen sent the others away. Some even left harsh words, vowing that Xiao Chen's jade business would not succeed. To this, Xiao Chen was completely unconcerned. Not succeed? Who would dare not do business with him? He would just cut off their access and make sure they couldn't buy a single piece of good material. As long as the raw materials were sufficient. Even without the jade business, he could still revitalize Jiangxing's economy solely based on innovative jewelry. This was not boasting. Xiao Chen believed in Nangong Aoshue's skills. Brother, you don't have to be afraid. Jun Luoxia walked up and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder, comforting him. Whatever business you do, I will absolutely support you. Thank you, Sister Xia. Xiao Chen nodded, and now he needed Sister Xia to help him with one more thing. What do you need help with? Jun Luoxia est expectantly. Help me find wild ginseng that is over 100 years old, as well as a long-aged turtle. I don't care how much it costs, Xiao Chen said. Economic concerns were not what Xiao Chen was focused on. What he needs to do now is to help his companions in the dream regain their vitality. He can't let them perish too soon. Reality and dreams complement each other, allowing him to go further and soar higher. Indeed, Jun Luoxia thought for a moment and said, I only have a turtle at home, which has been with us for over 20 years. I'll call and have someone bring it to you. As for the wild ginseng over 100 years old, we can visit the Hua family. The Hua family? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. The Hua family is a traditional Chinese medicine family in Jiangxing. Even if they don't have wild ginseng over 100 years old, they should know where to find it. Jun Luoxia explained, let's go for a visit. At least we can get some clues. Please lead the way, Sister Xia. The two left the hotel and drove for less than half an hour to a manor. There was a plaque that read Huang Mansion, with a line of small characters beside it saying hanging the pot to save the world. There were guards at the entrance. After some negotiation, Jun Luoxiao was allowed to enter. Shortly after, the guard came out and led the two inside. Upon entering, Xiao Chen immediately smelled a strong herbal scent. He also expanded his spiritual sense. He saw that the entire manor was very large, with his spiritual sense barely reaching the edges, covering nearly 500 meters in radius. Quite luxurious. Wasn't it said that traditional Chinese medicine was declining? How could the Huang Mansion have such a large piece of land so close to the city center? Where did they get the money? While puzzled, Xiao Chen also saw the head of the Hua family, Hua Qiansheng, and the Hua family's daughter, Hua Mushi. However, Hua Mushi was lying on the bed, while Hua Qiansheng sat beside her. One sighed and frowned, while the other was emaciated and pale, clearly a patient. Jun Luoxia had said that the Hua family was not short on money to obtain the wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old from them. They needed to cure Hua Mushi's illness. Xiao Chen was not a doctor, but he could check Hua Mushi's condition through his spiritual sense. He saw a black gas constantly moving within Hua Mushi's body. Every time it passed an acupuncture point, Hua Mushi's beautiful brows involuntarily furrowed. As soon as he saw her frown, Hua Qiansheng would clench his fist. What kind of illness is this? Xiao Chen was full of questions. Under the guidance of the guards, they quickly arrived at the living room. Hua Qiansheng also came out from the bedroom. His originally surprised expression immediately darkened upon seeing Xiao Chen. He coldly said, "Jun girl, is he the doctor you brought to treat Mushi? Are you mocking me? Do you want your Jun family to taste my anger?" Chapter 56. Let Mushi marry you. Misunderstanding. Jun Luoxia hurriedly smiled and explained, "Old Hua, we are not here to treat the young lady. We have a request." "What request?" Hua Qiansheng asked indifferently. "Old Hua, you are a master of traditional Chinese medicine. Have you heard of wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old?" Jun Luoxia asked. "Rest assured, even if you only provide useful clues, we will certainly reward you handsomely." He. Hearing this, Hua Qiansheng sneered coldly and said disdainfully, "Jun Luoxia, do you think I'm short of money? You want me to provide the life-saving herbs prepared for Mushi? You must be dreaming. Get lost." Jun Luoxia was taken aback. She didn't expect that Hua Qiansheng had wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old, but it was meant for Hua Mushi's life extension. It was truly a case of mentioning the wrong thing at the wrong time. To offend Hua Qiansheng for Xiao Chen, Jun Luoxia wasn't sure if it was a good or bad thing. A sense of grievance arose in her heart. That girl probably isn't ill. Just then, Xiao Chen spoke up, "It's not an illness." Hua Qiansheng stared at Xiao Chen in shock. "What do you mean? Are you really a doctor? Can you see Mushi's condition? Can you save her?" "I'm not a doctor." Xiao Chen shook his head. Hua Qiansheng immediately showed a look of disappointment. But Xiao Chen continued, "However, I can try to do something." "Not a doctor. What can you try?" Hua Qiansheng said coldly, "Get out. We don't welcome you here. Although I'm not a doctor, I can see that the girl on the sickbed is losing her vitality. If she is not timely supplemented, she may not last a few days." Xiao Chen took Jun Luoxia's hand and smiled. "Sister Xia, since they don't welcome us, let's not stay here and be an eyesore. Let's go find wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old elsewhere." "Wait, you two wait." Hua Qiansheng stepped forward to block their path. He had never shared Hua Mushi's situation with outsiders, only saying she was ill. This young man had seen through it at a glance, and he hadn't even looked at it. Since his granddaughter had this illness, she had been recuperating at home and had never stepped outside. Others had never seen her. How did this person know? And he understood so clearly. Could it be that he could really cure her? Hope ignited in Hua Qiansheng's eyes as he bowed to Xiao Chen. "Young friend, I was rude just now. Please don't hold it against me. As long as you can cure Mushi, not to mention wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old, even our entire Hua Mansion will be given to you. As I just said, I can't cure her." Xiao Chen shook his head again. "After all, your granddaughter is not ill. She has a gas in her body that absorbs vitality. No matter how much vitality you supplement, it won't be enough for that gas to absorb. What should we do?" Hua Qiansheng asked. "We need to expel that gas from her body. Can you do that?" Xiao Chen shook his head. Hua Qiansheng suddenly fell to the ground, looking as if he had aged significantly in an instant. appearing particularly dejected. What to do? What to do? Do I really have to send a white-haired person to accompany a black-haired one? I am unwilling. As a prestigious national doctor, I can't even cure my own granddaughter. What use is this reputation to me? Hua Qiansheng pounded the ground and howled. Didn't I say? I can try, but I can't guarantee it will work. Besides, if you really give me wild mountain ginseng over 100 years old, I can refine it into a longevity pill, which can increase vitality and allow your granddaughter to live a bit longer. Really? Hua Qiansheng's eyes regained a glimmer of brightness. He stepped forward, grabbed Xiao Chen's hand, and pleaded, Young friend, you must help me save my granddaughter. Let's first check the situation. Xiao Chen did not make any promises, but took the lead into the bedroom. Hua Mushi was lying on the bed, her face pale, her brows occasionally furrowed, as if she was enduring great pain. Xiao Chen placed his hand on Hua Mushi's wrist and then sent the gas from his dantian into her body. This was Xiao Chen's solution. By using his own power, he would forcibly expel the black gas from Hua Mushi's body. Young friend, you must be trying to force that black gas out of Mushi, right? Hua Qiansheng watched from the side and said helplessly, It simply won't work. I have invited master-level martial artists, let alone expelling that black gas, their internal energy, when entering Mushi's body, directly turned into nothingness, and they even suffered backlash, causing their realm to drop. I appreciate your good intentions, but something's wrong. Before Hua Qiansheng could finish, Xiao Chen exclaimed in surprise, That black gas is actually absorbing my power. Was it the same situation when the master-level martial artists acted before? Hua Qiansheng was a bit confused. Forget it. Asking you is pointless. I'll increase my strength and give it a try. Seeing this, Xiao Chen ignored Hua Qiansheng and continued to channel his dantian's power. At the same time, he expanded his spiritual sense, focusing on observing the changes in the black gas inside Hua Mushi. Xiao Chen noticed that as his power increased, that black gas was slowly turning grayish-white. The pain was lessening. Hua Mushi's face brightened as she said, Grandpa, his method really works. Good, that's great. Hua Qiansheng patted his thigh and cheered, Young friend, go ahead and treat her. I'll fetch you some wild ginseng right away. Xiao Chen nodded and continued to channel his energy. 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours. Xiao Chen almost drained all the power from his dantian into the other person's body. However, the black gas still hadn't completely turned white. There was only a thin thread of black left. Xiao Chen withdrew his palm and sighed. Old Hua, I'm sorry, my energy has been exhausted, but she is still not healed. You might need to seek someone more capable. Not healed. Hua Qiansheng felt it was unbelievable. Her complexion had obviously turned rosy, and she no longer felt any pain. Wasn't that effective treatment? As he spoke, Hua Qiansheng grabbed Hua Mushi's wrist to check her pulse. It's healed, he said. Mushi's vitality had stopped diminishing, and her blood energy had even become more vigorous. Based on her blood energy, ordinary yellow-level martial artists would not be her match. The black gas was still present. Xiao Chen explained, even if there's just a strand, it's still absorbing vitality. I infused too much energy into her body. That strand of black gas is absorbing my vitality. Once my energy is depleted, it will continue to absorb Hua Mushi's vitality. Can you come by every few days? Hua Qiansheng pleaded, Young friend, I beg you help me out. Our Hua family has only this one granddaughter. If anything happens to her, how will I face our ancestors? Under normal circumstances, coming by every few days wouldn't be a problem, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, But I also have my own matters to attend to. If I miss a visit and something happens, let Mushi marry you. Hua Qiansheng immediately made a decision. That way, she will be your wife, and you can take her with you wherever you go. You won't be too busy to treat her. However, he had another thought in his heart. Relying solely on a wild ginseng that was over 100 years old to expect Xiao Chen to treat Hua Mushi at all times was simply impossible. The only way was to become his woman. That would be a couple S matter, and Xiao Chen would definitely do his utmost. Plus, Xiao Chen was not bad-looking, and since he came from the Jun family, his status and background must be impressive, worthy of Hua Mushi, the granddaughter of a national medical master. Once this thought arose, Hua Qiansheng's gaze towards the two became ambiguous. A match made in heaven, a perfect pair. Hua Qiansheng became more resolute in his thoughts and urged, There's no time like the present. You two should get married today. I will arrange everything right now. Chapter 57. What do you want? Wait, old Hua, hold on. Xiao Chen hurriedly grabbed Hua Qiansheng, speechless. I just met Hua Mushy for the first time today. We don't know each other well. Besides, I have a girlfriend. So, let's forget about marriage. If you really wanted to treat her, let her come with me. Lying on the bed, Hua Mushy's face turned red with embarrassment upon hearing her grandfather's words. She secretly observed Xiao Chen, noting his thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and robust, definitely a handsome guy. And this person had abilities. Having him as her husband seemed quite good. At least he was much better than those wealthy young masters. As the daughter of the Hua family, Hua Mushy was very aware that she had no say in her marriage, especially since she was the only direct descendant left in the Hua family. She needed to find a strong support to hold on to the family's territory. She would undoubtedly become a pawn in a marriage alliance. Now that her grandfather had approved of her marrying such a capable and handsome guy like Xiao Chen, Hua Mushy felt joy in her heart. But upon hearing Xiao Chen's rejection, her rosy cheeks immediately turned cold. Anger began to rise within her. As her anger grew, the black gas within her body accelerated its absorption of vitality. In no time, 2 strands of black gas appeared. What is going on? Xiao Chen had been monitoring Hua Mushy's condition. This change did not escape his awareness, leaving him puzzled. Was his judgment wrong? Was he unable to suppress that strand of black gas? What on earth was it? Before he could figure it out, Hua Qiansheng puffed out his cheeks and glared. You actually refuse. Is my granddaughter not worthy of you? That was right. Little Mushy indeed wasn't worthy of Xiao Chen. Just then, a person walked in from outside. The voice sounded while the person was still hundreds of meters away, but by the time the voice fell, he was already in the bedroom. Xiao Chen's consciousness captured it all clearly. The other party's speed astonished him. How could he be so fast? And how did he hear our conversation in the bedroom? Did he have some kind of enhanced hearing? No, wait, what did this old guy just say? Hua Mushy isn't worthy of me. He knows me, and he approves of me. Who is he? Xiao Chen carefully examined the old man before him. He was over 60 years old, dressed in a gray long gown, resembling a martial artist. Xiao Chen focused on his dantian, which contained a gas mask the size of a basketball. A martial arts master. The other party was actually a martial arts master. Old Tian, what brings you here? Upon seeing the visitor, Hua Qiansheng asked in confusion. With the surname Tian, another martial arts master. He knows me and supports me. He must be Tian Muzin, the Dragon Soul leader that Li Yanan mentioned. Dr. Hua, since your granddaughter's illness has been healed and you disdain Xiao Chen's identity, unwilling to marry her to him, then the matter between you is already over. Tian Muzin said calmly. Next, it's my turn to discuss matters with Xiao Chen. Old man, I don't disdain Xiao Chen at all. Hua Qiansheng quickly corrected himself. If even old Tian thought his granddaughter wasn't worthy of Xiao Chen, then they must hold on to him. So what if it was their first meeting? As long as they got married, they could still develop feelings over time. As for Xiao Chen's fiancée, with my status, would anyone dare to compete? I just agreed to this marriage, and I was about to send someone to arrange it. They're getting married tonight. You old coot, are you trying to monopolize Xiao Chen? Tian Muzin said angrily. I'm telling you, that's absolutely impossible. Xiao Chen is mine. Can you both stop arguing? Xiao Chen shouted. Interrupting their quarrel, the patient's condition is worsening. If you continue to argue, she might just die. Get out. Don't delay me from treating her. What? Hua Qiansheng was shocked and hurried over to check Hua Mushy's pulse. Unable to help but glance at Xiao Chen, he asked, has there really been a deterioration? But she was clearly under control just now. Why is this happening? Emotional fluctuations, Xiao Chen said, if I'm right. That strand of black gas in her body should be able to absorb negative energy to grow stronger. The more negative energy there is, the stronger the black gas becomes. The stronger it is, the faster it absorbs vitality. You all need to leave quickly. I need to talk to Miss Hua. Xiao Chen issued the order to leave. Jun Luoxia was the first to run out. Despite holding several titles, she really didn't stand out in front of these people. Especially when facing Tian Muzin. She felt so pressured that she didn't even dare to raise her head or catch her breath. Mr. Xiao, please handle this quickly. I still have matters to discuss with you. Tian Muzin cupped his fists and also left. Hua Qiansheng was the last to leave, reminding Xiao Chen to stabilize his granddaughter's condition, saying he would be willing to pay any price. Huang Mushi, you need to stabilize your emotions first. Once everyone had left, Xiao Chen turned to Huang Mushi and said, I can't heal your illness. I can only use my energy to help stabilize your condition. Then we can slowly find a solution. As for marriage, I already made it clear to you before. I have a girlfriend, so I can't marry you. So, what do you plan to do? Are you willing to follow me, help me with my tasks, and I'll help you manage your condition? Or should I take the century-old wild ginseng and leave, allowing you to live a period without pain? And we'll part ways? I'm willing to follow Brother Xiao, Huang Mushu said without hesitation. Since she fell ill with this disease 10 years ago, she hasn't had a single day of peace, enduring torment every day. She had even thought about ending it all. From the vast Hua residence, only her grandfather, an old man over 60, supported her, which made her heart ache. Moreover, once she is gone, the Hua family would have no heir. Who would inherit the Hua residence? Who would restore its former glory? All of this depended on her, Huang Mushu. So she couldn't die. No matter how painful it was, she kept holding on. Today, she finally saw hope. After Xiao Chen's treatment, she no longer felt any pain. She could live like a normal person. As long as she followed Xiao Chen in the future, she would maintain this state. Reviving the Hua residence was just around the corner. As for marriage, it would be nice if it happened. If not, it wouldn't be a big deal. She wasn't someone who needed a man to survive. So, Huang Mushu immediately made her decision. As long as Brother Xiao didn't mind me, I'll be Brother Xiao as assistant from now on. Brother Xiao can instruct me to do anything. Then get your emotions in check. Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'll go outside to discuss with your grandfather. Once confirmed, you'll follow me today. Okay. Huang Mushu nodded. When Xiao Chen went outside, he saw two people in the living room arguing heatedly. No, to be more precise, it wasn't just arguing, they were fighting, and even more strictly, Tian Kunzin was teaching Hua Qiansheng a lesson. Initially, they were arguing. When the argument escalated, they started fighting. Tian Kunzin had beaten Hua Qiansheng to a pulp, his face bruised and multiple shoe prints on him. It looked miserable. However, Xiao Chen used his spiritual awareness to check Hua Qiansheng's condition. The injuries were superficial, and he hadn't suffered any serious harm. It could be said that Tian Kunzin had achieved a very delicate level of control over his strength. Xiao Chen believed he couldn't do that yet. Son-in-law, you finally came out. Seeing Xiao Chen, Hua Qiansheng, who had just gotten up, hurriedly approached and grabbed him, saying, This old man is bullying us at home. You must help grandfather teach him a lesson. Make sure to beat him so badly he can't find his teeth. Xiao Chen was speechless. The combined age of these two old men exceeded 100 years. Moreover, one was a national medical master and the other the leader of the Dragon Soul. Both prominent figures in China. Who would have thought they would act like children? No one would believe it if told. Didn't you see Jun Luoxia covering her eyes the whole time? She was afraid of seeing something she shouldn't and getting silenced. Have things been discussed? Tian Kunzin looked at Xiao Chen and smiled. Since this old thing, Hua Qiansheng, asked you to be his helper, let us have a little spar. We can't do it indoors. Let us go outside. Why should I fight you? Xiao Chen said irritably. If I injure you, I'll have to pay for your medical expenses. Tian Kunzin was choked. He had come to Jiang City to see Xiao Chen after hearing Li Yanen's report about a young martial artist who was suspected to be a master and needed to verify and recruit him. Just now, Hua Qiansheng had belittled him, and he had still supported him. And now, this guy not only showed no gratitude, but also wanted him to pay for medical expenses. Did he really believe he could win? Moreover, he was a genuine master-level martial artist, having immersed himself in this realm for decades. How could a newcomer just stepping into the master-level deal with him? Thinking of this, Tian Kunzin said, Xiao Chen, let us see if you can defeat me first. No, are you out of your mind? Xiao Chen said unhappily, I've made it very clear. How can you not understand? Who looks for a fight for no reason? There has to be some incentive, right? Tian Kunzin was momentarily speechless. But thinking about it, it made sense. It was also his fault, having stayed too long in the position of Dragon Soul leader. He had forgotten the ways of dealing with people. Of course, it was also because, in his position, no one dared to ask him for anything. Everyone trembled in fear upon seeing him. He then asked, What do you want? When I do something, no one dares to stop me. Xiao Chen replied, He needed to support the members in the dream and purchase a lot of supplies. For small quantities, perhaps no one would care. But once the amount increased to tens of thousands or even millions, it would be impossible to hide it. He didn't want someone to interfere at that time and delay the progress. This is the Dragon Soul Order. Tian Kunzin took out a golden token and said proudly, with this token, as long as you don't do anything illegal, no one in the whole of China dares to stop you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's eyes lit up, almost wanting to snatch the token away immediately. Tian Kunzin quickly put the token away and said indifferently, "Of course, the premise is that you can defeat me. Otherwise, not only will you not get the token, but you must also serve me and become a member of the Dragon Soul. Are you willing?" Chapter 58. Just one move today is not possible. Upon hearing Tian Kunzin's bet, Hua Qianxing immediately shook his head. "Tian, you really are a bastard. Mr. Xiao has just treated my granddaughter, and it has taken a lot out of him. You want to fight him now? Isn't that taking advantage of him? I never expected you, the leader of Dragon Soul, to do something so despicable. I'm ashamed to be associated with you." The more Hua Qianxing spoke, the angrier he became, finally pointing at Tian Kunzin's nose and scolding. Tian Kunzin also realized. Fighting now did seem a bit like taking advantage of the situation. But he was a busy man. He had barely squeezed out this little time to come to Jiang City. He had planned to finish things today. If they postponed it again, it would just delay things further. Tian Kunzin hesitated a bit. Since you want to compete, let us do it. Xiao Chen also needed to hurry. The sooner they finished, the sooner he could prepare supplies for the apocalypse. He said, "If I lose, I'll work for your Dragon Soul organization for free until I can defeat you." "Good, as expected of someone recommended by Li Yanan. You have some guts." Tian Kunzin praised him. Then he glanced at Hua Qianxing with a mocking tone. "Unlike some people who rely on being half in the grave to act all superior. So what if you're old? You're still a man, and you shouldn't lose your vigor. You." Hua Qianxing was so angry he puffed out his cheeks. "Old Hua, I appreciate your kind intentions," Xiao Chen hurriedly explained, "but I also need to hurry and can't delay here for too long. I hope Elder Hua doesn't mind. Then forget it, do as you wish." Hua Qianxing sighed and waved his hand, allowing Xiao Chen to handle it as he saw fit. The two went to the backyard. There was a soccer field there, which was very spacious. Xiao Chen and Tian Kunzin stood in the middle. Hua Qianxing, along with Jun Luoxia, stood by to watch. Hua Mushu, not knowing when she had come out, also stood beside them. After Xiao Chen and Tian Kunzin took their stances, the three cheered for Xiao Chen together. Tian Kunzin almost exploded with anger. As the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he was respected wherever he went. When had he ever been treated like this? Not a single person among the three spectators stood up for him. It was truly humiliating. Tian Kunzin redirected this anger toward Xiao Chen. "Since your aura overshadowed me, I'll break your aura first and expose your weakness." Thus, Tian Kunzin showed no mercy. Directly mobilize the entire basketball-sized cyclone in the Dantian and gather it at the fist. It rushed toward Xiao Chen with a smash. The fist wind crackled loudly, stirring up the surrounding withered grass leaves, like a dragon roaring toward Xiao Chen. "Good." Xiao Chen sighed secretly and quickly mobilized the remaining mist in his Dantian. The mist flowed into his meridians, instantly transforming into powerful strength, which then gathered in his fist. Bang! A punch was thrown, but it did not stir up any waves. It was merely a fist. Under Xiao Chen's push, it rushed towards the grass leaf dragon. In an instant, it penetrated through. It arrived in front of Tian Yuzhen. Before the fist even touched Tian Yuzhen's chest, he already saw a slight dent appearing on Tian Yuzhen's chest. The man suddenly crouched down, gathering his strength at his chest to resist. His feet sank into the ground, and the grass leaves had already submerged to his ankles. But it was only for a moment. As the fist wind approached, Tian Yuzhen's face turned red. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and let out a breath. The man was sent flying, leaving a beautiful blood-colored rainbow in the air. What? Everyone present was stunned. They all knew Tian Yuzhen, recognized him as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, a master of martial arts, who had immersed himself for decades. He was recognized as the strongest in Huaxia, without a doubt. Yet such a person could not withstand even a single encounter with Xiao Chen. One could only say that Xiao Chen was stronger. Strong to the point of incredibility. This is how he lost. Xiao Chen withdrew his palm power and said somewhat speechlessly, "Is a martial arts master really this weak? Is this really the strongest? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Or are you, Leader Tian, letting me, Junior, win?" Puffed. Upon hearing this, Tian Musin spat out another mouthful of blood, his head tilted, and he fell to the ground. "Old Tian, you must not die." Hua Qiansheng came back to his senses and rushed over. While checking his pulse, he said to the three others who were also hurrying over, "It's not serious. Just some internal injuries and a few broken ribs. It won't cost him his life." "Then how is he unconscious?" Xiao Chen said anxiously. Killing the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, even if the duel was initiated by Tian Musin, Xiao Chen could not bear that responsibility. Moreover, he had dedicated his entire life to this country and had been fighting hard to protect it. He was a great hero of Huaxia. Xiao Chen respected such a person. If he truly accidentally killed the other party, it would be something Xiao Chen could never come to terms with for the rest of his life. "He is not dead," Hua Qianxing said. "He just fainted. Based on my years of medical experience, this old fellow is mostly fainted from the shock. I'll wake him up right now." Saying this, Hua Qiansheng pinched Tian Musin's nose with one hand and covered his mouth with the other. In less than 2 minutes, Tian Musin pushed Hua Qiansheng away, angrily cursing, "Hua Qiansheng, you old bastard, are you trying to suffocate me to inherit my legacy? See, he is not dead, just pretending." Hua Qiansheng, instead of being angry, was pleased and said with a smile, "Xiao Chen, now you don't have to worry, right?" "Thank you, old Hua." Xiao Chen cupped his hands in thanks. "It's nothing." Hua Qiansheng waved his hand. "Since the duel has shown a victor, you guys should discuss the upcoming cooperation. I'll have someone prepare the meals. We won't tea return until we're drunk tonight." "Old Hua, don't bother," Tian Musin said with a bitter smile. "I've already booked a flight for tonight. I have to leave soon. Can't stay old." "What?" Hua Qianxing's face immediately darkened. "Does that mean you can't eat my food?" "Not that. Since it's not, then stay." Hua Qianxing glared. "Even though your life is not in danger, you've broken 3 ribs and your injuries are still quite serious. If you don't rest for a while and just go back to work, do you want to die on the job? Even though you are still the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, you are getting old, and it's time to let the younger generation venture out. You can't really guard the Dragon Soul for a lifetime, can you? Today, I say the final word. All of you must stay. Anyone who dares to leave is disrespecting me. Don't even think about being friends in the future. You'll only be enemies." When saying the last few words, Hua Qianxing's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, clearly directed at him. Xiao Chen smiled bitterly in his heart. But upon thinking about it, this was also Hua Qiansheng helping him hold the fort, allowing him to negotiate confidently with Tian Musin. He couldn't be ungrateful. He could only turn to Jun Luoxia and say, "Sister Xia, since old Hua is so hospitable, it would be a bit impolite for us to leave now. You can arrange for the live turtle. Before sleeping, I must get it in hand. There shouldn't be any problem, right?" "No problem." Jun Luoxia patted her chest and guaranteed, "I'll have someone fetch it right now, and it will definitely be delivered to Hua's residence within an hour." "Thank you." Jun Luoxia left to make arrangements. Hua Qiansheng also took Hua Mushi away to prepare for tonight's dinner. The football field was left with only Xiao Chen and Tian Musin. They stared at each other, silent. Xiao Chen didn't know what to say. After all, the other party had come to recruit him. As a result, he had severely injured the person. Tian Musin was still in shock. He still could not understand how he, a dignified martial arts master, was not a match for Xiao Chen in a single move. How strong must the other party be? Could it be that he was a core disciple heavily trained by some sect coming down the mountain to experience? If that were the case, should he give him the Dragon Soul order or not? Tian Musin fell into hesitation. So for a while, he did not speak. In the end, it was still Xiao Chen who couldn't hold back and spoke first. "Leader Tian, I sincerely apologize. I didn't control my strength well." "Enough. Don't say that. Losing is losing." Tian Musin interrupted Xiao Chen. "Not controlling your strength well. Do you mean to say that this old man is not worthy of his reputation? Tell me, which sect do you come from?" "Sect?" Xiao Chen was taken aback and quickly shook his head. "I have no sect, just a genuine rural person." "You think I'll believe that?" Tian Musin scoffed. "If you don't want to say, it's fine. I will investigate." However, before the investigation is clear, the Dragon Soul order cannot be given to you. Oh, Xiao Chen felt slightly disappointed. Then can you tell me about the classification of martial artists? Last time I asked my cousin. He had limited exposure, and didn't he find the answer I wanted? Can you help me? While Xiao Chen was saying this, Tian Muzin had been staring at him. Based on his experience, Xiao Chen was not lying. He really didn't understand the martial artist system. That means he is not from a sect. Otherwise, with so many old predecessors in the sect, how could they not inform such a genius about the level of martial arts? Tian Muzin stared at Xiao Chen, his eyes becoming fervent. A genius. He had stumbled upon a treasure. With some cultivation, perhaps he could truly make the sect wary, thus completely obeying the orders of Huaxia. Thinking of this, Tian Muzin quickly explained. Li Yanin is merely a Xian-level martial artist. The highest level he could contact is me, the martial arts master realm. Above a master is the refining essence in a qi, then refining qi into spirit. Beyond that, I don't know. How is the qi in their dantian? Xiao Chen asked again. The dantian of a master has a cyclone the size of basketball. It seems large, but it is very fluffy, containing very little power. Tian Muzin said, when this basketball-sized cyclone is compressed to the size of a dish, it signifies stepping into the refining essence in the qi realm. This realm is divided into 9 levels. Each additional dish-sized cyclone represents 1 level. 9 is the extreme. When these 9 cyclones are fused into a container the size of a playing card, it marks the entry into the refining qi into spirit realm. This realm is divided into 3 stages. In the early stage, the foundation's energy is gaseous. In the mid-stage, it is liquid. And in the later stage, it is solid. That's all I know. Mr. Xiao, which level have you reached? Chapter 59, Accepting Disciples. Which level? It's really hard to judge for Xiao Chen. During the refining essence to transform qi period, others' qi spirals are only the size of a saucer, while his has reached the size of a basin. In the transforming qi to spirit period, others' foundations are just the size of a playing card container. And his? It directly became a grinding plate container. Inside it is filled with water vapor, between gaseous and liquid states. That is, it is between the early and mid stages of transforming qi to spirit. But Xiao Chen did not tell the truth, and instead concealed the facts, saying, I only have a qi spiral the size of a basin in my dantian. It should be what you call the first layer of refining essence to transform qi. How did you do it? Even so, it still shocked Tian Kunzin. Grabbing Xiao Chen's hand, he asked with hope, Mr. Xiao, no, Senior Xiao, can you tell me how to compress a basketball-sized qi mass into a basin-sized spiral? I have been stuck at the martial arts master level for nearly 20 years and still can't find a way to improve. Can you help me? As long as you can help me reach the refining essence to transform qi realm, you will be my master from then on. I will do whatever you ask. I don't understand either. However, Xiao Chen shook his head, saying, Leader Tian, to be honest, I don't even know how I entered the refining essence to transform qi realm. I just had a dream where there were zombies, and killing them dropped a kind of white pill. Taking that pill enhanced my strength. When I woke up, I was like this. Tian Kunzin took a long time to react. What kind of cultivation method is this? Entering the Tao through a dream? A genius? A prodigy? No, this is simply a favored child of heaven. Tian Kunzin was extremely excited. With such a powerful ally, wouldn't his own realm rise rapidly in the future? Master, please accept my bow. Understanding the key, Tian Kunzin bowed down 9 times. No, Leader Tian, please don't do this. Xiao Chen hurriedly helped him up. Didn't I tell you? I don't understand martial arts at all, and I don't even understand the division of realms. It's completely luck. I have nothing to teach my disciples. If you worship me as your master, it would only delay you. No delay. Tian Kunzin shook his head stubbornly. A master who can enter the Tao through a dream must be a person of destiny. Even if you don't understand martial arts now, once you gain more experience, you will naturally understand. It won't be too late to teach your disciples then. Moreover, as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, I can help you with many things. Just accept me. All right. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment and then agreed. After all, he had a dream that connected to the apocalypse, and many things indeed needed someone to cover for him. Tian Kunzin, as the leader of the Dragon Soul, could save him a lot of trouble. But since he accepted him, he couldn't really teach him nothing. So Xiao Chen took out a first-level awakening pill from his pocket and handed it to Tian Kunzin. Leader Tian, take this. It's a welcome gift from your master. Tian Kunzin didn't even ask and took the awakening pill, opened his mouth, tossed it in, and swallowed it with a tilt of his head. Aren't you going to ask what this is? Xiao Chen said speechlessly. What if it's poison? Since the master has accepted the disciple, he will definitely not harm me. So uncomfortable. Before Tian Kunzin could finish his sentence, he felt all his meridians being washed and expanded by some kind of force, causing him to roll on the ground in pain and scream. This is the after effect. Xiao Chen said seriously. Hold on. Wait until the pain disappears, then come find me. I'll be here tonight. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Chen's phone rang. It was Su Cheng calling. After answering, he heard Su Cheng excitedly say, Brother Xiao, my strength, don't speak. Before he could finish, Xiao Chen interrupted him, saying, Let's talk in person. I'm at Huafu. In a moment, I'll send you a list. Buy the supplies according to the list, and have Chen arrange for a delivery person to bring them to the gate of Huafu. You are responsible for signing for them. Once everything is done, call me, and I'll go pick you up. Understood. Su Cheng replied respectfully, still unable to hide his excitement. Xiao Chen had already guessed that he had succeeded. He just didn't know what state the chi spiral in his dantian was in. But it didn't matter. As long as he succeeded, it meant that the mortals in this world could also cultivate through the awakening pill, relying on the zombies he killed in his dream. He could also cultivate a powerful team of superpowered individuals here. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen a bit excited. Not to mention, if he could really bring out a team of over 100 refining essence to transform chi experts who could be his opponent in this world. With that thought, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. At this moment, Hua Qiansheng had already sent someone to prepare the meal and came over to call Xiao Chen and the others. Seeing the situation on the ground, he pointed at Tian Kunzin, who was rolling around, and asked in confusion, Mr. Xiao, what happened to old Tian? He must have had an epiphany. Xiao Chen said, We don't need to worry about him. Let's go eat. I'm hungry too. An epiphany? Hua Qiansheng was taken aback. Is he going to become stronger again? Something like that. Mr. Xiao, can you help me have an epiphany too? Hua Qiansheng suddenly knelt down and pleaded with Xiao Chen. I don't need to become too powerful, just need to have internal energy. Why? Xiao Chen asked. Our Hua family is a family of medicine, inheriting many ancient acupuncture methods, but they need to be used in conjunction with internal energy. Hua Qiansheng said bitterly, Unfortunately, no one in my lineage can cultivate internal energy, and the acupuncture methods used are merely superficial. They can treat some diseases, but cannot achieve the level of acupuncture to cure illness. It's impossible to become a medical sage, nor can I pass down this set of acupuncture methods. So I need Mr. Zhao's help. As long as Mr. Xiao agrees, the entire Huafu will obey Mr. Zhao's orders in the future. I can agree to that. Xiao Chen thought for a moment and then agreed. From what Jun Luoxia told him, he knew Hua Qiansheng's character. He treats ordinary people without money for medical treatment for free, but when rich ladies from prominent families come to him, he charges exorbitant fees. He plays the role of robbing the rich to help the poor. People in the circle are all aware of this, but also tacitly accept his behavior. After all, no matter how rich, powerful, or influential one is, there are still mortal beings who eat grains and are bound to get sick. When sick, they have to rely on doctors. Hua Qiansheng is a national medical master, and in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he is almost unmatched in the entire Huaxia. Spending a little money to adjust one's health can earn more money. If such a doctor could improve his skills a bit more, he could save even more people. Xiao Chen was willing to help him out. But not now. Hua Lao, today my consumption is really too great. I can't help you have an epiphany as well. Let's wait a few days. Once I rest well, I will help you step onto the path of martial arts. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Hua Qiansheng kowtowed again. Xiao Chen helped him up, and under Hua Qiansheng's lead, the two went to the dining room. A delicious feast had already been prepared there, and they had even specially added nourishing medicinal ingredients, hoping to help Xiao Chen recover quickly. Xiao Chen was not polite and ate heartily. Almost all the food on the large table was consumed by him alone. The three people present were left wide-eyed. Can he eat too much? If he were born in an ordinary family, they really might not be able to support him. Hua Lao, your food is great, very much to my taste. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Chen praised. I wonder if I can borrow your chef for a while. I acquired the Wana Hotel from Sister Xia. But the food prepared by the chefs there is particularly unappetizing. I wanted chefs to go over and teach them for a while. June Luoxiao was taken aback. The chefs at Wana Hotel were all famous chefs she had spent a lot of money to recruit, including some who had even earned Michelin stars. How could they be considered unappetizing in Xiao Chen's mouth? Hua Qianchen was also a bit surprised. He had eaten at Wanha Hotel, and the food was definitely among the best in Jiang City. Yet, Mr. Xiao said it was unappetizing and preferred the food from his side instead. Could it be that his body isn't well? After all, the food here was all enhanced with special Chinese herbs, which were very beneficial for conditioning the body. Thinking of this, Hua Qianchen advised, these dishes are all infused with herbs blended by Mushi, and it has little to do with the chefs. If you let the hotel serve such food, it might be difficult to operate. The hotel is only open to me, Xiao Chen said. Then that's no problem. Hua Qianchen smiled and said, from today on, Mushi is your subordinate. Whatever you ask her to do, she will do. Old Hua, I also want to ask for some more herbal materials. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Xiao Chen thought of Gong Xian's abilities in the apocalyptic environment, planning to prepare more herbs for her so that there would be enough materials for refining pills, preventing previous effort from going to waste. No problem, Hua Qianchen promised. Don't mention just a few herbs. Even if you want the entire Hua mansion, I would give it to you without hesitation. He immediately arranged for Hua Mushi to lead Xiao Chen in selecting herbs. However, when they reached the pharmacy's entrance, Xiao Chen asked Hua Mushi to stop, saying he would choose himself. Choosing meant directly storing them in his space. He took 10 portions of each item. For some rare materials, he took half. After doing this, June Luoxiao's people also brought over the live turtle. As Xiao Chen stored in his space, he heard Tian Kunzen's loud shout from the backyard soccer field. Xiao Chen had been paying attention to the other side. After all, this was the first time a martial artist was using the awakening pill, and no one knew how effective it would be. Therefore, Xiao Chen was particularly attentive. If anything unexpected happened, he could rush over to handle in time. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. After absorbing the power within the awakening pill, the spherical qi mass in Tian Kunzen's dantian was directly compressed to the size of a dish and divided into 3 parts. According to him, this was the 3rd level of refining essence in a qi. I succeeded. I advanced successfully. Tian Kunzen ran excitedly like a child. Just then, Su Cheng's phone call came in. He had completed Xiao Chen's instructions and was waiting outside for Xiao Chen to verify the results. Su Cheng was very reliable. He had even prepared a rack and arranged the dishes neatly. After Xiao Chen stored the supplies in his space, he took Su Cheng into the Hua mansion. Just as they were about to enter, they bumped into the rushing Tian Kunzen. Without a word, Tian Kunzen suddenly gathered his strength and struck at Xiao Chen's side waist with his fist. Chapter 60. Joint planning. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback. What does this guy want to do? Is he trying to attack his teacher? Just as he was about to retaliate, Su Cheng beside him stepped in first. He activated the power in his dantian and swung his fist to meet Tian Kunzen. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Tian Kunzen took a step back, while Su Cheng directly retreated 6 or 7 steps, clearly at a disadvantage. Su Cheng was shocked and shouted at Xiao Chen, "Brother Xiao, this guy is too strong. You should leave quickly. I'll hold him off." Saying this, Su Cheng charged forward again, standing in front of Xiao Chen, adopting a defensive stance, fully alert. "Who are you?" Tian Kunzen exclaimed in shock. "How can you also be at the refining essence in a qi level? Master, what's going on here? Why are so many experts at the refining essence in a qi level suddenly appearing? Who are you calling master?" Su Cheng replied coldly, daring to sneak attack Brother Xiao. "Even if it costs me my life, I will make you pay the price." "Chengzi, don't be impulsive. He is my disciple." Xiao Chen patted Su Cheng's shoulder. He felt that Tian Kunzen had no intention of killing him, but was merely trying to test his strength. However, Su Cheng had stepped in first. Xiao Chen had also examined Su Cheng's dantian, where there was a concentrated vortex the size of a dish, indicating that he had also entered the refining essence in a qi realm. Therefore, he did not stop him. As expected, Tian Kunzen was more skilled, and Su Cheng lost narrowly. However, What surprised Xiao Chen was that Su Cheng would protect him regardless of his own safety. This brother was not a waste of investment. You are Su Cheng, my master's childhood friend? Tian Kunzin also recognized Su Cheng. Ever since Li Yanin reported Xiao Chen's information, Tian Kunzin had specifically investigated Xiao Chen. He knew not only the current generation, but also the 3 generations of his ancestors. He was even aware of Xiao Chen's relatives and friends. He knew that Xiao Chen had a very close childhood friend named Su Cheng, but Su Cheng was just a chef at a small restaurant. When did he become an expert in the refining essence in the Qi realm? Is it all because of the master? Is it those special pills he makes? Can he produce experts in batches? This speculation left Tian Kunzin astonished. If that were the case, wouldn't it mean that the master could create as many refining essence in the Qi experts as he wanted? Wouldn't that put the Huashan nation at the pinnacle of power, making the 4 Cs submit? Master, you can produce refining essence in the Qi experts in batches? Tian Kunzin asked excitedly. That's not true, Xiao Chen quickly denied. Those pills are too rare. I only have a few and need to save them for critical moments to save lives, so they can't be used casually. Save lives? Tian Kunzin said eagerly. Those are things that can cultivate refining essence in the Qi experts. Master, do you know what the refining essence in a Qi realm corresponds to? Every additional one can bring immeasurable wealth to this country. Don't mention 1 life. Even if it's 10 or 100 lives, it wouldn't compare to making the country stronger. We'll talk about this later. Xiao Chen shook his head. I need to sleep now. You 2 can go do something else. After saying this, Xiao Chen ignored the 2 and found Huang Mushi, asking her to arrange a bedroom for him to sleep in. It's only 8 o'clock. You want to sleep now? Huang Mushi asked in confusion. Shouldn't young people be playing on their phones until dawn? Or go to bars and nightclubs and party all night? Who goes to sleep at 8? Xiao Chen nodded. I'm too exhausted and need to sleep to recover. Yes, Mr. Xiao, please follow me. Huang Mushi quickly realized that Xiao Chen was tired and needed to rest, so she hurriedly arranged a place for him. She personally prepared bath water for him and helped him lay out bedding. When she saw Xiao Chen actually crawl in a bed, she left. Xiao Chen first used his spiritual awareness to scan around. The first thing he saw was Hua Qiansheng and Huang Mushi in the pharmacy, their mouths agape in shock. Especially Hua Qiansheng, who was slapping his thigh in regret. It seemed he was displeased with the number of herbs he had taken away. Xiao Chen felt embarrassed. He could only wait until he got the longevity pill to give them 1 as compensation. Next, there was Jun Luoxia, who was fiddling with her phone and sending messages, particularly to someone named Xiao Zheng, sternly reminding him not to take advantage of being the heir of the Jun family to act recklessly, or it would surely bring disaster to the family. It didn't seem to concern him much, so Xiao Chen didn't pay much attention. Finally, there were Su Cheng and Tian Kunzin. The 2 were sparring on the soccer field. They were hitting each other hard, with bruised faces, yet showed no signs of stopping. One relied on youth and abundant energy, while the other relied on age and rich experience. Of course, neither of them was going all out, as they were familiarizing themselves with their strength. There was no need to worry. Ensuring there were no obstacles, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and entered dreamland. When the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he first used his spiritual sense to check the situation in the shelter. On the outermost edge, Zhou Kai led a group of members, taking turns to guard the shelter in an orderly manner. Inside the private room, those who needed to cultivate were cultivating, and those who needed to be on guard were also very serious. After washing up, Xiao Chen went out and was surrounded by them, asking about today's mission. Kill zombies, Xiao Chen said. The zombies in the city village have bullied us terribly and almost killed me. We must take revenge. While there are still zombies on their side that have reached the gold level, we need to quickly eliminate them. Brother Xiao, I have a question. As everyone was excited, Gong Xian stepped forward and stared at Xiao Chen, asking, how do you plan to accommodate Zhou Kai and the others? What do you mean? Xiao Chen asked, bewildered. Brother Xiao, do you intend to support them indefinitely? Gong Xian said, right now, there aren't many people, and the supplies you've stored may be enough. But what if there are more people? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Can your supplies still support them? Even if they can, who would believe you? In others' eyes, you're just a space-type ability user who hoarded a lot of food before the apocalypse. But food will eventually run out. What will you do then? People are grateful for a grain of rice, but resentful for a grain of rice not given. Right now, you can give them supplies to keep them alive. But one day when you can no longer provide for them, they will resent you, even to the point of killing you. So, Brother Xiao, I suggest you think this over carefully. Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. He really hadn't considered this issue, mainly because his predecessor continuously supplied him with resources. But as Gong Xiyan said, there are currently few people, and he could still manage. What about when there are more? Tens of thousands? Can his predecessor really sustain that? Even if it could, wouldn't the disappearance of so many resources raise suspicions? Once targeted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, supporting so many people, he would have to distribute supplies every day upon waking. Wouldn't he be able to do nothing else? This definitely wouldn't work. Xiao Chen also realized the seriousness of the problem and asked Gong Xiyan, since you've raised this issue, do you have a solution? Establish a shelter, Gong Xiyan said. This is just my personal idea, but it can serve as a reference for Brother Xiao. Zhou Qingyu is a barrier master, and currently, her barrier can protect an area of about 30 to 40 meters. If she levels up in the future, she could protect a larger area. If we can recruit more barrier masters, we can create a safe zone of about 1 kilometer, build residential areas, and farming zones. Only by being self-sufficient can we maintain long-term stability. Otherwise, relying solely on you, it would be difficult to shelter more people. Others had never realized this problem either. Upon hearing this, they were all stunned and didn't know how to resolve it. Let us wait, Xiao Chen said after thinking for a moment, shaking his head. We only have one barrier master. We can't build a shelter. For now, let us focus on killing zombies, obtaining awakening pills, and increasing our strength. I understand. Gong Xiyan nodded. I just wanted to remind Brother Xiao to avoid offending people inadvertently as the number of people increases. Thank you, Xiyan. Xiao Chen clasped his fists in gratitude. Xiao Chen, I think Xiyan's suggestion is good. You must take it seriously. However, Wang Yao followed up. Even if there are a few barrier masters now, there must be regulations regarding resources. We can't just give them away indiscriminately. For example, they can exchange awakening pills with you or trade for other items. For instance, Zhou Qingyu, as a barrier master, can't kill zombies. So she can exchange supplies based on how long she spends setting up barriers. And Xiyan, as a healer, also can't kill zombies, but she understands healing techniques. Whoever needs her healing must give her a certain amount of awakening pills. Then she can use the awakening pills to exchange for supplies. You can only hunt bronze zombies to obtain second-level awakening pills, but I've already reached 3rd level. Second-level awakening pills are of no use to me. Xiao Chen said with a bitter smile. This, Wang Yao is also a loss for words. You can cultivate your own power, Ao Zhan said. Everyone is currently lacking food. You provide food and awakening pills for them to level up. Use their soul blood as leverage to make them help you with tasks. Just like me, I want to reach 3rd level, so I must take 3rd level awakening pills. I can advance early with an advance from Brother Xiao. Once I reach 3rd level, I will double repay Brother Xiao. If someone who hasn't handed over their soul blood, Brother Xiao can still ask them for it. Once their souls are branded, even if they want to betray Brother Xiao, they can't. Yes, branding the soul, Gong Xiyan added. As long as the soul is branded, everything will be stable. If they're unwilling to give up their souls, just drive them away. As for those ordinary mortals, Brother Xiao only needs to provide them with a bun or 2 a day. That would be enough. All right, let's do it this way for now. Xiao Chen nodded. It truly was 3 zhuge liangs, equaling a worthless craftsman. If he were alone, he really wouldn't have thought of such comprehensive solutions. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chen began to arrange tasks. Qingyu, you've worked all night. Don't go out today, just stay here to rest. Xiyan, stay to refine longevity pills. Aoshue, help me carve some items. Sister Yao is responsible for their safety. Haitao, Ao Zhan, you two come with me to hunt zombies. I will take Zhou Kai and the others away, leaving a dozen or so people to guard the shelter. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out the materials for carving and the relevant herbs for refining longevity pills. Brother Xiao, where did you get so many good things? Seeing the herbs, Gong Xiyan was shocked. Don't ask what you shouldn't Xiao Chen said coldly. You just need to complete the tasks. If you can refine the longevity pills today, the reward will be doubled. Great. Gong Xian said excitedly. I promise to refine the longevity pills before you return. Chapter 61. Do you have any cigarettes? I'll trade for a box. However, Gong Xian couldn't use so many herbs, so she stored them in Xiao Chen's space for now. Xiao Chen also took out several sets of meals, and everyone had a meal before getting back to work. In the hall, Zhou Kai and all the members had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, they each inquired about the task for today. Kill zombies, Xiao Chen said. Zhou Kai and the others were shocked and hurriedly advised, Brother Xiao, zombies are very terrifying creatures. We can barely avoid them. How can we kill them? Exactly. We just awakened and are all at level 1. How can we be opponents for the zombies? Sending us to kill zombies is no different from sending us to our deaths. Everyone chimed in, all pessimistic about the idea. This made Xiao Chen very frustrated. And he said angrily, if you don't obey orders, then leave. I want to support idle people here. Immediately, 5 or 6 people chose to leave, including one with farsightedness. Xiao Chen didn't mind at all. Looking around at everyone, he said loudly, since you've chosen to stay, you cannot defy my orders. Otherwise, I will not show mercy. Brother Xiao, it's not that we are unwilling to obey orders. Someone stepped forward and said, it's just that we haven't awakened and simply can't kill zombies. Going out to find some supplies is fine, but killing zombies is truly impossible for us. Those who are not awakened can stay behind and don't have to go out to kill zombies. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, in fact, I will also give you an extra level 1 awakening pill to help you awaken your abilities. Once you successfully awaken, you can then hunt black iron zombies and receive level 1 awakening pills as double compensation. You must know that now is the apocalypse. The fog has descended, and resources are decaying rapidly. Right now, we can still find some food, but what will happen later? Once this food rots, goes bad, or is eaten up, what will we do? Therefore, we must enhance our strength as much as possible. Only by standing at a higher vantage point can we break through the dense fog and find a way to survive. Brother Xiao, our abilities are too useless. Even if we awaken, they don't have much practical use. What should we do? Who says you're useless? Xiao Chen said with a serious face. For example, you are farsighted at level 1 and can be used for reconnaissance. And you, the fast runner, can you attract monsters by running fast? Also you with your charm skills. And you, who never misses a shot, may seem to have no significant use for now, so you can take the awakening pill to awaken like ordinary people. Once you reach level 2, we can reassess the situation. In any case, as I always say, I don't keep idle people here. For the first few days, I can give you a few steam buns for free to stave off hunger. If you want more steam buns later, or if you want to eat more during these days, then you'll have to exchange them for awakening pills. Those with tasks can also receive corresponding rewards upon completion. How do we exchange? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kai and the others' eyes lit up. Don't they want to enhance their strength? They really do. Unfortunately, before, Wu Guwei controlled the shelter and held nearly all the awakening pills and supplies. And after enhancement, a large amount of food is needed. If they can't eat enough, they could starve to death after leveling up. So, no one dared to enhance. If they could really exchange awakening pills for steam buns, wouldn't that solve their food worries? After all, they're mini zombies. Level 2 brass zombies are difficult to kill, but level 1 black iron zombies are still relatively easy to deal with. One level 1 awakening pill can be exchanged for 1 steam bun. Xiao Chen said. A level 2 awakening pill can be exchanged for 10 steam buns. A level 3 awakening pill can be exchanged for 100 steam buns. A level 4 awakening pill can be exchanged for 5,000 steam buns. Of course, it's not just steam buns. There are other foods too, such as white rice, kung pao chicken, salmon, lobsters, hot pot, beer, etc. Whatever you need, I can provide. Is there any cigarettes? The fast runner asked weakly. Yes. Xiao Chen smiled and said, can I exchange for a pack first? The fast runner asked, is 1 level 1 awakening pill enough? Enough. Xiao Chen nodded and took out a pack of Furong Wong. The fast runner quickly pulled out a level 1 awakening pill to give to Xiao Chen, and the transaction was completed. The fast runner's hands trembled with excitement. After a while, he tore open the packaging, took out a cigarette, lit it, took a deep puff, closed his eyes, and enjoyed it immensely. Seeing that the exchange was real, the others eagerly proposed to trade as well. Some exchanged for steamed buns, some for rice, and others for instant noodles and biscuits. A variety of items. If there were items available in the space, Xiao Chen exchanged them on the spot. If not, he recorded the requests and would have the real Xiao Chen prepare them the next day. After getting what they wanted, everyone was grateful to Xiao Chen. They didn't even wait for Xiao Chen's orders and planned to rush out to hunt zombies. Looking for food? Given the current situation, one person might not find a piece of bread in a day, but they could still manage to kill a few level 1 zombies. Zhou, pick 15 people with good reflexes, plus the fast runner and Xiao Feng to follow me on the mission. Seeing this, Xiao Chen could only speak up. The rest will stay behind. Protecting the shelter is also a task. As long as the shelter is safe when I return, you will have food to eat. Anyone who dares to disobey, don't blame me for being rude. Staying at home and having food to eat is also a good thing. There isn't much danger yet. After all, everyone knows a bit about the competition for the Four-Direction City until the time comes. No one will take the initiative to act. The chosen ones were all eager to try. In less than 5 minutes, the team was organized. Nearly 20 people set off towards the village in the city. Along the way, Xiao Chen asked about the competition for the Four-Direction City. It was just like what Gong Xian had said. The 5 regional overlords of the Four-Direction City gather in the central urban area and fight each other to determine the victor. Whoever wins will become the strongest overlord of the Four-Direction City, no exceptions. From then on, the manpower and resources of the Four-Direction City will belong to that person. Brother Xiao, you have just stepped in a level 3, and I heard that there are level 4 awakeners in other districts. I'm afraid we can't defeat them. After Zhou Kai explained, he expressed his concern. Then we won't fight. Xiao Chen said indifferently. There's still 9 days until the competition. I have just stepped in a level 3, and it's still not easy to hunt level 3 zombies, let alone obtain level 4 awakening pills. It's impossible to level up to level 4. So before the competition, we need to evacuate. Once our strength increases, we can come back to hunt. Huh? Zhou Kai was stunned. Escape? This was a strategy Zhou Kai had never considered. After all, resources are limited. Once we escape, we must live in hiding. At that time, the place would be filled with their forces. Where could we hide? If discovered, it would lead to total annihilation. If we participate in the battle, even if we fail, the other side might still consider Xiao Chen's extraordinary combat strength and his status as a space-type ability user, giving him a deputy position. At the very least, he could protect these people in the Eastern District. But Xiao Chen actually wanted to escape. After realizing this, Zhou Kai hurriedly told Xiao Chen about the hidden dangers. He advised, Brother Xiao, we really can't escape. Let me think it over. Xiao Chen nodded. He didn't want to run away either. After all, he had a golden finger. If he could kill enough silver zombies in these days and obtain enough level 3 awakening pills, he could still compete. Therefore, the key is still to kill zombies. After more than an hour, everyone arrived at the village in the city. The fast runner and Xiao Feng took the lead to scout the situation with the zombies. In fact, Xiao Chen had already scanned the area with his spiritual sense. Within 500 meters, there were over 400 zombies, including more than 100 brass zombies and over 200 black iron zombies. When Xiao Feng returned, he reported a situation that slightly differed from what Xiao Chen had detected with his spiritual sense. Xiao Feng probably didn't see the zombies in the rooms devouring rotten flesh, so there were slightly fewer. Having him scout was far inferior to Cheng Haitao's hearing. However, Xiao Chen still encouraged him a bit before leading the team to hunt. He and Ao Zhan were responsible for killing the brass zombies, while Zhou Kai and the others focused on the black iron zombies. The disorganized and undisciplined zombies were like chickens and dogs before them, making it effortless to kill them. At most, their weapons would just get a bit worn down. After more than half an hour, they had cleared all the zombies within 500 meters, obtaining nearly 100 level 2 awakening pills and over 200 level 1 awakening pills. Zhou Kai and the others wanted to hand the awakening pills they had to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was not stingy and exchanged the promised steamed buns in full. When it was Ao Zhan's turn, he shook his head and said, Brother Xiao, I don't have anywhere to put the steamed buns you give me, so it's better to leave them with you. When I'm hungry, I'll come to ask you for some. With him taking the lead, others also found this method feasible and followed suit. After all, they weren't space-type ability users. and the only way to preserve steam buns was to put them in a plastic bag and store them in their backpacks. That wouldn't work. A.O. Jean frowned and said, "What if everyone puts their things in Brother Xiao's space and fills it up?" Just as Xiao Chen was about to say it couldn't fill up, A.O. Jean continued, "So I suggest that Brother Xiao charge us a storage fee. For example, 1 awakening pill for storing for a day, and so on. This kid is reliable." Xiao Chen secretly nodded. His space now had a side length of 80 meters. And even with these people's items, it wouldn't fill up easily. But if he charged a fee, on one hand, this can make these people careful and cautious when storing things, picking important items to store and using less space. On the other hand, it can also bring some benefits to oneself. Don't underestimate a small first-level awakening pill. If I really want to cultivate a master of refining essence and transforming qi for the real Xiao Chen, the more awakening pills, the better. So, Xiao Chen replied, "Let's do as A.O. Jean said. Of course, I won't force anyone. Whether to store it or not is entirely voluntary. I won't impose it." Some chose to store it with Xiao Chen, while others opted to carry it themselves. After everything was settled, Xiao Chen led them further inside. He still let the speedy Xia Yingfeng take the lead to scout the situation inside. Moments later, Xia Yingfeng returned, panting, "Brother Xiao, run, quickly." There were silver zombies inside, and there were more than 10 of them. Upon hearing this, the others acted as if they were about to run. However, A.O. Jean coldly said, "Brother Xiao hasn't spoken yet. Why are you all panicking? Have you forgotten who the leader of our team is?" Zhou Kai and the others froze and looked at Xiao Chen, their faces almost written with the word retreat. "You retreat to 150 meters away to form a formation. A.O. Jean, you and I will fight a wave." Chapter 62, A Terrifying Discovery. "Okay," A.O. Jean said excitedly. Zhou Kai pondered for a moment and quietly withdrew 50 meters. At this distance, as long as Xiao Chen and the others were not defeated, they could turn and run, likely escaping the chase of the silver zombies. As for Xia Yingfeng, upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, he excitedly said, "Brother Xiao, since you've decided to hunt, I'll go lure them over." After saying that, he surpassed Xiao Chen and rushed ahead. At his current speed, even running at full force, the silver zombies couldn't catch up. If Xiao Chen won and he lured the monsters, he could achieve merit. Maybe he could even be rewarded with his second-level awakening pill. In less than 2 minutes, Xia Yingfeng returned again, this time followed by 13 silver zombies. Brother Xiao, quickly stop and kill them. Xia Yingfeng hid behind Xiao Chen and A.O. Jean. "Kill!" Xiao Chen shouted, wielding his sword and charging forward. A.O. Jean quickly bit his tongue, activating his berserk ability, and followed suit. Roar! One of the silver zombies let out a roar, and the remaining 12 immediately scattered to the left and right, forming a pincer attack to surround Xiao Chen and A.O. Jean. "Oh, another zombie with consciousness," Xiao Chen sneered inwardly, secretly condensing his spirit into a small chisel shape and struck at the commanding silver zombie. D. As Xiao Chen's voice fell, that silver zombie instantly turned to mist, leaving behind a third-level awakening pill that emitted a fragrant aroma. Xiao Chen directly stored it in his space. With the fall of the zombie, the commands to the other silver zombies were cut off. They stood there, surrounding but not attacking, with Xiao Chen and A.O. Jean each wielding a sword. It took less than 5 minutes to completely slay the remaining silver zombies. The surrounding people were stunned. They knew Xiao Chen could kill third-level zombies, but they never expected it to be this easy. They all shouted loudly, "Brother Xiao is mighty!" Xia Yingfeng also approached, excitedly saying, "Brother Xiao, since you are so capable, I'll go lure some more silver zombies over." "Good." Xiao Chen nodded. From this perspective, killing silver zombies didn't seem too difficult. As long as they had intelligence and could give commands, the other zombies would follow unconditionally. Once the commanding zombie was killed, the others would behave like mindless corpses and pose no threat. Killing them became much simpler. Xiao Chen estimated that if all were like this, with his spirit power, killing hundreds of silver zombies in a day would be no problem. Not long after, Xia Yingfeng led another batch of silver zombies, more than 30 in total. This time, there were 3 commanding silver zombies. Xiao Chen systematically killed them. After slaying 2, the command of the third silver zombie changed. and it aimed to kill Xiao Chen with full force. Fortunately, with Ao Zhan's help nearby, Xiao Chen avoided injury. However, after this round ended, Ao Zhan's berserk ability also finished, and he could only retreat to rest. You all wait here for a moment. I'll check the way ahead. Xiao Chen didn't dare let Xia Yingfeng lure monsters anymore. If too many came, relying on himself alone, he might not be able to kill them all. If something went wrong, the real Xiao Chen might not survive. That would be a case of one corpse, two deaths. Xiao Chen didn't dare to gamble. So he planned to check the situation inside. After all, with his spirit, he could see everything within 500 meters. If he discovered something amiss, he could escape in time. Brother Xiao, be careful, Ao Zhan reminded. Brother Xiao, let me scout ahead. Xia Yingfeng volunteered I run fast. And if I encounter a large number of zombies, I can retreat in time. If you go and encounter danger, we won't be able to help, Xiao Chen said. It's fine. Xiao Chen stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and smiled. I know my limits. If I encounter a large number of zombies, I'll just turn and run. You're doing well. As a reward, when we go back today, I'll specifically train you to help you promote to level 2 as soon as possible. Thank you, Brother Xiao. Xia Yingfeng was so grateful, he almost knelt down. Xiao Chen didn't say much more and expanded his spirit as he walked quickly inside. Just before, he had seen with his spirit that there were about 100 or 200 bronze and black iron zombies ahead. But Xiao Chen ignored them and continued walking forward. The closer he got to the center, the more alarmed Xiao Chen became. He discovered that there were actually hundreds of silver zombies there. After walking a bit further, he even found radiant gold zombies, their bodies radiating golden light, blinding to the eyes. If only they wouldn't turn to mist after being killed. But they were pure gold. Just as Xiao Chen was examining them, one of the zombies seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in Xiao Chen's direction. Xiao Chen was so scared he didn't dare move. Fortunately, that zombie only glanced a few times before continuing its actions. Xiao Chen saw clearly that it was eating zombies. Surrounding it were several black iron zombies. The radiant gold zombie stood there, reaching out to grab a black iron zombie and stuffing it into its mouth. After a few crunches, it had almost devoured it. With a wave of its hand, it tossed aside the remains and continued to grab and feast. The discarded limbs were received by the silver zombies in the distance, who similarly stuffed them into their mouths and gnawed away. Ugh! Xiao Chen almost vomited. What kind of creatures were these zombies? Why were they even cannibalizing each other? No wonder there weren't many black iron zombies left in the urban village. It turned out they had all been consumed by these higher-level zombies. But why were they consuming each other? They were leveling up, just like humans when the mist descended. Only a portion of first-level awakened appeared. Most people turned into zombies. The zombies at that time must have all been first-level black iron zombies, right? Humans kill zombies to obtain awakening pills, and after consuming them, they can slowly promote to level 2 and level 3. Zombies should be the same. They feast on other zombies to enhance their strength. That's how bronze zombies, silver zombies, and radiant gold zombies appeared. This discovery made Xiao Chen gasp. This disaster was the greatest disaster. After all, the speed of human advancement could not keep up with the speed of zombie advancement. The reason was simple. Humans need to eat, need to rest, and most importantly, need to kill zombies. And zombies are social creatures. High-level zombies can devour low-level zombies with just a command. And those zombies will obediently run to them and willingly sacrifice themselves. Currently, there isn't much time, and there aren't many high-level zombies, or rather, Xiao Chen hasn't encountered them yet. But what if more time passes? Will there be a situation where golden zombies are everywhere? At that time, where will there be any space left for humans to survive? Xiao Chen dared not act recklessly and quietly retreated. He must spread this news to let more people know. Just as Wu Guwei said before, in the apocalypse, only by uniting and working together can everyone find a glimmer of hope. The competition for dominance had completely slipped from Xiao Chen's mind. He hurriedly returned without saying much, directly taking Zhou Kai, Ao Zhan, and others back to the shelter. First, he rewarded everyone with some supplies. Then he found the charm user Qin Wu, the 8-bullet user Li Dao, and the swift-footed Xia Yingfeng. He distributed 80 level 1 awakening pills and 2 level 2 awakening pills to each of them. Of course, Xia Yingfeng's were a reward, while Qin Wu and Li Dao's were loans. They would need to repay them with awakening pills in the future. Xiao Chen urged them to strive for level 2. After succeeding, they could come to him. Finally, Xiao Chen, dragging his exhausted body, returned to the private room where Wang Yao and the others were. After locking the door, Xiao Chen said seriously, I have some very frightening news. Zombies can also level up. High-level zombies can advance by consuming a sufficient number of low-level zombies. And what about us humans? We have to hunt zombies, consume awakening pills, and then eat a lot of food to stabilize our levels. The promotion speed is too slow. One day, we will be completely wiped out by zombies. Brother Xiao, we didn't just find out about this, did you? Gong Xian asked, stunned. Huh? Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment. Did you already know? Yes. Gong Xian nodded. It's exactly because everyone discovered this fact that there is the competition for dominance in the Four Directions City. We gather the strength of the entire Four Directions City to focus on nurturing one person. As long as that person's strength becomes strong enough, they can protect us. Otherwise, as you said, humanity will surely perish. So, Brother Xiao, you need to work hard. Strive to become the dominant one. Xiao Chen nodded. The position of the dominant one must be secured. He previously thought about escaping because he felt he had enough food, and hunting zombies while leveling up would allow him to live comfortably. But now, the position of the dominant one must be fought for. Otherwise, once the true dominant one knows he can continuously provide food, he will definitely treat him as a tool. Thus, it must be fought for, and it must be won. To win, he needs to level up to level 4. Therefore, he still needs to continue hunting level 3 zombies and consuming level 3 awakening pills. When he touches the threshold of level 4, he will then consume level 4 awakening pills. Xiao Chen didn't have complete confidence. After all, golden zombies are not so easy to kill. Xiao Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed. Brother Xiao, don't worry, we will help you. Ao Zhan also realized the seriousness of the problem and hurriedly stood up. Yes, we will help Brother Xiao. Cheng Haitao and others also expressed their support. Okay, then let's hurry up and level up. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out several level 3 awakening pills and handed them to Ao Zhan, Cheng Haitao, Wang Yao, Zhou Qingyu, and Nangong Aoxue for them to level up. Wait, Brother Xiao, don't rush to level up. First restore your vitality. Gong Xian took out 12 pills. I have refined the longevity pills. You all take them first. You really refined them? Xiao Chen was overjoyed. He took one and consumed it. Ao Zhan and the others followed suit and took the longevity pills. Xiao Chen could feel that as the longevity pill entered, a refreshing air flow spread throughout his body, continuously cleansing his organs and meridians. His white hair gradually turned black. It wasn't until half an hour later that this feeling faded, but his vitality hadn't fully recovered. If before his body was equivalent to that of a 60 or 70-year-old man, now it was roughly that of a middle-aged person. Xiao Chen wanted to take more when he heard Gong Xian say, Brother Xiao, the longevity pill contains excessive vitality. Each person can only take one a year. Taking more can easily damage your organs. I was too greedy, Xiao Chen. At this time, Nangong Aoxue also took out the carved items. Xiao Chen put them into his space and took out some food for everyone to enjoy a hearty meal. Then he took out some more to let Gong Xian reward Qin Wu and the others based on their promotion situation. Finally, he entered the bedroom, consumed 10 level 3 awakening pills, and then went to wash up and rest. Meanwhile, the real Xiao Chen opened his eyes. Chapter 63. Can you get guns and cannons? Following the usual practice, he first scanned the area with his consciousness. While Mush was sleeping, the black gas in her body had thickened a bit more, but it didn't have any effect. This girl must be having some beautiful dreams, as she had a sweet smile on her face. June Luoxia was already up, getting dressed and groomed. Although she was slightly older and already a married woman, her charm was still undeniable. Hua Qinsheng was practicing Tai Chi in the yard. He was already sweating on his forehead, but showed no signs of stopping. What surprised Xiao Chen the most were Tian Siyuanzan and Su Cheng. The two of them lay stiffly on the soccer field, bruised and panting. Their clothes were tattered, but the corners of their mouths were turned up high, showing their satisfaction with each other. They couldn't have fought all night, could they? They really have spirit, Xiao Chen silently sighed. The other servants were all busy with their tasks, and there were noticeably more smiles on their faces compared to yesterday when Xiao Chen came. Clearly, with Huang Mush's condition being suppressed, Everyone was very happy. Confirming that there were no surprises, Xiao Chen got up to wash up. Hua Qiansheng had arranged for someone to prepare breakfast, and after a hearty meal, Xiao Chen began planning for the day. First, he gave the carved items to Jun Luoxia, asking her to take them to a few bosses. Jun Luoxia nodded and left with the items. Then came Su Cheng and Hua Mush. Xiao Chen sent them to Wana Hotel. Hua Mush would personally guide the chefs there in cooking. Finally, there was Tian Siyuanzan. Xiao Chen pulled him to a corner and asked quietly, "Leader Tian, can you get guns and cannons? The kind with greater lethality. In the apocalypse." Xiao Chen was only level 3, and it was very difficult to deal with level 4 golden zombies, even when facing level 3 silver zombies in large numbers. Xiao Chen could only retreat. Although his consciousness could secretly slay them, the consumption of consciousness was considerable. Using it once or twice didn't feel significant, but using it multiple times made Xiao Chen worry that his recently restored vitality would be drained again. Moreover, the consciousness blade could only kill silver zombies with intelligence. If the silver zombies lacked intelligence, the consciousness blade would be ineffective. Therefore, he needed to prepare some equipment to allow Xiao Chen to protect himself while quickly increasing his strength. Xiao Chen had previously experimented with handguns, which couldn't even penetrate the defense of silver zombies. It was best to have stronger weapons. "Master, what do you want that for?" Tian Siyuan Zan exclaimed in shock, staring at Xiao Chen in disbelief. "You don't mean to rebel, do you? I have to advise you against it. Even though you've entered the refining stage and are very strong, the advanced weaponry of our country is beyond your imagination. Just one cannon could leave you without a burial place. There are such weapons?" Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "Can you get them?" "Don't worry, I won't rebel. If I were really to rebel, would I tell someone like you, the captain of the Dragon Soul organization? Wouldn't I have to do it secretly?" "Huh." Tamura Zhan finally breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as the master doesn't rebel. Otherwise, if a master at the refining essence and transforming chi level wanted to do something detrimental to this country, even if he could be killed, it would still cause great harm to the nation. But why does the master need such weapons?" Tamura Zhan was very curious. However, Xiao Chen didn't explain much instead. He pretended to be mysterious and said, "They are very useful. If you give me more, I can improve my strength faster." "Faster?" Tamura Zhan was stunned again. "How fast?" "You should have investigated me," Xiao Chen said. "You should know what I was like a month ago and what I am like now." "Master, what do you mean by that?" Tamura Zhan asked in shock. "Could it be that you just started practicing and then in this short time of less than a month, you've reached the refining essence and transforming chi level?" "That's right." Xiao Chen nodded. "If you can provide me with weapons, I can advance even faster. Entering the transforming chi into spirit stage should only take a little over a month." "What?" Tamura Zhan looked at Xiao Chen in horror, as if he were looking at a monster. Not to mention the transforming chi into spirit stage, even the refining essence and transforming chi stage. He had worked hard for a lifetime to achieve. No, if it weren't for meeting Xiao Chen, who gave him small pill, he might have struggled all his life to break through to the refining essence and transforming chi stage. "Master, are you sure you can break through?" Tamura Zhan took several deep breaths to steady his mind and asked, "If you are 100% sure, I will contact the higher-ups now to get you the weapons." "I'm sure," Xiao Chen said firmly. "Good." Tamura Zhan stopped talking nonsense and dialed a phone call in front of Xiao Chen. Soon, the other party answered. Tamura Zhan explained the situation on his side, and the other party fell silent. After more than 10 minutes, they finally spoke. "No, Xiao Tian, although I trust you, this matter is serious, and we must hold a meeting to discuss it, so I can't give you an answer for now. However, based on my experience, this matter will likely be rejected." "I understand. Thank you, leader." Tamura Zhan hung up the phone, sighed, and apologized to Xiao Chen. "Master, the higher-ups won't approve. I have limited ability and couldn't help. It's not important." Xiao Chen patted his shoulder to comfort him. "I also understand this country. Master, if you really need that thing, you could go elsewhere," Tamura Zhan suggested. "For example, Southeast Asia. As long as you're willing to spend money, you could get any weapons there. Go abroad?" Xiao Chen asked. "Don't need to get passport?" "Master, are you still worried about this?" Tamura Zhan said speechlessly. "With me here, even without a passport, I can send you over. The main thing is that there are many ruthless people over there. If you go alone, Tamura-Jean didn't say more, but the meaning was very clear. It was warning Xiao Chen that going alone would be very dangerous. I'm not going for now. Xiao Chen shook his head. Although he still didn't fully understand the specific situation of the dream, he vaguely felt that he and his counterpart in the dream were one entity. If one side died, the other side would definitely not survive. He had just stepped into the transforming Qi into spirit stage, and he wasn't sure how strong he could become. He had to be extremely cautious. After all, the post-apocalyptic Xiao Chen relied on him to survive. He absolutely could not have any accidents. However, you need to help me get a passport first, just in case. Yes. Tamura-Jean answered respectfully. After discussing a few matters, Xiao Chen left the Hua mansion. The food would be prepared by Su Chang for now, so he didn't need to worry about it. What he needed to do now was to help Zhang Jingtai stabilize the economy of Jiang City. In other words, he needed to revive the jade business. Lin Xiaoqing had already been running this business, and the office building, warehouse, etc. were all ready. Xiao Chen needed to go for the ribbon cutting today, which also marked the opening. The name was called Xianchen. However, during the ribbon cutting, there were only a few sparse people present. Even so, it was still because of the favor of the main person, Zhang Jingtai. Zhang Jingtai's identity was sensitive, and he couldn't get too close to Xiao Chen. After cutting the ribbon, he left first. As soon as he left, some people began to pick on him. Xiao Chen, you are just a kid who hasn't even grown hair yet. What qualifications do you have to be called a master sculptor in the jade industry? Xiao Chen recognized him. He was Gu Jinyu, the heir of the Gu family, who had been with Zhuo Yingxian to make money, or rather, to gamble on stones. He was also in the jewelry business and had a competitive relationship with Zhuo Yingshuan's Yingxiang jewelry. Xiao Chen thought this kid had learned his lesson after the gambling stone incident and would know to keep a low profile, but he unexpectedly jumped out again today. I refuse to accept it, Gu Jinyu said loudly. Besides, you don't have any raw materials here. Are you planning to hang a sheep's head to sell dog meat? Exactly. On the first day of opening, you don't have any raw materials to provide. Where are we supposed to buy? Suddenly, someone echoed. Xiao Chen also recognized them. Although he didn't know their names, they were the few people he had driven away yesterday. They were seizing the opportunity to take revenge. Xiao Chen disdainfully said, "The company is mine. Whether there are raw materials, whether it can sell goods, whether it can make money, has nothing to do with you, right? If you truly came to congratulate me, I welcome you with open arms. If you came here to pick a fight, then I'm sorry, get lost. I don't welcome enemies here. You." The crowd was embarrassed, their faces red and necks thick. They were all prominent figures in Jiang City, and even if the competition was fierce and their relationships difficult, in front of the media, they could at most ignore it. But Xiao Chen? He directly told them to get lost. This had already crossed the unspoken rules of their circle. Oomph. Gu Jinyu snorted coldly, mocking, "Since you are stubborn, we will just watch you go bankrupt. Do you really think that with a little luck and gambling stones, you can make it in this industry? Be careful that you end up with nothing." Slap. As soon as his words fell, Xiao Chen dashed over in a flash. He raised his hand and slapped Gu Jinyu, sending him staggering back and falling to the ground. The crowd was once again shocked, their faces showing disbelief. Not welcoming, telling people to get lost was already outrageous. The result was even more outrageous. He publicly hit someone. It was lawless. The flashlights kept flashing, and microphones were thrust in front of Xiao Chen. All sorts of tricky questions followed. Xiao Chen didn't care at all and instead said with a dark expression, "Today is the first day of our Xianchen company's opening. We just finished cutting the ribbon. They came here to mock us. This is causing trouble. They are against our Xianchen company. I have never been soft-hearted toward enemies. If Gu Jinyu dares to keep babbling and cursing our company to go bankrupt, then it won't just be a slap. I will definitely break his dog legs." Gu Jinyu, who was getting up, wanted to shout again, but upon hearing this and seeing Xiao Chen's fierce gaze, he obediently swallowed his words. Who said that President Xiao had no raw materials? At that moment, someone outside shouted, "Feng Jixian from Nan Factory, in gratitude for President Zhao's sculpted items. Specially gifts 30 pieces of old pit raw stones, worth 1.2 million, wishing President Xiao a prosperous opening. Long from Jiangbei Yushan. In gratitude for President Zhao's carving of our store's treasure, specially gifts 15 pieces of Myanmar raw stones, worth 2 million, wishing President Xiao a continuous flow of wealth and prosperity. Haidong Lin from Lingdong Buen, in gratitude for President Xiao's generosity, specially gifts 27 pieces of raw stones, worth 3 million, wishing President Xiao thriving business and abundant wealth. Kyoto Yunxia Jewelry, in gratitude for the gold and silver jewelry gifted by General Xiao, specially presents 150 raw stones, valued at 20 million, wishing General Xiao to soar 1,000 miles and fly high in the sky. Chapter 64. The Rescuer's Gift. What? It's actually Feng Jixian from the Southern Factory. I've heard of him. He is the overlord of the jade industry in Jiang City. 9 out of 10 raw stones appearing in Jiang City come from his hands. I didn't expect him to be a supporter of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is also in the jade business. Shouldn't they be competitors? Why is he here to give gifts? It's puzzling. Feng Jixian is quite a figure. Are you unaware of Yushan Long from Jiangbei? With him around, Feng Jixian has to bow down. Haha, I really laughed. Ignorance is bliss. The truly formidable one is Haidong Lin, whether it's Yushan Long or Feng Jixian. They have to source their goods from Haidong Lin. What do mere goods matter? Can they compare to the status of Yunxia Jewelry? I heard she is the pearl of the Jun family in the capital, a famous beauty CEO. Moreover, her husband's family is very powerful, guarding the borders like a war god, instilling fear in others. I didn't expect such formidable figures to personally come to present opening gifts to Xiao Chen. What kind of person is Xiao Chen? I'm not sure. I searched for Xiao Chen's information online, but found nothing. It's strange that anything could be found online. My friend works in the system, and I had him secretly check on Xiao Chen. Do you know the result? No access to view. This only indicates that Xiao Chen's identity is beyond our reach. We can only look up to it. Could he be a disciple from some prestigious family in the capital? What you said makes sense. Otherwise, without identity or background, how could he manage to invite the top figures in Jiang City? Even the beautiful CEO from the capital came personally to congratulate him. Xiao Chen's identity is really becoming apparent. But wait, is there a Xiao family among the wealthy families in the capital? With the arrival of Jun Luoxia and her companions, the scene fell into chaos, and everyone began speculating about Xiao Chen's identity. But no matter how much they guessed, they couldn't figure it out, which only made Xiao Chen seem more mysterious. What nonsense about aristocratic families. Gu Jinyu finally couldn't hold back, stood up, and said sarcastically, I know him. He is just a genuine rural bumpkin. A college graduate who couldn't even find a decent job. He actually went out to deliver takeout at Drive Didi. Just a few days ago, he pulled out some exquisite jewelry, which allowed him to accumulate his first pot of gold, and then he struck it rich at the Stone gambling venue. A typical nouveau riche. General Feng, General Yu, General Hai, you all have deep cooperative relationships with my Gu family. The contract isn't up yet, and you're planning to side with Xiao Chen? Are you trying to breach the contract? Slap. As soon as the words left his mouth, Xiao Chen rushed to his front and slapped him. Mocking me is one thing, but ridiculing my clients is crossing the line. You've really gone too far. Get out. Our Chen does not welcome you. After saying this, Xiao Chen kicked Gu Jinyu out of the company like a sandbag. Security, if he dares to come in again, break his legs. Xiao Chen instructed the security. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Yes, Brother Xiao. Lin Xiaoqing respectfully replied, looking at Gu Jinyu as if he were a corpse. In the past, Lin Xiaoqing wouldn't have dared to make eye contact with a rich young master like Gu Jinyu. But after being with Xiao Chen and witnessing his fighting power, her courage grew. Now, having taken the awakening pill, her strength has improved to refining essence in a qi, giving her enough confidence. He Quan, her boyfriend Su Cheng, also mentioned that even the leader of the Dragon Soul organization had to call Xiao Chen his master, showing Xiao Chen's abilities. With Xiao Chen backing her up, Lin Xiaoqing fears no one. Xiao Chen then thanked the several bosses and invited them inside. Inside was a banquet. Xiao Chen said loudly, guests are welcome. Those who come to offer blessings today are treated by me, Xiao Chen. However, it's still the same old saying. I don't like to stick my warm face against someone else's cold, but anyone who dares to sneer, curse, or secretly engage in petty actions Don't blame me for being rude. Gu Jinyu is your lesson. This is Xiao Chen. In the corner, there were a young man and woman. The woman Xiao Chen recognized as his ex-girlfriend, Chen Rong. The man was dashing, holding a folding fan, reminiscent of an ancient young master. He was also very handsome. With the movement of the fan, his charm increased, giving a refreshing feeling. Quite amiable. But Xiao Chen didn't recognize him. He didn't look much. Assuming this was Chen Rong's new boyfriend. Learning that he was opening a business here, he came to stir up trouble. Xiao Chen was only slightly curious. Last time, Jun Luoxia had already told him about the Gu family father and son and Chen Rong's situation. Although there was no official news broadcast, rumors were rampant. In this situation, how could Chen Rong still dare to stay in Jiang City? Could you find a new boyfriend? It can only be said that this man has an unusual taste. According to Xiao Chen's guess, they should be the first wave of troublemakers. Unfortunately, they didn't get the chance. Gu Jinyu beat them to it. Now it should be their turn, right? Xiao Chen's consciousness was always observing the two. He didn't know how to do business and had asked several people for advice. For example, when asking Zhua Yingxian, she told him that honesty is the foundation of business. When consulting Hua Qiansheng, he said that business should help the poor by robbing the rich. When it came to Tian Kunzin, that guy said business should be domineering. The more aggressive you are, the less others dare to provoke you. In fact, no one would even dare to compete with you. If you reach the point of monopoly, it will be hard not to succeed, even if you don't want to. Xiao Chen summarized. Honesty is the foundation. He is in the raw stone business. A stone is just a stone with clear weight, very honest. As for whether it can be transformed into jade or emerald, that depends on luck and skill, and it has nothing to do with him. The gambling stone business is not something the poor can participate in. The profits come from the rich. Xiao Chen uses this money to support employees and those like Wang Yao in the apocalypse. They are the true poor, which can be considered as helping the poor by robbing the rich. Then there is the domineering part. Crushing troublemakers one by one is what Xiao Chen is doing now. So Xiao Chen was waiting for Chen Rong to cause trouble. A man and a woman. Just right. However, upon hearing the man's question, Chen Rong merely nodded and said, "Yes, that's him. My ex-boyfriend, a genuine rural bumpkin. Jiangu. Do you see how arrogant he is? Do you want to beat him up? I'll cheer you on." "Shut up." Unexpectedly, the one called Jiangu coldly reprimanded, scaring Chen Rong into immediately covering her mouth. Her face filled with terror, as if she was extremely afraid of the man beside her. A rural bumpkin, suddenly transformed into a company owner. Still thriving in the gambling stone circle. Interesting, truly interesting. I want to get close to him. The man muttered, pulling Chen Rong's hand and walking out. The rescuer Li Jian thanked General Xiao for sending such a beautiful jade like Chen Rong to him and, upon learning of General Xiao's opening, specially presented 5 yuan as a gift. Saying this, Li Jian pulled out a 5 yuan bill from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Chen. Wow! Everyone present gasped in surprise. A rescuer? Is there really someone who would call themselves that? How shameless! If it weren't for hearing that this person was giving a gift of 5 yuan, they would have thought he was trying to curry favor with the ex-boyfriend. "Thank you, please come in." Xiao Chen received the money and said with a smile, "Actually, I really want to slap the two of them away. But I just stated that those who come to congratulate are guests and can enter to eat." Not only did they come to congratulate, but they also gave a $5 gift. Slapping them away would be slapping my own face. I can only endure for now and see what tricks these two can play. However, from beginning to end, Li Jian and Chen Rong showed no signs of anything unusual. They really seemed like guests here to congratulate, bringing gifts, eating, and then leaving. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen frowned and asked Jun Luoxia beside him. "Sister Xia, didn't you say Chen Rong has been on the news? Why does she dare to flaunt herself? Isn't she afraid of losing face? She's wearing makeup," Jun Luoxia said with a wry smile. With Chen Rong's face, she probably has at least 5 layers of makeup on. Unless you're someone very familiar with her, it's hard to recognize her. Besides, the news only published some pictures, and there is still a certain gap compared to the real person. Even if someone does recognize her, no one would dare to expose her publicly. What do they mean by this? Xiao Chen was even more suspicious. Did they really come just to give a gift? And what about the one called Li Jian? Who is he? Why have I never heard of him in Jiang City? Sister Xia, you have a wide network. Can you help me check? Okay, I'll arrange someone to do it right now. Jun Luoxia nodded and took out her phone to make a call. Meanwhile, in an office 300 meters away, Li Jian kicked Gu Jinyu to the ground, coldly reprimanding, "Useless." As a young master of the Gu family, you couldn't even figure out Xiao Chen's capabilities. You really disappoint me. It seems the Gu family has no reason to exist anymore. Brother Jian, please don't. Gu Jinyu begged. I didn't expect Xiao Chen wouldn't let the bodyguards in. Otherwise, I would have brought over 10 mercenaries today. Even if I couldn't kill Xiao Chen, I could at least make him unable to get out of bed. Please, Brother Jian, give me another chance. I promise I can make Xiao Chen never stand up again. What do you plan to do? Li Jian asked. Gu Jinyu leaned close to Li Jian's ear and whispered something. Xiao Chen watched all of this clearly, but he couldn't hear their conversation. Damn, if only I could have Cheng Haitao's eavesdropping ability. However, Xiao Chen could sense that these two together probably wouldn't mean anything good. He still needed to be cautious. He instructed Lin Xiaoqing to work hard these days and keep an eye on the company. After finishing his business, Xiao Chen returned to the villa. It was just past 5 o'clock, and there was still some time. Xiao Chen didn't idle around. He began to take the second-level awakening pill to practice. After understanding the martial artist system, Xiao Chen had the courage to continue enhancing his strength. He didn't stop until after 9 o'clock, when he had solidified all the gas in the foundation base, then lay down to sleep. At the same time, a group of masked individuals dressed in night clothes were quietly heading this way. Chapter 65. Personal Experience of Charm Techniques in the Apocalypse. Xiao Chen woke up. He discovered that there were far fewer people in the shelter. Originally, there were 56 people with Zhou Kai, but 4 had escaped, leaving 52. Adding himself and Wang Yao and others, there were a total of 58 people in the shelter. However, now there were only a little over 20 people left, and 30 others were surprisingly missing from the shelter. Xiao Chen was somewhat puzzled, but didn't pay much attention. After all, these people had very low strength. Only level 1. One more or one less didn't matter. It wouldn't affect the big picture. Xiao Chen focused on Wang Yao and others, as well as Qin Wu, Xia Yingfeng, and Li Dao, who he had rewarded with second-level awakening pills yesterday. Wang Yao was still practicing. Zhou Qingzhu, Nengguo Shui, Aozeng, and Gong Xian were sitting together in the living room. Qin Wu, Xia Yingfeng, and Li Dao were in another private room. The food provided earlier had already been completely consumed. Xiao Chen couldn't help but frown. These guys were truly like starving ghosts reincarnated. It's important to note that the food taken out before sleeping yesterday was enough to feed hundreds of people, along with 1,000 or 2,000 buns. Yet, in just one night, it was all gone. He would have to remind them in the future. Otherwise, if this continued, he really wouldn't be able to support them. After washing up and changing clothes, Xiao Chen walked out. The people in the living room immediately rushed over, clamoring, "Brother Xiao, I've reached level 3. Hold on." One at a time, he said. The jumbled information made Xiao Chen's ears buzz, and he could only let them report one by one. After listening, a look of excitement spread across Xiao Chen's face. Zhou Qingyu had stepped into level 3, and the barrier she set up could protect an area of 100 meters. If she reduced it to a 10-meter range, she could set up 3 barriers simultaneously. The key was that once this type of barrier was set up, it only needed to inject supernatural power. Even if Zhou Qingyu moved away, it wouldn't affect the barrier's use at all. It was like the formations Xiao Chen had read about in novels. The supernatural power was the energy source. As long as it wasn't exhausted, the formation could operate continuously. According to Zhou Qingyu's estimation, a barrier set up in a 10-meter range could trap a level 3 silver zombie for 3 days. Without food for 3 days, the zombie could starve to death. She could also hunt zombies now. Zhou Qingyu danced excitedly in front of Xiao Chen, as if seeking praise. "You are the treasure of our team. You shouldn't go to the battlefield." Xiao Chen said with a serious face, "Stay behind us, and if something unexpected happens, just protect us. We don't need you for hunting zombies yet." "Oh," Zhou Qingyu pouted and nodded. Cheng Haitao had also stepped into level 3. His hearing had increased dramatically, reaching 2,000 meters. The key were the other 2 skills, 1,000-mile transmission and shared hearing. For 1,000-mile transmission, he could reach 500 meters. Shared hearing had increased to 2 people, but could only be used within 300 meters. His strength and speed had also increased accordingly. But compared to combat type awakened ones of the same level, he was still far behind. When he stepped into level 3, he had sparred with Wang Yao. Wang Yao had not even used her invisibility skill and had knocked Cheng Haitao down easily, making him no longer dare to be arrogant. Brother Xiao, am I too useless? After Cheng Haitao finished speaking, he looked a bit dejected. He thought that stepping into level 3 would give him new skills to hunt zombies. But he had overthought it. His abilities were still quite lackluster. After all, Xiao Chen was a mental master, and his spiritual sense could monitor a far distance, making Cheng Haitao a 1,000-mile ear unnecessary for reconnaissance. Not at all. Xiao Chen patted his shoulder to comfort him. Although I have spiritual sense, the monitoring distance is short. Your hearing can reach 2,000 meters. Moreover, I can only see people and actions but can't hear sounds. If someone is plotting something, I wouldn't be able to know in advance. Besides, you can share hearing and transmit over 1,000 miles. These are comparable to a phone. When the mist descends, communication devices can't be used, and information can only be relayed verbally, which is slow. At such times, you're like a mobile phone, the backbone of our team. Don't ever say you're useless. Ha ha, Brother Xiao, you really know how to comfort people. Cheng Haitao laughed and said, don't worry, I'll 1T belittle myself. I will work harder to awaken other abilities as soon as possible. Keep it up, Xiao Chen nodded. Nangong Aoshue had also reached level 3, able to condense 15 tons of clean water in one day. But that was about it. She didn't have any other abilities. However, Nangong Aoshue said that she could use water to smash zombies. A ton of water smashing down would definitely turn a zombie to mush. She could smash 15 times a day, just enough for the 15 tons of water. Then I can kill 15 silver zombies. Finally, it's no longer a useless ability. The strongest is A.O. Zhan. After reaching level 3, he unleashed a frenzied ability, and his combat power skyrocketed, according to his own estimation of his strength. In a frenzied state, he can smash a silver zombie's head with a single punch. Moreover, the duration is longer, lasting a full 20 minutes. The key is that after the battle, he can still retain some stamina. Although he feels a bit weak, he should be able to escape from the silver zombies. Good. Very good. Xiao Chen couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Since everyone's combat power has increased, we'll continue to kill zombies later. At this moment, he also understood why so much food had been consumed so quickly. After advancing to level 3, one becomes extremely hungry. Only by eating more can one return to normal. Xiao Chen also worriedly asked, are you full? Do you want to eat more? I will eat. As soon as he finished speaking, the bedroom door beside him was pushed open, and Wang Yao walked out from inside, anxiously saying, Xiao Chen, hurry up and give me something to eat. I'm about to starve to death. All right, another one who has reached level 3. Xiao Chen became even more excited. He hurriedly took out several meals from his space. Wang Yao didn't even use chopsticks, grabbing the food and stuffing it into her mouth. Her manner of gulping it down made one feel a bit pain to watch. Eat slowly. I still have more. No one is competing with you, Xiao Chen said with a wry smile. He took out a few more sets for Zhou Qingyu and the others to eat. After a moment, Wang Yao finally spoke. Xiao Chen, I've reached level 3. Do I have any new skills? Xiao Chen asked. There was no doubt that she had reached level 3. After all, among them, Wang Yao was the first to reach level 2. Since Cheng Haitao could reach level 3, Wang Yao naturally would not be an exception. Moreover, Wang Yao's ability is invisibility, and Xiao Chen was very much looking forward to her performance after reaching level 3. Yes, Wang Yao said excitedly, I can share invisibility. What does that mean? Although Xiao Chen understood, he couldn't help but ask. It means I can make others invisible, Wang Yao explained, for about 3 minutes. And the duration of my own invisibility has also increased. Now it lasts half an hour. Even if I attack, it won't expose my invisible state. I feel like I could take on level 4 golden zombies. With invisibility, I can even saw off their necks. Sister Yao, you're amazing. Xiao Chen nodded in appreciation. What about the 3 outside? Xiao Chen asked again. They all successfully reached level 2, Gong Xian said. Qin Wu's seductive skills have improved. As for what effect it has, she hasn't told me yet, planning to tell you personally. Xia Yingfeng's speed has increased. He can reach nearly 200, but it seems that S his only ability. and his strength has only increased a little. Li Dao's double-handed shooting has become more accurate, hitting wherever he aims, but the damage is insufficient. With his current strength, he can only kill some black iron zombies. At a group attack type, Wang Yao said excitedly. At level 2, he can group attack and kill black iron zombies. At level 3, he can group attack and kill bronze zombies. It seems great for him to clear out the mixed fish zombies, but he can only solve 8 at a time. That's a bit few, she added with a hint of regret, then looked up and asked, how many shots can he fire when his ability is exhausted? According to his estimation, 300 shots, Gong Xian said. But if he promptly replenishes food and water, he can keep going. That's good. Wang Yao nodded and said to Xiao Chen, Xiao Chen, you need to focus on cultivating this person. Once he keeps up with us, he will definitely be a great help. All right, Xiao Chen agreed. After eating and drinking enough, he went to find Qin Wu and the others. First, he congratulated the 3 on their promotion, then inquired about Qin Wu's situation. Brother Xiao, there are too many people here. I can't show you. Why don't we go to a private room? Qin Wu said shyly, twirling her hair with her hand. Although it sounded very natural, her posture was full of flirtation, making one unable to help but think otherwise. Li Dao and Xia Yingfeng were already drooling, staring at Qin Wu with wide eyes. Even Xiao Chen was no exception, staring intently at her, his throat moving as he swallowed repeatedly. Beautiful. Stunning. If Qin Wu were to appear in reality, she could definitely be a rare beauty in 4,000 years, making every man who saw her drool. Xiao Chen didn't respond because his mind suddenly flashed with a strand of pink silk thread. What is this? Xiao Chen was shocked and wanted to use his mental power to resist, but he found that the pink thread disappeared again. Looking at Qin Wu, she still had astonishing beauty, but the previous heat was gone. Brother Xiao, you're already awake? Qin Wu's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. How is it so fast? According to my understanding of my ability, even a level 3 awakener, once seduced, should take 3 to 5 minutes to wake up. How did you wake up instantly? Did you use your seductive skills on me? Xiao Chen asked with a dark face. Brother Xiao, that was just the surface of the seductive skill. There's a deeper level, Qin Wu said with a smile. Let us go to the private room together, and I can show you in detail. Can't we do it here? Xiao Chen asked. It's not that we can't, it's just that there are others around. It's not very appropriate. Qin Wu explained. You are the leader of our team. If you make a fool of yourself and it gets out, it would damage your image as the leader. Okay, I agree. Xiao Chen thought about it. If he really embarrassed himself, how could he manage everyone in the future? Follow me to this nearby private room. Chapter 66 this time, I'm going to kill crazily. Show me. After locking the door, Xiao Chen said, Brother Xiao, do you think I'm beautiful? Qin Wu said as she pulled down the strap of her dress, slightly panting. Her whole demeanor was incredibly seductive, making one unable to resist wanting to do something. At that moment, another strand of pink silk thread appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The thread grew longer and began to circle around his consciousness. With each loop, his gaze toward Qin Wu became hotter, and the impulse in his heart intensified. This must be Qin Wu's ability. By disturbing the mind, it amplifies a person's desires, leading the other person into an unbearable situation. It's incredibly profound. Unfortunately, this is targeted at people. Zombies don't have consciousness. Oh wait, zombies also have intelligence. The higher the level, the stronger the intelligence. Does that mean Qin Wu can kill level 3 silver zombies or even level 4 golden zombies with her ability as a level 2 awakener? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen became excited. With his excitement, his mental power surged in his consciousness, instantly shattering the strands of pink silk thread into fragments. Puff! Qin Wu couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing down. Xiao Chen hurriedly rushed forward to support her, worriedly asking, Qin Wu, are you okay? Cough, cough. Qin Wu coughed a couple more times, still spitting out blood. Her pretty face turned a bit pale and looked a little haggard as she looked at Xiao Chen as if he were a monster. Mifine. After a while, Qin Wu finally managed to say a few words. Brother Xiao, how did you break my ability? First, tell me about your ability, Xiao Chen said indifferently. Don't show it again. If I lose control, I might just kill you. All right. Qin Wu sighed and had to tell the truth. Her seductive skills are divided into 2 types. The first type acts on herself, allowing anyone who sees her to fall into a trance, becoming infatuated with her and forgetting what they should do. If used against an enemy, just a moment of hesitation can seize the opportunity. Even a single move can lead to victory. The second method is to act on others, amplifying their deep desires and filling their minds with such thoughts, making them unable to resist. They might even do some despicable things on the spot. If both methods are combined, with internal and external forces working together, no one can resist. As Qin Wu said, even those who are 1 or 2 levels above her will fall for it. However, this technique has a fatal weakness. It can only confuse the opponent, but cannot kill. To win, cooperation from others is still needed. Yes, very good. After listening, Xiao Chen said with satisfaction, "Go upstairs to find Wang Yao, get some food, and then drink some water. When we gather later, you can join us in hunting zombies." After settling Qin Wu, Xiao Chen went to the adjacent private room. Li Dao and Xia Yingfeng were still immersed in that state. Both of them were drooling all over the place, stretching their arms and constantly moving forward. With each step, they had to embrace, as if they wanted to pull their beloved beauty into their arms. Their faces were filled with unseemly expressions. Bang! Bang! Xiao Chen directly kicked each of them, knocking them down to the ground. Who kicked me? The two were awakened and rubbed their butts while cursing. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will. What will you do? Xiao Chen coldly replied. Are you going to beat me up? Xiao Ge, how is it you? The two said awkwardly. By the way, where is Xiao Jia? She was just here. Why is she gone? Dum Gyoia. Is she still going to be surnamed by? 2 pigs. Xiao Chen said impatiently. You both just fell for Qin Wu's ability. If I hadn't stopped you in time, you two would probably be hugging each other right now, doing unspeakable things. Huh? The two were shocked. They glanced at each other, both with disgust on their faces, and stepped back a few paces to create distance. They secretly murmured that Qin Wu was indeed powerful. They hadn't even reacted before falling into her trap. They decided to keep their distance from her in the future to avoid being tricked by that little vixen. Do you still think a level 2 ability user is impressive? Xiao Chen asked. The two shook their heads in unison, especially Xia Yingfeng, whose head drooped, his face flushed with shame. After entering level 2, he had relied on his speed and had become reckless. Even if he offended Gong Xiyin or Xiao Chen, they couldn't catch up with him. As a result, he was subdued by charm techniques. His back was damp with cold sweat. If Xiao Chen was dissatisfied, it wouldn't be unreasonable for him to kill him. Fortunately, it was Xiao Chen. If it were the previous Wu Gui, with his arrogance, he would have probably been dead by now. I am not Wu Gui. Xiao Chen seemed to see through their hearts and said indifferently, so I won't kill you. But I also have my requirements. If you want to follow me and become core members, you must be absolutely loyal to me. Xiao Ge, don't worry, I will be absolutely loyal. Li Dao and Xia Yingfeng raised their hands in unison to swear. No need for you to swear. Xiao Chen said, just open your hearts and let me imprint your souls. Imprint my soul? Xiao Ge, are you a spiritual master? Li Dao asked in surprise. Xia Yingfeng was already prepared, saying, Xiao Ge, come on. I am willing to be your servant. Previously, when following Wu Gui, he was just running errands, acting as a scout, doing some lookout work. He could barely get enough food to avoid being plagued by hunger. It was extremely difficult to make further progress. But following Xiao Chen, in just a day or two, he not only had enough to eat and drink, but also stepped in a level 2. The key was that he had extra buns and supplies stored with Xiao Chen. Given more time, reaching level 3 or 4 wouldn't be a problem. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was better to follow. As long as one wasn't a fool, they could make the right choice. Therefore, Li Dao also followed suit, opening his heart to let Xiao Chen imprint his soul. Xiao Chen was not polite. Since he intended to reuse them, he had to ensure they wouldn't betray him. He collected their soul blood, making them his servants. Then Xiao Chen went downstairs to find Zhou Kai. Upon inquiry, he learned that the others had gone out to hunt zombies. In the past, everyone would avoid zombies, not daring to confront them for fear of being killed. But yesterday, Xiao Chen took some people out to kill zombies and exchanged awakening pills for buns and other food, making those left behind envious. Before awakening abilities, they had killed zombies and obtained awakening pills. Now that they had reached level 1, even if they couldn't confront bronze zombies, they should have no problem killing black iron zombies. One level 1 awakening pill could be exchanged for one bun. They could probably kill 7 or 8 zombies a day. Exchanging for a few buns would be enough to eat for a day. It was simply fantastic, although it was a bit dangerous. It was far better than following Wu Gui. Moreover, following Wu Gui meant also having to search for supplies and encountering zombies, which was equally dangerous. So those people volunteered to hunt zombies. It's already this late, and they haven't returned. Isn't this delaying our matters? Xiao Chen frowned and said, "Yi, this is my fault." Zhou Kai said with a wry smile. "I asked Sister Yao and the others, and they said you usually wake up at 10. So I told those people they could hunt zombies, but they must return before 10. It's only a little past 9 now. They should be on their way back. Xiao Ge, punish me this time. Next time, I will arrange the time more reasonably." "No need." Xiao Chen shook his head, admitting that he had indeed woken up early today. "Let's wait a little longer." "Thank you for your understanding, Xiao Ge," Zhou Kai said respectfully. "Zhou Ge, do you have any complaints?" With nothing to do, Xiao Chen casually asked. "What complaints?" Zhou Kai asked coldly. "I promoted Qin Wu, Li Dao, and Xia Feng, but I didn't promote you, the one in charge. Do you resent me?" Xiao Chen pointedly asked. "I dare not." Zhou Kai quickly knelt down, saying, "Xiao Ge, being able to let me eat my fill is already a great grace. How could I have any complaints?" Moreover, Xiao Chen was very tolerant of people like them. If he was still petty, then he wouldn't be a person at all. In the apocalypse, only by working together can they carve out a glimmer of hope. I believe that what Xiao Ge is doing is also to help us live better, without any selfish motives. "You are right," Xiao Chen said seriously. "In the apocalypse, everyone wants to live longer. Today, you stay behind with some people at the clubhouse, and when I return after killing the zombies, if there are no accidents, I will help you step into level 2. Thank you for your cultivation, Xiao Ge." Zhou Kai thanked it with a bow. Xiao Chen helped him up and chatted briefly. And then the others began to return one after another. Although they looked dirty and disheveled, they all had smiles on their faces. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, they immediately said, "Xiao Ge, do you keep your word? Can a level 1 awakening pill really be exchanged for a bun?" "Yes." Xiao Chen nodded, confirming the trade. "Honest and fair. I have 10 pills. Can I get 10 buns?" One person asked, without wasting any words. Xiao Chen directly took out 10 buns from his space and handed them to the other person. The person hurriedly gave Xiao Chen the awakening pills, grabbing the buns and stuffing them into his mouth, 2 bites at a time, like a starving ghost. Seeing this, the others also began to exchange for supplies. "You get 8, he gets 6. Anyone who went out this time returned with something." Soon, Xiao Chen finished exchanging the awakening pills from these people and reminded them, "Although we are a team, we are still developing individually. It is impossible for me to support all of you alone. I can only provide supplies, but I cannot help you become stronger. To advance, you need to take awakening pills. So I advise you not to exchange all your awakening pills for supplies. Keep some for your own cultivation. Strengthening your abilities is the key. At that time, you can kill more zombies, obtain more awakening pills, and exchange them for more supplies. As for me, I have plenty of food here, enough for you to exchange for a lifetime." Just a reminder, Xiao Chen let Zhou Kai select personnel, and then took them back to the village. This time, he wants to kill crazily. Chapter 67. The might of a blade. Xia Feng is exploring the path and attracting monsters, while Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan are responsible for the main kills. Zhou Kai and others assist in killing some black iron zombies. By noon, they have already killed 2 waves, earning over 10 level 3 awakening pills, more than 200 level 2 awakening pills, and countless level 1 awakening pills. Xiao Chen let everyone rest in place and took out some food and water from his space. They had a hearty meal first. After regaining their strength, they would continue to kill zombies. However, just as they were finishing their meal, Xiao Chen felt a sense of danger approaching. His spiritual sense was constantly monitoring the surroundings, but did not detect any high-level zombies. Only a small number of black iron zombies were active, all killed by their team. Besides, there were also Cheng Haitao and Xia Feng as scouts. If there were real danger, they should inform him right away. The fact that they didn't speak meant there was no danger in this area. But why did he have a creepy feeling? He even felt drowsy, yawning continuously. He had clearly rested well. Could it be that the real Xiao Chen was in danger? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly called Chung Haitao over and asked him to patrol the surroundings, reporting any danger immediately. At the same time, he instructed Ao Zhan to stay by his side. No matter what happened, they must not leave easily. Additionally, if they were surrounded by zombies that they couldn't handle, they should take him and fight their way out. Brother Xiao, what are you planning to do? Ao Zhan asked, confused. Your strength is even stronger than mine. In front of so many people, do you want to rest? That shouldn't make sense, right? Xiao Chen really wanted to slap him. Why bring up such a topic? After considering it, Xiao Chen replied, I was thinking about some things last night and didn't rest well. I just consumed a lot of energy. If I don't take a nap, I won't have the strength to hunt zombies later. Just scar me until I wake up. If it gets dark and I still haven't woken up, take me and everyone back to the shelter. Understood. Ao Zhan finally stopped talking and respectfully responded. He then stood behind Xiao Chen, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Xiao Chen felt his drowsiness growing heavier, lying directly on the ground, closing his eyes, and instantly falling into a deep sleep. In reality, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, feeling extremely frustrated. What was going on? It was the middle of the night. How did he suddenly fall asleep? And that feeling of danger. Before he could finish his thoughts, he truly sensed danger. Through his spiritual sense, he saw dark figures quietly approaching the villa from all sides. They were masked, and their faces were unclear. But with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen could see everything clearly. He noticed that these people had different skin tones and did not look like Chinese. Moreover, they were all armed with various weapons, daggers, knives, and guns. There was even a sniper hidden on the top floor of the adjacent villa, aiming directly at his villa. There was indeed danger. But where did these people come from? Why were they targeting him? Xiao Chen thought for a moment. His enemies were very limited. In this period after connecting with the dream realm, he had offended the Gu family and Gu Zhenyu. The Gu family had already been dealt with, leaving only Gu Zhenyu. How ruthless! It was just business competition. Yet he resorted to such despicable means. Fortunately, the Xiao Chen of the apocalypse fell asleep, allowing the real one to wake up. Otherwise, he might have fallen for it. Xiao Chen's eyes turned cold. No matter who the enemy was, anyone daring to target him should be prepared to face the consequences. Xiao Chen took a knife from his space and hid at the door. Secretly, he sent a message to Tian Kunzhen, informing him that someone was trying to kill him. At that moment, the masked figures outside had already approached the villa. One of them took out a wire and fiddled with the door lock for a few minutes before opening the door. Gently pushing the door open, a group of 9 people stealthily entered. Xiao Chen gripped his knife, wanting to strike, but hesitated. After all, he was alone, while they had 9 people and guns. If he failed to subdue them in an instant, he would be the one getting hurt. So Xiao Chen held back, waiting for the opportunity. The 9 people exchanged hand signals and began to pry open doors in each room. When they found nothing on the first floor, they started to head upstairs. Just as the last person stepped onto the stairs, Xiao Chen moved. He flashed forward and charged at that person from behind, striking down with his knife. According to Xiao Chen's plan, he would at most injure the person. However, he never expected that with this one strike. Not only was the person in front of him cleaved in half, but the 4 black-clad people walking ahead were also cut in 2. The reinforced concrete stairs, which were covered with stone slabs, split in half under this one blow. Even the wall in front was split open by the force of the blade. What? Xiao Chen was stunned. He was this strong? How did he not know? The 4 black-clad figures in front had already jumped around the corner of the stairs, so they were not affected. Hearing the noise, they turned back to look, all shocked beyond belief. Some were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground, a smell of urine wafting through the air, obviously having lost control of themselves in fear. Bang! One of the black-clad figures reacted, pulled out a gun, and fired at Xiao Chen. The speed was fast, but under the influence of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, the bullet's flight speed slowed significantly. He swung his knife, and with a snap, the bullet was deflected, smashing into the adjacent wall and piercing through it. Bang, bang, bang. The person, not believing in evil, fired a series of shots. Yet, every bullet was easily deflected by Xiao Chen's knife, some even ricocheting back and piercing through the bodies of the other black-clad figures. They were even more stunned. Beneath their black masks were expressions of disbelief. But Xiao Chen did not give them a chance. Taking advantage of their daze, he flashed forward. He did not dare to slash with the knife again, but instead used the back of the blade to strike. Slap! Slap, slap. In quick succession, he knocked down the 4 people, rendering them unconscious. They were too weak. Xiao Chen looked disdainful. He had prepared for a tough fight and even called Tian Kunzen over. Now, only the sniper remained. Xiao Chen had been focusing his spiritual sense on him. He was still lying on the rooftop, his eyes pressed against the scope. There was no red dot, but Xiao Chen could feel that the gun was aimed at the entrance of the villa. Once he escaped, he would undoubtedly be met with a bullet. He could easily deflect bullets from a handgun, but he wasn't so sure about bullets from a sniper rifle, so he decided to play it safe. Xiao Chen changed into dark clothes and suddenly dashed out with great speed, astonishing everyone. Moreover, it was nighttime, and the sniper did not get a clear view of Xiao Chen's figure. I only felt a black shadow flash by, then scanned the area with a scope and found no one, so I returned to my original state. Xiao Chen drove rapidly, and in less than a minute, he reached the rooftop of the opposite building. With a swift hand chop, he knocked out the sniper, holding the person and the sniper rifle. Xiao Chen returned to his villa. He found some rope to tie the person up, ripped off their masks, and then splashed cold water on the 5 of them to wake them up. "Speak, who sent you?" Xiao Chen asked indifferently while sitting on the sofa. The few of them exchanged glances. Then one person spoke up. "It was me." Xiao Chen nodded. That person asked again. Bang! Xiao Chen kicked him directly, angrily saying, "Don't speak gibberish, I can't understand you. Speak Chinese." The others shook their heads. It was obvious they couldn't. Bang, bang, bang. Xiao Chen kicked each of them. Feeling frustrated, a prestigious international assassin, yet you can't even speak Chinese. How dare you come to our country? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, and he started punching and kicking them. In no time, he had turned these assassins into messes. The ones in pain were rolling on the ground, looking for their teeth. Just then, Tian Kunzen arrived. "Master, you must hold on. Your disciple is here to save you." Tian Kunzen saw the villa door wide open and rushed in while shouting. Then he saw the scene in the living room and was dumbfounded. "What is going on? Didn't my master message me, saying someone was trying to assassinate him? Why are the assassins lying on the ground, while my master is sitting on the sofa, leisurely drinking tea? Was the script wrong?" But then, Tian Kunzen thought it through and felt relieved. His master was a master at the refining essence in a cheese stage. How could he not handle a few small thieves? "Captain Tian, you're just in time." Xiao Chen pointed at the black-clad people and said, "They are all foreigners, and I can't understand what they are saying. You interrogate them and see who wants to kill me." "Yes, master," Tian Kunzen replied. Then he communicated with the black-clad people in English. After a while, Tian Kunzen glanced at the stairs and rushed over. After checking the cracks in the stairs, he ran back to Xiao Chen, shocked. "Master, aren't you at the refining essence in a cheese stage? How can you have such destructive power? Besides, you used a knife, even if it can cut through steel and concrete. It shouldn't be so easy, right? What exactly is your strength?" As for the person who was cut in half, Tian Kunzen completely ignored it. Xiao Chen didn't answer him, but instead pulled out a serrated kitchen knife from his space and threw it to him. "What is this?" Tian Kunzen asked, holding the kitchen knife, looking left and right, but couldn't figure it out. "Isn't this just an ordinary kitchen knife?" "Try it," Xiao Chen said. Crack! Tian Kunzen swung the kitchen knife at the broken stairs. Then, the stairs were split open with another crack. But it was far worse than what Xiao Chen had just done. Even so, it shocked Tian Kunzen greatly. He then pulled a dagger from one of the black-clad people and tried it with force on the stairs. The result was just a shower of sparks. The dagger left only a shallow mark on the stairs before it broke. Tian Kunzen picked up the kitchen knife and asked Xiao Chen, "Master, where did you get this knife? How can it be so hard?" "I made it myself," Xiao Chen lied. In the dream, when Xiao Chen hunted zombies with the kitchen knife, he had sensed something. After hearing Gong Xian's introduction, Xiao Chen understood that the weapons from that apocalyptic era were more advanced than modern ones. At the very least, they integrated science and technology decades ahead. Moreover, Xiao Chen had also made comparisons. Using modern knives, swords, and daggers to kill zombies was difficult even against black iron zombies. However, using weapons from the apocalypse could easily slay bronze zombies. Even silver zombies could be decapitated with one strike. It's just that Xiao Chen had never encountered any battles in modern times, so he hadn't had the opportunity to use a knife. Today was just a small test. "Can you still make them?" Tian Kunzen asked. This weapon is too powerful. If each member of the Dragon Soul organization could be equipped with one, it would definitely elevate their combat power to another level. Killing enemies beyond their level wouldn't be a problem. Master, don't worry, this is a national project, and the price will definitely satisfy you. How many do you need in total? Xiao Chen asked. Can you really equip each person with one? Tian Kunzin asked in surprise. About that, Xiao Chen said, but making such weapons is time-consuming. It may take 1 or 2 months. He didn't want to promise too much. As for making them, Xiao Chen couldn't do it all, but he could gather them. Even just a kitchen knife from the apocalypse was better than modern weapons. Moreover, with the 4-direction city competition in 8 days, once Xiao Chen became the first, he would be able to use the weapon refiner Xionghuahua. By then, it would definitely not be a problem to gather some weapons in a little over a month. 4,214, Tian Kunzin said. Hiss. Xiao Chen inhaled sharply. He never expected the Dragon Soul organization would have so many members. Over 4,000. Why had he never come across this before? He had never even heard of it. Seemingly understanding Xiao Chen's confusion, Tian Kunzin explained, Master, the Dragon Soul organization is above the public security system and is our country's guardian spirit. It specifically resolves major issues, such as resisting foreign enemies and engaging with foreign special forces. Ordinary people can't really come into contact with it. 4,000 is just 4,000, Xiao Chen nodded. I'll prepare and help you make them as soon as possible. You interrogate them first. Hurry up and find out who the mastermind is. I still need to sleep. Tian Kunzin was speechless. Having been targeted by more than 10 international assassins, he still had the mind to sleep. Master, as expected of you. You're really calm. Of course, your strength is so great that you don't need to worry. In fact, there was no need for interrogation. When they saw Tian Kunzin, those masked black-clad people already recognized his identity. Who would dare to resist against the leader of the Dragon Soul organization? Not answering properly was a small matter. They might as well face severe consequences. So, soon, they revealed the specific situation. They were either foreign mercenaries or desperate fugitives, all carrying multiple murder cases. This time, they were hired to kill Xiao Chen by Gu Jinyu, the young master of the Gu family, for a sum of 50 million. One paid, the other won a life. The rest was unknown. It really was Gu Jinyu? Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. Captain Tian, this is up to you to handle. I'm going to the hotel to sleep. When I come to find you tomorrow morning, I want to know everything related to the Gu family. If you can't do it, you should know the consequences. Master, don't worry. I guarantee I will dig out the ancestors of the Gu family, Tian Kunzin promised, patting his chest. Xiao Chen didn't say much more, just tidied up a bit and drove to a nearby hotel. He booked a standard room, lay down, and fell asleep. In the apocalypse, Xiao Chen opened his eyes. He felt his body shaking continuously. Expanding his consciousness, he discovered he was being carried by Ao Zhan, running wildly. Zhu, Gui Jing Haito, and others were following behind. Further back, over 60 silver zombies were chasing desperately. Ao Zhan, hurry and take Xiao Guwei, I'll hold them off. Fei Maoduwei, Xia Yingfeng, urged anxiously. Yes, Ao Zhan, hurry up, we'll hold them off. Zhou Kai and Cheng Haitao echoed. Aside from Ao Zhan, who was carrying Xiao Chen and running wildly, most of the people behind chose to stay and fend off the silver zombies. With their strength, facing silver zombies meant certain death. Yet these people showed little fear. Death was inevitable sooner or later, with the fog descending. Surviving until now was already considered a stroke of luck. But Xiao Chen could not die. He had plenty of food to offer. As long as he was alive, he could help more people survive. Therefore, protecting Xiao Chen was akin to protecting the spark of hope. Moreover, Xiao Chen treated them very well, at least ensuring they wouldn't go hungry during this time. Brother Zhou, Brother Cheng, you should follow Brother Xiao first, Xia Yingfeng suggested. I run faster and can hold off these silver zombies for a while to buy some time. After I die, you can come out. The priority right now was to protect Brother Xiao. Li Dao, you can stay and help me. Prepare some hidden weapons. When I am attacked by the silver zombies, use them to obstruct. Even if we can't kill the silver zombies, it might delay their attacks and could save my life, giving me more time. All right, Li Dao agreed, picking up a handful of small stones and putting them in his backpack. Ao Zhan, let me down quickly, Xiao Chen said, realizing the situation. He patted A.O. Jean's shoulder. "There are only over 60 silver zombies. Let's kill them together." "Brother Xiao, you're awake," A.O. Jean exclaimed joyfully, setting Xiao Chen down. "I've long been annoyed by these silver zombies chasing me so far. We must take them down." "Thank you for your hard work," Xiao Chen said apologetically. "Go all out. Once we kill them, we can move deeper and continue fighting." A.O. Jean brandished his knife and charged ahead. He was a combat-oriented awakener with formidable strength. Even without activating his berserker ability, he could easily slay third-level zombies. With Xiao Chen joining in, the two fought back-to-back, almost cutting through the ranks of silver zombies directly. Roar! Roar! The zombies roared incessantly. Xiao Chen paid close attention and found no zombies following commands. This could only mean that this batch of silver zombies had not yet gained intelligence. That meant he couldn't use the Mind Blade. After about 5 or 6 minutes of fighting, a group of bronze zombies arrived, numbering over 400. Behind the bronze zombies, there was a group of black iron zombies. "Do you want to retreat?" Xiao Chen asked. "There are still more than 10 silver zombies left. A.O. Jean, and I might only have a few minutes left. If you rush in to kill the bronze and black iron zombies, A.O. Jean, and I probably won't have time to help you. We won't retreat." Zhou Kai was the first to declare. "Only by killing more zombies can we quickly increase our strength. With strength, we can live longer. Everyone, follow me and kill." Xiao Yingfeng, Li Dao, and others followed Zhou Kai as they charged forward. Killing bronze zombies was still a bit too much for their current abilities, but they could harass and maneuver. At the very least, they wouldn't let the bronze zombies disturb Xiao Chen and A.O. Jean. Only Cheng Haitao was actively wielding a long knife, enjoying the fight. Of course, he was also aided by Li Dao. Whenever there was an attack that Cheng Haitao couldn't handle, Li Dao would use hidden weapons to strike the zombies, causing them to hesitate momentarily. The two coordinated exceptionally well. By the time Xiao Chen and A.O. Jean finished off the silver zombies, they had already taken down 8 bronze zombies and obtained 7 second-level awakening pills. This surprised Xiao Chen. He remembered that when he had just awakened, hunting those black iron zombies, 10 zombies might drop 3 or 4 first-level awakening pills. The ratio had increased somewhat when killing bronze zombies, but it still hadn't been this high. At this moment, nearly all the zombies they had killed seemed to have awakening pills. Xiao Chen couldn't understand the reason behind it, but it was ultimately a good thing. He and A.O. Jean charged into the ranks of bronze zombies. The two were like wolves in a sheep pen, killing amidst the thick fog, creating chaos. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and the others freed their hands to hunt in the black iron zombie ranks. Xia Yingfeng and Li Dao maneuvered, one relying on speed and the other on hidden weapons. If they found a teammate in trouble, they immediately intervened to alleviate the crisis. After more than 20 minutes, half an hour, they managed to slay all the zombies. They obtained 56 third-level awakening pills, 401 second-level awakening pills, and 233 first-level awakening pills, a significant harvest. Xiao Chen then called for everyone to rest on the spot. He took out food and water, encouraging everyone to eat and drink well before continuing the fight. During the supply period, Xiao Chen contemplated. Normally, an ordinary person needed to consume 1 first-level awakening pill to reach the first level. A first-level awakener needed to consume 50 first-level awakening pills to touch the threshold of the second level, and then consume second-level awakening pills to awaken their abilities and achieve advancement. To reach the third level required 120 second-level awakening pills, followed by third-level awakening pills. And to go from a third to the fourth level required consuming third-level awakening pills. Based on his calculations, Xiao Chen estimated he would need about 220 pills and would still need to consume 1 fourth-level awakening pill. He had already consumed 13 third-level awakening pills and gained 72 more today, bringing him closer to the 220 needed. The difficult part was killing the golden zombies. Xiao Chen wasn't in a hurry. Their strength was still a bit far from the 4th-level golden zombies. If they forced the attack, it could lead to death. They could only wait until both he and A.O. Jean touched the threshold of the 4th level. Then he could use the Mind Blade, and A.O. Jean could unleash his berserker ability. Together, they might be able to slay the golden zombies. Of course, everyone else needed to improve as well. After all, golden zombies were usually surrounded by many silver and bronze zombies. Therefore, Xiao Chen had to cultivate his own forces, especially combat-oriented awakeners. The more the better. Ideally, they would all reach the 3rd level and be able to hunt silver zombies independently, with the goal clearly defined. Xiao Chen felt even more motivated. After everyone was full and rested, he led them to continue hunting. Xiao Feng continued to lure monsters, while Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan were responsible for the main kills. During the 4th wave, Xiao Chen finally encountered silver zombies with intelligence again. And not just one, but 6 that could command other zombies to attack Xiao Chen and the others. Qin Wu, come here. Xiao Chen waved to Qin Wu and pointed at one of the commanding silver zombies. Try using your charm ability on it. Qin Wu didn't hesitate, standing beside Xiao Chen and simultaneously using her charm ability. It all targeted that silver zombie. However, the silver zombie only glanced at Qin Wu before continuing to issue commands. Brother Xiao, I told you before, Qin Wu said awkwardly. Charm doesn't work on these zombies. I tried on black iron zombies before. Moreover, I'm only at the 2nd level. How can I charm a silver zombie? It should be possible, Xiao Chen pondered. Black iron and bronze zombies lack intelligence. This means they are truly mindless and act purely on instinct. But silver zombies are different. Some have already gained intelligence and can give commands. They can easily be confused. Since it didn't work on one, let's try it on 2. On 2 silver zombies? Qin was a bit confused. Can the ability be used like that? Why not? Xiao Chen asserted. I remember this morning, you used it simultaneously on Xia Feng and Li Dao, right? That was just a surface effect. Qin Wu explained. Anyone who sees me will be affected. It's the kind that stimulates inner desires, right? I'm not sure. Qin Wu shook her head. I've never tried it. Then let's give it a shot, Xiao Chen said. If it works, we'll have another way to deal with the intelligent silver zombies. Even if it fails, there's no loss. Okay, I'll try, Qin Wu agreed. She began to attempt to control the 2 silver zombies with her charm technique. The first time, she didn't succeed. As soon as she spread the charm technique, she felt exhausted, stumbled, and nearly fell. She was also slightly panting. Then she tried again. This time, she was much stronger, and the separated charm technique reached the 2 silver zombies designated by Xiao Chen. But that was all. Before the charm technique could disturb their consciousness, it was cut off again. Qin Wu collapsed from exhaustion, falling to the ground and gasping for breath. In less than half a minute, she got back up, wanting to continue. Qin Wu, take a break for a bit. Xiao Chen stopped her. Let's wait until you've regained your strength before continuing the experiment. Saying this, Xiao Chen took out some food and water and handed them to Qin Wu. Exhausted, Qin Wu didn't even have the strength to speak, just nodded, took the supplies, and began to eat. Xiao Chen and Ao Zhan charged into the silver zombie horde and began to slaughter them wildly. They didn't stop until only 3 intelligent silver zombies were left. Then they had Ao Zhan stay back to deal with them. Xiao Chen went to help Cheng Haitao and the others hunt down the bronze zombies. The black iron zombies were left to Zhou Kai and others, who were killing them in a frenzy. At this time, Qin Wu had also rested enough to start her 3rd attempt. Surprisingly, this time she succeeded. Xiao Chen observed clearly with his consciousness as Qin Wu embedded a thread of pink silk into the consciousness of the 2 silver zombies. The 2 zombies stood there dazed for a moment, then opened their mouths and smiled foolishly at Qin Wu. They then ran towards her. How could this happen? Qin Wu frowned, retreating while feeling frustrated. They clearly have been affected, but why are their reactions different from ours? Because they're still young? Xiao Chen realized the situation and explained, these silver zombies have just gained intelligence, equivalent to human children. The charm technique can influence the emotions of those who understand love, awakening their deepest desires. But children don't have that kind of desire. What they might be experiencing is maternal love. Try to convey a message to them to make them fight each other. Qin Wu followed his advice. It was surprisingly effective. After her thoughts were transmitted to the zombie's consciousness, the 2 silver zombies indeed started to fight each other. Their punches hit hard, making a loud sound. However, they only fought for a little over half a minute before regaining their senses. The pink thread in their consciousness also disappeared. Qin Wu suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed to the ground, her face turning pale as paper and her breath slightly weak. Xiao Chen didn't dare to delay, quickly backing away and running to Qin Wu's side to protect her. At the same time, He ordered Ao Zhan to kill with all his strength. After another half an hour, this wave of zombies was finally wiped out. After counting the spoils and exchanging supplies, everything was settled, and it was already past 6 o'clock. Xiao Chen didn't continue, but led everyone back to the shelter. He first distributed food and water to those who remained. While everyone was eating, Xiao Chen announced 3 things. First, the official launch of a lending service. Anyone wanting to enhance their strength could borrow supplies from him, including corresponding awakening pills, food, weapons, and so on. Anything Xiao Chen had could be provided at a discount. The interest was very low. Borrowing 1 secondary awakening pill required only 1 primary awakening pill in interest per day. There was no limit on the borrowing period. The prerequisite was that those who wanted to borrow had to hand over their soul blood, essentially becoming Xiao Chen's servants. This way, Xiao Chen wouldn't worry about them running away after borrowing. Of course, if they paid back the loan after enhancing their strength, Xiao Chen would return their soul blood. As for how they ultimately choose, it depended on their own thoughts. Second, starting tomorrow, there would be an increase in exchange options. For example, weapons, even kitchen knives would count. The more powerful the weapon, the more supplies could be exchanged for it. Additionally, there would be technology products like phones, tablets, computers, washing machines, refrigerators, etc. As long as it could be produced, Xiao Chen would accept it. Third, he would cultivate scientific research talents, regardless of who they were. As long as they could conduct research in any field, Xiao Chen would provide compensation. Moreover, these people wouldn't have to do any other work. They just needed to focus entirely on research. Supplies, awakening pills, etc., whatever they needed, Xiao Chen would supply unconditionally. After announcing these 3 points, there was again an uproar. All were beneficial policies for the people, especially the third point, which was simply Xiao Chen showing kindness and doing good deeds. After all, since the fog descended, everyone had only one goal: to survive well. Who would still engage in scientific research? But Xiao Chen emphasized this, offering them free research opportunities. The second point was equally impressive. Even useless items like tablets and phones could be exchanged for food. This highlighted Xiao Chen's generosity. It was as if he was worried that everyone would feel guilty about taking his food without working for it, so he arranged these simple tasks for them to do, providing them with psychological comfort. As for the first point, although it was a bit harsh, Xiao Chen promised to return the soul blood. It was like loans in normal times. To borrow money from a bank for free, one must have something to offer as collateral. When the money is paid back, the bank also returns the collateral. It was also a decision that made people applaud. Zhou Kai was the first to step forward. Brother Xiao, I want to borrow. I have already consumed 33 primary awakening pills and still have over 60 primary awakening pills, which is enough for me to reach the threshold of secondary awakening. So I want to borrow 1 secondary awakening pill and enough supplies to fill me up after I advance. You can take my soul blood now. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded. Open your heart. Zhou Kai followed his instructions, and Xiao Chen used his consciousness to take Zhou Kai's soul blood. Then he gave Zhou Kai 2 secondary awakening pills and a luxurious package from a hotel. When advancing from primary to secondary, 1 secondary awakening pill might not be enough in some cases, so I'm giving you 2. If 1 is enough for you to succeed, just return the other to me. It won't count as a loan. Half of the food is a reward for your successful advancement, and the other half is a loan. Are you willing? Thank you. Brother Xiao. Zhou Kai took the items and cupped his fists in thanks. He stopped eating, took his things, and found a private room to focus on his advancement. With him leading the way, others followed suit. Some who were more timid, like Zhou Kai, borrowed secondary awakening pills to step into the ranks of secondary awakeners. Those bolder borrowed dozens of secondary awakening pills, along with tertiary awakening pills and enough food, aiming to reach tertiary. Of course, some chose not to borrow, as not everyone liked to owe debts. As the saying goes, a person free of debt is light. Moreover, the benefits Xiao Chen provided were very good. As long as they went out to find some useless junk, they could exchange it for food and awakening pills. Slowly accumulating, they would eventually be able to advance. Others chose to engage in research. Xiao Chen calculated that there were a total of 52 people, with 38 borrowing and 6 engaging in research. 8 others quietly ate their food. Xiao Chen didn't think too much about it. After completing the formalities, He returned to the private room where Wang Yao and the others were. They were all aware of Xiao Chen's actions downstairs and praised him one by one. Xiao Chen humbly accepted their compliments and joined them for a hot pot meal. After that, he returned to the private room and began to take the third-level awakening pills. He had obtained more than 160 third-level awakening pills today, consuming 150 of them. He felt that he was one step closer to touching the threshold of the fourth level. He didn't continue taking them, wanting to leave some for his team members. Furthermore, in reality, Xiao Chen had already solidified the foundation in his dantian and needed to consume third-level awakening pills to advance further. He wasn't sure how much he could level up, so he prepared extra. After washing up and changing into pajamas, Xiao Chen lay down to rest. At 10:30 in the morning, he opened his eyes in the hotel room. His phone had dozens of missed calls and many messages. Xiao Chen opened it to check. The most calls were from Zhuo Yingxian, and she had also sent the most messages asking if he was injured. It was clear she already knew about the incident from last night. Given that the Zhuo family was a prominent family in the capital, it was not surprising for them to learn about last night's situation. The next was a call from Zhang Jingtai, the top official of Jiang City, who sent a message asking the same thing. Finally, there was a message from Tian Kunzhen. He had made one call, which Xiao Chen didn't answer, and then sent a message saying he had found out the situation and was waiting for Xiao Chen at the Banshan Villa. Xiao Chen first sent a message to Zhang Jingtai to report his safety. Then he called Zhuo Yingxian to assure her he was safe and chatted for a bit before hanging up. Lastly, Xiao Chen drove to Banshan No. 9 Villa and met Tian Kunzhen. Master, the Gu family is not easy to deal with, Tian Kunzhen said eagerly upon seeing Xiao Chen. Their family is... Chapter 70. Infiltrating the Gu family. The Gu family primarily engaged in the jewelry business in Jiang City and was a competitor to Yingxiang Jewelry. They had been using underhanded tactics to suppress Yingxiang Jewelry. If it weren't for Xiao Chen providing precious metal jewelry to save Yingxiang Jewelry, it might have gone bankrupt by now. Of course, this was just a branch of the Gu family. The real power lay with the head of the Gu family, who was still in power and a figure of authority. Once Xiao Chen provoked that person, it would be difficult for him to do many things, such as obtaining firearms, as he would face obstacles. Moreover, that person was in charge of the economy of China. If Xiao Chen wanted to do business, he would face constraints everywhere. No matter who is behind the Gu family, I will definitely destroy them today, Xiao Chen said coldly. In Jiang City, this is my territory. If I can be bullied by a mere Gu family, how can I lead the economy of Jiang City in the future? Take me to the Gu family. Are you sure you want to deal with them? Tian Kunzhen repeated. Absolutely, Xiao Chen nodded. No one can stop my progress, no matter who they are. Should I call more people? Tian Kunzhen asked. Li Yanin and the others are still here on a mission and can help. No need, Xiao Chen replied. Just the two of us. If I can't deal with a small Gu family, I don't deserve to have you call me master. Last night, easily handling those 9 masked mercenaries had boosted Xiao Chen's confidence significantly. Moreover, as long as he had a weapon in hand, who could be his opponent? As for any legal issues, his apprentice was the leader of the Long Hun organization. Who dared to say he was breaking the law? Of course, it also helped that the Gu family's foundation was not clean, standing on the legal high ground. He could directly accuse the bad guys first and take down the Gu family legally. Although Tian Kunzhen had his doubts, he still obeyed. Xiao Chen was only in his 20s, but was already a master at the refining essence in a qi stage. According to him, with another month or so, he would step into the refining qi into spirit stage. As far as Tian Kunzhen knew, there were only a handful of refining qi into spirit masters in the whole of China. In other words, Xiao Chen was already at the peak of martial power in this country. Whatever Xiao Chen wanted to do, as long as he stood on the side of justice. Who would dare to obstruct him? Even the old man of the Gu family could only engage in underhanded dealings in the shadows. If he dared to confront Xiao Chen openly, he would be unable to maintain his position without Xiao Chen having to lift a finger. The two drove quickly to the Gu family. The Gu family lived in a manor. Although it wasn't as luxurious or grand as the Hua mansion, it was still sizable, covering an area of about 300 meters. Inside, there were 3 villas, with the rest serving as embellishments: flowers, trees, pavilions, flowing water, and lotus flowers. It was tranquil and pleasant. Upon entering, one immediately felt refreshed. However, Xiao Chen couldn't help but frown because he sensed a similar freshness to the Zijing Club here. Staying here to take the awakening pills, he felt it would be more effective. Even an ordinary person living here for a long time would gain health benefits and longevity. This was a good place. Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel tempted. Last time, he had Zhang Jingtai contact the behind-the-scenes owner of the Zijing Club to plan to acquire it, but he hadn't received any news. Now, seeing this kind of residence, Xiao Chen couldn't help but be a little moved. If he took down the Gu family, this place could be his. Who are you? At that moment, a burly man in a suit came out from inside, pointing at Xiao Chen and Tian Kunzhen, coldly saying, "Who let you in? Don't you know this is a private residence? Get out." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen rushed forward in a flash and kicked the security guard away. At the same time, he coldly said, "Tell Gu Jinyu to come out and die. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to flatten the Gu family. Someone come quickly. Someone is causing trouble at our Gu family." The security guard shouted into his walkie-talkie. Xiao Chen didn't stop him and just stood there waiting. However, his consciousness had already enveloped the entire Gu family. To Xiao Chen's surprise, he saw two familiar faces, his ex-girlfriend Chun Rong and Li Jian, who had accompanied Chun Rong yesterday and gave him a $5 congratulatory gift. Why were they the Gu family? Accompanying them was not Gu Jinyu, but an elder of the Gu family. According to Tian Kunzhen's introduction, this elder was Gu Jianyuan, the head of this branch of the Gu family. It seemed that Chun Rong's new boyfriend had a respectable status. Xiao Chen was only curious for a moment before moving on. No matter who Chun Rong was with, it had nothing to do with him. After all, since the incident with the Gu family father and son last time, they had already cleared up their relationship. Xiao Chen looked around. There were over 100 guards alone. Each one had bulging veins and was holding batons, clearly not good people. They were hurrying over. Gu Jinyu was among them, occasionally feeling his pocket where a black pistol was hidden, with 3 bullets remaining. "Master, are we just waiting here?" Tian Kunzhen asked. Xiao Chen nodded. "First, we'll deal with their people, then take care of Gu Jinyu and Gu Jianyuan. Oh, by the way, do you know Chun Rong and that Li Jian who sent me a congratulatory gift yesterday?" "I know Chun Rong," Tian Kunzhen said. "Your ex-girlfriend. After seeing Gu Qiming's wealth, she got involved with him. After you taught her a lesson, I didn't pay attention to her anymore. As for Li Jian, I don't know him. Can you investigate him?" Xiao Chen asked. "I just feel like he doesn't seem like a good person." "Master, are you still thinking about Chun Rong?" Tamura Zong opened his eyes wide and said helplessly, "She's just a rotten shoe. Why must you hang yourself on such a crooked tree? With Master S ability, what kind of woman can he find? If you think that girl from the Luo family is not good enough, I can find another one for you. Guaranteed to satisfy Master." Bang! Xiao Chen kicked him away and said irritably, "What are you thinking? That Li Jian must have a problem. Investigate him. If there is no problem, then I'll consider it my overthinking. If there really is a problem, we must be prepared in advance." "Okay. I'll arrange for someone to check," Tamura Zong said as he sent out several messages. At that moment, Gu Jinyu had already led 100 or so bodyguard from the Gu family rushing over. The group surrounded Xiao Chen and Tamura Zong in the middle. Gu Jinyu said coldly, "Xiao Chen, I haven't settled yesterday's matter with you yet, and you dare to come to my house to cause trouble? Do you really think our Gu family is easy to bully? Let us forget about what happened at the venue." Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "You caused trouble. I teach you a lesson. That's reasonable. But last night, several masked mercenaries suddenly appeared at my house. You need to explain this to me." "What mercenaries?" Gu Jinyu's face changed. According to the agreement, after last night's operation, those mercenaries were supposed to contact him to collect the subsequent commission. Unfortunately, Gu Jinyu waited until dawn and didn't see any sign of those mercenaries, realizing something was wrong. Then Li Jian came and told him that the mercenaries had failed. It was only because his grandfather stepped in and pleaded for an opportunity to make amends. Otherwise, the Gu family would have changed hands by now. He never expected Xiao Chen would find out about him so quickly, so he could only pretend to be unaware. Slap! Just as Gu Jinyu finished speaking, Xiao Chen rushed over and slapped Gu Jinyu across the face. With just one slap, Gu Jinyu spun around 3 times on spot. His face instantly swelled with the imprint of a finger from Xiao Chen's martial arts, and he lost 3 front teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, which was also swollen. You dare to hit me? Gu Jinyu covered his face, disbelief written all over him. Xiao Chen, you're finished. Offending our Gu family. Just wait to die. What are you still standing around for? Everyone, go together and cripple Xiao Chen. Gu Jinyu commanded. Even if we kill him, we're not afraid of taking responsibility. I'll take care of everything. Following Gu Jinyu's orders, the bodyguards swung their clubs and charged forward. Bang, bang, bang. The one who took action was Tamura Zong. At the 3rd level of Qi refining, he easily took down these ordinary bodyguards without breaking a sweat, effortlessly knocking down more than 30 of them. Seeing this, the others were too frightened to step forward. So strong? Even Gu Jinyu was intimidated. Meanwhile, Li Jian, Chen Rong, and Gu Jianyuan, who were hiding inside the house, stood on the loft and watched the situation unfold. They were astonished to see Tamura Zong take down more than 30 bodyguards in an instant. Who is this person? Li Jian asked. Gu Jianyuan. You are the head of the Gu family. Don't you recognize him? I don't know. Gu Jianyuan shook his head. He should not be from Jiang City. Otherwise, if such a master appeared in Jiang City, I would have known something. Strange. Li Jian frowned, observing the man's movements. He seems to have reached the 3rd level of Qi refining. In Huaxia, he would definitely be among the top ranks. Why is he so unknown? Could he be a disciple sent down from some sect for training? Li Xiao, can you beat him? Gu Jianyuan asked nervously. I can definitely beat him, Li Jian said, but I want to make a move today. It will all depend on your Gu family. If you succeed, I will continue to protect your Gu family. If you fail, just wait for your demise. Yes, Gu Jianyuan didn't dare to argue. In front of Li Jian, he took out his phone and dialed a number. After a long time, the other party finally answered. Then Gu Jianyuan said eagerly, Big brother, something happened here. We encountered a master at the 3rd level of Qi refining. Can you help us? Otherwise, our branch will be wiped out. What level is the 3rd level of Qi refining? The other party asked. This. Gu Jianyuan looked at Li Jian. Li Jian said, it's what you refer to as the 3rd level of Qi refining. Hiss. The other party gasped, coldly saying, Gu Jianyuan, what is going on? I asked you to manage the jewelry business well and make money. Why did you provoke such a powerful figure? He bullied us first. Gu Jianyuan said bitterly, recounting all the grievances with Xiao Chen, of course mainly focusing on Xiao Chen's faults, like how Xiao Chen took out jewelry to deliberately suppress their Gu family's business, and how at the gambling stone venue, Xiao Chen used tricks to make the Gu family lose billions, becoming the laughingstock of Jiang City. In short, the Gu family had been overly tolerant, while Xiao Chen was aggressive. Go ask the other party's name. I'll contact the leader of the Dragon Soul. The other party said indifferently. If it can be handled, I'll try to help you. If it really can't be handled, just wait for your branch to fend for itself. Chapter 71. Daoist friend, may I ask where you come from? Everyone attack. Gu Jinyu shouted, if you hit him once, I'll give you 200,000. If you injure him with a club, I'll give you 500,000. If you can kill him, it's 1 million to start, and you can become a core member of our Gu family with an annual salary of 3 million. 200,000 for a punch that is higher than their annual salary. One hit is worth 2 or 3 years of their work. Killing him means becoming rich overnight. The bodyguard were tempted and once again charged forward with their clubs. But Tamura Zong was faster. With a flash, he rushed into the group of bodyguards, throwing left punches and right kicks. In less than 3 minutes, the remaining dozens of bodyguards were all knocked to the ground by Tamura Zong. Looking at Tamura Zong, he was only slightly out of breath, without even a hint of exhaustion. Moreover, he had even used a weapon. In contrast, the Gu family's bodyguards were as fragile as paper. Gu Jinyu was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at the fallen bodyguards, his face filled with disbelief. Gu Jinyu, can you now explain why you hired assassins to kill me? Xiao Chen asked indifferently. Say what? Gu Jinyu regained his senses and said coldly, Xiao Chen, you barged into our Gu family. You will definitely die today. Saying this, he pulled out a gun from his pocket, pointing it at Xiao Chen and sneering. So what if you can fight? Can you outrun a bullet? Kneel your people down, and then you can take a club and cripple his arms. Otherwise, I'll shoot you dead right now. Slap. However, the next moment, Tamura Zong had already charged in front of Gu Jinyu and slapped him. Bang! At the same time, Gu Jinyu pulled the trigger, firing a bullet. Gu Jinyu was thrown back 5 or 6 meters, lying on the ground like a dead dog. But he lifted his head to look at Xiao Chen and saw that Xiao Chen merely waved his arm, and then there was no more. Where's the bullet? Gu Jinyu was extremely curious. Meanwhile, Li Jian, who was standing on the loft behind, couldn't help but shrink his pupils at this scene. Gu Jianyuan, I have something to attend to. I'll leave first. Without hesitation, Li Jian dropped this sentence and took Chen Rong down the loft, planning to leave through the back door. Li Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you not going to care about our Gu family? Gu Jianyuan panicked. Care about what? Li Jian didn't look back, his face serious, if he can catch bullets with his bare hands. Xiao Chen may have already stepped into the Foundation establishment realm. Not to mention me, even if my master came, he might not necessarily be his opponent. You Gu family have provoked such an existence. Just wait for your demise. A word of advice, don't involve that person from the capital. Otherwise, whether it's the branch of the Gu family or the main family, they will cease to exist. Did I let you go? Xiao Chen's spiritual sense saw this scene and shouted loudly, Li Jian, come here with Chen Rong and make your intentions clear. Otherwise, this grudge between us will be thoroughly established. I, Xiao Chen, swear that no matter where you flee to, you will not escape my pursuit. His voice infused power into his dantian, resonating loudly. Everyone in the Gu family who could hear the sound understood it clearly. Gu Jianyuan's lips curled into a smile. Want to escape? They are looking for you. Let's see if you will help our Gu family. Li Jian frowed deeply. He raised his foot but couldn't bring himself to step down. Chen Rong beside him pushed him and said angrily, Jiangu, what are you afraid of? Didn't I tell you? This Xiao Chen is just a country bumpkin. I've known him for many years. Half a month ago, he couldn't even gather 30,000 for the wedding betrothal gifts. How could someone like that be the foundation building expert you mentioned? Are you sure you didn't misjudge? Even if he really is that kind of expert, so what? You have people from your sect with the power of your entire sect. Can't you take down a mere waste? That seems to be the case. Li Jian nodded and stepped back, moving forward with Chen Rong towards the front door. Tian Xiyuan also stared blankly at Xiao Chen, unable to believe. Master, you can actually catch bullets with your bare hands? Have you entered the Qi refining and transformation stage? Just a trick. Xiao Chen told a lie. Not just that, Tian Xiyuan said. You also noticed Li Jian's little movements. He probably already possesses spiritual sense. Only experts in the Qi refining and transformation stage have spiritual sense. Master, please don't hide it from me. Tell me your true level so I can help you operate more things. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Tian Xiyuan's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his expression immediately became solemn. He answered, respectfully saying, Leader, what instructions do you have? Do you have anyone in Jiang City? An old voice came from the other end. If so, let them go to the Gu family and help me resolve a problem. The Gu family? Tian Xiyuan feigned ignorance and asked, Are you referring to the Gu family, where Gu Jianyuan is? Yes, I'm right here. Tian Xiyuan replied. The person is also someone I dealt with. You dealt with them? The other side was clearly stunned. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, In that case, just follow the protocol. I won't ask further. Thank you, leader. Tian Xiyuan dropped that line and hung up the phone. If it were before, he would have been worried about being held accountable for provoking such a heavyweight figure. But now that his master is suspected to be an expert in the Qi refining and transformation stage, there was nothing to worry about. If they didn't accept it, they could just fight. As long as they had the moral high ground, even if it escalated to the highest levels, no one would dare touch his master. The Qi refining and transformation stage. Indeed, if he truly got angry, the level of destruction would be unimaginable. At that moment, Li Jian also came over with Shenrong. Gu Jinyu saw him and hurriedly cried for help. Li Xiao, please help me kill Xiao Chen. As long as you can help me take revenge, the entire Gu family will be yours. You can command me to do anything. I'm willing to be your dog. Bang. However, the response was a kick from Li Jian. To provoke such an expert, not even being a dog would be suitable. Get lost. After kicking Gu Jinyu aside, Li Jian clasped his hands toward Xiao Chen and said, Daoist friend, may I ask where you are from? Could it be that we are like the flood washing away the Dragon King's temple, not recognizing each other as family? Oh, Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. After gaining his golden finger, he had gradually come into contact with some circles he had never encountered before. In circles like Zhuo, Ing Xians, most people addressed each other as Zong, Jia, or Gu, which are respectful titles for wealthy individuals. In circles like Tian Siyuan Zan and Li Yinan S, most people were referred to as Xian Bei, which is a form of respect for powerful individuals. The term Daoist friend was something Xiao Chen had never heard before. He had only seen such titles in novels. Could it be that there is also talk of cultivating immortality in modern times? He didn't answer Li Jian, but instead asked back, "Where do you come from?" "From the seven-star sect of Kongtong Mountain," Li Jian replied. "Sect?" Xiao Chen was once again shocked. He couldn't help but look at Tian Siyuan Zan. As the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he should have some understanding of sects, right? But Tian Siyuan Zan shook his head. At that moment, his phone received a message. Tian Siyuan Zan opened it, and it was the information his subordinate had found about Li Jian. None. There are no assets under his name. He has never used any form of transportation. He doesn't even have a phone. Moreover, he has never made any online payments. The summary provided there had two possibilities. First, this Li Jian is a fictional character created by Tian Siyuan Zan to test the professionalism of the Dragon Soul Organization's intelligence agency. Second, this Li Jian's identity and background have exceeded what the Dragon Soul Organization can access, which means he belongs to a sect. Why have I never heard of a sect? Tian Siyuan Zan couldn't help but reply with a message. "Leader, we also just recently discovered traces of sects. Most of it is hearsay, and we are still sorting and verifying it." The other side quickly replied, "There was nothing reported to you. It is normal for you not to know. But please rest assured, give us another month, and we will ensure to uncover the situation of the sect clearly." A month? By then, the flowers will have wilted. Tian Siyuan Zan couldn't help but complain in his heart. Just as he was about to report to Xiao Chen, he heard Xiao Chen speak. "Why do you need to use the Gu family's hands to deal with me?" "To help Rong Rong take revenge," Li Jian said. "Why not do it yourself?" Xiao Chen asked again. "Since you are from a sect, your strength should be quite considerable. You could probably kill me with a single move. Moreover, with your connections and influence, even if you kill me, no one would trace it back to you. Why bother using the Gu family?" "Huh?" Li Jian exclaimed. "You're not from sect?" He then found it hard to believe. How is that possible? The spiritual energy in the mortal world is so thin. It's impossible to cultivate immortality. Even if one enters the path through martial arts, it requires a lifetime of accumulation to barely reach the Qi refining stage. How old are you? How could you have already entered the foundation building stage? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. You are lying to me. Foundation building? Foundation building. Xiao Chen was equally shocked inside. It turned out to be as he thought. He had inadvertently stepped into the path of cultivating immortality. The Qi whirlpool in his dantian earlier was indeed the Qi refining stage. Now the foundation he had was the foundation building stage. Further on, it should be the golden core stage. This world lacks spiritual energy, but he had taken an awakening pill, that fragrant thing, which might be the spirit stone. However, why would there be spirit stones in the bodies of zombies? Xiao Chen couldn't understand yet. He could only explore step by step. Right now, the important thing was to clarify the situation of the sect. So, Xiao Chen ordered Leader Tian go test his depth. To the point of killing? Tian Siyuan Zan asked. "You have to be able to kill him," Xiao Chen replied, speechless. "I can't beat him?" Tian Siyuan Zan couldn't believe it. That shouldn't be the case. I am now considered a master at the third level of refining essence into Qi. Could it be that I can't even defeat a young man? I don't believe it. After speaking, Tian Siyuan Zan charged at Li Jian. What cultivation immortality? What Qi refining stage? What foundation building stage? Tian Siyuan Zan completely did not believe it. He has been involved in martial arts for many years and is the leader of the Dragon Soul Organization. Yet he has never obtained any information. Therefore, he holds martial arts in even higher esteem. In his eyes, having the strength of the third layer of refining essence in a Qi may not make him invincible in this country, but it's not far off. Unable to defeat Li Jian? Absolutely impossible. He could easily slap the opponent into a meat pie. However, bang. Chapter 72. The Gu family submission as their fists collided, a cracking sound followed. Tian Merzan was forced to retreat more than 10 steps. If it weren't for Xiao Chen supporting him from behind, he would have fallen straight to the ground. His chest was surging with blood and energy. After enduring several moments, he ultimately couldn't hold it in anymore and spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. He wanted to raise his arm to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, but he found that his arm was broken again. I told you, you're not his match, Xiao Chen said indifferently. This is the price of arrogance. Step aside and rest well. I will take revenge for you. Xiao Chen, can you stop pretending? Chen Rong couldn't stand it any longer and coldly said, you're just a mudleg. What revenge can you take? Do you really think that because Brother Jian mistook you for a master, you are one? Be careful. Brother Jian might take your life with one punch. Slap. Just as she finished speaking, Li Jian slapped Chen Rong across the face. Brother Jian, why are you hitting me? Chen Rong covered her face and questioned. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. Li Jian said coldly. Get out of my sight. Then he turned to Xiao Chen and said, it doesn't matter if you're a real or fake Foundation establishment stage. I will know as soon as I try. After saying that, he swung his fist toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't hold back either, gathering the power from his dantian to respond. Bang! The two fists collided. Li Jian was sent flying, drawing a bloody rainbow in the air. When he landed, his head tilted, and he fainted. Is that it? Xiao Chen said speechlessly. That's too weak. Xiao Chen, you useless piece of trash. How dare you injure Brother Jian? Do you know who he is? Chen Rong pointed at Xiao Chen angrily and said, I'll tell you, you're finished. Once his master comes down from the mountain, it will be your death. Clean your neck and wait for it. Slap. However, just as Chen Rong finished speaking, she was slapped hard by Gu Jianyuan, who rushed over. Chen Rong glared fiercely at Gu Jianyuan. What are you staring at? Gu Jianyuan was not afraid at all. He even kicked her. Who are you calling useless? With Li Jian backing you up, you can act all high and mighty. Now that Li Jian has been crippled, you're just trash. I can crush you like an ant. Get lost. Don't block my view here. Gu Jianyuan said harshly. Chen Rong did not dare to stay any longer. She realized that ever since her infidelity with Xiao Chen was discovered, she would be slapped wherever she went. The key was that she didn't dare to fight back. She could only endure. Chen Rong secretly vowed to become strong, to become someone everyone looks up to. Only then could she return all the slaps she had received. And she had confidence. After all, Li Jian had once told her that she had a special physique, very suitable for cultivating immortality. She just hadn't started yet. Once she had a master to guide her, she would definitely improve much faster than ordinary people. She would take Li Jian back to the 7-star sect in Kongtong Mountain. No matter the cost, she had to become a disciple of the 7-star sect. You can leave. But Xiao Chen blocked her path, insisting she must stay. What else do you want? Chen Rong questioned. I just have a few questions to ask. Xiao Chen said, after I finish asking, I will let him go. Don't worry, no matter what he says, he is still your boyfriend right now. Considering we have known each other for several years, I won't take his life. That said, Chen Rong still didn't dare to stay. Can't provoke, can dodge. She could go to Kongtong Mountain by herself and join the 7-star sect. When the time comes, she would complain to Li Jian's master, believing he would not sit idly by. Determined, Chen Rong quickened her pace. She was afraid Xiao Chen would change his mind and slap her again. Xiao Chen, no. Master Xiao, please spare our Gu family. Gu Jianyuan didn't pay attention to Chen Rong, but knelt down, begging Xiao Chen for mercy. He had just received a call from the head of the Gu family in Kyoto, who sternly instructed him to resolve the trouble he caused himself. If he couldn't resolve it, he would be expelled from the Gu family. He even pointed out that the leader of the Dragon Soul organization was among the Gu family and told him to treat him well. Who was the leader? Gu Jianyuan didn't know, but he knew Xiao Chen. Because of the resurrection of the Yingshang jewelry, he had specifically investigated Xiao Chen's background. He knew the other party was just a true mud leg, and it was impossible for him to be the leader of the Dragon Soul organization. So it must be Tian Merzhen. But Tian Merzhen still had to call Xiao Chen master, which showed how powerful Xiao Chen was. Moreover, Xiao Chen had taken down Li Jian with one move. His strength was the most terrifying presence among those present, as long as he could gain Xiao Chen's forgiveness. The Gu family might have a glimmer of hope. As long as you are willing to spare our Gu family, we will follow you willingly and be your servants. You are willing, but are the people behind you willing? Xiao Chen asked indifferently. Gu Jianyuan was stumped. Xiao Chen actually knew he had someone backing him. But after thinking it over, he felt relieved. Since his disciple is the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, is there anything in Huaxiao that Xiao Chen doesn't know? Gu Jianyuan quickly shook his head. I've already separated from the Gu family in Beijing and established my own branch. From now on, all matters of the Gu family in Jiangsheng will be decided by Master Xiao. Anyone who dares to disobey Master Zhao's orders will have to deal with me. Gu Jianyuan. Ha! Xiao Chen sneered. He found it quite amusing. This is the world of the strong. As long as you are strong enough, others will respect you. The lower classes only see the importance of money and power, but only by entering the upper class circle can one understand that true extraordinary strength is the way to go. Xiao Chen did not kill innocents indiscriminately. He nodded. Actually, it's not impossible, but you must honestly answer a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I will protect the Gu family in the future. If you go back on your word, not only will your Gu family be destroyed, but the main family in Beijing will also cease to exist. Yes, Master Xiao, please ask. I promise to tell everything without holding back. Gu Jianyuan patted his chest in assurance. Master, you can ask me any questions. Tian Merzin said sourly from the side. I am the leader of the Dragon Soul organization. There is nothing in Huaxiao that I don't know. Why ask an old man like him? If you have to take care of the Gu family because of this Wu Ti that put Yingshang jewelry in trouble again? No, absolutely not. Gu Jianyuan quickly explained. In the future, there will be no Gu family jewelry. All of our family's businesses will be under Master Zhao's name. If Master Xiao wants it to be called Gu, it will be Gu. If he wants it to be called Zhua, it will be Zhua. What a dog. Tian Merzin scolded in silence. It's not that I don't ask you, but you simply don't know. Xiao Chen glared at him and said impatiently, You know you are the leader of the Dragon Soul organization? You don't even understand your sect and have no idea about the path of cultivation. You don't even comprehend the divisions of realms. Do you even deserve to? Tian Merzin's face turned red with anger. When it came to the path of cultivation, he really couldn't help much. He could only pray that Gu Jianyuan wouldn't be able to answer either, giving him a chance to investigate further and make up for it. Do you know Li Jian's true identity? Xiao Chen asked. I don't know. Gu Jianyuan shook his head, only knowing that he was very strong, single-handedly taking on more than 50 bodyguards from the Gu family. Moreover, he was also very wealthy. He offered 20 billion to support the Gu family's development, with only one condition, that the Gu family fully confront you. If we refuse, he would wipe out the entire Gu family. Then why didn't you ask the head of the Gu family in the capital for help? Xiao Chen asked again. There's no need. Gu Jianyuan replied honestly, after all. At that time, you were also an enemy of the Gu family. While getting revenge, we could also gain support. Why not? Why do you want to rely on me now? Because you're stronger. You're really speaking the truth. Xiao Chen didn't mind and continued to ask. How much do you know about the path of immortality? Not much. Gu Jianyuan shook his head again. Only having heard of the martial arts path, and our Jiang City Chamber of Commerce's president is a martial artist. His strength is very formidable. I only heard about the path of immortality today. Then why is the air in your Gu family so fresh? This is the key point Xiao Chen was asking about. Fresh air? Gu Jianyuan was stunned by the question. He hadn't noticed anything unusual. Isn't the air at home the same as outside? Young Master Xiao, I don't understand what you mean. I asked in vain. This guy is also from a low-level circle. Xiao Chen had to change his strategy and asked, What is your relationship with the Zijin Club? My son and I are both members of the Zijin Club. Gu Jianyuan thought for a moment and said, Xiao Chen wanted to curse. Is that what he wanted to know? However, seeing Gu Jianyuan's expression, he didn't seem to want to lie. It seems he was truly unaware. He could only end the questioning and switch to orders. Since you've decided to bring the entire Gu family to rely on me, then I won't be polite. From today on, you will move out of this manor. Change the property rights to my name. Replace the plaque with Xiao Mansion. From now on, this will be my home. Do you have any objections? No. I'll arrange for someone to handle it right away. Gu Jianyuan hurriedly agreed. As for the company, I'm not good at managing it, so I won't take it. Xiao Chen continued. But you must transfer 51 of the shares to Zhua Yingshuan's name, and she will manage it on your behalf. How about that? No problem. Gu Jianyuan agreed without hesitation. In his view, as long as the master didn't care about him, it was already good enough to keep his life. Now that he could still retain 49 of the shares, it was simply a blessing from Xiao Chen. The last thing, you must do it personally. Xiao Chen took out his phone, found Su Cheng's number, and handed it to Gu Jinyuan. Remember this number. You contact him, and make sure to deliver the materials I need to Xiao Mansion on time every day. If you're late, you should know the consequences. I guarantee I won't be late by even a second, Gu Jinyuan assured him. After Xiao Chen let him leave, he began to busy himself with these matters. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen threw Li Jian to Tian Kunzhen. Make sure to interrogate him thoroughly. Within a day, I want to know all information related to the sect. Can you do it? It must be done. Finally, I can help Master. Tian Kunzhen was extremely excited. Interrogation is our Dragon Soul organization's specialty. Xiao Chen didn't let him work for free and gave him a level 1 awakening pill. Tian Kunzhen was even more excited. Indeed, the more he helps Master, the more rewards Master will bestow upon him. At the same time, in the capital, the Zhou family was like a weather change, covered in layers of dark clouds. Everyone was frowning and sighing. Zhou Yingxian had even cried several times. Her small hands were tightly clenched together. Looking at the elderly man lying on the bed with white hair, her heart was extremely sad. Didn't you say you had another half-month to live? It's only been a few days. How can you be on the brink of death? Grandpa, your granddaughter is unfilial. I haven't even been able to accompany you properly. Wake up, please. Chapter 73. Grandpa faked his death. Zhou Yingxian, get away, don't touch my grandpa. Beside the sickbed, a young man pushed Zhou Yingxian hard, angrily saying, if it weren't for you, Grandpa wouldn't be like this. You should go back to Jiang City. From now on, the Zhou family will have nothing to do with you. That's right. If it weren't for you spreading those rumors, how could the old man be so angry? You're the sinner of the Zhou family. Get out. The people present all blamed her, each wanting to drive Zhou Yingxian out of the Zhou family. She was the old man's most beloved granddaughter. Taking advantage of the old man's not yet completely dead and the will not yet in effect. They wanted to expel Zhou Yingxian from the Zhou family. You all. Zhou Yingxian looked around at them, her eyes red with anger. You want to get rid of me and divide Grandpa's assets while he still has a chance? Do you still have any respect for the Zhou family? Do you still deserve to be human? And you, Zhu Yin, no matter what, I'm still your sister, and you actually push me. Do you have any sense of hierarchy? Who dares to hit my fiancée? Just then, a cold shout came from outside the door, followed by a group of people entering. The leader was a young gentleman, dressed in a luxurious suit, wearing expensive leather shoes, a fancy belt, and a luxury watch. His hair was slicked back, exuding an aura of wealth. The key point was that he was quite handsome. It was Jun Zheng, the young master of the Jun family, who was also Zhou Yingxuan's betrothed. Behind him followed a group of bodyguards in black, each holding weapons and standing in a manner that suggested no one should approach, looking very imposing. Next to Jun Zheng was an elderly man carrying a medicine box. Jun Zheng first looked Zhou Yingxian up and down, confirming that she was fine, then surveyed the surrounding people and coldly said, anyone from the Zhou family who dares to bully my fiancé, that means you are declaring war against my Jun family. Jun Zheng, this is a family matter for us, Zhou. What right do you, an outsider, have to get involved? Zhou Yin said defiantly. Slap. Jun Zheng directly gave him a slap. I, an outsider, know to invite a divine doctor to treat old Master Zhou. Yet you, the grandson of old Master Zhou, look at what you've done. Jun Zheng mocked. Since old Master Zhou laid on the sickbed, you've probably been thinking about how to divide the family assets, right? I. Zhou Yin was choked, his face turning red, wanting to ask for help. But he heard someone nearby exclaim in shock. Is this the divine Dr. Mu Wuging who snatched people from the hands of the king of hell? Exactly. Yun Xing nodded. Get out of the way. Don't delay divine Dr. Mu from treating old Master Zhou. Who is Mu Wuging? Is he really that powerful? Zhou Yin frowned and said, can he be better than our Zhou family's doctor? I don't believe it. You mean to say you just randomly pulled an old man out of somewhere? Bang. Before he could finish speaking, he was kicked to the ground by an elder from the Zhou family. You worthless wastrel, get out of the way. The elder said coldly. Elder Mu's medical skills are considered the best in our Huaxia, a master-level figure. The king of hell lets people die at the 3rd watch. He can keep people alive until the 5th watch. That's why he got his name. If even Elder Mu can't cure old Master Zhou, then our old master really has reached the end of his life. Please, divine doctor, step in. The elder respectfully addressed Mu Wuging. The other members of the Zhua family also followed suit, pleading with very low attitudes, despite how fierce their earlier arguments were. When it came to old master's life and death, they quickly united. After all, the longer the old man lived, the more wealth he could bring to the Zhua family. When it came time to divide the assets later, they could also take more. As for Zuyin, he had already been kicked out the door repeatedly. Mu Wuging first took old master's pulse, then checked his eyelids, mouth, and nostrils, and finally took out a stethoscope and listened for a while. After about 10 minutes, Mu Wuging put away his things and shook his head. Helplessly, it was said, "Old Zhua is too old and has been plagued by toxins for several years. His internal organs have deteriorated too severely. He cannot be saved. You should hurry up and prepare for his final arrangements." Thud! Those who had previously held hope fell to the ground, silently weeping. Grandpa! Zhua Yingxian collapsed onto the bed, crying heart-wrenchingly. "Dr. Mu, is there really no way at all?" Seeing Zhua Yingxuan's pain, Junzheng felt a bit reluctant and asked Mu Wuging. "There is," Mu Wuging said. "If an immortal intervenes, old Zhua can certainly avoid disaster. Or he might receive an immortal's precious elixir. But such opportunities are rare and hard to come by." Elixir? The four characters drilled into Zhua Yingxuan's mind, instantly waking her up. She remembered that when returning to the capital, Xiao Chen had given her a pill and said it was a precious elixir. She should give it to her grandpa at the last moment. It might have miraculous effects. It was worth a try, even if it was like treating a dead horse as a live one. Without hesitation, Zhua Yingxian took out the awakening pill and fed it to old Zhua. In just a moment, old Zhua let out a loud shout, writhing in pain on the bed. "What's going on?" Others exclaimed in shock. "He has come back to life. Grandpa has come back to life." Outside the door, Zuyin turned pale with fright, shouted, and fled in panic. Some of the more timid people inside also turned and ran away. "Let me see." Mu Wuging hurriedly approached the bed, holding old Zhua's hand to check his pulse. His brows furrowed deeply. How could this be? He murmured in confusion. Old Zhua's internal organs were actually self-repairing, and there was a surge of power within him, strengthening his meridians. How strange. In all my years of practicing medicine, I've never encountered such a situation. Did anyone give him any pills? Mu Wuging looked around at the Zhua family members. However, no one answered him. Is this situation good or bad? Junzheng was the first to react and asked. "It's naturally good," Mu Wuging replied, "but I don't know if old Zhua's body can withstand it. If he can, he might instantly step into the martial path. If he can't, we will still need to prepare for his final arrangements. Is there anything that can help him?" Junzheng asked again. Mu Wuging shook his head. He had never seen such a situation, but still offered a suggestion. "We should tie him up. Then I will give him a few needles to alleviate some pain. The rest will depend on fate." This is really feasible. Hearing this, Zhua Yingxian couldn't help but clench her fists. Xiao Chen hadn't lied to her. But how could he possess the precious elixirs that immortals have? Could it be that he is an immortal? This thought just flashed through her mind and then took root in her heart, growing like a wild grass that couldn't be suppressed. Moreover, all the situations surrounding Xiao Chen were also corroborating this point. Marrying an immortal should be a joyous occasion. Yet Zhua Yingxian couldn't feel any happiness at all. An immortal? How could there be only one woman? Or how could he possibly remain in the mortal world? Maybe she was just a passerby in his earthly trials. "Xiao Xian, your grandpa might wake up. Why do you still look so unhappy?" Junzheng saw Zhua Yingxuan's state, moved closer, and quietly asked. No. Zhua Yingxian hurriedly shook her head. "Are you worried about Brother Xiao?" Junzheng said, "You've been taking care of the old man these past few days. You probably haven't had time to pay attention to Brother Xiao's matters. Let me tell you." "Brother Xiao?" Zhua Yingxian was momentarily stunned. "It's Xiao Chen," Junzheng said. Zhua Yingxuan's expression changed as she stared at Junzheng. "Junzheng, what do you mean? Do you also believe the rumors outside and think that I have some unclear relationship with Xiao Chen to deal with Xiao Chen? If you dare to do this, even if it costs me my life, I will make your Jun family suffer." Junzheng was furious that his fiancée would say such things in front of him. He held back his anger with great difficulty, almost unable to suppress it. Instead, he forced a smile and said, "How could I dare? I still have to follow Brother Zhao's orders." His aunt, Jun Luoxia's words were still ringing in his ears. Opposing Xiao Chen would be disastrous for the entire Jun family. Only by siding with Xiao Chen could their Jun family thrive. Jun Zheng added, I came here today because it was Brother Zhao's intention. He was worried that you would be bullied in the Zhou family. Zhou Yingxian stared blankly at Jun Zheng. She quickly pieced together the key. The Jun family was afraid of Xiao Chen. It must be that Xiajie had seen something. They confirmed that Xiao Chen was an immortal and dared not defy him. Only able to comply, Xiao Chen had not given up on her. He even sent Jun Zheng to protect her. He cared about her. Whether he was an immortal or immortal, as long as he cared about her, that was enough. What did it matter whether she was just a passerby? Meeting a man who loves and cherishes her in her prime, she should just enjoy it. Adjusting her mindset, the Zhou family had already tied old Zhou to the bed. Mu Wuging had also finished giving the needles. He asked everyone to leave to ensure better air circulation. Every 20 minutes, Mu Wuging would go in to check on old Zhou, ensuring he was fine before coming out. This went on for over 5 hours, and old Zhuo's consciousness still hadn't returned to normal. Until bang, the rope broke. Zhuo Onbong's roar followed. Who tied me up? Come in here and die. Grandpa. It's Grandpa's voice. Zhuo Lingshuan's face lit up with joy as she rushed in. Then she saw old Zhuo Onbong standing by the bed, his face dark. His once white hair had turned gray. The wrinkles on his face had also diminished significantly. His complexion had become rosy and radiant. He was full of energy. Where was the bedridden, terminally ill old man close to death? He was clearly the young Zhuo family head of over a decade ago. It was Zhuo Onbong's glorious moment. Grandpa, it's so good that you're okay. Zhuo Yingxian disregarded the changes and directly threw herself into Zhuo Onbong's arms, crying tears of joy. Dad, how did you become younger? Zhuo Onbong's children all looked surprised. But Mu Wuging grabbed Zhuo Onbong's wrist to check his pulse. It's good, fully recovered. Mu Wuging exclaimed in shock. Even the toxins have been completely expelled. This precious elixir truly lives up to its name. Its effects are still astonishing. Dr. Mu, how come you're in the Zhuo family? Zhuo Onbong recognized Mu Wuging and asked in confusion. You were on the verge of death. And it was that boy from the Jun family who invited me to treat you. Mu Wuging said lightly. Now that you are fully recovered, I can take my leave. Zhuo Onbong seemed to have awakened his memory. Many things quickly flooded into his mind, and his expression darkened. Just then, Zhuo Yingshuan's phone rang. It was Xiao Chen calling. Zhuo Yingxian, is that the call from Xiao Chen, who spread rumors about you? Zhuo Onbong asked in a deep voice. Give it to me, I will answer. Chapter 74. Can this rival be trusted? Zhuo Onbong's authority was not to be infringed upon. Even Zhuo Yingxian did not dare to oppose him and obediently handed over the phone. But she still explained beside him, Grandpa, your recovery is all thanks to the awakening pill given by Xiao Chen. Zhuo Onbong ignored her and answered the call, saying in a deep voice, Xiao Chen, I am Zhuo Yingshuan's grandfather, Zhuo Onbong. I advise you to stay as far away as possible. Otherwise, I will personally take action and make you disappear from this world. On the other end of the line, Xiao Chen frowned. He also learned about Zhuo Onbong's death from Jun Luoxia. According to his experiments over the past few days, the awakening pill can indeed change a person's constitution, allowing an ordinary person to step into the qi refining stage and become a martial arts master. However, whether it can cure diseases, Xiao Chen couldn't guarantee. That's why he made this call to Zhuo Yingxian for confirmation. If there was truly no hope, he could at least comfort Zhuo Yingxian over the phone. To his surprise, it was Zhuo Onbong who answered the call. So, does this mean he has recovered? Moreover, his voice was loud and strong, far from that of a dying old man. He sounded more like a martial artist. From this, Xiao Chen could ascertain that he had taken the awakening pill and had embarked on the path of martial arts. After taking advantage of me, he wants to burn the bridge after crossing it. Today, I'll teach this old man a lesson. With this determination, Xiao Chen countered, Old man, take a moment to feel your body. Don't you notice an extra dantian? ISNT there, an additional vortex inside it? How do you know? Zhuo Onbong retorted. He had just discovered it himself, and hadn't told anyone. How could Xiao Chen, so far away in Jiang City, know this so clearly? Because you took the awakening pill I gave you, Xiao Chen stated directly. This one pill allowed you to step onto the path of martial arts. Out of respect for you, I gifted you one. Not only did it heal you, but it also made you a martial arts master. You're ungrateful and even plan to make me disappear from this world. The esteemed elder of the Zhua family turns out to be someone who repays kindness with enmity. In that case, return my awakening pill. Buzz. Zhuanbong's head felt as if it had been struck by lightning, buzzing loudly. As the head of the Zhua family and someone who had held an important position in the country, he had encountered many secrets, such as martial arts and immortality. He had even tried to practice martial arts, but found his talent lacking, making it impossible for him to succeed. Plus, he was getting older. Yet now, he had genuinely stepped onto the path of martial arts. His body was filled with strength. He could probably kill a cow with one punch. All of this was thanks to Xiao Chen. Coupled with what Mu Wugang and Zhua Yingxian had said, it seemed he had indeed done something wrong. But Junzheng was right there, and Mu Wugang had also been invited by Junzheng. He was Zhuo Yingshuan's fiancé. Should he go back on his word? Zhuanbong found himself in a dilemma. Grandpa Zhua, you shouldn't blame Brother Xiao. Junzheng interjected at the right moment. I brought Dr. Mu here at Brother Xiao's request. Moreover, Brother Xiao has also prepared a gift for Xiao Chen. You should know about the Gu family in Jiang City, right? They're the ones competing with Xiao Xian in the jewelry market. They have already become Brother Xiao's subordinates. Gu's jewelry has also merged with Yingxiang jewelry. Other industries of Gus will have 51% of the shares transferred to Xiao Xian's name. If I'm not mistaken, your illness was also likely cured by Brother Xiao. He has silently done so much for your Zhua family. How can you repay kindness with enmity? Who is this kid? On the other end of the phone, Xiao Chen listened clearly and couldn't help but give Junzheng a thumbs up. He spoke so well just to my taste. I'll reward him with an awakening pill later, Xiao Chen thought. Meanwhile, Zhuanbong kicked Junzheng's calf, nearly breaking the kid's leg, and said irritably, I don't want to repay kindness with enmity. But what about you? Xiao Xian has a betrothal with you. Now, with all this commotion with Xiao Chen, how can I marry Xiao Xian to you if I don't drive him away? Huh? Xiao Chen was taken aback. A betrothal? Zhuo Yingshuan's fiancé? That's a rival. Why is this rival helping me? How strange. I dare not. I dare not, Junzheng hurriedly said. Grandpa Zhua, how could a childhood betrothal count? I've always seen Xiao Xian as a sister and never had any thoughts beyond that. Besides, if Brother Xiao has his eyes on Xiao Xian, that's her good fortune. As her brother, how could I obstruct her happiness? Grandpa Zhua, actually, I came here not only at Brother Xiao's request to bring Dr. Mu to treat you, but also to cancel the engagement between our families, restoring Xiao Xian's freedom and allowing her to pursue her own happiness. This kid is really serious. He is quite capable. Xiao Chen listened through the phone and couldn't help but smile. I'll help the Jun family when I have the chance. Zhua Yingxian also brightened up, gratefully glancing at Junzheng. You've suffered, kid. Zhuanbong patted Junzheng on the shoulder and assured him, but don't worry. Even if our two families can't become in-laws, we are still noble families. If the Jun family is in trouble, our Zhua family will definitely help. That's enough for me, Zhua Grandpa, Junzheng said excitedly. My aunt holds Xiao Chen in such high regard. He must be extraordinary. He has probably already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. With such a person protecting the Zhua family, they will surely become even more glorious. The Jun family indeed needs the support of the Zhua family. If they can get to know Xiao Chen through the Zhua family, the future of the Jun family will be equally immeasurable. With the knot in his heart untied, Zhuanbong felt relieved and smiled as he spoke to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I just blamed you because I'm a person who values promises. I can't go back on my word regarding the marriage with the Jun family. Now that the Jun family has taken the initiative to dissolve the engagement, I no longer need to be difficult. I approve of your marriage with Xiao Xian. I'll take care of the Zhua family matters in the next few days, and I will personally take Xiao Xian to Jiang City to evaluate you. If you satisfy me, we'll choose an auspicious day for your wedding, ensuring that Zhua Grandpa doesn't make this trip in vain. Xiao Chen smiled as well. Zhuanbong laughed heartily, exchanged a few more words with Xiao Chen, and then handed the phone back to Zhua Yingxian, letting the young people chat. He then needed to handle Zhua family matters. Zhua Yingxian didn't expect that her and Xiao Chen's issues would be resolved so easily. She felt sweet inside and chatted with Xiao Chen until Tian Kunzin found Xiao Chen, at which point she hung up. Master, I've finished the interrogation. Tian Kunzin wasted no words and relayed everything he had extracted from Li Jian. First, it was about Li Jian's plot against Xiao Chen, which indeed stemmed from Chen Rong. Jun Luoxia had publicized the shocking news about the Gu family and Chen Rong, which caught Li Jian's attention. Chen Rong had a natural furnace body and was targeted by Li Jian, who planned to cultivate her intensively. Then, Chen Rong had Li Jian kill you for her revenge. Xiao Chen already knew the rest of the story. Li Jian had been opposing him at every turn. Secondly, there were matters related to immortality and cultivation. Humanity has been pursuing the path of longevity since ancient times. Historical emperors taking pills is evidence of that. Unfortunately, at some point, the spiritual energy on Blue Star began to thin out, making cultivation impossible. This split into two branches. One sought places rich in spiritual energy to continue refining their skills, while the other turned to martial arts. By practicing martial arts, they produced qi in their dantian, gradually evolving into spiritual power, achieving the effects of cultivation. The stages of cultivation are consistent with what is typically described in novels: qi refining stage, foundation establishment stage, golden core stage, and nascent soul stage. Li Jian was also unclear about the later stages. Among the people he knew, the strongest was only at the golden core stage. And he had never seen a nascent soul expert. In martial arts, the threshold for entering the realm of cultivation is refining essence in a qi, corresponding to the qi refining stage. However, when comparing the same levels, those who cultivate with spiritual power are still superior. Refining qi into spirit corresponds to the foundation establishment stage. The golden core stage corresponds to refining the spirit and counteracting the void. The nascent soul stage corresponds to the three transformations of the martial infant. Beyond that, Li Jian is equally unaware of the realms. The Kantong Mountain, where Li Jian is located, is a place rich in spiritual energy, and the Seven-Star Sect is a sect there. The sect is composed of the sect master, elders, supreme elders, deacons, disciples, and others, totaling more than 130 people. The strongest among them is the sect master of the Seven-Star Sect, a master at the Golden Core stage. Li Jian is an elite disciple at the 6th level of qi refining. His master is an elder of the Seven-Star Sect, a master at the Foundation Establishment stage. Li Jian's purpose for going down the mountain has two objectives. First, to help the sect gather wealth in the secular world. Even a reclusive sect needs to eat, drink, and take care of its needs, which cannot be separated from money. Apart from asking the state for some protection fees, the sect also arranges for its disciples to go down the mountain to earn money, which also serves as training. Second, to help the sect recruit talented individuals. For a sect to endure, not only must the sect master's strength be strong, but must also cultivate the next generation of strong individuals. Otherwise, it can easily be invaded by others. After all, places rich in spiritual energy are scarce, and sects are not always harmonious with one another. Conflicts and competition often arise. Therefore, they need to select and cultivate individuals with potential from the secular world to become successors of the sect. Master, I have reviewed these matters. How should I handle Li Jian? Please provide guidance, Tian Kunzin said to Xiao Chen. After resolving this, I must return to the capital to report. This matter is too significant. I must personally discuss it with several leaders of the state. Xiao Chen nodded. The existence of immortal cultivators is indeed a major issue for the state. It is understandable for Tian Kunzin to be in a hurry to report. However, Xiao Chen felt that those above should already know about such matters. Otherwise, they would not have allowed these sects to exist. It may simply be that Tian Kunzin's rank is not high enough to be aware of it. Xiao Chen did not remind him, but waved his hand and said, "You may return first. I will handle Li Jian's matter personally." Tian Kunzin did not say more, nodded, and took his leave. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before making a decision. Li Jian cannot be left alive. Chapter 75. Can I kill? Xiao Chen is an enemy, not a friend, to Li Jian. The other party is also a member of a sect with a master at the Foundation Establishment stage and a sect master at the Golden Core stage. If you were to let him go, it would be like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Once he finds his master in the sect and brings them to seek revenge, a mere small cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage like himself would not stand a chance against them. Even if he took a third-level awakening pill, the odds would still be slim. Therefore, it is safer to kill Li Jian. Once he is dead, even if the news reaches the Seven-Star sect, it will take some time. During that time, he can madly increase his strength. By the time they come for him, he might have already reached the golden core stage, or even higher, stepping into the nascent soul stage. Who will die first is still uncertain. Thus, Xiao Chen found the place where Li Jian was imprisoned, without any unnecessary words, took out a knife from his face, and ended Li Jian's life with a single strike. At the same time, at a hidden cave in Kontong Mountain, a wooden tablet split in half, with Li Jian's name and birth details inscribed on it. The young man in a green shirt guarding nearby rushed out in a hurry. While running, he shouted, "Not good, not good. Senior brother Li Jian's life tablet has shattered." "What did you say?" An old man with white whiskers heard this and grabbed him by the collar, lifting him up. "Li Jian's life tablet shattered? When did this happen?" "Just now." The young man trembled as he spoke. "I saw with my own eyes, senior brother Li's life tablet split in two." "It shouldn't be." The old man frowned. Li Jian has already reached the 6th level of qi refining. Although he is not the strongest among the younger generation, he is still outstanding. Even if he cannot defeat others, he should be able to escape easily. How could he be easily killed? Doubts in his heart, the old man returned to his cave. Inside, there was a woman dressed in red. She wore a veil, obscuring her features, but her figure was remarkable. She sat cross-legged, lost in her cultivation. "Hongya, your junior brother Li's life tablet has shattered," the old man interrupted her. "It seems something unexpected has happened. You should go down a mountain." The woman opened her eyes, somewhat dissatisfied, and said, "Father, I am at a critical moment of advancing to the foundation establishment stage. The spiritual energy down the mountain is so thin that it cannot support my cultivation. I will not go." "You." The old man was furious and puffed up his cheeks. However, this was his daughter after all, with great talent. She was his important support in the Seven Stars sect. His tone softened as he advised, "Your father has been through this. Cultivating immortality is not just about spiritual power, but also about mentality. Your spiritual power has long reached the level of foundation establishment. It is just that your mentality is not stable, which is why you have been stuck at the qi refining stage for so long. This trip down the mountain is mainly to help you temper your mentality. Once your mentality stabilizes, stepping into foundation establishment will be a natural thing. Of course, if it is convenient for you, please also investigate the matter of Li Jian's death. After all, he is also your junior brother. If I, as his master, do nothing, would that not chill the hearts of our disciples? Can I kill?" Bu Hinkong asked indifferently. "Yes," Bu Qingping sighed and said, "but you cannot kill innocents indiscriminately. Whoever killed my junior brother, I will kill." Bu Jinghong coldly remarked, "One life for another, that is only right. If you agree, I will pack my things and go down a mountain now. If you do not agree, then send someone else." "Fine." Bu Qingping sighed again. If there were anyone else who could replace her, how could he let his precious daughter go down the mountain? However, this matter still needed to be reported to the sect master to see if there were any other arrangements on his end. Xiao Chen was completely unaware of this. After killing Li Jian, Xiao Chen used his divine sense to see Gu Jianyuan bringing supplies. He was arranging for people to transport them. Once everything was ready, Xiao Chen went out to store the supplies in his space. Then he contacted Hua Mashishi, asking her to come for treatment. Xiao Chen infused almost all of the power in his dantian into Hua Mashishi's body, and that strand of black gas once again turned into a line like fishing line. Short and thin. The speed of absorbing vitality also slowed down significantly. Only then did Xiao Chen stop. He let Hua Mashishi find a room to rest, and after washing up, he lay down to sleep. In the apocalypse, when Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he first used his divine sense to check the situation of the shelter. Confirming that everything was fine, he got up to wash up. He then had a small gathering with Wang Yao and others. The main purpose was to gather information from others. From their words, Xiao Chen learned that out of the 38 people who borrowed money yesterday, 37 had advanced to the second level awakened. There was one person who had originally also succeeded in reaching the second level, but he, relying on borrowing a third level awakening pill, attempted to break through further, resulting in his body exploding and dying. Because of this, The remaining people who borrowed third-level awakening pills stopped their attempts and dared not take them anymore. How could this happen? Xiao Chen frowned and asked, "Does this mean we cannot continuously break through to the next level?" Xiao Chen, like everyone else, did not understand the cultivation system in the apocalypse. Everyone was probably in the same boat. After all, the time since the fog descended had not been long. Everyone was feeling their way across the river. "I have studied this situation." Gongxian stepped forward and said, "Awakening pills can enhance our physique, expand our meridians and blood vessels, etc. But our bodies also have limits to what they can endure. Prolonged and continuous breakthroughs beyond the limit can easily lead to self-destruction. The best approach is to step into a level, settle down for a few days, allow the body to adapt to the abilities, and thoroughly improve the physique before continuing to push forward. This is the most prudent way." "Are you researching this too?" Xiao Chen asked curiously. "I am a healer," Gongxian explained. "To achieve the best treatment results, one must understand the extent of the injuries. Additionally, I have traveled all over the city and heard many messages, which I have compiled into my own knowledge." Not bad, Xiao Chen praised. "Keep it up, Brother Xiao. Actually, I mentioned this because I want to refine pills," Gongxian said. Xiao Chen was taken aback. "What does refining pills have to do with this?" "To earn resources," Gongxian said. "Yesterday, when I heard your plans for the shelter, it sparked an idea in me. I think that not only Zhou Kai and the others should exchange awakening pills for resources from you, but we should do the same. That would be fair. You are a healer, different from them." Xiao Chen shook his head, saying that in battles against zombies, injuries are inevitable. "With you as a healer, we can ensure our lives are safe. Just this point makes you irreplaceable. I'll cover all your resources and no one will have any objections." "Thank you, Brother Xiao," Gongxian said gratefully. "But I still want to refine pills." "Then go ahead and refine them," Xiao Chen said with a smile. "I will unconditionally provide whatever is needed." "I'm not sure what I need for now," Gongxian said with a wry smile. "I just had this idea. Since continuous use of awakening pills can cause damage to the meridians and even death, is there a possibility of taking a certain pill in advance to preserve strength or delay absorption? That way, we wouldn't have to worry about dying from forcefully pushing through." "That is a good idea." Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. "Xian, you should research this well. If you really come up with something, it would be a great benefit to all humanity. It might even make you a great contributor to the continuation of humanity's fire." Receiving praise, Gongxian smiled sweetly. Unfortunately, this sweetness can only be seen by Xiao Chen's divine sense. To others, Gongxian still appeared as an elderly woman past her prime. When she smiled, it was merely kind, not beautiful. Gongxian's words also sparked Xiao Chen's imagination. In the apocalypse, he had not experienced the lethal impact of the awakening pills. But in his previous life, when he took the second-level awakening pill, he had truly lost control. If it weren't for Zhou Yingxian saving him, he might have perished then. If there were a pill that could neutralize the effects, could his previous self bravely take the third-level awakening pill? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask, "Xian, you have extensive experience. Do you know about the cultivation situation in the apocalypse? Besides us awakeners, could there be other types of cultivation? For example, immortality cultivation, like having a dantian with a spiritual energy vortex." Hearing this, Gongxian immediately touched Xiao Chen's head. Puzzled, "Brother Xiao, you're not running a fever, are you? Why are you saying such nonsense? Immortality cultivation, isn't that for novels? So you've never heard of it?" Xiao Chen asked. "Has Brother Xiao heard of it?" Gongxian asked. Xiao Chen nodded. "Some people, after taking the awakening pill, have a spiritual energy vortex appear in their dantian. This indicates that they have entered the qi refining stage. Once the number of vortices increases to 9, taking the second-level awakening pill will allow them to enter the foundation establishment stage. Later, they could even reach the golden core stage, nascent soul stage, and so on." "Where are these people?" Gongxian was excited, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm. "Bring them to me. I want to study them." They left. Xiao Chen could only lie. "Still studying? The kind that would dissect me? What a pity." Gongxian, unaware of the truth, instructed, "Brother Xiao, if you encounter such people again, you must not let them go. Even if you have to use force, you must bring them to me." In the apocalypse, we all start from scratch. Only by seeing more and understanding thoroughly can we become stronger and defeat zombies. Okay, next time I encounter them, I will definitely bring them back, Xiao Chen promised. To be honest, he also wanted to see the cultivators of the apocalypse, if they existed. Of course, Xiao Chen felt the possibility was slim. After all, in both dreams and reality, people had taken the awakening pill. In a dream, people awakened abilities and improved their physical qualities. In reality, they directly stepped into the path of immortality cultivation. The two situations were vastly different. It was like one focused on body refinement, while the other focused on enhancing spiritual power. But why are there two completely different scenarios? Xiao Chen couldn't understand. Unable to comprehend, Xiao Chen stopped pondering and instead joined Wang Yao and the others for a hearty meal before heading downstairs to find Zhou Kai and the others. Today, they would continue to hunt zombies. At this time, the members who had gone out began to return one after another. Seeing the resources they brought back, Xiao Chen couldn't help but smile. Chapter 76, Battle with the Radiant Gold Zombie. There was no need to mention the swords and knives. Everyone was armed to the teeth, like hedgehogs. Mobile phones, tablets, laptops, and the like were abundant. They even brought back a pickup truck filled to the brim. Xiao Chen exchanged resources for them as agreed. Fortunately, he had stocked up on plenty of supplies: cigarettes, alcohol, steamed buns, snacks, and more. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough for these people to mess around with. Xiao Chen didn't calculate the specifics, but directly stored everything in his space. After Zhou Kai arranged the duty schedule, they all went out together to continue hunting zombies. Still in the urban village. However, unlike yesterday, this time no one was afraid of the bronze zombies. Those who had reached the second level of awakening took the initiative to confront them with swords, killing without mercy as if venting their frustrations. They even had the courage to charge at the silver zombies. Of course, the result was them being swatted away by the zombies. They would kill for a while, then rest for a bit, repeatedly pushing deeper inside. Finally, just before dark, they reached the innermost area. Xiao Chen's divine sense could scan the situation inside. To his shock, in just a few days, there were even more radiant gold zombies. Previously, he had only seen one, sitting in the center, casually snatching black iron zombies or bronze zombies to feast on. But now there were actually four. They were positioned at four corners. Each radiant gold zombie was surrounded by many silver zombies, bronze zombies, and black iron zombies. The silver zombies were responsible for gathering food, while the bronze and black iron zombies provided themselves. Everything was orderly. If it weren't for the sound of crunching as they feasted, it would have seemed like a harmonious scene. Brother Xiao, retreat quickly. At this moment, the scout Xiao Yingfeng rushed over anxiously, urging, "There are four radiant gold zombies ahead. Over 600 silver zombies and countless bronze and black iron zombies. With just us, we can't fight them. We should retreat quickly." Xiao Chen didn't respond, but was lost in thought. Retreating would undoubtedly be more prudent. However, his divine sense clearly captured that near the radiant gold zombies, there were 6 silver zombies also advancing in rank. Many parts of their bodies were already showing golden hues. If this continued, they would likely evolve into radiant gold zombies by nightfall. There were even over 10 others showing sporadic hints of gold. Once all these zombies evolved, it would genuinely be impossible to kill them. After all, their side had only this many people, and their strength was limited, even if everyone could reach the 3rd level. The 3-level awakening pills are not sufficient at all. They cannot support them in reaching the threshold of the 4th level. Without the berserker abilities, they cannot deal with 4th level zombies. If we remain inactive, the enemy will only grow stronger. The longer we wait, the more disadvantageous it will be for us. This should be a perfect opportunity, but the price will not be small. The only ones capable of fighting the golden zombies here are him and Ao Zhan, and they can only fight. Even if they win, it will be a narrow victory. Moreover, there's still thousands of silver zombies, over 1,000 bronze zombies, and several thousand black iron zombies surrounding them. Brother Xiao, don't hesitate any longer. Make a decision quickly, urged Xiao Yingfeng. If we wait any longer, we want to be able to escape. The golden zombies will not attack proactively. Xiao Chen could see with his spiritual awareness that those golden zombies were constantly replenishing their food and had no intention of attacking humans. Xiao Feng, go over again and try to attract the attention of the golden zombies, Xiao Chen instructed. This time, we will not retreat. If we want to win the supremacy in the Xifang City competition, 3 levels are definitely not enough. We must step into the 4th level to have a glimmer of hope. Right now, there are only 4 golden zombies. This is our only chance. If we delay any longer, hunting the golden zombies will become difficult. Brother Xiao, what if we lure the zombies out? Xiao Feng asked. With so few of us, can we really take on so many zombies? Let us see the situation first, Xiao Chen replied. If we really cannot handle it, I will cover everyone as retreat. But I must say this up front, Xiao Chen said seriously. When the time comes for everyone to fight, it's best not to have anyone retreating. Otherwise, it will be minor to kick us out of our shelter. If I have to make a move, I will kill without hesitation. Brother Xiao, don't worry. As long as we follow you, we can eat well, drink well, and even advance. Who would want to leave? Zhou Kai was the first to express his support. And everyone else was not foolish either. Even without the Xifang City competition, we must improve our strength as soon as possible. The higher our strength, the greater our chances of survival. Exactly, Brother Xiao, just arrange it. We are willing to fight, even at the cost of our lives. The others echoed in agreement. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction and signaled Xiao Feng to start acting. Seeing this, Xiao Feng did not hesitate any longer and dashed inside. Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness kept track of him. He noticed that after Xiao Feng rushed in, the golden zombies were the first to notice him. But they merely lifted their heads and continued to devour the black iron zombies in their hands. Then the silver zombies noticed him, shifted their butts, and looked toward the golden zombies. Seeing that the latter made no move, they stopped and continued to eat the unfinished black iron zombies. Finally, the bronze zombies noticed Xiao Feng, and hundreds of them stood up, waving their stiff arms and charging toward him. Roar! A silver zombie let out a loud roar. Immediately, some of the bronze zombies retreated and moved closer to the golden zombies, waiting to be devoured, while others continued to charge. Xiao Feng was not afraid. Instead, he relied on his agility to rush toward the silver zombies. Unfortunately, just as he got close, he was knocked away by the arm of a black iron zombie and fell to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, bouncing back up and retreating in a few moments. Brother Xiao, I sense something. Xiao Feng reported the situation he saw and provided his opinion. The golden zombies indeed won to attack proactively, not even the silver zombies. Only the bronze zombies will attack us. I think we can do this. Let us send more people in to lure out the bronze zombies. Brother Xiao, arrange for people to ambush outside and take them down quickly. Once the bronze zombies are gone, the silver zombies should come out and we can continue hunting. After we finish them, only the golden zombies will be left. You and Ao Zhan can each deal with one, and we can surround and attack the other 2. We really have a chance to kill them. Okay, let us do it, Xiao Chen nodded. He had the same idea. After all, the golden zombies were continuously devouring the black iron and bronze zombies, focusing on increasing their strength. They should not move easily. If the silver zombies came out, there wouldn't be enough of them to kill. Once these trash are dealt with, the chances of dealing with the golden zombies would increase significantly. Xiao Chen let everyone rest for a while, have a good meal, and replenish some water. Then he sent Xiao Feng to lure the zombies. In the first wave, only 1 silver zombie came out, accompanied by hundreds of bronze zombies and dozens of black iron zombies, which were quickly wiped out by Xiao Chen and the others. In the second wave, 4 silver zombies and some bronze and black iron zombies appeared, and they were also killed by Xiao Chen and the others. The third wave, 4th wave, all the way to the 10th wave. Roar! With a loud roar, a golden zombie emerged, followed by 6 silver zombies and many bronze and black iron zombies. As soon as those bronze and black iron zombies appeared, they rushed to attack Xiao Chen and the others. Kill! Xiao Chen shouted, leading everyone to charge. Of course, Xiao Chen also arranged support teams, like the fast Xiao Feng, the dual-handedly Dao, and 6 second-level combat type awakeners to stay on the outskirts to provide support, ready to rescue anyone who found themselves at a disadvantage. In less than a minute of fighting, the golden zombie roared again, and the zombies changed formation. Most charged toward Xiao Chen, especially the 6 silver zombies, all rushing toward him. Meanwhile, the golden zombie charged toward Ao Zhan. Xiao Chen's mouth curled into a smile. This was exactly what he wanted. His earlier decision to deploy personnel had indeed attracted the attention of the golden zombies. Surrounded, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disdainful. While he might not be completely confident against a 4th-level zombie, dealing with silver zombies was a piece of cake. Xiao Chen no longer held back. Wielding a knife in each hand, slashing and weaving between the 6 silver zombies. In less than 2 minutes, he took down all 6 silver zombies. Meanwhile, Ao Zhan was retreating under the attack of the golden zombie, even sustaining injuries and losing an arm, causing him to grimace in pain. However, he never retreated. After Xiao Chen finished off the silver zombies, he joined the fray. Brother Xiao, this guy has tough skin and thick flesh. Even if I unleash all my strength, I can only leave a shallow wound on it, Ao Zhan warned. And this guy heals extremely quickly. As long as it gnaws on the arm of a black iron zombie, the wound can fully recover. To kill it, we can only force it away and then keep hammering at one wound. I'll take the offensive, Xiao Chen nodded. You maneuver around and deal with the zombies coming to replenish. At the same time, he directed Qin Wu. Qin Wu, use your charm ability on this zombie. Understood, Qin Wu replied, beginning to channel her ability, planting pink threads into the golden zombie's consciousness. Just as the threads formed, Xiao Chen noticed the golden zombie paused for a moment. Seizing this opportunity, Xiao Chen unleashed 6 consecutive slashes, all targeting the zombie's neck. Unfortunately, the blades only managed to slice off a third of the neck. To entirely cut it off, at least 18 strikes would be needed. Damn! Xiao Chen couldn't help but curse inwardly. 18 strikes? Where would he find that many opportunities? It seemed he could only use his spiritual knife. But Xiao Chen had his own concerns, while his spiritual knife could easily slay silver zombies. But whether he can kill the golden zombie, Xiao Chen is not sure. Moreover, the usage of the mind blade is limited. With his current physical strength, he can only use it 10 times. After that, he would have to draw on his life force. Gong Xian had warned him that life force cannot be used carelessly anymore. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to recover. If he can't recover, then so be it. After all, this is a dream. He might as well strike first. Only by increasing his strength can he go further in this apocalyptic era. Xiao Chen made up his mind. While entangled with the golden zombie, he concentrated to summon the mind blade. Chapter 77. Brother Xiao, hold on, reinforcements are coming. With a loud shout from Xiao Chen, the mind blade struck down. The golden zombie was obviously stunned for a moment. In that brief moment, Xiao Chen switched to another knife and continued to chop at the zombie's neck. Swish, swish, swish. 10 consecutive strikes, all hitting the same spot. The zombie's head was barely hanging on by a layer of skin. If the blade hadn't rolled, this wave of attacks might have taken the zombie's life. Roar. It's unclear if it was from the pain, but the zombie let out another roar, and its strength seemed to increase significantly. Swinging its arm, it slammed toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen hurriedly raised his knife to block. Bang! The knife broke a notch. The back of the blade also slammed hard against Xiao Chen's arm, causing him to bend down and sit directly on the ground. The zombie lifted its leg to kick. Xiao Chen quickly rolled on the ground to dodge just in time. However, the zombie was also fast, quickly closing the distance, and its golden arm came crashing down again. Xiao Chen couldn't dodge in time and had to pull out another knife from his space to block. Xiao Chen could almost foresee that this time, his arm would likely break. At the same time, he lamented that he had overestimated himself. The golden zombie was indeed difficult to deal with. This was just one. If all the others inside charged out, his group would probably perish here. Fortunately, at that moment, Qin Wu shouted, "Brother Xiao, quickly attack it. I've used my charm technique to daze it." In fact, without her reminder, Xiao Chen's mind had already caught on. Without any hesitation, seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen flipped and jumped up, swinging the knife down at the zombie's neck. With a swift motion, the zombie's head was severed, the body transformed into mist, leaving behind a golden, glowing level 4 awakening pill. Xiao Chen hurriedly stored the awakening pill in his space, shouting, "Withdraw! Withdraw!" The others, seeing that Xiao Chen had killed the golden zombie, were feeling proud. They thought that with their strength, they might be able to kill all the other golden zombies inside. With 4 of them, they could at least obtain 3 level 4 awakening pills. Cultivating 3 level 4 awakeners should ensure victory in the Square City Championship. Only if Xiao Chen became the overlord could they eat their fill every day and survive a bit longer in the apocalypse. But Xiao Chen actually ordered retreat. Why? The others were puzzled, but no one spoke up. Instead, they followed orders, pushing back the zombies, withdrawing, and turned to run. Ding, Haitao, Zvo, Gui. You two take everyone and retreat. Xiao Chen added, Ao Zhan, Xiaoying Feng Li Dao, Qin Wu, you 4 stay behind and cover my retreat. Brother Xiao no. Cheng Haitao stepped forward to argue, then spat out a mouthful of blood. He had suffered backlash from the soul imprint. But Cheng Haitao cared little, instead saying gravely, there are 3 golden zombies coming this time, along with many silver, bronze, and black iron zombies. Just relying on your group won't hold up. We should all stay and face them together. Even if we can't handle the silver zombies, we can still deal with the bronze and black iron ones. What? 3 golden zombies are coming? Can we win? If not now, when should we escape? A few people exchanged glances and chose to flee immediately. What are you doing? Zhou Kai shouted angrily. Have you forgotten Brother Xiao as kindness to you? This is the time to be useful, yet you're running away. Are you worthy of Brother Zhao's cultivation? Zhou Kai, you are favored by Xiao Chen. He would think of you first for any benefits he gains. Those people left without looking back, but we're not like that. We still need to borrow to advance to level 2 awakeners. We have to pay back interest. We can say we've been working for him all along. Being a laborer is one thing, but now we have to fight for him? He steps in a level 4. What benefit do we get? We might as well escape. After all, we've already entered level 2, can kill zombies, and can survive just as well in another place. It's definitely more free than following Xiao Chen. Their voices grew fainter until they disappeared. Escape? With mist descending and zombies everywhere, where could they possibly go? Moreover, simply being able to kill zombies isn't enough. They still need supplies. Without food or water, they would eventually starve. They would regret it. Xiao Chen sneered coldly in his heart, not paying them any mind, and instead ordered Zhou Kai to lead the others back to the shelter. Zhou Kai also ignored his orders. Sigh. Xiao Chen could only let out a sigh. He didn't bother with them anymore. There wasn't time to do so because those 3 golden zombies had already led the silver, bronze, and black iron zombies over, radiating various lights. Xiao Chen could only give the order, Xiaoying Feng, you go first. Use your speed to evade as much as possible. Li Dao, assist him. Don't let him get hurt. The others stay on standby. Following Xiao Chen's command, Xiaoying Feng rushed out first. As soon as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Xiaoying Feng quickly hit the brakes, turning back with a puzzled look at Xiao Chen. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he bitterly said, Brother Xiao, am I the only one taking action? Yes. Xiao Chen nodded. You run fast. You should be able to attract most of the zombies' attention. Hurry, don't waste time. Once all the zombies gather around, we won't have a chance. Only then did Xiaoying Feng turn to attack those zombies, striking a blow and moving to another spot. However, he could only linger around the black iron and bronze zombies, not daring to approach the silver and golden ones. Roar! One of the golden zombies let out a roar. Then, a silver zombie charged at Xiaoying Feng. Xiaoying Feng, frightened, sped up even more. The silver zombie chased him several laps, but couldn't even touch the hem of Xiaoying Feng's clothes. Roar! The golden zombie roared again, and then 5 more silver zombies ran out, surrounding Xiaoying Feng. Xiaoying Feng, hold on. Xiao Chen ordered, Ao Zhan, you go up. Focus on killing the silver zombies. Au zone completed. Taking advantage of the time his berserk ability still had, he went on a killing spree. Each silver zombie he killed would lighten Brother Xiao's burden a bit. Brother Xiao, are we just going to watch? Zhou Kai asked. Confused. Are we just going to let those 2 act? They can't win at all. Wait a minute. Xiao Chen said, in a chaotic battle. We definitely can't be a match for so many zombies, especially with 3 golden zombies among them. Let us first see their tactics. Tactics? Zhou Kai was stunned. Do zombies even have tactics? Don't disturb them. Just follow orders. Xiao Chen didn't explain further, instead focusing intently on the battlefield. Ao Zhan was indeed formidable. With 1 person and 1 knife, he carved out a bloody path, charging towards the silver zombies. In just a moment, he had already killed 3 silver zombies. Roar! The commanding golden zombie began issuing orders again. More than 100 silver zombies charged out, surrounding Xiao Chen in the middle. Soldier against soldier, general against general. This was the tactic of the radiant golden zombies. Without corresponding strength, they filled the gap with sheer numbers. Among the more than 100 zombies, 2 had bodies that were already showing a golden hue, indicating they were about to advance to level 4 radiant golden zombies. This level of strength was enough to deal with Xiao Chen alone. Even if they ultimately lost, they could still wear him down. Xiao Chen frowned, unsure how to respond. The only option was to retreat and deal with these zombies after he reached level 4. Xiao Chen made up his mind and instructed Zhou Kai to escape. This time, Zhou Kai did not hesitate. He gathered the members of the shelter for an orderly retreat. Roar! The radiant golden zombie issued another command. Instantly, over 700 bronze zombies charged after them. Xiao Chen was even more alarmed. This radiant golden zombie not only understood tactics, but could also analyze each person's strength and allocate zombies accordingly. Even if Zhou Kai and the others could kill all 700, they would likely be exhausted. Big Brother Xiao, you retreat, I'll hold them off. Qin Wu stepped forward and said, How will you hold them off? Xiao Chen replied, dumbfounded. You just barely touched the threshold of level 3. Can you charm a radiant golden zombie? Let's give it a try, Qin Wu said. Fine. Xiao Chen had no better options and could only nod in agreement. He gripped the new knife he had taken from his space and waited for the right moment. Qin Wu unleashed her charm technique, planting a pink thread into the mind of the commanding radiant golden zombie. Soon, the zombie reacted. It did not look at Qin Wu, but instead at the other 2 radiant golden zombies. The 2 radiant golden zombies felt uneasy under its gaze, roaring continuously. But the commanding zombie also roared loudly and then lunged at the other 2 radiant golden zombies. It really works. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. They had taken the bait. Qin Wu, continue using your charm technique on the other 2 zombies, and I'll take the chance to attack. After giving the order, Xiao Chen dashed forward. Roar! The radiant golden zombie roared again, and the remaining more than 1,300 silver zombies rushed toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen felt frustrated and deeply puzzled. Hadn't the radiant golden zombies just begun to show intelligence? Why were they so clever? How could they know he was the strongest? Moreover, if the radiant golden zombies were already like this, what would they be like if they advanced further? Xiao Chen dare not think about it. Nor did he have the chance, as the silver zombies had already charged toward him. With over 1,300 zombies and a few nearing the level of radiant golden zombies, even with his formidable strength, killing 3 silver zombies per minute would still take over 40 minutes. Could Xiao Chen hold out that long? Could Qin Wu's charm technique keep 3 radiant golden zombies distracted for that long? Clearly, neither could. He had led them into a deadly trap. Big Brother Xiao, you don't need to worry about us. Xiao Chen noticed the situation was dire and proactively suggested, we'll hold back these zombies. You hurry and escape. Yes, Big Brother Xiao. You should run, Xia Yingfeng urged. Even Qin Wu spoke up, Big Brother Xiao, remember to avenge us. After saying this, Qin Wu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood and collapse to the ground. It was clear the radiant golden zombies had broken free from her charm technique. She suffered a backlash and was severely injured, likely unable to use her charm technique again. What to do? Xiao Chen panicked. Just then, he heard a voice. Big Brother Xiao, hold on, reinforcements are coming. It was Cheng Haitao, who had escaped with some people. But where were the reinforcements coming from? Chapter 78. First meeting with Weapon Master Xiong Huahua. Everyone hold on a bit longer. Our reinforcements are here. Although Xiao Chen did not know where the reinforcements came from, he could only comfort everyone. After all, they were brought by him, and he did not want to abandon them. It seemed foolish, but that was Xiao Chen. Even in his dreams, he did not want to be someone who abandoned his companions. Where are our reinforcements? Qin Wu smiled bitterly. Big Brother Xiao, stop trying to comfort us. You can see the situation. We really can't handle so many zombies. As long as you're alive, our shelter has hope. It's better than all of us dying here. Exactly. Big Brother Xiao, hurry and go. Xiao Chen added, my abilities can last for another 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, even if you want to escape, we won't be able to hold these zombies back. Big Brother Xiao, run. Xia Yingfeng panted, I'm already about to collapse. If you don't leave now, I won't be able to hold these zombies anymore. Just hold on a bit longer. At that moment, Xiao Chen's consciousness had spotted the reinforcements. Next to Cheng Haitao and Zhou Kai was a red-haired man. He was bare-chested, looking very bold, but Xiao Chen did not recognize him. Fortunately, Cheng Haitao's long-distance voice transmission came through. Big brother Xiao, this person beside me is called Xiong Huahua, the overlord of the West District, a level 3 weapon master. He has come to help us fight the zombies. Overlord of the West District? Why did he cross the entire four-direction city to come to the East District? To show off? Xiao Chen was filled with doubt, but he did not have the luxury to think further. After all, it was only 500 meters away. With the speed of an ability user, they would arrive in less than half a minute. Xiao Chen saw that besides Xiong Huahua, he had brought some manpower. However, there were not many, only 23 people. When they arrived and saw the situation, they immediately stopped. Brother Hua, there are several radiant golden zombies here. We should escape quickly. It doesn't matter whether we smoke or not. Exactly, Brother Hua. To smoke a few puffs, we shouldn't let the brothers die. Xiong Huahua nodded and turned to leave with his men. Damn it. Xiao Chen wanted to curse. After waiting so long for hope, these people were leaving. Wouldn't that make him even more desperate? After all, Zhou Kai and Cheng Haitao and the others had come. Originally, only sacrificing Ao Zhan, Qin Wu, Li Dao, Xia Yingfeng, and others would be enough. Now it seemed they would face total annihilation. Xiao Chen felt unwilling and hurriedly blocked their path. Xiong Huahua, you don't have to help, but can you lend us some weapons? Lend weapons? Xiong Huahua looked at the knives in Xiao Chen and the others' hands and couldn't help but sneer. You use this to kill zombies? No wonder the efficiency is low. Stop with the nonsense. Are you lending them or not? Xiao Chen urged. Lending weapons is not a problem, Xiong Huahua said, but the awakening pills we get must be split in half. Also, you have to give each of us a cigarette. Otherwise, we can negotiate this later. Fine. Xiao Chen did not waste time and directly took out 30 packs of Chinese cigarettes from his space and threw them to Xiong Huahua. Take them all. Quickly lend us your best weapons. Xiong Huahua did not waste words either, drawing the long knife from his back and tossing it to Xiao Chen. He then instructed the others to hand their weapons to Cheng Haitao for distribution. Xiao Chen took the knife and swung it. Swish! It was a silver zombie whose body was half glowing with gold nearby. Given it a little more time, it would likely level up. Such zombies had tough skin and flesh, making them much harder to kill than ordinary silver zombies. With his previous knife, he would need at least 2 or 3 strikes to end its life. But now, with just 1 strike, he turned that silver zombie into a level 3 awakening pill. Xiao Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Good knife. No wonder Gong Xian said that weapons reinforced by weapon masters could double combat effectiveness. It was indeed true. This knife feels very handy. Xiao Chen didn't hesitate. Gripping the knife, charging forward. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The awakening pills fell like rain. Soon, he broke through and reached the vicinity of the golden zombies. Swinging his knife to chop, the golden zombie raised its arm to block. Bang! With 1 strike, he directly severed the zombie's arm. Xiao Chen's expression grew even more excited. With this knife in hand, it seemed that killing the golden zombies wasn't too difficult. However, Xiao Chen didn't get cocky. After all, there were too many zombies around, and Ao Zhan couldn't hold on much longer. He needed to quickly deal with the 3 golden zombies. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Only by taking down the leader could he have the chance to save Ao Zhan. Taking advantage of the fact that the silver zombies had not yet caught up, Xiao Chen directly mobilized all of his mental power, splitting it into 3. It transformed into 3 mental knives, slashing towards the heads of the 3 golden zombies. Roar! The commanding zombie barely had time to let out a half-sentence roar before its voice stopped. A moment of confusion appeared on its face. The other 2 golden zombies seemed a bit dizzy, unable to maintain their balance, trembling continuously, on the verge of collapsing. It was at this moment that Xiao Chen's knife had already struck. PFF. BFF. 2 strikes directly severed the heads of the 2 golden zombies. One turned into mist, while the other left behind a 4th-level awakening pill glowing with golden light. What strength does Xiao Chen have? In the outer circle, about 300 meters away, Xiong Huahua looked at Cheng Haitao beside him and asked, Why is he so strong? Why is killing golden zombies as easy as slaughtering dogs? I don't know. Cheng Haitao shook his head. Xiong Huahua was the overlord of the Western District, and in a few days, he would be competing with Xiao Chen for dominance over the Four-Direction City. He was the enemy. Of course, if Xiong Huahua had just joined the battle without hesitation to help brother Xiao, Cheng Haitao might have considered him an ally. But what about Xiong Huahua? He sought out brother Xiao merely to exchange for supplies. It was unlikely he would reveal the truth. What about the other one? Xiong Huahua asked again. Why is he also so strong? Killing silver zombies like slaughtering dogs. Following Xiong Huahua's gaze, Cheng Haitao saw Ao Zhan. With his new weapon, Ao Zhan's combat power had doubled. Inside the silver zombie circle, he fought against dozens of them, killing fiercely. I'm not sure. Cheng Haitao shook his head again. To prevent Xiong Huahua from continuing to ask, he directly cut off his words. In the Eastern District shelter, I was just a runner. There are many things I can't get involved with. Of course, even if I could, I wouldn't tell you, an outsider. All right. Xiong Huahua didn't ask further, but speculated about Xiao Chen's strength in his heart. He provided third-level weapons. If forged with full effort, they could indeed kill golden zombies in the hands of third-level awakeners, but it would definitely not be as easy as Xiao Chen made it look. It seemed Xiao Chen should have reached the fourth level. The key was Ao Zhan. A single person was moving left and right inside the silver zombie circle, exceptionally fierce. He should also be a fourth-level awakener. In such a small eastern district, there unexpectedly existed two fourth-level awakeners. This was something Xiong Huahua never expected. At this moment, the remaining golden zombie let out a loud roar, completely changing the battle situation. The remaining zombies all retreated, but they didn't escape. Instead, they gathered towards it. Xiao Chen blocked their path, and they charged, forcing Xiao Chen to continually retreat. Ultimately, he was isolated outside by the zombies. Thud! Ao Zhan, exhausted to the point of collapse, dropped his weapon and slumped to the ground, gasping heavily. He saw the silver zombie grab a nearby bronze zombie and shove it into its mouth. Crunch, crunch, it bit off an arm. As it feasted, the golden light on it grew stronger. Brother Xiao, let's retreat. Qingwu crawled up and suggested. Okay. Xiao Chen nodded, helping Ao Zhan up and leading Xia Yingfeng and the others back. Of course, along the way, he also collected the fallen awakening pills into his space. Once he met up with Cheng Haitao, Xiong Huahua immediately approached and asked Xiao Chen, what level of awakener are you now? Third level. Xiao Chen did not hide it and said directly, thank you for lending the weapon. Returning the weapon to Xiong Huahua. Xiao Chen also shared half of the collected awakening pills with him. There were over 400 third-level awakening pills, 322nd level awakening pills, and slightly fewer first-level awakening pills, with just over 100. Pleasant cooperation. Xiong Huahua packed the items into his bag, excitedly saying, ha ha ha, pleasant cooperation. Xiao Chen also laughed and even proactively invited Xiong Huahua to thank you for your help. I decided to treat you all to a big meal. No. Xiong Huahua's expression changed immediately, shaking his head. The Four-Direction City competition was about to be held, and strictly speaking, they should be enemies. Going to Xiao Chen's side at this time would be like a sheep entering a tiger's den. He refused, saying, I came to find you mainly to exchange for some cigarettes. Now that we've exchanged, we'll be leaving. Saying that, he was about to take his men away. Wait. Xiao Chen quickly stopped him. Is there something else? Xiong Huahua asked in a low voice, his hand already gripping the knife handle, appearing vigilant. Xiong Huahua, your weapon is pretty good. Can you exchange some for me? Xiao Chen asked. You want weapons? Xiong Huahua was taken aback. Xiao Chen nodded. No. To his surprise, Xiong Huahua directly refused. Our Western District relies on forging divine weapons for survival. If we exchange them with you, how can we win in the Four-Direction City competition? If we lose, we'll have to obey you. But you are only at the third level, not worthy of my support to become the overlord. So, I won't exchange weapons with you. Are you afraid that I will use the weapons you exchange to win against you in the competition? Xiao Chen questioned. Aren't you implying that? Xiong Huahua retorted. No. Xiao Chen shook his head bitterly, saying, Xiong Huahua, you've also seen that our team's combat power is decent. But our weapons are too trash. To improve our strength, we absolutely need good weapons. I can assure you that the weapons we exchange will only be used to kill zombies and will never be used against our own people in the four-direction city competition. What if you change your mind? Xiong Huahua sneered. Taking to regret medicine won't help. In that case, forget it, Xiao Chen said, but please escort us a bit further. That golden zombie is hastily devouring lower-level zombies, enhancing its strength. Meanwhile, our people have been fighting zombies all day and are completely exhausted, unable to sustain another battle. Once you escort us to a safe distance, you can return to the Western District, okay? Rest assured, I won't let you escort us for free. At the very least, I'll give you 5 more cigarettes and an extra 2 bottles of Maodai. It's only about 2 or 3 kilometers. It won't delay you too long. Chapter 79. Continuously shocked. Gulp. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, some of Xiong Huahua's subordinates couldn't help but start drooling. Even Xiong Huahua looked at Xiao Chen with a hopeful expression. After holding back for several moments, he still didn't agree on the spot, but instead asked, "Is the cigarette still Zhonghua?" "No." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "The cigarettes will be changed to Heng Shangxia." "Damn." Xiong Huahua cursed directly. "What about the wine? Is the quality guaranteed? Don't bring out the spoiled kind. Let me prepay you first." Xiao Chen kept his word and directly took out 5 Heng Shangxia cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maodai from his space. As the saying goes, cigarettes and alcohol go hand in hand. Most people who like to smoke can also drink a little. In order to get a smoke, they risked being killed by zombies and crossed the city to come here for an exchange. This shows that their patience has reached its limit. Indeed, they fell for Xiao Chen's bait. As long as he whetted their appetite, Xiao Chen didn't believe they wouldn't exchange. Many things are often resolved at the dinner table, such as contracts, women, promotions, and raises. After checking the cigarettes and alcohol to ensure there were no issues, Xiong Huahua found Xiao Chen much more pleasing to the eye. He was a resourceful kid. Escorting him for a while was no trouble at all. After all, there was nothing else going on. Along the way, Xiong Huahua handed out a cigarette to each of his brothers. The rest he stuffed into his backpack. As for the Maotai liquor, Xiong Huahua didn't spare it, but hid it away. Xiao Chen saw everything clearly with his spiritual sense, but said nothing. Instead, he gathered Zhou Kai and the others together, praised them with some words of reward, and gave them some rewards, such as cigarettes, 1 box of Zhonghua for each person, and liquor, 1 bottle of Wulianya for each person. Then there were steamed buns, 10 for each person, and mineral water, instant noodles, biscuits, spicy strips, and fresh fruits. Everyone got a share. The fatigue